Will pulled gently at his mother's hand, urging her forward. "We need to keep moving," he whispered, his voice low with urgency. She resisted, her fear a tangible weight in the quiet street. The evening sun cast long shadows across the little row of homes, each with its trimmed hedge and pocket-sized garden. Light glared off the windows on one side, leaving the other in deep shade. Time was slipping away. Soon families would finish their dinners, and children would be out playing, curious eyes that would notice, that would talk. It was a risk to linger, but persuasion was his only tool. "We're almost there, Mum," he said softly. Just to Mrs. Cooper's door. "Mrs. Cooper?" his mother murmured, her voice uncertain. He was already pressing the bell, having to set down his bag to do so. His other hand never left hers. At 12, holding his mother's hand in public might have embarrassed another boy, but Will knew the consequences if he let go. The door opened, revealing the stooped figure of the elderly piano teacher, the familiar scent of lavender water drifting out. "William, is that you?" she said, peering. "It's been more than a year. What brings you here, dear?" "We'd like to come in, please," Will stated firmly. "Both of us." Mrs. Cooper's gaze shifted from the boy, whose eyes held a fierce, unhappy intensity. His jaw set, his lips a tight line, to the woman beside him. Her hair was untidy, her smile vague and distant. Then Mrs. Cooper noticed something that made her heart sink. Makeup carefully applied around one eye, completely forgotten on the other. Neither of them had seen it. Something was very wrong. "Well," she said after a moment, stepping back to let them into the narrow hallway. Will glanced up and down the street once more before shutting the door, and Mrs. Cooper saw how tightly Mrs. Parry clung to her son's hand, and how gently he guided her into the parlor where the piano stood, the only room he really knew from his lessons. She caught a faint, musty odor from the woman's clothes, as if they'd been left damp too long. In the full glow of the evening sun, their resemblance was striking, the same broad cheekbones, wide, dark eyes, and straight black brows. "What's happened, William?" Mrs. Cooper asked quietly. "My mother needs a place to stay for a few days," Will explained. "It's gotten hard to manage at home right now. She's not sick. She just gets confused sometimes, and worried. She won't be any trouble. She just needs someone to be kind. I think you could do that." His mother watched him, a bruise faint on her cheek, her expression one of serene incomprehension. Will's eyes never left Mrs. Cooper's face, desperate and pleading. "She won't cost much," he continued. "I brought food, enough to last. You could share it. She wouldn't mind." "But shouldn't she see a doctor?" "No, she isn't ill." "Surely there's someone else, a neighbor or family." "It's just us. No family. The neighbors are busy. What about social services? I don't mean to turn you away, dear, but—" "No," Will cut in, his voice strained. "She just needs a little help. I can't do it myself for a while, but I won't be gone long. I have things I must do. I'll come back for her soon, I promise. It won't be for long." His mother looked at him with absolute trust, and he turned, offering her a smile so full of love and reassurance that Mrs. Cooper felt her resistance crumble. "Well," she began, turning toward Mrs. Parry, "I'm certain it'll be fine for a day or two. You're welcome to use my daughter's room, dear." "She's in Australia now, so she won't be needing it again," Mrs. Cooper offered. "Thank you," Will replied, rising quickly as if he needed to leave immediately. "But where will you be staying?" Mrs. Cooper pressed. "I'll be with a friend," he said, avoiding her gaze. "I'll call as often as I can. I have your number. Everything will be fine." His mother watched him, confusion etched on her face. He leaned down and gave her an awkward kiss. "Please don't worry," he told her. "Mrs. Cooper will take better care of you than I could. Really. I'll phone you tomorrow, and we'll talk." They embraced tightly for a moment before Will kissed her once more and gently pried her arms from around his neck. He moved toward the front door, and Mrs. Cooper could see he was fighting emotion. His eyes were bright with unshed tears. Remembering his manners, he turned and extended his hand. "Goodbye," he said, "and thank you very much." "William," she began, "I wish you'd tell me what's really going on." "It's a little complicated," he interrupted, "but she won't be any trouble, I promise." That wasn't what she meant, and they both knew it. Yet somehow, Will was clearly in charge of whatever this situation was. The older woman thought she had never seen a child seem so determined, so resolute. He turned away, his mind already fixed on the empty house waiting for him. The cul-de-sac, where Will and his mother lived, was a quiet loop in a newer subdivision, lined with a dozen nearly identical homes. Theirs was, by far, the most worn-looking. The front yard was just a scraggly patch of weeds and grass. Earlier in the spring, his mother had tried planting a few shrubs, but they'd withered and died from neglect. As Will rounded the corner, his cat Moxie stirred from her favorite spot beneath the one surviving hydrangea bush. She stretched lazily, then greeted him with a soft meow, rubbing her head against his leg. He scooped her up and whispered, "Have they come back, Moxie? Did you see them?" The house was silent. In the fading evening light, a neighbor across the street was washing his car, but he paid no attention to Will, and Will didn't look his way. The less anyone noticed, the better. Clutching Moxie to his chest, he unlocked the door and slipped inside quickly. He stood very still, listening intently before setting her down. There was nothing. The house was empty. He opened a can of food for Moxie and left her to eat in the kitchen. How long did he have before those men returned? There was no way to know, so he needed to work fast. He went upstairs and began his search for a worn green leather writing case. It was surprising how many hiding places existed for an item that size in an ordinary modern house. You didn't need secret panels or vast basements to make something difficult to find. Will started with his mother's bedroom, feeling a pang of shame as he sifted through the drawers holding her undergarments. He then moved systematically through the other upstairs rooms, even his own. Moxie wandered in to see what he was doing and settled nearby, grooming herself for company. But he found nothing. By the time he finished, it was fully dark and his stomach was growling. He fixed himself baked beans on toast and sat at the kitchen table, mentally planning the most efficient way to search the downstairs. Just as he was finishing his meal, the telephone rang. He froze, his heart hammering. He counted 26 rings before it finally stopped. He placed his plate in the sink and resumed his search. 4 hours later, the green leather case was still missing. It was now 1:30 in the morning, and exhaustion weighed heavily on him. He lay down on his bed fully dressed and fell asleep almost instantly. His dreams restless and crowded, his mother's frightened, unhappy face always hovering just beyond his reach. And then, almost immediately it seemed, though he'd been asleep for nearly 3 hours, he woke with two certainties crashing into his mind at once. First, he knew exactly where the case was. And second, he knew the men were downstairs, quietly opening the kitchen door. He lifted Moxie from the bed, gently quieting her sleepy murmur of protest. He swung his legs off the mattress and slid his shoes on, every sense straining to interpret the hushed noises drifting up from below. A chair was lifted and set down with care. A brief whisper cut the silence. A floorboard groaned under a cautious step. Moving with even greater stealth than the intruders, he slipped from his room and crept to the spare bedroom overlooking the stairwell. A faint, ghostly grey light seeped in, just enough to outline the old treadle sewing machine. He had searched this room meticulously hours earlier, yet he'd completely overlooked the narrow compartment built into the machine's side, designed for holding patterns and bobbins. His fingers explored its surface delicately as he listened. The men were shifting about downstairs, and a dim, wavering glow, likely from a flashlight, glimmered at the bottom edge of the closed door. His thumb found the hidden catch. It clicked open. Inside, just as he had hoped, lay the leather writing case. Now what? Crouched in the shadows, his heart hammered against his ribs. The two men were now in the hallway directly beneath him. He caught one voice, low and urgent. "Let's move. I can hear the milk cart coming." "It's not down here, though," argued the second voice. "We need to check upstairs. Then get on with it. No dawdling." Will tensed as the top stair emitted a betraying creak. The man was otherwise silent, but he couldn't counteract the old wood's protest. A pause followed, then a razor-thin beam of flashlight swept across the floor outside the door. Visible through the gap at the threshold, the door began to swing inward. Will waited until the man's silhouette filled the doorway. Then he erupted from the darkness, driving his shoulder into the intruder's stomach. But neither of them had accounted for the cat. As the man reached the landing, Moxie had soundlessly emerged from the bedroom and stood right behind his legs, her tail held high, expecting a friendly rub. The man was trained, fit, and could have handled Will's attack, but the cat was directly in his path. As he tried to step back, his heel caught on her. With a sharp, startled gasp, he lost his balance and pitched backward down the staircase, his head striking the hall table with a sickening, brutal crack. Will didn't pause to process the sound. Clutching the writing case, he vaulted onto the banister, slid down, and leaped over the twitching, crumpled form at the base of the stairs. He snatched his worn canvas bag from the table and was out the front door and gone before the second man could do more than step into the hallway and stare, frozen. Even in his terror-fueled flight, a part of Will's mind registered the odd lack of pursuit. No shout, no immediate chase. But they'd come for him soon enough, with cars and phones. His only option was to run. He spotted the milkman turning onto the cul-de-sac, the headlights of his electric cart weak in the dawn's growing light. Will hurled himself over the garden fence, dashed down the side passage of the neighboring house, scrambled over the next wall, sprinted across a dew-soaked lawn, plunged through a hedge, and finally collapsed into the dense thicket of shrubs and trees, separating the suburban development from the main road. Under a dense bush, he lay gasping and shaking. It was too early for traffic. He had to wait for the morning rush. The memory played on a loop, that awful crack, the impossible angle of the man's neck, the dreadful involuntary twitching of his limbs. The man was dead. He had killed him. He couldn't shake the image, but he had to try. There was too much else to consider. His mother, would she truly be safe where he'd left her? Would Mrs. Cooper keep their secret, even if Will failed to return as promised? How could he return now after this? And Moxie, who would feed her? Would she be waiting by the door, confused by their absence? The sky was lightening relentlessly, minute by minute, illuminating a world that had suddenly turned cold and sharp with consequence. The early morning light was just enough to see by as he went through the items in his bag. His mother's wallet, the most recent letter from the attorney, the road map for southern England, a few candy bars, a tube of toothpaste, some extra socks and underwear. And of course, the green leather writing case. It was all there. By every practical measure, everything was proceeding exactly as he had arranged. There was just the one rather significant complication. He had taken a life. Will first understood his mother was not like other people, and that he needed to be the one looking out for her when he was 7 years old. They were in a grocery store on a Saturday, and they were playing their special game. The rule was simple. You could only put something into the cart when absolutely no one was watching. Will's job was to scan the aisles and whisper, "Now," and she would swiftly, silently, pluck a can or a box from the shelf and slip it into the basket. Once an item was inside, it became invisible, safe from prying eyes. They were a great team, and the game went on for quite a while because the store was busy, but they were experts at it. They had complete trust in each other. Will adored his mother and told her so often, and she always said the same back to him. So when they finally got to the checkout, Will was buzzing with the thrill of nearly winning. When his mother couldn't find her wallet, he thought that was part of the game too, even when she whispered that the enemies must have taken it. But he was growing tired and hungry by then, and he could see his mother wasn't playing anymore. She was genuinely scared. They began retracing their steps through the store, putting everything back on the shelves. But now they had to be even more careful because the enemies were hunting them. They had her credit card numbers, she explained, because they had her wallet. A cold dread began to settle in Will's stomach. He saw then how brilliantly clever his mother had been, turning a real threat into a game so he wouldn't be scared. And now that he understood the truth, he knew he had to pretend he wasn't frightened to help her feel safe. So the little boy forced a smile and acted like it was all still fun so she wouldn't worry about him. And they went home empty-handed but thankfully escaped from the enemies. He found the wallet later, sitting right on the hall table. The following Monday, just to be safe, They went to the bank, closed her account, and opened a new one somewhere else. The immediate danger passed, but in the quiet months that followed, a slow, heavy realization dawned on Will. Those enemies his mother feared weren't out in the world. They lived inside her own mind. That didn't make them any less real or any less terrifying. It just meant he had to guard her even more closely. From that moment in the supermarket, when he decided to pretend, a part of Will's mind became permanently tuned to her fears. He loved her so deeply he would have given his own life to shield her. As for Will's father, he had disappeared before Will's memories even began. Will was consumed with curiosity about him and would pester his mother with questions she usually couldn't answer. Was he wealthy? Where did he go? Why did he leave? Is he dead? Will he ever come back? The only question she could really help with was the last one. What was he like? John Parry, she said, was a handsome man, a brave and sharp officer in the Royal Marines, who left the service to become an explorer, leading journeys to the farthest corners of the globe. Will's heart soared hearing this. What could be more exciting than an explorer for a father? From that day on, in all his solitary games, he had an invisible companion. He and his father were a team, cutting through dense jungles, standing together on the deck of a ship, gazing at stormy seas, holding a flashlight to read ancient carvings in caves full of bats. They were the closest of friends, saving each other time and again, sharing stories and laughter by campfires late into the night. But as he grew older, the shiny daydream began to tarnish, and more complicated questions started to creep in. Will often wondered why there were no photographs of his father anywhere in their home. Where were the snapshots of him bundled up with bearded explorers on some frozen Arctic expedition, or the images of him standing before ancient vine-covered ruins in a distant jungle? Surely a man like that would have brought home souvenirs, strange artifacts from his travels. Hadn't anyone written about his adventures in a book? His mother had no answers for these questions. Yet one thing she told him had taken root in his mind. "You'll follow in your father's footsteps one day," she would say, her voice gaining a rare clarity. "You're going to be a great man too. You'll take up his mantle." Though Will wasn't entirely sure what that phrase meant, he grasped the feeling behind it, and it filled him with a fierce sense of pride and direction. Suddenly, all his childhood games of exploration felt like rehearsals for a real and vital mission. His father wasn't gone, he was alive, lost somewhere out in the wild, and Will was the one destined to find him and assume that mantle. A difficult life was worth enduring if you carried a purpose that grand. So he guarded his mother's secret struggles. During her clearer, calmer periods, he paid close attention, learning from her how to shop for groceries, cook simple meals, and keep their house in order. He mastered these tasks so he could manage everything when her mind grew clouded and fear took hold. He also became an expert at invisibility, how to go unnoticed at school, how to avoid drawing any concern from the neighbors, even on days when his mother was so gripped by terror she could hardly form a sentence. Will's greatest fear was that someone official would discover her condition, take her away, and place him in a home with strangers. Any hardship was preferable to that fate, because when the darkness lifted from her mind, she was transformed. She would laugh at her former fears, bless him for his care, and radiate such love and sweetness that he couldn't imagine a better companion. In those moments, he wanted nothing more than for them to stay together, just as they were forever. But then the men arrived. They weren't police officers, they weren't from social services, and as far as Will could tell, they weren't common criminals either. They refused to tell him what they wanted, brushing past his attempts to block the doorway, insisting on speaking only to his mother. Her state was precarious that day. Listening at the door, Will heard them asking about John Parry. His breath caught. They wanted to know where his father had gone, if he'd sent anything home when she'd last heard from him, and if he'd had any contact with foreign embassies. He heard his mother's voice climbing with distress until he could stand it no longer. He burst into the room and ordered them to leave. He was just a boy, but the fury in his eyes was so intense that neither man dared to laugh. They could have overpowered him with ease, but they faced a fearlessness that was pure and dangerous. They left, naturally, this only cemented Will's belief. His father was in serious trouble somewhere, and he alone could help. His games were no longer childish fantasies, they were a quiet, determined preparation. He didn't play openly anymore. This was becoming real, and he had to be ready. Not long after, the men returned, convinced his mother was withholding information. They came when Will was at school. One kept her talking downstairs while the other ransacked the bedrooms upstairs. She didn't realize what was happening. Will came home early and found them. Once again, his white-hot anger drove them out. They seemed to understand his vulnerability, that he'd never go to the police for fear of what would happen to his mother, and they grew bolder. Finally, they broke into the house while Will was out, having gone to fetch his mother from the park. Her rituals had grown more consuming. She now believed she had to touch every single slat on every bench by the pond. Will would patiently help her, just to hurry the process along. Returning home that afternoon, they saw the tail end of the men's car speeding away from their street. Inside, the house had been torn apart, drawers emptied, cupboards searched. Will knew exactly what they were looking for. The green leather case was his mother's most prized belonging. He had never dared to search for it, let alone open it, but he understood its importance. It held letters, and on the nights she read them, her tears would fall and stories of his father would finally surface. Will was certain these men were after that case, and he knew he had to act. His first priority was to find a safe place for his mother. He racked his brain, but with no real friends and neighbors already giving them sidelong glances, only one person came to mind: Mrs. Cooper. Once his mother was secure, his plan was to locate the case, discover its secrets, and then make for Oxford, where he believed the truth about his father waited. The men, however, didn't give him the chance. Now, with one of them dead, the police would be hunting for him too. Fine. Staying unseen was a skill he'd practiced his whole life. He'd just have to be better at it than ever before, a ghost moving through the world until he found the answers or they found him. And if they found him first, he felt a cold resolve settle in his chest. He wouldn't go down quietly. Much later, as midnight approached, Will was leaving Oxford behind, a full 40 miles from home. A deep, weary ache had settled into his bones. His journey had been a patchwork of hitchhiked rides, 2 different buses, and long stretches of walking, finally delivering him to the city by 6 in the evening, too late for his purpose. He'd killed time with a meal at a Burger King and then hid in the dark of a movie theater, though the film left no impression on him. Now he was trudging through an endless suburban road heading north, the comfortable houses offering no shelter in their manicured gardens. The open countryside he desperately needed was nowhere in sight. He reached a large, quiet traffic circle where the northern road met the ring road. Under the artificial glow of the streetlights, the scene felt staged and unreal. Lining the grassy verges were 2 rows of hornbeam trees, their unnaturally symmetrical, dense canopies looking more like illustrations from a child's book than living things. Will was swaying with exhaustion, torn between pushing forward or simply collapsing on the grass, when he saw the cat, a tabby, just like his own cat, Moxie. It emerged from a garden and approached him. Will set down his bag and offered his hand. The cat pressed its head against his knuckles in that universal feline greeting, and a sudden sharp homesickness brought hot tears to his eyes. The moment passed. The cat had its nightly rounds to make. It padded across the road towards some bushes beyond the tree line and then stopped, its behavior turning peculiar. Will watched, his fatigue momentarily forgotten. The cat extended a paw, patting at the empty air in front of it. It then leaped back, its back arched and fur puffed out in alarm. Will knew cats. He watched intently as the creature, its curiosity now battling its caution, approached the same spot again. It sniffed, twitched its whiskers, and patted the invisible space once more. This time the recoil was less dramatic. After a few more seconds of investigation, curiosity won. The cat took a deliberate step forward and simply disappeared. Will stared, blinking at the empty space where it had been. He froze near the trunk of the closest tree as a truck rounded the curve, its headlights washing over him. Once it passed, he hurried across the road, his gaze fixed on the spot the cat had been sniffing. It was tricky to pinpoint with no clear landmark, but when he reached the area and scanned the ground, he found it, or at least he could see it from certain angles. It appeared as though a rough square, less than 3 feet wide, had been cut right out of the very air, a few steps from the roadside. Viewed edge-on, it nearly vanished. From behind, it was completely invisible. You could only make it out from the side nearest the road, and even then it was difficult, because what showed through was just more of the same lamplit grass that lay in front of it. Yet Will felt an immediate, bone-deep certainty that the grass visible through that opening belonged to another world entirely. He couldn't explain how he knew. It was as fundamental as knowing fire burns or kindness matters. This was something profoundly alien, and that strangeness alone pulled him forward. Peering through made his head spin and his heart pound. But he didn't pause. He shoved his tote bag through and then clambered after it, passing out of his own world and into another. Under his feet now was not pavement but sandy soil, and the trees arching above were not hornbeams, but tall, slender palms, lining a broad, silent boulevard. On either side, a row of brightly lit cafes and shops stood open, yet utterly empty beneath a dense blanket of stars. The warm air carried the heavy perfume of night-blooming flowers and a distant salty tang of the sea. Turning, he saw a full moon bathing distant green hills, where elegant houses with lush gardens dotted the slopes. Nearby, a white classical temple gleamed in a park. Just beside him hung that same faint patch in the air, barely visible from this side too. He bent and looked back through. There was the Oxford Road, the world he'd fled. He turned away with a shiver. Anything was better than what he'd left behind. With a giddy, dream-awake sensation, he straightened and searched for the cat, his unlikely guide. She was already gone, probably nosing through the narrow lanes beyond the inviting lights. Hoisting his worn bag, Will stepped cautiously across the boulevard, half expecting the scene to dissolve. The atmosphere felt Mediterranean, or perhaps Caribbean, a place meant for late-night music, dining, and laughter, except here there was only a deep, immense silence. On the first corner stood a cafe with small green tables on the pavement, a zinc-topped bar, and an espresso machine. Signs of recent life were frozen in place, half-empty glasses on tables, a cigarette burnt to ash in a tray, a plate of dried-out risotto beside a basket of rolls hard as stone. He opened the cooler behind the bar, pulled out a bottle of lemonade, and after a moment's thought dropped a pound coin into the cash register. On impulse, he slid the drawer open again, curious if the money inside might offer a clue. The coins were marked Corona, but that told him nothing more. He returned the money to his pocket and opened the bottle using the opener mounted on the counter. Leaving the cafe behind, he drifted down a street that curved away from the main boulevard. Small grocers and bakeries nestled between jewelry stores and flower shops, their windows bright. Beaded curtains hung in doorways leading to private homes, where wrought-iron balconies, heavy with blossoms, leaned over the narrow sidewalk. The enclosed quiet here felt deeper, more complete. The sloping streets guided him downward until they spilled onto a broad avenue lined with tall palm trees, their fronds glowing from beneath in the streetlight glow. Across this wide road, he saw the sea. Will found himself looking at a sheltered harbour bounded on the left by a stone breakwater and on the right by a headland. Upon that rise stood a grand, floodlit building with stone columns, sweeping steps, and ornate balconies all nestled among flowering trees. In the harbour, a couple of rowboats rested motionless at their moorings. Beyond the breakwater, starlight shimmered on a still ocean. His earlier exhaustion had vanished completely, replaced by a wide-awake wonder. As he had walked through the tight lanes, he had reached out now and then to touch a wall, a doorframe, or the petals in a window box, needing the solid proof of them. Now, faced with this vast scene, he wanted to touch all of it, as if his eyes alone couldn't absorb its reality. He stood very still, taking deep breaths, a thread of fear mixed with his awe. He realized he was still clutching the bottle from the cafe. He took a drink. It was just what it promised, ice-cold lemonade, and it was welcome in the hot night air. With a new, almost sarcastic clarity, it struck him how absurd his day had been running, from faceless men in a grey world to this postcard perfect. Utterly deserted paradise. The contrast was so sharp, it felt like a joke at his expense. He shook his head, a wry smile touching his lips, and continued walking to the right, passing hotels with lit entrances under striped awnings, bougainvillea spilling colour beside them, until he reached the gardens on the small headland. The ornate building in the trees, bathed in light, could have been an opera house or a casino from a dream. Paths wound among oleander trees hung with lamps, but there was no sound of life, no birds, no insects, only the soft crunch of his own footsteps and the rhythmic gentle sigh of small waves on a beach just past the garden's edge. Beyond a line of palms, he made his way to that beach. The tide was midway, and a row of pedal boats sat on the soft white sand above the high-water mark. Every few seconds, a tiny wave crested lazily at the sea's edge before slipping back. About 50 yards out, a diving platform floated on the calm water. Will sat on the edge of a pedal boat and pulled off his cheap, falling-apart sneakers, which had been pinching his hot feet. He dropped his socks beside them and dug his toes deep into the cool sand. Moments later, he had shed the rest of his clothes and was walking into the sea. The water was a perfect, delicious temperature. He swam out to the platform and hauled himself up onto its sun-bleached planks, looking back at the sleeping city. To his right lay the enclosed harbour. A little beyond the breakwater, maybe a mile out, stood a red and white striped lighthouse. Further still, the vague shapes of distant cliffs rose, and beyond those the great rolling hills he had seen from his point of arrival. Closer were the light-dappled trees of the gardens, the silent streets, the waterfront with its hotels, cafes, and warmly lit shops, all empty, all peaceful, and all safe. The men who had torn through his house would never know of this place. The police could never trace him here. He had an entire world in which to hide. For the first time since he had dashed out his front door that morning, Will began to feel a true sense of security. His thirst returned, and hunger gnawed at him. His last meal belonged to another world entirely. He eased into the water and swam back to the shore at a leisurely pace. After pulling on his underwear, he gathered his remaining clothes and the tote bag, dropping the empty bottle into a nearby trash can. Barefoot, he made his way along the sidewalk toward the harbour. Once his skin had dried a bit, he slipped into his jeans and began searching for a place to eat. The grand hotels felt too imposing. He peeked into the lobby of one, but its vastness made him uneasy, so he continued walking down the waterfront until a small cafe caught his eye. It wasn't obviously different from the others with its flower-filled balcony and outdoor seating, yet it felt inviting. Inside, the walls were decorated with boxing photos and a signed poster of a grinning accordion player. A kitchen door stood ajar, and beside it, a narrow staircase climbed upward, covered in a vibrant floral carpet. He ascended quietly to a cramped landing and opened the first door he reached, a front room that was hot and stuffy. Will slid open the glass door to the balcony, letting in the cool night air. The space was small and crowded with oversized, worn furniture, but it was tidy and felt lived in, almost welcoming. A few books sat on a shelf, a magazine lay on the table, and framed photographs dotted the surfaces. After a quick look, he moved on to check the other rooms, a tiny bathroom and a bedroom with a double bed. As he approached the final door, a sudden chill ran down his spine. His heart pounded. He couldn't be sure if he'd heard a noise from within, but an instinct told him the room wasn't empty. It struck him as strange that this day had started with someone outside a dark room while he waited inside, and now the roles were completely reversed. Before he could think further, the door flew open and a figure lunged at him like a wild animal. But some memory had put him on guard, and he wasn't standing close enough to be knocked down. A fierce struggle followed, knees, fists, and raw strength clashing against something, someone, her. It was a girl around his age, fierce and snarling, dressed in torn, dirty clothes with thin, bare limbs. She seemed to realize what he was at the same moment and jerked back from his bare chest, crouching in the shadowy corner of the landing like a cornered cat. To his amazement, an actual wildcat stood beside her, as tall as his knee, with bristling fur and bared teeth. The girl placed a hand on the animal's back, licking her dry lips while watching his every move. Will slowly rose to his feet. Who are you? Lyra Silvertongue. She shot back. Do you live here? No, she said fiercely. Then what is this place, this city? I don't know. Where are you from? From my world, it's connected somehow. Where's your daemon? His eyes widened. Then something astonishing happened. The cat leaped into her arms and shifted shape, becoming a red-brown stoat with a cream-colored throat and belly. It glared at him just as fiercely as the girl did. But then another shift occurred as he realized they were both deeply afraid of him, as if he were a ghost. I don't have a demon, he said. I don't even know what you mean. Then, understanding dawned. Oh, is that your demon? She stood up slowly. The stoat curled around her neck, its dark eyes fixed on Will's face. But you're alive, she said, half in disbelief. You're not. You haven't been. My name is Will Parry, he replied. Where I come from, demon means something evil, like a devil. In your world, you mean this isn't your world? No, I just found a way in. Like your world, I guess, they must be joined together. She relaxed slightly but kept her intense gaze on him. He remained calm and still, as if trying to befriend a skittish stray cat. Have you run into anyone else in this city? He continued. No. How long have you been staying here? Not sure. A handful of days. It's all a blur. What brought you to this place, then? I'm searching for dust, she replied. Searching for dust. Like gold dust. What kind of dust are you talking about? She squinted slightly and stayed silent. He turned to head down the stairs. I'm starving, he mentioned. Is there anything to eat in the kitchen? Beats me, she said, trailing behind while keeping a cautious space between them. In the kitchen, Will discovered the makings for a chicken, onion and pepper stew, but the ingredients were raw and had begun to spoil in the warmth. He dumped everything into the trash. Have you eaten anything at all? He asked, opening the refrigerator. Lyra moved closer to peek inside. I had no idea this was here, she admitted. Wow, it's freezing. Her daemon had shifted form once more, now a large, vividly patterned butterfly that flitted briefly into the chilly air of the fridge before immediately returning to perch on her shoulder. The butterfly's wings rose and fell in a slow, deliberate rhythm. Will felt it would be rude to stare, though his mind was buzzing with how utterly bizarre this all was. You've never seen a refrigerator before, he questioned. He located a can of soda and passed it to her before retrieving a carton of eggs. She hugged the cool can between her hands, a small smile touching her lips. Go on, drink it, he urged. She examined the can, brow furrowed. She didn't know how to open it. He popped the tab for her, and the beverage fizzed over. She gave it a tentative lick, and then her eyes grew wide with surprise. This is good? She asked, her tone a mix of hope and wariness. Sure, they've got Coke in this world, clearly. Here, I'll have some to show you it's not poisoned. He opened a second can. Once she saw him take a drink, she mimicked him. She was clearly parched. She gulped it down so fast the carbonation tickled her nose, making her snort and then let out a loud, unexpected burp. She glared at him when he glanced her way. I'm making an omelette, he announced. Want some? I don't know what an omelette is. All right, watch and you'll learn, or there's a can of baked beans if you'd prefer. I don't know baked beans either. He held up the can for her to see. She looked for a pull tab like the soda can had. No, you need a can opener for this, he explained. Don't they have can openers where you're from? In my world, the kitchen staff handles the cooking, she said with a hint of disdain. Check that drawer over there. She dug through the kitchen utensils while he cracked 6 eggs into a bowl and briskly stirred them with a fork. That's the one, he said, watching her. The one with the red handle. Bring it here. He punctured the lid and demonstrated how to work the opener. Now grab that small saucepan from the hook and pour them in, he instructed. She sniffed the beans, and once more her face showed that curious blend of delight and distrust. She emptied the can into the pan and licked a finger, observing as Will seasoned the eggs with salt and pepper and sliced a pat of butter from a stick in the fridge into a heavy skillet. He stepped into the bar area to find matches, and when he returned she was dipping a grubby finger into the bowl of whisked eggs and sucking it eagerly. Her daemon, now a cat again, was doing the same with its paw, but it retreated quickly when Will approached. "It's not cooked yet," Will said, moving the bowl aside. "When was your last proper meal?" "At my father's home on Svalbard," she answered. "Days and days ago. I lost track. I found some bread and things here and ate that." He lit the stove, melted the butter, poured in the eggs, and let them spread across the pan. Her eyes followed every movement hungrily, watching him gently lift and fold the setting eggs toward the center, tilting the pan so the uncooked portion could flow underneath. She watched him just as intently, studying his face, his busy hands, his bare shoulders, his feet. When the omelette was done, he folded it over and divided it in two with the spatula. "Grab a couple of plates," he said, and Lyra complied without argument. She seemed perfectly willing to follow directions as long as they made logical sense to her, so he told her to go clear off a table out front by the cafe. He retrieved the meal and utensils from a drawer, and they settled at the table, an unspoken tension hanging between them. She finished her portion in moments, then grew restless, rocking on her chair and picking at the frayed plastic weave of the seat while he ate. Her daemon shifted form once more, becoming a small goldfinch that pecked at nothing on the wooden surface. Will took his time, having given her the larger share of the beans, yet his meal stretched on. The quiet harbor, the string of lights along the deserted boulevard, the stars scattered across the night, everything seemed suspended in an immense, isolating silence. Throughout, he remained acutely conscious of the girl. She was slight but tough, having fought with a ferocity that surprised him. The bruise from his fist was darkening on her cheek, a mark she utterly disregarded. Her face held a contradiction, a childlike wonder when she first sipped the cola, mixed with a weary, profound caution. Her eyes were a pale blue, and her hair, matted with grime, hinted at a dark blonde beneath the dirt. She carried the sharp, unwashed scent of someone who had been on the road for days. "Laura? Or is it Lara?" Will ventured. "Lyra," she corrected. "Lyra Silvertongue?" "That's right. Where is your world? How did you end up here?" She gave a non-committal shrug. "I just walked. Everything was fog. I knew I was leaving my world, but I couldn't see this one until the fog lifted. Then I was just here. You mentioned dust earlier." "Dust, yeah. Special dust, not the kind you sweep off a shelf. I need to learn about it, but this whole world feels empty. There's no one to ask. I've been here maybe 3-4 days, not a soul. But why is finding out about this dust so important?" "It just is," she said, her tone leaving no room for debate. Her daemon transformed again in an instant from a goldfinch to a large, sleek rat with dark fur and gleaming red eyes. Will stared, his own eyes widening with caution, and she caught his look. "You do have a daemon," she stated firmly. Inside you, he was at a loss for words. "You must," she pressed on. "Otherwise you wouldn't be properly human. You'd be hollow. We saw a boy once who'd been cut from his daemon. You're not like that, even if you don't know it's there. It is. We were scared of you at first, thought you might be some kind of spectre, but then we saw you were just you. We, me and Pantalaimon. Us. But your daemon isn't separate. It's a part of you. You're all tangled together. Isn't there anyone in your world like us? Is everyone just walking around with their daemons all tucked inside?" Will looked at her, this skinny, fierce girl cradling her black rat daemon, and a deep loneliness washed over him. "I'm exhausted. I need to sleep," he said. "Are you planning to stay in this city?" "Don't know yet. I have to learn more about what I'm searching for. There must be scholars in this world. Someone has to know something. Maybe not here, but I came from a place called Oxford. Plenty of scholars there, if that's what you're after." "Oxford," she exclaimed, bolting upright. "That's where I'm from. Is there an Oxford in your world, then?" "You couldn't have come from mine." "No," she said decisively. "Different worlds. But in mine there's an Oxford, too. We're both speaking English, aren't we? Makes sense other things would match. How did you cross over? Is there a bridge or something? Just a sort of window in the air." "Show me," she demanded. It was an order, not a question. He shook his head. "Not now. I need rest. It's the middle of the night. Then show me in the morning. Fine, I'll show you, but I have my own things to do. You'll have to find your scholars on your own." Easy, she said, with a dismissive wave. I know all about scholars. He gathered the plates and stood. I cooked, he pointed out, so you can wash up. She looked at him as if he'd spoken nonsense. Wash dishes, she scoffed. There are a million clean ones just lying around. Besides, I'm not a servant. I'm not washing them, she said. Then I won't show you the path. I'll find it on my own. You won't. It's concealed. You'd never spot it. Look, I don't know how much longer we can stay here. We need to eat, so we'll eat what we find, but we'll clean up after and leave this place in order, because it's the right thing to do. You wash these. We have to respect where we are. I'm going to sleep now. I'll take the other room. I'll see you in the morning. He went inside, brushed his teeth with a dab of toothpaste from his worn bag, collapsed onto the double bed, and was asleep almost instantly. Lyra waited until his breathing was deep, and even then carried the dishes to the kitchen. She held them under the running faucet, scrubbing with a cloth until they seemed clean. The forks and knives got the same treatment, but the omelette pan was more stubborn. She grabbed a bar of yellow soap, scraping and picking at the cooked-on residue until it looked as good as it was going to get. After drying everything with another cloth, she stacked it neatly by the sink. Still thirsty and curious about the cans, she popped open another soda and carried it upstairs. She paused outside Will's door, hearing nothing, then crept into her own room to retrieve the alethiometer from beneath her pillow. She didn't need to be near him to ask about him, but a strange pull made her want to look anyway. She turned his doorknob as silently as she could and slipped inside. A light from the waterfront outside cast a pale upward glow, and in the reflected shine from the ceiling, she studied the sleeping boy. He was frowning, his skin damp with sweat. He was solidly built, strong for his age, not a grown man, of course, as he was barely older than she was, but he carried a latent power. How much simpler everything would be if his demon were visible. She wondered what form it might take and whether it was settled yet. Whatever its shape, it would reflect a nature that was fierce, polite, and deeply troubled. She moved quietly to the window. In the streetlight's glow, she carefully set the hands of the alethiometer and let her mind settle into a question. The needle began to move around the dial in a series of swift pauses and sweeps. She had asked, "What is he? A friend or an enemy?" The alethiometer answered, "He is a murderer." Seeing this, she felt an immediate sense of relief. He could find food and guide her to Oxford, which were useful skills, but he might have been unreliable or fearful. A murderer, however, was a companion of substance. She felt as secure with him as she had with Eirik Bernison, the armored bear. She quietly closed the shutter over the open window so the morning sun wouldn't wake him, then tiptoed out. Chapter 2. Among the Witches. The witch, Serafina Pekkala, who had saved Lyra and the other children from the experimental station at Bolvangar and flown with her to the island of Svalbard, was deeply uneasy. In the atmospheric chaos that followed Lord Asriel's dramatic escape from his exile on Svalbard, she and her sister witches were hurled far from the island and many miles out over the icy sea. Some managed to cling to the damaged balloon of Lee Scoresby, the Texan aeronaut, but Serafina herself was flung high into the thick banks of fog that soon rolled in from the rent Lord Asriel's experiment had torn in the fabric of the sky. When she finally regained control of her flight, her first thought was for Lyra. She knew nothing of the brutal clash between the usurper Bear King and the true King Eirik Bernison, nor of what had become of the girl afterward. So she began her search, flying on her cloud pine branch through air tinged with a strange dusty gold, her demon Kaiser the snow goose beside her. They turned back toward Svalbard and then drifted south, soaring for hours under a heavens alive with unsettling lights and shifting shadows, the very air feeling charged with a pending storm. Serafina Pekkala felt the strange light prickling against her skin, a clear sign it was not from this world. Moments later, Kaiser spoke up. "Look there, a witch's demon all alone." Peering through the thick banks of fog, Serafina spotted a tern wheeling and calling out in the vast, misty chasms of light. They turned and flew toward it. The tern fluttered upward nervously as they approached, but at Serafina's calming signal, it settled beside them. "Which clan do you belong to?" she asked. Tamer, the demon replied. My witch has been taken, the others were scattered, I'm lost. Who captured her? That woman with the golden monkey daemon from Bolvangar? Please, you have to help. I'm terrified. Was your clan working with the child cutters? We were, until we learned what they were really doing. After the fight at Bolvangar, they chased us off, but they kept my witch prisoner. She's on a ship now. What can I do? She calls for me and I can't reach her. Help us, please. Quiet now, said Kaiser, the goose daemon. Listen below. They descended, ears straining, and soon Seraphina picked up the thrum of a gas engine, muffled by the fog. No one can steer a ship in this, Kaiser muttered. What are they playing at? That's too small for a ship's engine, Seraphina said. Just then, another sound cut through, a deep, shuddering blast like some monstrous leviathan groaning from the abyss. It roared for several seconds before stopping dead. The ship's foghorn, Seraphina noted. They skimmed low over the sluggish water, the swell thick and oily, as if the sea itself was resisting motion. Suddenly, they found the engine noise again. The fog had pockets of varying density, and Seraphina shot upward just in time as a launch emerged, chugging slowly through the damp air. They circled above, the turned demon clinging close like a frightened child, and watched the steersman adjust his course after another blast of the horn. A bow light did little but illuminate the fog a few yards ahead. Seraphina turned to the lost daemon. You said some witches are still helping these people? I believe so. A few renegades from Volgorsk. Unless they've run off by now, he answered. What will you do? Will you search for my witch? Yes, but stay with Kaiser for now. Seraphina flew down toward the launch, leaving the demons hidden above, and landed silently on the stern behind the steersman. His seagull daemon let out a sharp cry, and the man turned. Took your sweet time, didn't you? He grumbled. Get up front and guide us in on the port side. She took off immediately. Her gamble had worked, they still had witches assisting them, and he assumed she was one. Port was left, she recalled, and the port light glowed red. She searched the fog until she caught its hazy gleam no more than 100 yards off. Darting back, she hovered above the launch, calling directions down to the steersman, who slowed to a crawl and nudged the craft alongside the ship's gangway ladder hanging just above the waterline. The steersman shouted up, a sailor tossed down a line, and another hurried down the ladder to secure it. Seraphina flew up to the ship's rail and slipped into the shadows near the lifeboats. She saw no other witches. They were likely patrolling the skies, but Kaiser would know what to do. Below, a passenger disembarked from the launch and began climbing the ladder. The figure was bundled in furs, hooded, impossible to identify, but as it reached the deck, a golden monkey demon leaped nimbly onto the rail and scanned the surroundings, his dark eyes gleaming with pure malice. Seraphina held her breath. It was Mrs. Coulter. A man in dark clothing hurried out to greet her, glancing around as if expecting someone else. Lord Boreal, he began, but Mrs. Coulter cut him off with a sharp gesture, her gaze sweeping the deck, as if she could sense a presence she hadn't accounted for. Coulter cut him off sharply. He has moved on. Have they begun the interrogation? Yes, Mrs. Coulter, the man answered. However, I gave explicit instructions to wait, she snapped, her voice icy. Are my orders being ignored on this vessel? It seems discipline may be lacking. She pushed back her hood, and in the sickly yellow light, Seraphina Pekkala saw her face, proud, fierce, and to the witch's eyes, startlingly youthful. Where are the rest of the witches? Mrs. Coulter demanded. The sailor replied, All departed, ma'am. They've fled back to their own territories. But a witch piloted the launch here, Mrs. Coulter insisted, a flicker of impatience in her eyes. Where is she now? Seraphina pressed herself deeper into the shadows. Clearly, the launch crewman was not fully informed. The accompanying cleric looked around, confused, but Mrs. Coulter had no patience for his bewilderment. After a swift, dismissive glance along the fog-shrouded deck, she shook her head in irritation and swept inside, her daemon at her heels, through the doorway that cast a hazy golden glow into the damp air. The man followed alone, now. Seraphina assessed her position. She was hidden behind a ventilator on a narrow strip of deck between the rail and the ship's central superstructure. On this level, directly below the bridge and funnel, was a saloon with large windows on 3 sides. That was where they had gone. Thick light spilled from those windows, glinting on the fog-beaded railing and faintly illuminating the foremast and a canvas-covered hatch. Everything was soaked and stiffening with cold. She was safe for the moment, but to learn anything more, she would have to leave this spot. It was a risk she had to take. Her pine branch offered an escape, her knife and bow a means to fight. She concealed the branch behind the ventilator and moved silently along the deck to the first window. It was fogged over with condensation, impossible to see through, and no voices carried from within. Frustrated, she retreated to the shadows. There was one option left, a dangerous and draining use of magic, not true invisibility, but a mental spell, a fierce projection of unassuming presence that made the caster simply overlooked. She could walk through a crowded room or beside a solitary traveler without attracting a glance. It required immense concentration. Serafina steadied her mind, focusing all her will on reshaping her own bearing to deflect attention entirely. It took several minutes. To test it, she stepped deliberately into the path of a sailor carrying a tool bag along the deck. He sidestepped without ever truly seeing her. It worked. She approached the door to the brightly lit saloon, opened it, and found the room empty. Leaving the outer door slightly ajar as an escape route, she saw another door at the far end, opening onto a staircase leading down into the ship's depths. She descended into a narrow corridor lined with white-painted pipes and lit by harsh anbaric lights running along the hull. Doors lined both sides. She moved quietly, listening, until she heard the murmur of voices. A meeting was in session. She opened the door and entered. Around a large table sat about a dozen figures. 1 or 2 glanced up, their eyes sliding over her without recognition before returning to the discussion. She stood quietly near the door, observing. An elderly man in cardinal's robes presided. The others appeared to be clerics of various orders, with Mrs. Coulter as the sole woman present. The heavy furs Mrs. Coulter had worn were draped across a chair, her face still warm from the ship's stifling air. Serafina Peccala's gaze swept the cabin, settling on a gaunt man with a frog daemon hunched at a side table. Books and brittle papers were stacked around him, but he was focused on a gleaming brass instrument, more compass than watch. He would stare, make a note, then painstakingly consult a thick volume, his movements slow and deliberate. He was no mere clerk. Serafina's attention snapped back to the central table as a cleric uttered the word witch. She holds knowledge of the girl, the man insisted. She admitted it. All of her kind know something. The cardinal's voice was deceptively mild. I find myself curious about what Mrs. Coulter herself might know. I wonder if there is information she previously neglected to share. You'll need to be far more direct, Mrs. Coulter replied, her tone like shattering ice. Remember, I am but a woman, your eminence, lacking the refined subtlety of a church prince. What is this grand truth regarding my daughter that I am supposedly hiding? The cardinal's silence was heavy with implication. After a tense moment, another cleric spoke up, his voice almost sheepish. There appears to be a prophecy. The signs all point to the child. Her very birth was an omen. Even the Egyptians whisper about her, using words like witch oil and corpse candle, unnatural things. It explains how she rallied those rivermen to storm Bolvangar. And then, of course, her overthrowing the Bear King, Iofur Ragnarsson. This is no ordinary little girl. Perhaps Fra Pavel can elaborate. They all looked toward the thin-faced man, who blinked wearily and turned from his device. You are aware this is the last remaining alethiometer, save for the one the child possesses, he said to Mrs. Coulter. The magisterium ordered all others destroyed. This instrument tells me hers was a gift from the master of Jordan College. It tells me she learned its use alone, without the reference books. If I could doubt the alethiometer, I would, for such a feat is inconceivable. A lifetime of study is required for even basic competence. She mastered it in weeks. She operates on a level beyond any scholar I have ever known. Where is she now, Fra Pavel? Pressed the cardinal. In the other world, the man said softly, time is short. The witch has the answer, shouted another man, whose muskrat daemon was methodically destroying a pencil. All the pieces are there except her confession. We should resume the interrogation, force the truth from her. What prophecy? Mrs. Coulter demanded, her earlier flush, now gone, replaced by a cold white rage. How dare you conceal this from me? Her dominance in the room was palpable. Her golden monkey daemon swept a scorching glare across the assembled men, and most found their own demons cowering or looking away. Only the cardinal held steady, his macaw daemon calmly preening a feather. The witch has suggested something monumental, the cardinal said. I fear to even consider its meaning. If it is true, the burden it places upon us is beyond any in human history. But I ask you once more, Mrs. Coulter, what is the nature of your knowledge concerning the child and her father? Mrs. Coulter's lips drew back in a snarl. You dare to question me? You dare to withhold what you've tortured from that witch? And you dare to presume I am keeping secrets? Do you imagine I sympathize with her? Or perhaps you think I've taken her father's side? Perhaps you believe I deserve the same torment as the witch. Very well, Your Eminence. We are all subject to your authority. A single gesture from you, and I could be ripped to pieces. Yet if you were to examine every shred of my being for answers, you would find none, for I know nothing of this prophecy, absolutely nothing, and I insist you tell me what you understand. That is my child, conceived in transgression and born into disgrace, but my child all the same. You are withholding what I have every right to know. Please, interjected one of the clerics, his voice uneasy. Mrs. Coulter, the witch has not yet confessed. We expect to learn more from her. Cardinal Sturrock assures us she has only given hints. And what if the witch refuses to speak? Mrs. Coulter shot back. What then? Do we simply tremble and speculate? Fra Pavel responded. No, for that is precisely the question I am preparing to pose to the alethiometer. We will discover the answer, whether from the witch or from the interpretive texts. And how long will that require? He lifted his eyes, weary, a significant amount of time. It is an extraordinarily intricate inquiry. But the witch could tell us immediately, Mrs. Coulter stated. She stood, and as if compelled by her presence, most of the men rose as well. Only the cardinal and Fra Pavel remained seated. Serafina Pekkala stood apart, fiercely maintaining her concealment. The golden monkey was grinding his teeth, every strand of his gleaming fur bristling. Mrs. Coulter lifted him to her shoulder. Then let us go and ask her, she declared, turning to stride into the corridor. The men hurried after her, pushing past Serafina Pekkala, who had just enough time to step aside, her thoughts in disarray. The cardinal was the last to leave. Serafina took a moment to steady herself, for her distress was beginning to weaken her invisibility. Then she followed the clerics down the hall and into a smaller, stark white room that felt oppressively hot. They were gathered around a horrific sight at the center, a witch bound tightly to a steel chair, her face ashen with agony, her legs twisted and broken. Mrs. Coulter stood over her. Serafina positioned herself near the door, aware she could not remain hidden much longer. The strain was too great. Tell us about the child, witch, Mrs. Coulter demanded. No! You will endure more pain. I have endured enough. Oh, there is always more suffering to be had. Our church has a millennium of expertise in such matters. We can prolong your agony indefinitely. Now, tell us about the child. Mrs. Coulter reached down and snapped one of the witch's fingers. The bone broke with a dry crack. The witch screamed, and for one stark second Serafina Pekkala became visible to all. A few clerics glanced at her, confused and alarmed, but she regained her composure, and their attention returned to the torture. Mrs. Coulter continued, If you do not answer, I will break another finger, and then another. What do you know about the child? Tell me. All right, please. I beg you, no more, then answer. Another sickening snap followed, and this time the witch broke into a flood of sobs. Serafina Pekkala could barely restrain herself. Then the words came in a shriek. No, no, I'll tell you, I implore you, stop. The child who was destined to come, the witches knew of her before you did. We discovered her name. We know her name. What name do you mean? Her true name, the name of her destiny. What is this name? Tell me. Mrs. Coulter insisted. No, I cannot. And how? How did you find it? There was a test. If she could select one spray of cloud pine from among many, she would be the foretold child. It happened at our consul's residence in Trollesund, when the child arrived with the Gyptian men, the child accompanied by the bear. Her voice failed. Mrs. Coulter let out a sharp sound of irritation, followed by a loud slap and a groan. But what was your prophecy concerning this child? Mrs. Coulter pressed on, her voice now metallic and resonant with fervor. And what is this name that will reveal her fate? Serafina Pekkala edged forward, a ghost among the crowd of men surrounding the captive witch. Not a single one sensed her standing right beside them. She had to end this witch's torment, and quickly, yet the effort of holding herself invisible was immense. Her hand shook as she drew the knife from her belt. The witch was weeping openly. She is the one who came before, the one you have despised and dreaded all this time. Now she has returned and you missed her. She was right there on Svalbard with Lord Asriel himself, and you let her slip away. She got free, and she will. Her words were cut short. A tern, wild with panic, shot through the open doorway. It flailed brokenly before crashing to the floor, then scrambled up and flung itself against the tortured witch's chest, nuzzling and crying out in desperate chirps. The witch lifted her head, her voice a raw plea. "Yambeaka, come to me, please come!" Only Serafina understood. Yambeaka was the goddess who visited a witch at the moment of her death. Serafina was prepared. She let herself become visible at once, stepping forward with a radiant smile, for Yambeaka brought merriment and lightness, her arrival a final gift of joy. The witch saw her and lifted a tear-streaked face. Serafina bent to kiss her cheek and, in the same tender motion, slid her blade smoothly into the witch's heart. The turned daemon looked up with fading eyes and dissolved into nothing. Now came the fight to escape. The men stood frozen in shock, but Mrs. Coulter's mind snapped back with vicious speed. "Grab her! Don't let that witch get away!" she shrieked. Serafina was already at the door, an arrow fitted to her bowstring. She raised the bow and released in one fluid instant. The cardinal fell, choking and thrashing, to the floor, out into the corridor, up the stairs, turn, knock, loose. Another man dropped as a harsh, jarring alarm bell began to clamor through the ship. She burst onto the fog-shrouded deck. 2 sailors moved to block her path. "Down below!" she shouted. "The prisoner's loose! Go and help!" Their moment of confused hesitation was all she needed to dart past and snatch her cloudpine branch from its hiding spot behind a ventilator. "Shoot her!" Mrs. Coulter's command rang out from behind. 3 rifles cracked almost as one. Bullets sparked against metal and whined off into the thick mist, as Serafina leaped onto the branch and urged it upward, swift as one of her own arrows. Within seconds she was swallowed by the fog, safe for the moment. Then a great goose form glided silently out of the grey wraiths to fly beside her. "Which way?" he asked. "Away, Kaiser. Just away," she replied, breathing deeply. "I need to get the stench of these people out of my lungs." In truth, she had no clear destination, no immediate plan. But one certainty burned within her. There was an arrow in her quiver, destined for Mrs. Coulter's throat. They banked south, turning from that disturbing, otherworldly glimmer in the fog. As they flew, a question crystallized in Serafina's mind with new urgency. What exactly was Lord Asriel doing? Every cataclysm shaking the world seemed to stem from his shadowy endeavors. The trouble was, her usual ways of knowing were rooted in nature. She could track any creature, catch any fish, find the most hidden berries. She could read truths in the entrails of a pine marten, decipher wisdom in the scales of a perch, or interpret warnings carried on crocus pollen. But these were children of the natural world, and they spoke of natural things. For knowledge about a man like Lord Asriel, she had to look elsewhere. In the port of Trollesund, their consul, Dr. Lancelius, kept his ties to the human world. Serafina Pekkala turned her cloudpine toward that harbour, speeding through the fog, to learn what he might tell her. Before heading to his residence, Serafina Pekkala took a slow, circling flight above the harbour. Ghostly ribbons of mist clung to the frigid water below, and she observed as a pilot carefully guided a large vessel flying an African flag into port. Several other ships were anchored just beyond the harbour's mouth, more than she had ever seen gathered in one place. As the brief daylight dwindled, she descended and landed softly in the consul's back garden. A quiet tap on the window brought Dr. Lancelius to the door, his finger pressed to his lips in a signal for silence. "Serafina Pekkala," he whispered, "greetings. Come inside quickly, and you are welcome. But it would be wise not to linger." He ushered her to a chair near the fireplace, after casting a wary glance through the curtains toward the street. "Will you take some wine?" She accepted a glass of golden Tokay and recounted what she had witnessed and overheard on the ship. "Do you believe they grasped the full meaning of what was said about the child?" he asked. "Not entirely, I suspect," she replied, "but they understand she is significant. As for that woman, I intend to kill her, Dr. Lancelius. Yet I confess I am afraid of her." "Yes," he said quietly, "so am I." Then he shared the rumors swirling through the town. Amid the chaotic whispers, a few grim facts had begun to crystallize. They say the Magisterium is assembling the largest army in history, and this group is merely the vanguard. There are also disturbing rumors about some of the soldiers, Serafina Pekkala. I have heard of Bolvangar and the atrocities committed there, separating children from their daemons, the most wicked act I can conceive. Well, it appears there is now a regiment of warriors who have undergone a similar procedure. Are you familiar with the term zombie? They feel no fear because they possess no minds. Some are in this town at this very moment. The authorities keep them hidden, but word spreads, and the people are terrified. "What of the other witch clans?" Serafina inquired. "What news do you have of them?" "Most have retreated to their own territories. All the witches are waiting now, Serafina Pekkala, with dread in their hearts for whatever comes next." "And what of the church?" she pressed. "They are in utter disarray. You see, they have no idea what Lord Asriel plans to do." "Nor do I," she admitted, "and I cannot begin to guess. What is your opinion, Dr. Lancelius?" He gently stroked the head of his serpent daemon with his thumb. "He is a scholar," he said after a pause, "but scholarship does not rule him. Nor does statesmanship. I met him once. I found him to possess a fervent and formidable spirit, yet not a tyrannical one. I do not believe he seeks to rule. I simply do not know Serafina Pekkala. Perhaps his servant could tell you more. The man's name is Thorold. He was imprisoned alongside Lord Asriel in the house on Svalbard. It may be worth a journey there to see if he can offer any insight, though, of course, he may have crossed into the other world with his master." "Thank you. That is a sound suggestion. I will go, and I will leave immediately." After bidding the consul farewell, she ascended into the darkening sky to reunite with Kaiser among the clouds. Serafina's journey north was fraught with the chaos that had gripped the world. The Arctic peoples were in a state of panic, and the animals were no less unsettled, not only by the pervasive fog and erratic magnetic fields, but by the unseasonal groaning of ice and strange tremors in the earth. It felt as if the very permafrost was stirring, slowly rousing from an age-long frozen slumber. In this maelstrom, where sudden eerie beams of light would pierce through rents in the fog towers only to vanish instantly, where herds of muskox were seized by a frantic urge to charge south before wheeling wildly to the west or north again, and where orderly flocks of geese dissolved into honking confusion as the magnetic guides they followed flickered and failed. Serafina Pekkala sat upon her cloud pine and flew steadily north toward the solitary house on the headland in the desolate wastes of Svalbard. Serafina Pekkala found Lord Asriel's man, Thorold, in the thick of a fight. Before she could even make out the scene clearly, the air was a chaos of leathery wings, and a harsh, mocking cry echoed across the snow-covered yard. A lone figure bundled in furs was firing a rifle into the swirling mass, a lean hound daemon at his side lunging at any of the vile creatures that swooped too low. She didn't recognize the servant, but a cliffgast was a universal foe. Banking overhead, she sent a volley of arrows into the fray. With a chorus of shrieks, the disorganized pack wheeled, spotted their new assailant, and scattered into the grey sky. Within moments, the air was clear. their angry calls fading to a hollow echo against the distant peaks before silence reclaimed the fortress. Serafina descended to the courtyard, her boots settling on the churned snow dotted with dark stains. The man cautiously pushed back his hood, rifle still at the ready. A witch could be a threat after all. She saw a weathered face, strong and lined, with eyes that held a steady, assessing gaze. "I am a friend to Lyra," she announced. "I wish to speak." As a gesture, I set my bow aside. "Where is the girl?" he demanded, his voice gravelly. "In another world, I fear for her. I must understand what Lord Asriel intends." He lowered the weapon slightly. "Come inside, then, and I shall set my rifle down." With this cautious ritual observed, they entered the stone building. Her goose daemon, Kaiser, circled silently above as a sentinel, while Thorold prepared a pot of strong coffee. Serafina explained her connection to the child, settling at a heavy oak table lit by the hissing glow of a lamp. The old servant reflected, "She was a headstrong little thing. I'd see her now and again when his lordship visited the college. Impossible not to grow fond of her, mind you. But her part in all his grand designs. That's a mystery to me." "What are those designs?" Serafina pressed. "You don't imagine he'd share them with me, do you?" Thorold gave a dry, almost amused look. "I'm his valet. I mend his coats. I cook his meals. I see to the dust. I may have picked up a scrap of knowledge here and there over the years, but only by happenstance. He'd no more confide in me than in his own boot-scraper." He was an old man, yet robust, and he couldn't help but feel a flicker of pride that this formidable and striking witch sought his counsel. He was clever enough to know her interest lay in his master's secrets, not in him. And he was too decent a man to spin the tale out needlessly. "Then tell me those scraps you've gathered," she insisted. "I can't give you the philosophy of it," he admitted, rubbing his chin. "Those gears and wheels are beyond my ken. But I can tell you the engine that drives him, though he'd never guess I see it. It's in 100 small things. Correct me if I'm mistaken, but your witch clans answer to different powers than we do. Is that not so?" "It is," Serafina confirmed. "But you know of our God, the authority of the church. I know of him. Well, his lordship has never been what you'd call comfortable with church doctrine. I've seen his lip curl when they speak of sacraments and sin and salvation. It's a death sentence among our people to question the church, Serafina Pekkala, but Lord Asriel has been nurturing a private revolt in his soul for all the decades I've served him. That much I know for certain." "A revolt against the church?" "In part, yes. There was a time long ago when he considered raising an army over it, but he turned from that path. Why? Was the church's power too great?" "No," Thorold said, a note of grim admiration in his voice. "That alone would never have stopped him. This may sound odd to you, but I know that man better than any spouse or parent ever could. He has been my charge and my quiet study for nearly 40 years. I can't soar to the heights of his thinking any more than I can sprout wings, but I can see the direction he's moving, even if I can't follow. No, I believe he turned his back on a rebellion against the church, not because it was too powerful, but because it was too feeble to be worth the fight. So what is his aim? I think he's waging a far greater war. I believe he's mounting a rebellion against the highest power there is. He's gone searching for the very dwelling place of the authority, and he intends to destroy him. That's my belief. It shakes me to my core to say it aloud. I scarcely dare think it, but no other story makes sense of his actions." Serafina sat in silence for a long moment, absorbing Thorold's words. Before she could respond, he continued. "Naturally, anyone attempting such a monumental act would become the primary target of the church's fury. That goes without saying. They'd call it the ultimate blasphemy. They'd have him before the consistorial court and sentenced to death in a heartbeat. I've never spoken of this to anyone, and I won't again. I'd be too afraid to voice it if you weren't a witch beyond the church's reach, but it's the only explanation that fits. He's going to find the authority and kill him." "Is such a thing even possible?" Serafina asked. "Lord Asriel's life has been a series of impossibilities. I wouldn't presume to say there's anything he couldn't attempt, but on the surface, Serafina Pekkala, yes, it sounds like utter madness. If angels couldn't succeed, how can a mere man dare to consider it? Angels? What are angels? The Church describes them as beings of pure spirit. They teach that some angels rebelled before the world was made and were cast out of heaven into hell. They failed, you see, that's the crucial point. They couldn't do it, and they possessed the power of angels. Lord Asriel is just a man with only human strength, yet his ambition knows no bounds. He dares to do what others wouldn't dare to dream. And look what he's already accomplished. He tore open the sky. He opened a path to another world. Who else has ever done that? Who else would even conceive of it? So part of me, Serafina Pecala, says he is mad, wicked, and deranged. Yet another part thinks, he is Lord Asriel. He is unlike any other man. Perhaps, if it was ever going to be possible, he would be the one to do it, and no one else. And what will you do, Thorold? I'll stay right here and wait. I'll guard this house until he returns with new orders, or until I die. Now I might ask you the same question, ma'am. My duty is to ensure the child's safety, she said. It's possible I may come this way again, Thorold. I am glad to know you will be here. I won't move an inch, he told her. She declined his offer of food and said her farewells. Moments later, she rejoined her goose daemon, Kaiser, and together they soared above the fog-shrouded peaks in a shared, heavy silence. She was deeply troubled, and there was no need for words. Every pine needle, every frozen stream, every drifting snowflake in her homeland seemed to cry out to her senses, pulling her back. She felt a protective fear for them, but also a fear of herself, for she was changing. These were human conflicts she was delving into. Lord Asriel's god was not her own. Was she becoming human? Was she losing her witchhood? If so, she could not navigate this path alone. Home now, she said. We must consult our sisters. Kaiser, these events are too vast for us to face by ourselves. They sped through the churning banks of fog toward Lake Inara. In the forest caves near the lake shore, they found the others of their clan, and Lee Scoresby as well. The aeronaut had fought to keep his balloon airborne after the crash at Svalbard, and the witches had guided him to their homeland, where he was diligently repairing the damage to his basket and the great gas bag. Ma'am, I'm mighty glad to see you, he said, his relief palpable as he wiped grease from his hands with an old rag. Any word on the child? Lee Scoresby asked, his voice low. Nothing yet, came the reply. Will you sit with us tonight, Mr. Scoresby? Your counsel would be welcome. The Texan was taken aback. No outsider had ever been invited to a witches' gathering. I'd be honored, he said, tipping his hat. Might have a thought or two to share. Throughout the day they arrived. They came not as individuals, but as a weather front, dark specks against the grey sky, the air humming with the rustle of silk and the sigh of wind through cloud pine. Hunters in the sodden woods and fishermen navigating the fracturing ice heard the vast whispering passage above the mist. When the clouds parted, they might glimpse the shapes passing overhead, fragments of shadow riding an unseen current. By dusk, the pine stands encircling the lake were underlit by the glow of countless campfires, with the largest blaze roaring before the mouth of the assembly cave. After their meal, the witches convened. Serafina Pecala presided, a circlet of crimson blooms woven into her pale hair. To her left sat Lee Scoresby. To her right was a distinguished and unexpected guest, Ruta Skadi, queen of the Latvian witches. Her arrival just hours prior had been a surprise. Serafina had considered Mrs. Coulter striking for a short life, but Ruta Skadi possessed a similar beauty layered with something eerie and arcane. She had consorted with spirits, and it lingered about her. She was all intensity and fire, with dark, penetrating eyes. Rumours whispered she had once been Lord Asriel's lover. Heavy gold earrings weighed her ears, and the crown upon her black curls was banded with the fangs of snow tigers. Serafina's daemon, Kaiser, learned from Ruta Skadi's own that she had slain the beasts herself to chastise a Tartar tribe that venerated them, after they showed her disrespect during a visit. Stripped of their guardian spirits, the tribe sank into despondent terror and pleaded to worship her instead, only to be scornfully dismissed. What use was their devotion, she had asked. It hadn't saved the tigers, Such was Ruta, magnificent, arrogant, and without mercy. Serafina was uncertain of her purpose in coming, but offered hospitality, and tradition placed the visiting queen at her right hand. When the assembly was complete, Serafina rose. "Sisters," she began, her voice carrying over the crackle of the fire. "We gather at a crossroads. The very fabric of the worlds has been torn open by Lord Asriel. Do we involve ourselves in this breach, or tend only to our own realms as we always have? Then there is the girl Lyra Belacqua, given the name Silvertongue by King Iorek Bernison. She is the prophesied child, proven by her choice at the home of Dr. Lancelius, and now she is lost to us. We have two guests who will share their wisdom. First, we shall hear from Queen Ruta. Ruta stood. Her bare arms shone in the firelight. Her luminous eyes were visible even to those at the back, every shift of emotion clear on her expressive face. "Sisters," she declared, "let me tell you of the gathering storm and the enemy we face. A war is coming. I cannot say who will stand beside us, but I know our foe. It is the magisterium, the church. For its entire history, a brief span by our measure, but generations of theirs, it has sought to shackle and stifle every natural instinct. And when it cannot control them, it excises them. Some of you witnessed its work at Bolvangar. That horror is not unique. I have journeyed through southern lands where you would not believe the practices. There are churches there, I swear to you, that mutilate their young in different but equally monstrous ways. They mutilate the young, you see, boys and girls alike, carving away their capacity for pleasure with cold blades. That is the church's true work, to dominate, to crush, to erase any spark of joy. So when war arrives, if the church stands on one side, our place is on the other, regardless of the company we must keep. I say our clans should unite and journey north into this unfolding reality to learn what awaits us there. If the girl is not within our reach, it is because she has already set out after Lord Asriel. And Asriel is central to all of this, mark my words. He was once my own love, and I would ally with him without hesitation, for his hatred of the church and its works burns as fiercely as mine. That is my counsel." Ruta words were fervent, and Serafina felt a surge of respect for the other queen's fierce grace. Once the Latvian witch had resumed her seat, Serafina turned to the Texan aeronaut. "Mr. Scoresby is a friend to the child, and therefore a friend to us," she said. "Would you share your mind with us, sir?" Lee Scoresby rose, lean as a sapling and unfailingly polite. He gave no outward sign of the surreal nature of the gathering, though he felt it keenly. His hair daemon, Hester, sat quiet at his side, ears laid back, her amber eyes nearly shut. "First, I owe you all my thanks," he began, "for the generosity you've shown a wind-battered balloonist who got caught in gales not of this earth. I'll be brief. Travelling north toward Bolvangar with Egyptian folk, young Lyra told me a tale from her days at that Oxford college. Lord Asriel had shown the scholars there the severed head of a man named Stanislaus Grumman, a display persuasive enough to open their purses and fund his northern expedition. Now the child was so certain of what she'd witnessed, I didn't press her. But her story nudged a memory in me, one I couldn't quite grasp at the time. I knew something of this Dr. Grumman. It wasn't until my flight here from Svalbard that it came clear. An old hunter from the Tunguska region once told me Grumman knew the location of an object, a kind of charm that offers profound protection to its bearer. I mean no disrespect to the formidable magic you witches command, but this thing, whatever it may be, possesses a power beyond any I've ever heard tell of, so I reckon I'll delay my retirement back to Texas on account of that girl. I aim to search for Dr. Grumman myself. You see, I don't believe he's dead. I think Lord Asriel was pulling the wool over those scholars' eyes. My path leads to Novaya Zemlya, where he was last reported alive. I can't foretell the future, but the present is plain enough. I stand with you in this coming fight for whatever my rifle might contribute. But my particular task, he said, turning again to Serafina Pekkala, is to find Stanislaus Grumman and learn what he knows. If I can locate that artifact he spoke of, I'll see it gets to Lyra. Serafina studied him. Have you ever married, Mr. Scoresby? Do you have children of your own? No, ma'am, no child, though I'd have welcomed being a father. I take your meaning, and you're right. That little girl has had a raw deal from her own blood. Maybe I can help balance the scales. Somebody ought to try, and I'm willing." "Thank you, Mr. Scoresby," Seraphina said. Then she lifted the circlet from her brow and carefully plucked one of the small scarlet blossoms from it, flowers that stayed perpetually fresh while she wore them. "Take this with you," she told him. "Whenever you are in need, hold it and call my name. I will hear you no matter the distance." "Well, I'm much obliged, ma'am," he replied, genuinely touched. He accepted the delicate flower and secured it inside his breast pocket. "And we shall summon a favorable wind," Serafina Pekkala added, "to speed your journey to Novaya Zemlya. Now, sisters, who wishes to speak?" The council was underway. The witches upheld a form of democracy. Every witch, even the youngest, held the right to speak, though only their queen held the power to decide. The debate stretched through the night, filled with passionate voices demanding immediate war, others counseling caution, and a wise few proposing a bold outreach to all other witch clans, urging a historic alliance. Ruta Skadi agreed with this last course, and Serafina dispatched messengers without delay. For immediate action, Serafina selected 20 of her most skilled fighters, ordering them to prepare to fly north with her into the new world Lord Asriel had torn open to search for Lyra. "And what of your plans, Queen Ruta Skadi?" Serafina asked finally. "I will seek Lord Asriel himself and hear his intentions from his own lips. His path also leads north. May I travel the first leg of this journey with you, sister?" "You may and are welcome," said Serafina, pleased for her company. So it was settled. Shortly after the council adjourned, however, an elder witch approached Serafina Pekkala. "You should hear what Jutta Kamainen has to say, Queen. She is willful, but it may be important." The young witch Jutta Kamainen, young by their long standards, being barely a century old, stood stubborn and flushed with embarrassment. Her robin demon was restless, flitting from her shoulder to her hand, circling overhead before alighting again. The witch's cheeks were full and rosy. She possessed a fiery, intense spirit. Serafina did not know her well. "Queen," the young witch burst out, unable to bear Serafina's silent gaze, "I know the man Stanislaus Grumman. I once loved him. Now I hate him with such fervor that if I see him, I will kill him. I would have said nothing, but my sister insisted I tell you." She shot a venomous glance at the elder witch, who returned it with knowing compassion. She understood the wounds of love. "Well," Serafina replied, "if he still lives, he must remain alive until Mr. Scoresby finds him. You will come with us into the new world that should remove the danger of you reaching him first. Forget him, Jutta Kamainen. Love brings its own suffering, but our task now is greater than any personal vengeance. Remember that." "Yes, Queen," said the young witch, her voice subdued, and so Serafina Pekkala, with her 21 companions and Queen Ruta Skadi of Latvia, made ready to fly into a new world where no witch had ever flown. Chapter 3. A Children's World. Lyra awoke early, shaken from a horrible dream. In it, she had been handed the vacuum flask she'd seen her father, Lord Asriel, present to the master and scholars of Jordan College. In reality, hidden in a wardrobe, she had watched as he opened it to reveal the severed head of the lost explorer, Stanislaus Grumman. But in the dream, the terrible duty fell to her. A deep, chilling terror seized her, yet she was compelled to act. Her hands trembled with dread as she unclipped the lid. Hearing the hiss of air rushing into the frozen chamber, she lifted it away, nearly choking on her fear. Knowing she had no choice, she had to look. And inside was nothing. The head was gone. There was nothing left to fear. Yet she awoke all the same, crying and sweating in the hot little bedroom overlooking the harbour, moonlight streaming through the window. She lay clutching a stranger's pillow in a stranger's bed, while her ermine daemon, Pantalaimon, nuzzled her and whispered comforts. Oh, she was so frightened, and how strange it was in waking life. She had been desperate to see Grumman's head, begging her father to open the flask again. Yet in the dream the very thought had filled her with paralyzing terror. The next morning she consulted the alethiometer about the dream, but its only response was that it had been a dream concerning a head. She considered rousing the unfamiliar boy, but he was sleeping so soundly she chose to let him be. Heading down to the kitchen, She attempted to prepare an omelette. 20 minutes later, she sat at a small table on the pavement, eating the charred, sandy result with immense satisfaction as her sparrow daemon, Pantalaimon, picked at bits of eggshell scattered on the ground. A noise from behind made her turn. It was Will, his eyes still heavy with sleep. "I can make an omelette," she announced. "I'll fix one for you if you want." He glanced at her plate and shook his head. "No, I'll just have cereal. There's still some milk in the fridge that's okay. The people who lived here can't have left too long ago." She observed as he shook cornflakes into a bowl and poured milk over them, another sight entirely new to her. Carrying his bowl outside, he asked, "If you're not from this world, then where is your world? How did you get here?" "Across a bridge. My father built that bridge, and I followed him over. But he's gone off somewhere else now. I don't know where. I don't even care. While I was crossing, there was so much fog I got lost. I wandered in that fog for days, living on berries and whatever I could find. Then one morning the fog just lifted, and we were up on that cliff over there." She gestured behind her. Will followed her gaze along the shore, past the lighthouse, to where the coastline rose into massive cliffs fading into the distant haze. "We saw this town and came down, but there was no one here. At least there was food and beds. We didn't know what to do next. You're sure this isn't just another part of your own world?" "Absolutely. This isn't my world. I'm certain of that." Will recalled his own unwavering certainty upon seeing that patch of grass through the window in the air, knowing it wasn't from his world, and he nodded. "So there are at least 3 worlds connected," he said. "There are millions and millions," Lyra replied. "Another daemon told me that. He belonged to a witch. No one can count all the worlds. They're all in the same space, but no one could travel between them until my father made his bridge. What about the window I found?" "I don't know about that. Maybe all the worlds are beginning to drift into each other." "And why are you looking for dust?" She gave him a cool look. "I might tell you someday," she said. "All right. But how do you plan to look for it?" "I'm going to find a scholar who understands it." "Any scholar?" "No, an experimental theologian," she explained. "In my Oxford, they were the ones who knew about it. It stands to reason it'll be the same in your Oxford. I'll go to Jordan College first. Jordan always had the best ones." "I've never heard of experimental theology," he admitted. "They understand all about elementary particles and fundamental forces," she said. "And anbaromagnetism. Things like that. Atomcraft." "What magnetism?" "Anbaromagnetism. Like anbaric." "Those lights?" she said, pointing up at the decorative street lamp. "They're anbaric. We call them electric. Electric, that's like electrum. That's a kind of jewel made from a resin bees produce. Sometimes there are insects trapped inside." "You mean amber," he said, and simultaneously they both murmured, "Anbar." For a long moment, each saw their own puzzled recognition, mirrored on the other's face. A moment Will would remember for years. "Well, electromagnetism," he continued, looking away, "sounds like what we call physics, your experimental theology. You want scientists, not theologians." "Ah," she said cautiously, "I'll find them." They sat together in the broad, clear morning, the sun glinting calmly on the harbour. Both were brimming with questions, each on the verge of speaking again, when a voice carried from farther along the waterfront, near the casino gardens. They turned, startled. It was a child's voice, but no one was in sight. Will leaned closer to Lyra, his voice low. "How long have you been in this place, exactly?" 3 days, maybe 4. I stopped keeping track. I haven't seen a single soul. It's completely empty. I've searched almost everywhere, but it wasn't empty." From one of the narrow lanes sloping toward the harbour, 2 children emerged. A girl about Lyra's age and a younger boy, both with fiery red hair, were carrying woven baskets. They spotted Will and Lyra at the cafe table from about 100 yards away. Sensing something unusual, Pantalaimon shifted from a goldfinch into a mouse and scurried up Lyra's arm to nestle in her shirt pocket. He had noticed what Lyra now saw too. Like Will, these children had no visible demons. The pair wandered over and settled at a nearby table. "You from Sitagaz?" the girl asked bluntly. Will shook his head. "Santelia, then?" "No," Lyra answered. "We're from somewhere else entirely." The girl just nodded as if that made perfect sense. "What's going on here?" Will pressed. "Where is everyone?" "The adults." The girl's eyes grew sharp. "Didn't the spectres come to your city?" she said. "No," Will replied. "We just arrived. We don't know anything about spectres." "What's this city called?" "Sitagazi," she said, a note of suspicion in her voice. "See Gazi, if you like." "Sitagazi," Lyra repeated softly. "Why did the grown-ups have to leave?" "Because of the spectres," the girl answered with tired scorn. "What's your name?" "Lyra." "This is Will." "What's yours?" "Angelica. My brother is Paolo." "Where did you come from?" "Up in the hills. There was a thick fog and a wild storm. Everyone was terrified, so we all ran for the hills. When the fog lifted, the grown-ups looked through telescopes and saw the city was swarming with spectres, so they couldn't come back. But kids like us, we aren't scared of spectres, see? More children are coming down later. We're just the first." "Us and Tullio," little Paolo added proudly. "Who's Tullio?" Lyra asked. Angelica shot her brother an irritated look. He wasn't supposed to mention that name. "Our older brother," she muttered. "He isn't with us. He's hiding until he can. He's just hiding. He's gonna get—" Paolo started, but Angelica slapped him hard on the arm. He fell silent at once, pressing his trembling lips together. "What did you say about the city?" Will asked. "It's full of spectres." "Yeah, Sitagaze, Santelia, all the cities. Spectres go where the people are. Where are you from, anyway?" "Winchester," said Will. "Never heard of it. They don't have spectres there." "No, and I don't see any here either." "Of course you don't," she said with a mocking laugh. "You're not grown up. When we grow up, we'll see them." "I ain't afraid of spectres," the little boy declared, jutting out his dirty chin. "Gonna kill the buggers." "Aren't the grown-ups coming back at all?" Lyra asked. "Yeah, in a few days," Angelica said, "when the spectres move on to somewhere else. We actually like it when they come, means we can run around the city, do whatever we want." "But what do the adults think the spectres will do to them?" Will asked. Angelica's expression turned grim. "When a spectre catches a grown-up, it's horrible to watch. They eat the life right out of them, right then and there. I sure don't want to grow up. At first the person knows it's happening. They're terrified. They weep and weep. They try to look away, pretend it isn't real, but it is too late, and nobody will go near them then. They're all alone. After a while they turn pale and stop moving. They're still alive, but it's like they've been hollowed out from the inside. You look into their eyes and you see right through to the back of their skull. There's nothing left." She turned and wiped her brother's nose on her sleeve. "Me and Paolo are going to look for ice cream," she announced, her tone shifting back to casual. "You want to come find some?" "No," said Will. "We've got something else to do." "Goodbye then," Angelica said. Paolo pumped a small fist. "Kill the spectres." "Goodbye," Lyra replied. As soon as the red-haired siblings disappeared from view, Pantalaimon poked his head out from Lyra's pocket. His mouse fur tousled and his eyes alert, Will turned to Lyra, his voice low. "They haven't discovered the window you found." It was the first time Will had heard Pantalaimon speak, and the sound of the demon's voice startled him almost as much as anything else he'd witnessed. Lyra laughed at his reaction. He just talked. Do all demons speak?" Will managed. "Of course they do." Lyra shot back. "Did you think he was some kind of pet?" Will ran a hand through his hair, blinking slowly. He shook his head, directing his words to the small creature. "No," he said. "You're correct. They don't know it's there." "Then we should be cautious when we pass through," Pantalaimon replied. For just a second, it felt odd to be conversing with a mouse. Then it seemed no stranger than speaking through a telephone, because in truth he was talking to Lyra. Yet the mouse was distinct. His expression held something of Lyra, but also something entirely his own. It was too much to puzzle out with so many impossible things happening at once. Will forced himself to focus. First, you need to find different clothes, he told Lyra firmly, before you step into my Oxford. Why? She challenged, digging in her heels. Because if you wander into my world looking like that, people won't let you within 10 feet. You have to blend in. You have to be camouflaged. I know what I'm talking about. I've been doing it for years. You'd better listen, or you'll get caught. And if they discover where you're from, and the window and everything, well, this world is a perfect hiding place. See, I have to hide from certain men. This is the best refuge I could imagine, and I don't want it exposed. So I won't have you giving it away by looking like you don't belong. I have my own business in Oxford, and if you get me discovered, I'll end you. She swallowed hard. The alethiometer never lied. This boy was a killer. If he had taken a life before, he could take hers as well. She gave a solemn, earnest nod. All right, she agreed. Pantalaimon had shifted into a lemur, his wide, unsettling eyes fixed on Will. Will held the gaze until the demon shrank back into a mouse and scurried into Lyra's pocket. Good, Will said. Now, while we're here, we'll let the other children think we're just from somewhere in their world. It's lucky there aren't any adults around. We can come and go without being noticed. But in my world you do as I say. And the first thing is, you need to get clean. You have to look washed, or you'll stand out. We have to be camouflaged everywhere we go. We have to look like we belong so completely that people look right through us. So go wash your hair for a start. There's shampoo in the bathroom. After that, we'll find you something else to wear. I don't know how, she admitted. I never washed my own hair. The housekeeper did it at Jordan College, and after that I never had to. You'll just have to figure it out, he said, a trace of impatience in his voice. Wash yourself all over. Where I come from, people are clean. Lyra muttered, heading upstairs. A fierce, rat-like face glared back at him over her shoulder, but he returned the look coolly. Part of him longed to explore this quiet, sunlit city on such a still morning. Another part trembled with worry for his mother, and yet another remained numb from the shock of the death he'd caused. Hanging over it all was the duty he still had to fulfill. But staying busy helped. So while he waited for Lyra, he wiped down the kitchen counters, mopped the floor, and carried the trash out to the bin he'd spotted in the alley. Then he took the green leather writing case from his bag and studied it, a sharp longing rising in his chest. As soon as he showed Lyra how to cross into his Oxford, he'd return and finally see what was inside. For now, he slipped it beneath the mattress of the bed he'd used here. In this world, it was safe. When Lyra came back downstairs, her hair damp and clean, they set out to find her some new clothes. They located a department store as worn and tired-looking as the rest of the city, its clothing racks filled with fashions that seemed a decade out of date to Will. Still, they managed to find Lyra a plaid skirt and a simple green sleeveless top with a small pocket for Pantalaimon. She flatly rejected the idea of jeans, scoffing at Will's claim that most girls wore them. "Those are trousers," she insisted, her tone leaving no room for argument. "I'm not a boy, are you daft?" He simply shrugged. The skirt was plain enough to avoid drawing attention, which was the entire point. As they were leaving, Will quietly slipped a few coins into the cash register on the counter. Lyra stared. "What are you doing?" "Paying for them," he said. "You have to pay for things here. Don't people pay where you're from?" "Not in this place. They don't." "I'd wager those other children aren't paying for a thing." "Maybe they aren't, but I am. Start acting all responsible and adult," she warned, "and the spectres will come for you." She wasn't sure if she was teasing him or genuinely worried. The line between the two still felt uncertain. In the clear daylight, the age and decay of the city's center were even more apparent. Will could see the deep cracks in the pavement, the broken windows, the plaster crumbling from grand facades. Yet a faded elegance remained through ornate archways. They glimpsed courtyards spilling over with untended plants, and enormous buildings that might once have been palaces, despite their sagging steps and loose door frames. It was as if the people of this city preferred endless, clumsy repairs to ever building something new. At one point they passed a solitary battlemented tower standing in a small square. It was the most ancient structure they'd seen yet, utterly still in the midday sun. Both of them felt a peculiar pull toward its half-open door at the top of a wide staircase. A silent invitation they didn't acknowledge aloud, walking on with a shared, unspoken reluctance. When they finally reached the wide boulevard lined with palm trees, Will instructed Lyra to search for a small corner cafe with green metal tables set on the sidewalk. They spotted it almost immediately. By day, it looked even smaller and more dilapidated, but it was unmistakably the same place. The zinc counter, the espresso machine, and the forgotten plate of risotto now giving off a sour smell in the warmth. "Is it in here?" Lyra whispered. "No, out in the road. Check that no one else is around." The street was deserted. Will led her to the grassy strip between the palm trees, scanning to orient himself. "It was right about here," he muttered. "Last night, I could see that big hill behind the White House up there, and the cafe was just over there. What does it look like? I can't see anything. You'll know it when you see it. It's like nothing else." He paced back and forth, a knot of anxiety forming in his stomach. Had it disappeared? Had it sealed shut? For a terrifying moment, he saw nothing. Then, abruptly, it snapped into focus. He shifted position, watching the shimmering edge. Just as he'd discovered on the Oxford side, the window was only visible from one angle. Move behind it, and it vanished entirely. The sunlight on the grass beyond looked identical, yet somehow profoundly different. "Here," he said firmly, once he was certain. "I see it." Lyra's eyes went wide with astonishment, a mirror of his own shock upon first hearing Pantalaimon speak. Her daemon, unable to stay confined, buzzed out as a wasp, darting up to the invisible aperture and back several times while Lyra absently spiked up her damp hair with her fingers. "Stay to the side," Will cautioned. "If you stand right in front, people would just see a pair of legs sticking out of nowhere. We can't have anyone noticing." "What's that sound?" "Traffic. It's a busy road in Oxford. It's a terrible time to go through, really, far too many people about. It would be nearly impossible to find our way anywhere if we left in the dead of night. At least once we're on the other side, we can disappear into the crowd without a second glance. You should go first. Just slip through quickly and step aside to make room." She had been carrying a small blue backpack since they left the cafe, and now she swung it off her shoulders, cradling it against her chest as she bent down to peer through the opening. "Oh," she exclaimed, her voice full of surprise. "And that's supposed to be your world? That doesn't look anything like Oxford. Are you absolutely certain you were in Oxford?" "Of course I'm certain," he replied, a hint of impatience in his tone. "Once you're through, you'll see a road straight ahead. Turn left, and a bit farther on, take the road that curves down to the right. That will lead you toward the city centre. Make sure you can spot where this window is from the other side, and don't forget, all right, it's our only way back." "Got it," she said firmly. "I won't forget," clutching her backpack tightly. She ducked through the shimmering window in the air and disappeared. Will crouched low to watch her arrival. There she was, standing on a patch of grass in his version of Oxford, with her daemon Pan perched motionless as a beetle on her shoulder. As far as he could tell, no one had witnessed her sudden appearance. Cars and trucks sped by just a few yards away, but at this busy intersection, no driver would have a spare moment to glance sideways at a peculiar shimmer in the air, even if they could perceive it. The steady stream of traffic also helped shield the window from any curious eyes on the opposite side of the road. Suddenly, there was a sharp squeal of tires, a startled shout, and a sickening crunch of metal. Will threw himself down to look. Lyra was lying motionless on the grass. A car had slammed its brakes so violently that a van ploughed into it from behind, shoving the car forward regardless, and there was Lyra not moving. Will didn't hesitate. He leaped through after her. No one noticed his arrival. Every eye was fixed on the damaged car, its crumpled bumper, the van driver climbing out, and the small girl on the ground. "I couldn't avoid her. She just darted right out in front of me," pleaded the car's driver, a flustered middle-aged woman. She then turned accusingly toward the van driver. "You were following far too close. Let's not worry about that right now." The van driver retorted, his voice edged with concern. "How's the kid?" He was looking at Will, who had dropped to his knees beside Lyra. Will glanced around, his heart sinking. There was no avoiding it now. He was in charge. On the grass, Lyra began to stir, moving her head slowly and blinking hard. Will spotted the dazed form of Pantalaimon, now a wasp, clumsily crawling up a blade of grass beside her. "Are you okay?" Will asked urgently. "Try moving your legs and your arms." "This is ridiculous," the woman from the car exclaimed, her frustration boiling over. She ran out without even looking. "What was I supposed to do?" "You still with us, love?" the van driver called gently. "Yeah," Lyra mumbled. "Is everything working?" he pressed. "Move your feet and your hands," Will insisted again. She did so, gingerly. Nothing seemed broken. "She's all right," Will announced, trying to sound more confident than he felt. "I'll take care of her. She's fine." "Do you know her?" asked the truck driver who had stopped to help. "She's my sister," Will said quickly. "It's okay. We live just around the corner. I'll take her home." Lyra was sitting up now, and since she clearly wasn't seriously injured, the woman redirected her attention back to her damaged vehicle. The rest of the traffic was slowly navigating around the two stalled cars, and as they passed, drivers craned their necks for a glimpse of the commotion, as people invariably do. Will helped Lyra to her feet. The sooner they could leave this scene, the better. The woman and the van driver had begun to realize their dispute was better settled by insurance companies and were exchanging information when the woman noticed Will supporting Lyra as they started to walk away. "Wait a moment," she called out. "You'll need to be witnesses. I require your name and address." "I'm Mark Ransom," Will said, turning back. "And this is my sister, Lisa. We live at 26 Bourne Close." "What's the postcode? I can never remember it," he lied smoothly. "Look, I really need to get her home." "Jump in the cab," offered the van driver kindly. "I'll give you a lift around the block." "No, it's no trouble at all. It would actually be quicker to walk, honestly." Lyra's limp wasn't severe. She walked alongside Will, back along the grassy verge beneath the hornbeam trees, and they turned at the first corner they reached. They settled onto a low garden wall to catch their breath. "Are you hurt?" Will asked. "Banged my leg pretty good," she admitted, "and the fall rattled my head." But her main worry wasn't her injuries. She was far more concerned about the contents of her backpack, her fingers already checking the straps. Her fingers dipped into the bag and emerged with a small, dense parcel swathed in black velvet. As she unwrapped it, Will's breath caught. There lay the alethiometer, its delicate golden hands, the intricate symbols circling the face, the steady searching needle all housed in a case of profound richness. "What is that?" he managed. "It's a truth teller," she explained softly. "A symbol reader. I was afraid the fall might have damaged it." But the instrument was intact. Even held in her unsteady grip, the long needle moved with a calm, sure swing. She tucked it away safely. "I never imagined so many carts and carriages," she murmured, still shaken. "I never realized they moved with such speed. Don't they have automobiles and vans in your Oxford?" "Not like this, not in such numbers. I wasn't prepared, but I'm steady now. You need to be careful from here on out. If you wander into traffic or get yourself lost, people will start wondering where you came from. They'll go looking for the doorway." His irritation was sharper than the situation warranted, a flare of fear disguised as anger. After a moment, he forced a calmer tone. "Listen, if we pretend you're my sister, it covers us both. The person they're hunting isn't traveling with a sibling, and if I'm beside you, I can at least teach you how to cross a street without ending up under a wheel." He almost smiled at the absurdity of it, playing tour guide in a life-or-death charade. "All right," she agreed, her voice subdued. "And money? I suppose you don't have any. How could you? How will you manage for food or fares?" "I do have money," she said, and tipped a few gold coins from her purse into her palm. Will stared, disbelief plain on his face. "Is that real gold?" "It is, isn't it? That'll draw attention faster than anything. You're a walking question mark here. I'll give you some proper currency. Put those away and don't let anyone see them. And remember, you're my sister. Your name is Lisa Ransom." "Lizzie," she corrected gently. I used Lizzie once before, I can keep to that. Fine, Lizzie it is, and I'm Mark. Don't slip up. I won't, she said, her tone agreeable. Her leg was beginning to throb fiercely, the skin red and swollen where the car had struck, a deep, angry bruise already blooming beneath. Combined with the mark on her cheek from his blow the previous night, she looked like someone who'd been roughly handled, a fact that nagged at him. What if a police officer took notice? He pushed the worry aside, and they started off together, waiting for the walk signal before crossing, each stealing one last look toward the window beneath the hornbeam trees. It was utterly invisible now, the traffic flowing past as if nothing were there. A 10-minute walk down the Banbury Road brought them into Summertown. Will halted outside a bank. "What are you doing?" Lyra asked. "Getting cash. I shouldn't do it too often, but the transaction won't register until later today, I'd guess." He slid his mother's bank card into the ATM, entered her PIN, and held his breath. When the machine dispensed £100 without complaint, he exhaled in relief. Lyra watched, utterly astonished. He handed her a £20 note. "Use this later, buy something small to get change. Let's find a bus heading into the city centre." On the bus, Lyra stayed quiet, gazing out at the passing houses and gardens of this familiar yet alien Oxford. It felt like being trapped in a stranger's vivid dream. They disembarked near an ancient stone church she recognized, which stood opposite a large department store she did not. "It's all different," she whispered, a tremor in her voice. That should be the Corn Market, and this is the Broad, there's Balliol, and Bodley's library is down that way. But where is Jordan?" A violent shivering took hold of her, delayed shock from the accident, or perhaps the visceral disorientation of seeing a wholly unfamiliar building where her home Jordan College ought to have been. "This isn't right," she said, keeping her voice low as he'd instructed. "This is a different Oxford entirely." "Well, we knew that," he replied, but he wasn't ready for the raw, wide-eyed helplessness that had overtaken her. For a moment, her usual fierce courage had vanished, leaving behind only a lost girl in a world that had erased every landmark she loved. He had no way of understanding just how many years of her girlhood had been lived out on streets exactly like these, or how fiercely she had once swelled with pride at being a part of Jordan College, home to the sharpest minds, the deepest coffers, and the most breathtaking architecture she had ever known. Now it was simply gone. She wasn't Lyra of Jordan any longer. She was just a disoriented child in an unfamiliar place with no home to claim. "All right then," she said, her voice trembling slightly. "If it's not here," it was simply going to require more time than she had anticipated, that was all. The moment Lyra moved on, Will located a payphone and punched in the number for the lawyer's office from the letter in his hand. "Hello? I need to speak with Mr. Perkins. May I ask who's calling?" "It's about Mr. John Parry. I'm his son. One moment, please." After a minute, a man's voice came on the line. "Hello, this is Alan Perkins. To whom am I speaking?" "William Parry. Sorry to call like this. It's about my father, John Parry. You've been sending money every 3 months from him to my mother's account." "That's correct. I need to know where my father is. Is he alive or not? How old are you, William?" 12. "I need to know." "I see. Does your mother, is she aware you're calling me?" Will chose his words with care. "No," he said. "But she isn't well. She can't tell me much and I have to find out." "Yes, I understand. Where are you calling from? Are you at home?" "No, I'm in Oxford. By yourself, yes. And you say your mother is unwell?" "She is." "Is she in the hospital or something similar?" "Something like that. Listen, can you tell me or not? I can share a little, but not everything, and not right this minute. And I'd prefer not to do it over the phone. I have a client appointment in 5 minutes. Could you come to my office around 2:30? "No," Will said firmly. That was too dangerous. The lawyer might have already heard the police were looking for him. Thinking fast, he continued. "I have a bus to catch for Nottingham, and I can't miss it. But what I need to know, you could tell me now, couldn't you? All I want is to know if my father is alive, and if he is, where I can find him. You can tell me that much, can't you?" "It isn't quite that straightforward. I can't disclose private client information unless I'm certain the client would approve, and I would need some verification of your identity in any case. Fine, I get that, but can you at least tell me if he's alive or dead? Well, that particular fact isn't confidential, but the problem is, I don't actually know. What? The payments come from a family trust. He left instructions for them to continue until he instructed me to stop. I haven't heard from him since the day he left. Essentially, he's, well, I suppose the word is missing. That's why I can't give you an answer. Missing? Just gone. It's actually a matter of public record. Look, why don't you come into the office and, I can't, I'm headed to Nottingham. Well, write to me or have your mother write, and I'll share what I'm able to. But you must understand, there's very little I can do over the telephone. Yeah, I guess, okay, but can you tell me where he disappeared? As I said, it's public record. There were quite a few newspaper articles at the time. You know he was an explorer. My mother mentioned some things, yes. He was leading an expedition, and the entire group vanished, about 10 years back, maybe more. Where? The far north. Alaska, I believe. You could look it up at the public library. Why don't you? But Will's coins ran out then, and he had no more change. The dial tone buzzed in his ear. He hung up the receiver and scanned his surroundings. More than anything, he wanted to talk to his mother. He had to fight the urge to dial Mrs. Cooper's number because hearing his mother's voice would make it unbearably difficult not to rush back to her, and that would endanger them both. But he could, he decided, send her a postcard. Will selected a postcard showing the city skyline and carefully wrote a message to his mother. Dear Mum, I'm safe and doing fine. I'll see you again before long. I hope everything is okay at home. I love you. Will. He addressed the envelope, purchased a stamp, and held the card tightly for a moment before finally letting it fall into the mailbox. It was the middle of the morning on a weekday, and he stood on a busy shopping street where buses nudged through throngs of people. The sight made him suddenly aware of how conspicuous he was. A boy his age should have been in a classroom. He needed a place to disappear. Will had a talent for blending into the background, a skill he took a quiet pride in, much like a certain witch on a ship who could simply become part of the scenery. Understanding the expectations of the world around him, he stepped into a stationery store and bought a ballpoint pen, a notepad, and a clipboard. School groups were often sent out on market surveys or similar projects. If he looked like he was on such an assignment, he wouldn't seem out of place or aimless. He then walked along the street, pretending to jot down observations, all while keeping a lookout for the public library. Meanwhile, Lyra was searching for a quiet spot to consult the alethiometer. In her own Oxford, she would have known a dozen such places within minutes, but this version of the city was bewildering. Familiar sights sat jarringly beside the utterly alien. What were those bright yellow lines painted on the road for? Why were there all those little white blobs stuck to every sidewalk? In her world, no one had ever heard of chewing gum. And what could those red and green lights at the intersections possibly mean? Honestly, it was all more confusing to interpret than the alethiometer itself. Yet here were the gates of St. John's College, which she and Roger had once scaled after dark to plant fireworks in the flower beds. And there, on the corner of Catty Street, was the same worn stone with the initials SP scratched into it, the very marks Simon Parslow had made. She'd watched him do it. Someone in this world, with the same initials, must have stood here, bored, and done exactly the same thing. There might even be a Simon Parslow living here. The thought sent a cold shiver down her spine, and Pantalaimon, mouse-formed, trembled in her coat pocket. She shook off the feeling. There were enough real mysteries without inventing new ones. This Oxford also swarmed with impossibly more people than her own, crowding every sidewalk and flowing in and out of every doorway. There were people of all kinds, women dressed like men, people from Africa, and even a group she took for Tartars, all following their leader obediently, each one neatly dressed and carrying little black cases. At first she glared at them in alarm because they had no daemons, and in her world such beings would be considered ghasts or something worse. But here was the strangest part. They all looked perfectly, undeniably alive. They moved about cheerfully, for all the world as if they were human, and Lyra had to admit that human was probably what they were, with their demons hidden inside them, just like Will's. After wandering for nearly an hour, trying to get a sense of this imitation Oxford, she felt hungry. She used her £20 note to buy a chocolate bar. The shopkeeper gave her a peculiar look, but he was from the West Indies and perhaps didn't understand her accent, even though she had asked quite clearly. With her change, she bought an apple from the covered market, which felt much more like the proper Oxford she knew, and walked up toward the park. There she found herself facing an impressive, grand building that looked every bit like it belonged in Oxford, though it didn't exist in her world at all. She sat on the grass outside to eat her apple, studying the structure with approval. She soon discovered it was a museum. The doors were open, and inside she found displays of stuffed animals, fossilized skeletons, and cases of minerals, remarkably similar to the Royal Geological Museum she had once visited with Mrs. Coulter in London. Lyra moved through the nearly empty iron and glass hall into a quieter wing of the museum. The alethiometer remained a pressing weight in her mind, but here she was, suddenly surrounded by the familiar display cases held Arctic gear identical to her own furs, alongside sledges, walrus ivory carvings, and harpoons for hunting seal. The room was a jumble of artifacts, trophies, relics, magical objects, tools and weapons, gathered not just from the frozen north, but from every corner of this world. A strange feeling settled over her. Those caribou hides were a perfect match, yet whoever assembled that display had fastened the sledge traces all wrong. Then a photograph caught her eye, Samoyed hunters who were the spitting image of the men who had captured her and sold her to Bolvangar. It was uncanny. Even the rope in the picture was frayed and reknotted in the exact spot she remembered, having been bound by it for hours. What did it mean? Could it be that all these separate worlds were just fragments of one, endlessly dreaming of the others? Her thoughts snapped back to the alethiometer when she noticed a particular display. Inside an old glass case with a black-painted wooden frame sat a collection of human skulls. Several bore holes, some in the front, some on the side, one on top. A card in spidery handwriting identified this as trepanning. It explained that the bone had healed smoothly, meaning the procedure was done while the person was alive, all except one, a skull with a bronze arrowhead still embedded, the edges of the hole sharp and shattered. This was different. It was exactly what the Northern Tartars did. And according to the scholars at Jordan College, it was what Stanislaus Grumman had subjected himself to. Quickly glancing around and seeing no one, Lyra drew out the alethiometer. She fixed her mind on the central skull and asked silently, who did this belong to, and why were these holes made? Standing in the dusty light that slanted down from the glass roof, she was completely absorbed. She didn't notice the observer on the gallery above. A powerfully built man in his 60s, impeccably dressed in a linen suit and holding a Panama hat, leaned against the iron railing. His grey hair was swept back from a tanned, smooth forehead. His large, dark eyes were intensely focused, and every so often his sharp, dark tongue flicked out to moisten the corner of his lips. The scented handkerchief in his breast pocket gave off a heavy, cloying perfume, like the rich scent of a hothouse flower hinting at decay beneath. He had been tracking her movements for several minutes, and now he studied her closely. Her messy hair, the bruise on her cheek, her new clothes, the arch of her bare neck as she bent over the device, her bare legs. He shook out his handkerchief, dabbed his forehead, and began moving toward the stairs. Meanwhile, Lyra was receiving unsettling answers. The skulls were far older than the simple Bronze Age labels suggested. The alethiometer, which never lied, indicated the man whose skull she focused on had lived 33,254 years ago. He had been a sorcerer, and the hole was made to invite the gods into his mind. Then, in its typical offhand manner, the instrument offered an unasked-for insight. There was significantly more dust surrounding the trepan skulls than around the one pierced by the arrowhead. What on earth could that possibly mean? Lyra surfaced from the deep, shared concentration with the alethiometer, the quiet hum of the museum slowly replacing the instrument's silent counsel. She was no longer alone. An elderly gentleman in a light-colored suit stood before the next display case, his presence carrying a faint, sweet scent. Something about him tugged at her memory, a ghost of a resemblance she couldn't quite place. He noticed her gaze and looked up, his smile warm. Fascinated by the trepanned skulls, he asked, "The lengths people will go to quite extraordinary." Lyra offered a non-committal hum. "Did you know the practice continues even today?" he pressed. "Yeah," she said, shifting her weight. "Some people, alternative types, they claim it's more profound than any drug." She was too young to remember the hippies he alluded to, a fact he seemed to find charming. She had already stowed the alethiometer in her backpack and was calculating her exit. The crucial question for the device remained unasked, and now this pleasant-smelling stranger was engaging her. He seemed genuinely kind, impeccably dressed. He moved a step closer, his hand accidentally grazing hers as he leaned over the glass. "It makes you think, doesn't it?" he mused. No modern medicine, just crude stone tools. They must have possessed incredible fortitude. "I don't believe I've seen you here before. I'm a regular visitor. What's your name?" "Lizzie," she replied, the alias coming easily. "Hello, Lizzie. I'm Charles. Are you a student here in Oxford?" She hesitated. "No," she said, "just passing through." "You've picked a marvelous spot for it. Is there a particular collection that draws your interest?" A deep unease was settling over her, more confusing than any puzzle she'd recently faced. Charles was the picture of kindness, clean, well-spoken, friendly. Yet inside her coat pocket, Pantalaimon was a ball of tense anxiety, tugging insistently at her awareness. He too was struggling with a half-remembered warning. And then she sensed it, not an actual odor, but the ghost of one, a conceptual stench of decay and dung. It violently recalled Eofor Ragnarson's perfumed halls, where fragrant air barely masked the filth underfoot. "What interests me?" she echoed. "Oh, a bit of everything, really. Those skulls just caught my eye. I can't imagine anyone volunteering for such a thing. It's dreadful." "Nor I," Charles agreed amiably. "But I assure you, it happens. I could even introduce you to someone who's undergone the procedure." He looked so earnest, so helpful, that for a fleeting second she was tempted. Then, with a speed that made her heart jump, the tip of his tongue darted out to moisten his lips, a quick reptilian flick, and her decision was made. "I should get going," she said, shaking her head. "Thanks for the offer, but I really can't. I'm supposed to meet a friend, the person I'm staying with." "Of course," he said, his kindness unwavering. "It was a pleasure chatting with you. Goodbye, Lizzie." "Bye," she replied. "Oh, just in case," he added, producing a small card. "My details, if you ever wish to learn more about such topics." "Thank you," she said flatly, tucking the card into a small outer pocket on her backpack before walking away. She could feel his eyes on her back until she was through the doors. Once outside, she ducked into the adjacent park, a broad field used for cricket and soccer, and found a secluded bench beneath a cluster of trees. Retrieving the alethiometer, she finally posed her primary question: where could she find a scholar who understood dust? The answer was swift and unambiguous, pointing her to a specific room in the tall, square building looming behind her. The directness was almost jarring, and Lyra, now attuned to the instrument's subtle personality, sensed it had more to convey. It did. The new symbols formed a clear, urgent message. Your focus must be on the boy. Your purpose is to aid him in finding his father. Apply your mind to this task. She blinked, genuinely stunned. Will had seemed to materialize from thin air to assist her. That had been the obvious narrative. The notion that her entire journey might, in fact, be in service to his quest was momentarily breathtaking. Yet the alethiometer was not finished. The needle trembled once more, and the message was clear: do not deceive the scholar. She quickly wrapped the velvet around the alethiometer and tucked it deep into her backpack, out of view. Standing up, she scanned the area for the building where her scholar was waiting and began walking toward it, a mix of awkwardness and defiance in her steps. Will had no trouble locating the library, where the reference librarian readily accepted his story about working on a school geography project. She helped him find the bound indexes of the times from the year of his birth, the very year his father had vanished. Will settled in to examine them. As expected, there were multiple entries for John Parry linked to an archaeological expedition. Each month was stored on its own roll of microfilm. He carefully loaded each one into the projector, scrolled to the relevant articles, and read them with intense focus. The initial article described the departure of an expedition to northern Alaska. Sponsored by Oxford University's Institute of Archaeology, the team aimed to survey a region for signs of early human settlements. Accompanying them was John Parry, formerly of the Royal Marines, now a professional explorer. The next story, dated 6 weeks later, briefly noted the expedition's arrival at the North American Arctic Survey Station in Noatak, Alaska. A third article, 2 months after that, reported that all signals from the survey station had gone unanswered, and John Parry and his companions were now presumed missing. A short series of follow-up pieces covered the unsuccessful search parties, the aerial sweeps over the Bering Sea, the Institute's official response, and interviews with family members. His heart hammered in his chest when he saw a photograph of his own mother. She was holding a baby him. The reporter had crafted a predictable, sentimental piece about a grieving wife awaiting news, which Will found frustratingly lacking in concrete details. A brief paragraph mentioned John Parry's successful career in the Royal Marines and his subsequent shift to organizing geographical and scientific expeditions. That was all. There were no further references in the index. Will rose from the microfilm reader, feeling bewildered. There had to be more information somewhere, but where should he look next? And if he spent too much time searching, he risked being tracked down. He returned the microfilm rolls and asked the librarian, "Could you tell me the address for the Institute of Archaeology, please?" "I can look that up for you." "Which school did you say you were from?" "St. Peter's," Will replied. "It's not in Oxford, actually. We're in Hampshire. My class is on a kind of residential field trip, part environmental study, part research skills workshop." "Oh, I understand. What was it you needed again?" "Archaeology. Here we are." Will copied down the address and phone number. Since it seemed safe to admit he didn't know Oxford well, he asked for directions. It wasn't far. He thanked the librarian and headed out. Meanwhile, inside another building, Lyra approached a broad desk at the base of a staircase, where a porter sat. "Where are you headed?" he asked. This felt familiar, like being back at Jordan College. She could sense Pan, nestled in her pocket, relishing the moment. "I have an urgent message for someone on the second floor," she said. "Who exactly?" "Dr. Lister," she stated confidently. "Dr. Lister's office is on the third floor. If you have something for him, you can leave it here with me and I'll make sure he gets it. Right. But this is something he needs immediately. He just sent for it." "It's not an object, really. It's information I have to deliver personally." The porter studied her carefully, but he was no match for the convincingly blank and obedient expression Lyra could summon when necessary. After a moment, he simply nodded and returned to his newspaper. The alethiometer, of course, didn't provide people's names. Lyra had spotted Dr. Lister on a pigeonhole label on the wall behind him, a useful trick, since pretending to know someone often made it easier to gain entry. Lyra moved through the corridors of Will's world with a familiarity that felt almost instinctive. She discovered a second-floor hallway, its doors leading to stark, utilitarian spaces. One stood open to a vacant lecture hall, while from another came the low murmur of two academics debating equations on a chalkboard. The flat, unadorned walls struck her as belonging to a place of hardship, not the learned grandeur she associated with Oxford. Yet the surfaces were impeccably painted, the doors solid oak, the handrails gleaming steel, clear signs of wealth spent on austerity. It was just another layer of this reality's peculiar logic. She located the door her alethiometer had indicated, a plaque read Dark Matter Research Unit, beneath which someone had scrawled RIP, another hand had penciled in Director Lazarus. The meanings eluded her. She knocked. A woman's voice called for her to enter. The room was cramped, besieged by leaning towers of papers and volumes. Whiteboards lining the walls were dense with numbers and symbols. Pinned to the door was an intricate design reminiscent of Chinese art. Through an open archway, Lyra glimpsed a second chamber, housing a silent, complex piece of electrical machinery. She felt a flicker of surprise that the scholar she sought was a woman, but then the alethiometer hadn't specified a man, and this entire place was a lesson in the unexpected. The scholar was seated before a device with a small glass screen displaying shifting figures, an ivory tray of grubby lettered blocks arranged before it. She tapped one, and the screen went dark. "Who are you?" she asked. Lyra closed the door. Remembering the alethiometer's guidance, she fought her usual instinct and chose honesty. "Lyra Silvertongue," she said. "What's your name?" The woman blinked. She looked to be in her late 30s. Lyra guessed perhaps a touch older than Mrs. Coulter, with short dark hair and flushed cheeks. She wore a lab coat over a green shirt and those ubiquitous blue denim trousers. At Lyra's question, she ran a hand through her hair. "Well, you're the second surprise today. I'm Dr. Mary Malone. What do you want?" "I need you to tell me about dust," Lyra stated after a quick glance to confirm their privacy. "I know you understand it. I can prove that. You have to tell me. Dust? What are you talking about?" "You might use a different name." "Elementary particles." In my world, the scholars term them Rusakov particles, but mostly they're called dust. They don't reveal themselves readily, but they stream from space and settle on people. Not so much on children, though, mostly on adults. And something I learned just today, I was in that museum down the street and saw some ancient skulls with holes drilled in them, like the Tartars used to do, and there was far more dust around those than around another skull without such holes. "When was the Bronze Age?" Dr. Malone was staring at her, eyes wide. "The Bronze Age? Good Lord, I'm not sure, roughly 5,000 years ago," she replied. "Ah, well, they've mislabeled it then. That skull with the twin perforations is 33,000 years old." She stopped speaking because Dr. Malone appeared on the verge of collapse. The color drained from her face, one hand pressed to her chest, while the other gripped her chair arm, her mouth agape. Lyra stood firm, baffled but determined, waiting for the woman to compose herself. "Who are you?" Dr. Malone finally managed. "Lyra Silv. No, where do you come from? What are you? How can you possibly know things like this?" Lyra sighed, a weary sound. She'd forgotten how scholars could tie simple truths into knots. Telling them the straight facts was always harder, when a crafted lie would slide so much more smoothly into their understanding. "I am from another world," she began. "In that world, there is an Oxford much like this one, yet profoundly different. That is my home." "Hold on a second," the woman interrupted, raising a hand. "You're telling me you're from where, exactly?" "Somewhere different," Lyra replied, choosing her words with care. "Not from this place. Somewhere different," the woman echoed, nodding slowly. "Right. I suppose that makes a kind of sense. I need to understand dust." Lyra pressed on, her urgency returning. "Where I come from, the people in charge of the church are terrified of it. They believe it's connected to the first sin, so it's incredibly important. And my father," she stopped herself, frustration boiling over. She stamped her foot on the floor. "No, that's not it. I'm explaining this all wrong." Dr. Malone studied the girl, the determined scowl, the tightly balled fists, the fresh bruises marking her cheek and shin. "Goodness, child, you need to take a breath," she said softly. She paused, rubbing at her own eyes, which were rimmed with exhaustion. "Why am I even entertaining this?" she muttered, more to herself. "I must be losing my mind." "The truth is, if you're looking for answers about this dust, you've somehow stumbled into just about the only place on Earth that might have them, and they're going to shut us down. What you're describing sounds eerily similar to something my team has been studying. And what you said about those museum skulls? Well, it gave me quite a shock. But honestly, this is too much. I'm worn out. I want to hear you out. I really do, but not tonight. Did I mention the shutdown? I have 1 week to convince the funding committee to keep us alive, and we haven't got a chance." She let out a massive, weary yawn. "What was the first bad surprise today?" Lyra prompted. "Oh, right. Someone I was counting on to support our funding pulled out. Not that it was a complete shock, I suppose," Dr. Malone admitted with a sigh, yawning again. "I need coffee. If I don't, I'll collapse. You want some?" As she filled an electric kettle, Lyra's gaze drifted to the intricate design on the back of the door. "What is that?" she asked. "It's Chinese, symbols from the I Ching. Do you know what that is? Does it exist in your world?" Lyra narrowed her eyes, suspicious of sarcasm. "Some things are the same, and some are different. That's all," she said defensively. "I don't know everything about where I'm from. Maybe they have this Ching thing there, too." "I'm sorry," Dr. Malone said, her tone genuine. "You're right. Maybe they do." "What's dark matter?" Lyra asked, pointing toward the hallway. "That's what your sign says, isn't it?" Dr. Malone sank back into her chair, using her foot to slide another one out for Lyra. "Dark matter is what my team is searching for," she began. "Nobody knows what it actually is. The idea is there's more material out in the cosmos than what we can actually see. We can observe the stars and the galaxies, all the things that glow, but for everything to hold together and not just spin apart, there has to be a lot more mass there to make the gravity work, you understand? But it's invisible, undetectable. So there are dozens of projects like ours trying to solve the mystery, and this lab is one of them." Lyra leaned forward, her full attention captured. Finally, the woman was speaking plainly. "What do you believe it is?" she asked. "Well, our theory is," Dr. Malone started, but the kettle clicked off, boiling. She stood to prepare the coffee as she continued. "We think it's a fundamental particle, something entirely new, unlike anything we've found before. But these particles are incredibly elusive. Where do you go to school? Do they teach you physics?" Lyra felt Pantalaimmon's subtle pinch on her hand, a warning to keep her temper in check. The alethiometer's instruction to be truthful was fine, but she knew the risk of telling everything. She had to navigate carefully, sticking to honesty without revealing too much. "Yes," she said. "I know a little, but not about dark matter. Well, we're trying to find this nearly invisible thing amidst the chaos of all the other particles flying around. Usually, detectors are buried deep underground, but our method is different. We've created an electromagnetic field around the detector to block out the noise we don't want and allow through the signals we do. Then we amplify what's left and run it through a computer." She handed Lyra a steaming mug. The cupboard was bare of milk and sugar, but tucked in a drawer were a few stale ginger biscuits, which Lyra accepted eagerly. "We've identified a particle that seems to match our theory," Dr. Malone continued, her voice low. "At least, we believe it does. It's utterly bizarre. Honestly, why am I even telling you this? It's unpublished, unreviewed, not even properly documented. I must be losing my mind today." She paused, then let out a jaw-cracking yawn that seemed to go on forever. "These particles are peculiar little things, no question. We refer to them as shadows. You know what nearly made me fall out of my seat earlier? When you brought up those museum skulls? One of our researchers, Oliver Payne, dabbles in archaeology. He stumbled upon something so incredible we almost dismissed it. But we couldn't, because it aligned with the wildest aspect of these shadows. Want to hear the craziest part? They're aware. That's right, shadows are fragments of consciousness. Sounds ridiculous, doesn't it? No wonder our funding keeps getting denied." She took a slow sip of her black coffee. Lyra listened, utterly captivated, hanging on every word. "Yes," Dr. Malone went on, "they sense our presence, they react. And here's the truly strange bit. You can't perceive them unless you're in the right frame of mind. You need to be both assured and calm. You have to be, what was it, capable." She rummaged through the chaotic piles on her desk until she located a note scrawled in green ink. She read aloud, "Capable of being in uncertainties, mysteries, doubts, without any irritable reaching after fact and reason. You must achieve that mental state. That's from the poet Keats, incidentally. I came across it recently. So, you settle into the proper mindset, and then you observe the cave." "The cave?" Lyra interrupted. "Oh, my apologies, the computer. We nicknamed it the cave. You know, like the shadows on the wall from Plato's allegory. That was Oliver's idea again. He's a bit of a Renaissance man. He's off in Geneva for a job interview now, and I doubt very much he'll be coming back. Where was I? Right, the cave. Once you're connected, if you concentrate, the shadows respond. There's no mistaking it. They gather around your thoughts like sparrows to seed. What about the skulls? Lyra pressed. I was getting to that. Oliver was experimenting one day, testing various objects. The results made no logical sense to a physicist. A raw chunk of ivory? Nothing. No shadows, but a carved ivory chess piece. It reacted. A plain wood splinter was inert, yet a wooden ruler registered. A small carved statue had even more. I'm discussing fundamental particles, for heaven's sake. Tiny specks of almost nothing, and they recognized these items. Anything shaped by human hands and human intention was swarmed by shadows. Then Oliver obtained some fossilized skulls from a contact at the museum to see how far back the phenomenon extended. There was a clear threshold around 30 or 40,000 years ago. Before that point, no shadows. After it, they were abundant, and that apparently coincides with the emergence of modern humans. Our ancient relatives, but people essentially like us. It's dust, Lyra stated with conviction. That's what it is. But you see, you can't write things like that in a grant proposal if you want to be taken seriously. Dr. Malone said, a hint of weary sarcasm creeping into her tone. It defies reason. It shouldn't exist. It's either impossible or it's trivial, or if it's neither of those, it's just plain awkward. I want to see the cave, Lyra announced, getting to her feet. Dr. Malone rubbed her tired eyes and pushed a hand through her disheveled hair. Well, I suppose there's no harm, she conceded. Heck, we might not have a cave by tomorrow. Come with me. She guided Lyra into the adjoining room. It was more spacious, cluttered with the humming, blinking components of electrical equipment. Right here, she said, gesturing toward a monitor glowing with a vacant grey light. The detectors behind all that cabling to actually perceive the shadows, you need to be connected to electrodes, similar to how brain activity is measured. I'd like to try, Lyra insisted. You won't see a thing. Besides, I'm exhausted. The whole setup is far too intricate. Please, I understand what's involved. Do you really? I wish I did. Absolutely not. This is a costly, complex scientific instrument. You can't just barge in and expect to take a turn as if it was some arcade game. Where are you even from? Shouldn't you be in school? How did you get in here? She rubbed her eyes once more as though shaking off a deep fatigue. Lyra's hands were trembling. Be honest, she told herself. I got in with this, she said, pulling out the alethiometer. What in the world is that? Some kind of compass? Lyra handed it over. Dr. Malone's eyes widened as she felt its heft. Good heavens, it's solid gold. Where on earth did you? I believe it does what your cave does. That's what I'm trying to figure out. If I can answer a question truthfully, Lyra pressed, her voice urgent, something you know and I don't, then will you let me try your cave? Are we dabbling in fortune-telling now? What is this device? Please, just ask me anything. Dr. Malone sighed and shrugged. Oh, all right, she relented. Tell me what I was doing before I got into this line of work. Eagerly, Lyra took back the alethiometer and began turning its delicate wheels. She could feel her mind reaching for the correct symbols even before the hand settled, sensing the longer needle's subtle tremor as it prepared to respond. As it swept around the dial, her eyes tracked its movement, watching, interpreting, following the intricate chains of meaning down to the layer where truth resided. After a moment, she blinked, let out a soft sigh, and emerged from her brief trance. You were a nun, she stated. I never would have guessed. Nuns are supposed to stay in their convents for life, but you stopped believing in church teachings, and they allowed you to leave. This world of yours is nothing like mine, not in the slightest. Dr. Malone sank into a chair beside the computer, staring blankly. Lyra asked, That's true, isn't it? Yes, and you learned that, from my alethiometer. I think it operates through dust. I travelled all this way to learn more about dust, and it guided me to you. So I believe your dark matter must be the same thing. Now can I try your cave? Dr. Malone shook her head, not in refusal, but in bewildered resignation. She spread her hands. Very well, she said quietly. I feel like I'm dreaming. I might as well see it through. She swiveled in her chair and flipped several switches, filling the air with an electrical hum and the whir of a computer fan. At the sound, Lyra stifled a small gasp. It was identical to the noise in that terrible glittering chamber at Bolvangar, where the silver guillotine had almost severed her from Pantalaimon. She felt him shiver in her pocket and gave a gentle, reassuring squeeze. Dr. Malone, preoccupied, hadn't noticed. She was busy adjusting controls and typing on another of those ivory-colored keyboards. As she worked, the screen shifted color, displaying tiny letters and figures. "Now take a seat," she instructed, pulling out a chair for Lyra. Then she opened a jar. "I need to apply some conductive gel to your skin for the electrodes. It washes off easily. Hold still, please." Dr. Malone took 6 wires, each tipped with a flat pad, and attached them to points on Lyra's scalp. Lyra sat perfectly still, her breath coming quickly, her heart pounding. "All right, you're all connected," Dr. Malone said. "The room is full of shadows, honestly, the whole universe is, but this is the only way we can see them. When you clear your mind and focus on the screen, go ahead." Lyra looked. The glass was dark and empty. She could just make out the faint ghost of her own reflection, but nothing more. Lyra decided to try an experiment. She pretended she was reading the alethiometer, imagining herself asking what this woman knew about dust and what questions she was pursuing. As she mentally moved the alethiometer's hands around the dial, the screen before her began to flicker. Startled, she broke her concentration, and the flickering stopped. She didn't see the jolt of excitement that made Dr. Malone sit bolt upright, frowning and leaning forward intently. Lyra focused again, and this time the response was immediate. A stream of dancing lights, like the shimmering curtains of the Northern Lights, blazed across the display. They formed patterns that held for a moment before dissolving and reforming into different shapes and colors. They looped and swayed, sprayed apart, and burst into radiant showers that swerved suddenly, like a flock of birds changing direction mid-flight. Watching them, Lyra felt that familiar tremor, the sensation of being on the very brink of understanding she remembered from when she first learned to read the alethiometer. She asked another silent question. "Is this dust? Is it the same force that moves the alethiometer's needle?" The answer came in more loops and swirls of light. She guessed it meant yes. A new thought struck her, and she turned to speak to Dr. Malone, only to find the scientist staring open-mouthed, a hand pressed to her forehead. "What?" Lyra said. The screen's display faded. Dr. Malone blinked slowly. "What is it?" Lyra repeated. "Oh, you've just produced the clearest signal I have ever seen." "That's all," Dr. Malone said, her voice hushed. "What were you doing? What were you thinking?" "I was thinking you could get a clearer picture than this," Lyra said. "Clearer? That was the most defined it's ever been." "But what does it mean? Can you read it?" "Well," Dr. Malone began, "you don't read it like a message. It doesn't function that way. What's happening is that the shadows are responding to the attention you give them. That's revolutionary in itself. It's our consciousness they react to." "No," Lyra explained. "I mean those colors and shapes. Those shadows could do other things. They could make any shape you wanted. They could form pictures if you asked them to watch." She turned back and focused her mind once more, but this time she pretended the screen was the alethiometer, with all 36 symbols arranged around its edge. She knew them so well her fingers twitched in her lap, moving imaginary hands to point at the candle for understanding, the alpha and omega for language, and the ant for diligence. She framed the question, what would these people have to do to understand the language of the shadows? The screen responded with thought-like speed. From the chaos of lines and flashes, a series of pictures formed with perfect clarity. Compasses, the alpha and omega again, a lightning bolt, an angel. Each image flashed a specific number of times, then came a different set, a camel, a walled garden, a crescent moon. Lyra saw their meanings instantly and relaxed her focus to explain. When she turned around this time, Dr. Malone was slumped back in her chair, pale, her hands gripping the edge of the table. "What it's saying," Lyra told her, "it's speaking in my language, the language of symbols like the alethiometer. But it's also saying it could use ordinary language, actual words, if you set the machine up for that. You could fix this so it showed words on the screen. but you'd need a lot of careful calculation with numbers. That was the compasses. The lightning meant electrical power. More of that? And the angel, that's all about communication. It has things it wants to say. But that second part, it meant a place in Asia, almost the farthest east, but not quite. I'm not sure what country that would be. Maybe China. In that part of the world, they have a method of communicating with dust or shadows, as you call it. That's similar to how you work with your equipment, or how I use the alethiometer. Only their way involves using sticks. I believe that symbol on your door relates to it, though I didn't fully grasp its meaning at first. I just sensed it was significant. It shows there must be many paths to reach the shadows. Dr. Malone caught her breath. The I Ching, she murmured. It's an ancient Chinese practice, a kind of divination, and yes, they use sticks. That piece is just decorative, she added quickly, as if to distance herself from any real belief in it. Are you saying that when someone consults the I Ching, they're actually connecting with shadow particles? With dark matter? Exactly, Lyra replied. There are more ways than I ever realized. I used to think my alethiometer was the only one. Those images on the monitor, Dr. Malone started. A sudden ripple of understanding brushed Lyra's mind, and she turned toward the screen. Before she could even shape a question, a rapid series of pictures flashed by, too fast for Dr. Malone to follow. But Lyra understood their message perfectly and looked back at the scientist. It says you're important too, she told her firmly. It says you have something vital to do. I don't know what it is, but it wouldn't say that if it weren't true. You probably need to make it speak in words so you can understand it clearly. Dr. Malone fell quiet for a long moment. Then she asked, All right, where are you really from? Lyra's expression tightened. She could tell that Dr. Malone, who had been acting out of sheer weariness and hopelessness, was starting to regret sharing her work with a stranger, a child who seemed to appear out of thin air. But Lyra had no choice except honesty. I come from another world, she stated plainly. It's the truth. I crossed over into this one. I was running for my life. People in my world were hunting me. The alethiometer comes from the same place. The master of Jordan College gave it to me. In my Oxford there is a Jordan College, but I've looked, there isn't one here. I learnt to read the alethiometer on my own. I clear my mind, and the meanings of the symbols just come to me. It's like what you said about mysteries and doubts. When I looked at your cave, I did the same thing, and it worked exactly the same way. So my dust and your shadows are the same thing. So, by now, Dr. Malone was fully alert. Lyra carefully picked up the alethiometer, wrapping it gently in its velvet cloth, a gesture almost like a mother shielding a child, before placing it back in her rucksack. Anyway, Lyra continued, you could adjust this screen to use words instead of pictures if you wanted. Then you could talk to the shadows, the way I talk to the alethiometer. But what I really need to know is, why do the people in my world hate it? Dust, shadows, dark matter, they want to wipe it out. They think it's wicked. But what they're doing feels evil to me. I've seen it. So what are the shadows, really? Are they good or evil, or something else entirely, Dr. Malone rubbed her face, her cheeks flushing. This is all so awkward, she admitted. Do you have any idea how embarrassing it is to talk about good and evil in a scientific lab? One reason I went into science was to avoid having to wrestle with those kinds of questions. Well, you have to wrestle with them now, Lyra said sternly. You can't study shadows or dust without facing that good, evil, all of it. And remember, it told you that you can't just ignore it. When are they shutting this lab down? The funding committee decides by the end of the week. Why do you ask? 'Cause you've got tonight, then? Lyra said, a spark of urgency in her voice. You could modify this engine to display words instead of pictures. Like I suggested, you could manage that easily. Then you could show them, and they'd have to give you the money to continue. And you could discover everything about dust or shadows, and then you could tell me. You understand, she continued, with a touch of aristocratic disdain, as if critiquing an incompetent servant. The alethiometer doesn't simply hand me the answers. You, however, might uncover them for me. I suppose I could attempt that Ching method with the sticks, but the picture cards are far more straightforward, at least that's my opinion. She then reached up to remove the electrodes from her scalp. Dr. Malone passed her a tissue to clean off the conductive gel and began coiling the wires. "So you're leaving," the doctor said. "You've certainly provided me with a most peculiar afternoon, I'll give you that." "Will you make it produce words?" Lyra asked, slinging her rucksack over her shoulder. "It would be about as productive as finishing that grant proposal, I imagine," Dr. Malone replied wryly. Then her tone shifted. "Listen, I need you to return tomorrow. Can you manage that? Around this same time, I'd like you to meet someone." Lyra's eyes grew wary. Was this some kind of trick? "All right," she said cautiously. "But don't forget, I have questions that need answers. Naturally, you'll come then." "Yes," Lyra stated firmly. "If I give my word, I keep it. I suppose I could be of some use to you." With that, she departed. The porter at the front desk barely glanced up from his newspaper before returning to it. "The Nuni attack site," the archaeologist said, swiveling in his chair. "You're the second person to inquire about that this month. Who was the first?" Will asked, his guard immediately rising. "Believe he was a reporter, couldn't say for certain. What was his interest in it?" "It concerned one of the men who vanished during that expedition. This was at the peak of the Cold War. You know, Star Wars era, probably before your time. The Americans and Soviets were constructing massive radar arrays all over the Arctic. But what exactly can I help you with?" "Well," Will began, striving to sound casual, "I'm really just researching that expedition for a school project on prehistoric cultures. I read about the disappearance and got curious. You're not alone in that, as you've gathered. It caused quite a stir back then. I pulled all the files for that journalist. It was only a preliminary survey, not a full excavation. You have to assess a site's potential before committing to a dig, so this team went to evaluate several locations. There were about 6 men total. On these kinds of trips, you sometimes collaborate with specialists from other fields, geologists, for instance, to share expenses. They handle their part, we handle ours. In this case, there was a physicist with them, studying high-altitude atmospheric particles, I believe, the aurora, the northern lights. He had balloons equipped with radio transmitters, from what I recall. Another member was an ex-Marine, a professional adventurer of sorts. They were heading into extremely remote terrain, and polar bears are a constant threat up there. Archaeologists can manage many things, but we aren't trained marksmen. Having someone who can handle a rifle, navigate, set up camp, and manage survival logistics is invaluable." Then they all simply disappeared. They'd maintained radio contact with a local survey outpost, but one day the signal stopped, and that was it. There had been a severe blizzard, but that was hardly unusual. The search party found their last camp more or less undisturbed, though bears had gotten into their supplies. Of the men themselves, there was no trace whatsoever. "I'm afraid that's all I can tell you, right?" said Will. "Thank you." He hesitated at the doorway. "That journalist," he ventured. "You mentioned he was interested in one of the men. Which one was it?" "The explorer, a fellow named Parry. What did he look like? The journalist, I mean. Why do you want to know that?" "Because—" Will scrambled for a believable excuse he shouldn't have asked. "No reason, just curious. As I remember, he was a large man with very light blonde hair, quite pale." "Okay, thanks," Will said, and turned to leave. The archaeologist watched him go, saying nothing, a faint frown on his face. Will watched the man reach for the telephone and immediately slipped out of the building. He was trembling. That so-called journalist was one of the men who had come to his house, a tall figure with hair so pale his eyebrows and lashes seemed to vanish. He wasn't the one Will had sent tumbling down the staircase. He was the one who had appeared in the living room doorway as Will leapt over the fallen man. But a journalist? No. There was a major museum close by. Will entered, clutching his clipboard like a proper employee, and sank onto a bench in a gallery lined with paintings. A violent shudder ran through him, accompanied by a wave of nausea, as the full weight of his actions crashed down. He had killed a man. He was a murderer. He had managed to hold that truth at a distance until now, but it was closing in, undeniable. He had ended a life for 30 agonizing minutes. He sat perfectly still. Visitors drifted past, murmuring about the art, paying him no mind. A guard lingered in the doorway, hands clasped behind his back, before ambling off. Will wrestled silently with the horror, not moving a muscle. Slowly, a grim calm settled over him. He had been defending his mother. Those men were terrorizing her, persecuting her in her fragile state. He had every right to protect his home. His father would have expected nothing less. He did it for a good reason, to stop them from stealing the green leather case. He did it so he could find his father. Didn't he have that right? Memories of childhood games flooded back, fantasies where he and his father rescued each other from disasters or battled villains on the high seas. Well, now it was real. I'll find you, he thought fiercely. Just help me and I'll find you, and we'll take care of Mum, and everything will be okay. Besides, he had a place to hide now, a refuge so secure no one would ever discover it. And the documents from the case, which he still hadn't found a moment to examine, were safe as well, tucked beneath the mattress in Sitagaz. Eventually, he noticed a shift in the room. People were moving with more purpose, all heading in the same direction. The museum was closing. Will pulled himself together and left. He found his way to the high street and the lawyer's office, considering whether to go in despite his earlier hesitation. The lawyer had sounded decent enough, but just as he decided to cross the street, he froze. The tall man with the colorless eyebrows was stepping out of a car. Will turned casually to the side, pretending to study the display in a jeweler's window. In the reflection, he saw the man glance around, adjust his tie, and enter the lawyer's office. The moment the door closed, Will moved away, his heart hammering once more. Nowhere was safe. He drifted toward the university library and waited for Lyra. Will said Lyra. Her voice was soft, but it startled him anyway. She was sitting on the bench beside him, and he hadn't even noticed her approach. "Where did you come from?" "I found my scholar. Her name is Dr. Malone, and she has a machine that can see dust, and she's going to make it talk. I didn't see you coming." "You weren't looking," she said matter-of-factly. "You must have been a million miles away." "It's a good thing I spotted you. Look, it's easy to fool people. Watch." Two police officers were strolling toward them, a man and a woman on patrol, in their crisp summer uniforms, equipped with radios and batons, their eyes sharp and assessing. Before they reached the bench, Lyra was on her feet, addressing them. "Excuse me, could you tell us how to get to the museum?" she said, her tone convincingly lost. "My brother and I were supposed to meet our parents there, and we got all turned around." The policeman looked at Will, and Will, swallowing his irritation, gave a helpless shrug as if to say, "Yeah, she's right. We're hopeless." The man offered a sympathetic smile. The woman officer asked, "Which museum are you looking for?" "The Ashmolean Museum," Lyra confirmed, and she made a show of paying close attention as the woman gave directions. Will stood and offered a brief thanks before they moved off together. They didn't glance back, but the police attention had already faded. "See?" she said. "If they were hunting for you, I just threw them off. They won't be searching for a boy with his sister. Honestly, I better stick with you from now on," she added in a chiding tone once they'd turned the corner. "You're not safe by yourself." He remained silent, his heart pounding with a hot, quiet fury. They walked toward a circular building topped by a massive lead dome, nestled in a square framed by college buildings of warm, honey-colored stone, a church and tall trees spreading above high garden walls. The late afternoon sun drew out the deepest, richest tones from the scene, and the air itself felt thick and golden, like aged wine. Not a leaf stirred, and in this secluded square, even the distant city noise seemed to soften into a hush. Sensing his mood, she finally asked, "What's wrong?" "If you talk to people, you just draw their eyes to you," he said, his voice trembling slightly. "You should stay quiet and still, and they look right past you. I've done it my whole life. I know how it works. Your way, you make yourself stand out. You shouldn't do that. You shouldn't treat it like a game. You're not taking this seriously." "You think that?" she shot back, her own anger flaring. "You think I don't know about lying? I'm probably the best liar you'll ever meet. But I'm not lying to you, and I never will. I swear it. You were in danger back there, and if I hadn't done what I did, you'd have been caught." Didn't you see them watching you because they were? You're not careful enough. If you want my opinion, you're the one who isn't serious. If I'm not serious, what am I doing hanging around waiting for you when I could be miles away by now or hiding safely in that other city? I've got my own problems to deal with, but I'm stuck here trying to help you. Don't tell me I'm not serious. You had to come through, she retorted, furious. No one spoke to her like this. She was Lyra Silvertongue. You had to, or you'd never learn anything about your father. You did it for yourself, not for me. They were arguing fiercely, but keeping their voices low because of the square's tranquil atmosphere and the occasional passer-by. When she said this, however, Will stopped dead. He had to lean against the rough stone of the college wall beside him. The colour drained from his face. "What do you know about my father?" he asked, his voice dangerously quiet. She matched his tone. "I don't know anything. All I know is you're looking for him. That's all I asked about." Asked who? The alethiometer, of course. It took him a moment to remember what she meant. Then his expression grew so dark and suspicious that she pulled the golden instrument from her rucksack and said, "Fine, I'll show you." She sat down on the stone curb bordering the central grass and bent over the device. Her fingers began to turn the hands with a speed almost too quick to follow, then paused for several seconds, while the slender needle danced around the dial, flicking to a stop at various symbols before she adjusted the hands again with the same rapid precision. Will scanned the area cautiously, but no one was near. A cluster of tourists admired the domed building. An ice cream vendor pushed his cart along the pavement, their attention elsewhere. Lyra blinked and let out a soft sigh, as if waking from a deep sleep. "Your mother's sick," she said quietly. "But she's safe. There's a woman taking care of her, and you took some letters and ran away. And there was a man, a thief, I think, and you killed him. And you're searching for your father, and—" "All right, stop." Will cut in sharply. "That's enough. You have no right to pry into my life like that. Don't ever do it again. That's just spying." "I know when to stop asking," she said. "See, the alethiometer is almost like a person. I can usually sense when it's angry or when it's hiding something from me. I get a feeling about it. But when you appeared out of nowhere yesterday, I had to ask it who you were, or I might have been in danger. I had no choice. And it told me." She dropped her voice to a near whisper. "It said you were a killer, and I thought, good, that's fine. He's someone I can rely on. But I didn't press for more details until this moment, and if you'd rather I didn't ask anything else, I give you my word I won't. This isn't some secret window for prying. If I spent all my time spying on folks, it would quit on me. I'm as sure of that as I am of my own name. You could have just asked me directly instead of consulting that thing. Did it tell you if my father is alive or not?" "No, because I never asked that question." They were both seated by now. Will rested his head in his hands, overwhelmed by exhaustion. "Well," he said after a long pause, "I guess we have no choice but to trust each other. That's fine by me. I trust you." Will gave a solemn nod. He was utterly drained, and sleep felt completely impossible in this place. Lyra wasn't always so observant, but something in his posture made her realize he's scared, but he's fighting that fear, just like Irek Bernison said we must, like I did back by the fish house near the frozen lake. "And Will?" she added quietly. "I won't betray you, not to anyone, I promise." "Good. I've done it before. I betrayed someone. It was the worst mistake I ever made. I honestly thought I was saving his life, but instead I led him straight into the most perilous place imaginable. I hated myself for that, for being so foolish, so I'll do everything I can not to be careless or forgetful and give you away." He didn't respond. He rubbed his eyes and blinked several times, trying to shake off the fatigue. "We can't go back through the window until much later," he said. "We shouldn't have come through during the day in the first place. We can't risk being seen, and now we're stuck waiting for hours. I'm hungry," Lyra announced. Then an idea struck him. "I know. We can go to the movies." "The what?" "I'll show you. We can get something to eat there, too." There was a theatre not far from downtown, about a 10-minute walk. Will paid for both of their tickets and bought hot dogs, popcorn and sodas. They carried the food inside and found seats just as the film was starting. Lyra was mesmerized. She had seen projected images before, but nothing in her world had prepared her for the cinema. She devoured the hot dog and popcorn, gulped the soda and gasped and laughed with pure joy at the story unfolding on the screen. Fortunately, the audience was loud and full of kids, so her excitement didn't stand out. Will closed his eyes almost immediately and fell asleep. He woke to the sound of seats clattering as people filed out, squinting in the bright lights. His watch read 8:15. Lyra left reluctantly. "That was the most amazing thing I've ever seen in my whole life," she said. "I don't know why they never invented this where I come from. We have some things that are better, but this was better than anything we've got." Will couldn't even recall what the movie had been about. It was still light outside and the streets were crowded. "Do you want to see another one?" "Yeah." So they went to the next theater, just around the corner a few blocks away, and did it all over again. Lyra curled up with her feet on the seat, hugging her knees while Will let his mind go completely blank. When they emerged this time, it was nearly 11 o'clock, a much better hour. Lyra was hungry again, so they bought hamburgers from a street vendor and ate them as they walked. Another novelty for her. "Where I'm from, we always sit down to eat. I've never seen people just strolling along eating before," she told him. "There are so many things that are different here. The traffic, for one thing. I don't care for it, but I love the movies, and I really like hamburgers. And that scientist, Dr. Malone, she's going to make that machine understand words. I just know she will. I'll go back there tomorrow and see how she's doing. I bet I could help her. I could probably even get the scholars to give her the money she needs. You know how my father managed it? Lord Asriel. He pulled a fast one on them." As they made their way up Banbury Road, she recounted the night she'd hidden in the wardrobe, watching Lord Asriel present the severed head of Stanislaus Grumman to the Jordan scholars, preserved in its vacuum flask. Will listened so well that she found herself telling him everything, from her escape from Mrs. Coulter's apartment to that awful moment on the icy cliffs of Svalbard when she understood she'd led Roger to his death. Will didn't interrupt, but his quiet attention felt like a shelter. Her tales of balloon voyages, armored bears, witches, and a vengeful branch of the church seemed to belong to the same impossible world as his own dream of a beautiful silent city by the sea. It couldn't be real, that much was obvious. Yet somehow, walking beside her, it all felt strangely plausible before long. They reached the ring road and the hornbeam trees. Traffic had dwindled to an occasional passing car. And there it was, the window. A smile touched Will's lips. Everything was going to be okay. "Wait until the road's clear," he said. "I'm going through now." A moment later, he stood on the grass beneath the palm trees, and Lyra joined him seconds after. It felt like coming home. The warm, wide night wrapped around them, scented with blossoms and the sea, the deep quiet washing over them like a balm. Lyra stretched and yawned deeply, while Will felt a burden he hadn't even fully acknowledged lift from his shoulders. He'd been carrying it all day, a weight that nearly pressed him into the earth, and now he was light, free, finally at peace. Then Lyra's hand clamped onto his arm. In the same instant he heard it too, a shrill, desperate screaming from the warren of little streets beyond the cafe. Will took off at once toward the sound, Lyra close behind, as he ducked into a narrow alley swallowed by moon shadow. After several turns, they burst into the square in front of the stone tower they'd seen that morning. A semicircle of about 20 children stood with their backs to them, some clutching sticks, others hurling stones at something trapped against the tower wall. At first Lyra thought it was another child, but the sound rising from the center was a piercing, unearthly wail. The children were screaming too, a mix of terror and rage. Will rushed forward and yanked the nearest child back, a boy around his own age in a striped shirt. As the boy turned, Lyra saw the wild white rings around his pupils. The other children paused, staring. Angelica and her little brother were there too, stones in hand, all their eyes gleaming fiercely in the moonlight. A sudden silence fell, broken only by that terrible high wailing. Then both Will and Lyra saw what it was, a tabby cat, cowering against the stone, one ear torn and its tail bent at a painful angle. It was the cat from Sunderland Avenue, the one that looked like Moxie, the one that had first led Will to the window. The moment he recognized her, he shoved the boy aside. The boy stumbled to the ground and scrambled up, furious, but the others held him back. Will was already kneeling beside the cat, and then she was in his arms, pressing into his chest as he cradled her close and rose to face the children. For one wild second, Lyra almost thought his demon had finally appeared. "Why are you hurting this cat?" Will demanded. They stood trembling before his anger, breath coming hard, still clutching their sticks and stones, unable to answer. Then Angelica's voice cut cleanly through the quiet. "You ain't from here, you ain't from Sitagaze. You don't know about specters, and you don't know about cats either. You ain't like us." The boy in the striped shirt was shaking, ready to fight. If Will hadn't been holding the cat, he would have launched himself at him in a frenzy of fists and fury, and truth be told, Will would have welcomed the clash. A palpable electric animosity crackled between Will and the boy, a tension that felt like it could only be discharged through a fight. The boy, however, was clearly terrified of the cat. "Where'd you crawl from?" he sneered, trying to mask his fear with bravado. "Where we're from doesn't concern you," Will shot back, his voice steady. "If this cat frightens you so much, I'll gladly take her off your hands. Your bad luck could be our good fortune. Now step aside." For a tense moment, Will was certain their mutual hatred would override their caution, and he braced himself, ready to set the cat down and defend himself. But then a deep, rumbling growl echoed from behind the group of children. They whirled around to find Lyra, her hand resting lightly on the shoulders of a massive spotted leopard, its white fangs bared in a silent snarl. Even Will, who knew this was Pantalaimon, felt a jolt of primal fear. The effect on the children was instantaneous and total. They scattered in a panic, and within seconds the square was deserted. Before they departed, however, Lyra's gaze was drawn upward to the tower. A soft warning growl from Pantalaimon made her look, and for just a fleeting second, she glimpsed a figure standing at the very top, peering down over the ancient battlements. It wasn't a child, but a young man with a head of unruly curly hair, watching them intently before vanishing from view. By the time half an hour had passed, they were settled in the apartment above the cafe. Will had discovered a can of condensed milk, and the injured tabby was lapping it up eagerly before tending to her wounds. Out of feline curiosity, Pantalaimon had shifted into the form of a large cat, causing the real cat to arch her back and hiss initially. She soon seemed to understand that this strange creature was neither a true cat nor a danger, and proceeded to ignore him completely. Lyra watched, utterly fascinated, as Will cared for the animal. In her own world, aside from the mighty armored bears, animals were workers, tools for a job. The cats at Jordan College had a duty to control the mouse population. The idea of tending to one with such gentle concern was entirely new to her. "I think her tail might be broken," Will murmured, examining her gently. "I'm not sure how to fix that. Maybe it'll mend on its own. For now, I'll use some honey on this cut on her ear. I read it has antiseptic properties." It was a sticky, messy process, but it kept the cat busy licking the area clean, which seemed to help the wound. "You're absolutely sure this is the cat you saw before?" Lyra asked. "Positive," Will said, "and if everyone here is that terrified of cats, there probably aren't many in this world at all. She likely couldn't find her way back to where she belonged." "Those kids were just insane," Lyra stated, shaking her head. "They would have killed her for no reason." "I've never seen children act like that." A dark, knowing look passed over Will's face. "I have," he said quietly. But his expression shut down immediately, a clear sign the topic was closed. Lyra understood not to press him. She knew she wouldn't even consult the alethiometer about it. Overwhelmed by exhaustion, she soon went to bed and fell into a deep, dreamless sleep. Later, after the cat had curled into a contented ball, Will took a cup of coffee and the distinctive green leather writing case out to the balcony. The faint light from the window was enough to read by, and he was desperate to examine the documents inside. There weren't many pages, as he'd suspected. They were letters, penned on thin airmail paper in stark black ink. These very marks, these curves and lines, were made by his father's hand. He traced his fingers over the writing again and again, even holding the paper close, as if he could absorb some essence of the man he was searching for through the ink. Finally, he began to read. Fairbanks, Alaska, Wednesday, June 19th, 1985. My dearest, it's the usual blend of military efficiency and total disarray here. All our supplies have arrived, but the physicist in charge, a pleasant but utterly clueless man named Nelson, failed to arrange any transport to get his precious weather balloons up into the mountains. So here we are, stuck twiddling our thumbs while he runs around trying to find a truck. The silver lining was that it gave me a chance to look up an old acquaintance from my last trip, a gold prospector named Jake Peterson. I found him in a dim, smoky bar, and under the blare of a baseball game on the television, I asked him about the atmospheric anomaly. He wouldn't speak a word there. Instead, he took me back to his cramped apartment. With a bottle of Jack Daniels between us, he opened up. He hasn't seen the phenomenon himself, but he once met an Inuit hunter who claimed to have witnessed it. According to that man, it wasn't just a strange light in the sky, it was a doorway, a passage straight into the world of spirits. For generations, the local people have understood this secret. Becoming a shaman meant journeying through that place and returning with proof, though not everyone made it back. Old Jake did possess a hand-drawn map of the region, and he'd noted the precise spot his friend described. For the record, it's situated at 69 degrees 2 minutes 11 seconds north, 157 degrees 12 minutes 19 seconds west, on an outcrop of Lookout Ridge a couple miles north of the Colville River. Our talk drifted to other northern tales like that ghost ship from Norway, crewless and adrift for decades. The archaeology team is a good bunch, eager to start digging and barely masking their frustration with Nelson and his balloon project. Not one of them has caught wind of the anomaly, and I intend to keep it that way. All my love to you, Johnny. Umiat, Alaska. Saturday, June 22, 1985. My dearest, so much for my earlier assessment of Nelson as a harmless academic. The physicist is sharp, and I'm now certain he's searching for the anomaly himself. Believe it or not, that delay in Fairbanks was his doing. Knowing the team wouldn't tolerate a flimsy excuse, he secretly cancelled the transport we'd arranged. I stumbled upon this fact and was ready to confront him when I caught his radio conversation. He was describing the phenomenon perfectly, just without the coordinates later. I bought him a drink and played the part of the simple, seasoned soldier, musing about mysteries science can't solve. I ribbed him about Bigfoot, all while studying his reactions. Then I casually mentioned the old Inuit story of a hidden doorway near Lookout Ridge. Imagine the coincidence, right where we're headed. He went completely still, he knew. I acted oblivious and rambled on about witchcraft, even sharing that leopard story from Zaire. My hope is he now sees me as a superstitious army man with more brawn than brains. But I'm right, Elaine. He's after it too. The real puzzle is whether I should confront him. I need to figure out his endgame. All my love, Johnny, Colville Bar, Alaska. Monday, June 24th, 1985. Darling, this will be my last letter for some time. It's the final outpost before we head into the Brooks Range wilderness. The archaeologists are practically buzzing. One researcher is sure he'll find proof of ancient settlement far older than anyone believes. When I asked why he was so convinced, he described narwhal ivory carvings from a past dig, carbon dated to an astonishing anomalous age that rewrites the history books. Wouldn't it be something if those artifacts came through my doorway from another place? Speaking of which, Nelson and I are now the best of pals. He jokes with me, dropping sly hints in a game of mutual, unspoken recognition, and I keep up my act as Major Parry, the dependable but not too bright officer. Yet I know his mission. For starters, though he's a legitimate scientist, his funding traces back to the Department of Defense. I recognize the budget codes. Also, his weather balloons are a sham. I peeked in a crate. That's a radiation suit, plain as day. A strange business, my love. My plan holds. Get the archaeologists to their site, then slip away alone to search. If I run into Nelson on Lookout Ridge, I'll improvise, a real stroke of luck. I actually met Jake's friend, the Inuit man named Matt Kigalik. Jake told me where to find him, but I never truly expected he'd be there. He explained that the Soviets had also been hunting for the anomaly. Earlier in the year, high in the mountains, he'd spotted a man and shadowed him for days without being detected, certain he knew what the stranger was after. He was correct. The man was Russian, a spy. My father didn't elaborate beyond that. I sensed he had eliminated him, but he described the phenomenon to me. It's a kind of rift in the air, a window when you peer through, you see another world. Finding it is difficult, though, because that particular slice of the other side looks identical to ours, all rock and moss and scrub. It lies on the north bank of a narrow stream, about 50 paces west of a tall stone formation that resembles a standing bear. The coordinates Jake provided aren't entirely accurate. It's closer to 12 degrees north than 11. Wish me luck, my love. I'll bring you back a trophy from the spirit world. I love you forever. Kiss our boy for me, Johnny. Will's mind was reeling. His father had described precisely what he himself had discovered beneath the hornbeam trees. He, too, had found a window. He'd even used the same word. So Will was unquestionably on the right path, and this knowledge was what those men had been desperately seeking, which meant it was perilous, too. Will had been an infant when that letter was written. 7 years later came that harrowing morning in the supermarket, when he first understood his mother was in grave danger, and he must become her protector. In the months that followed, he gradually accepted that the threat might be in her mind, which only made his duty feel heavier. Then, with brutal clarity, came the revelation that not all the danger was imagined. Someone was truly after her. After these very letters, this information. He didn't fully grasp what it all meant, but a profound happiness settled over him. He and his father, John Parry, had each independently discovered this extraordinary secret. When they finally met, they could share it, and his father would be proud to see Will following in his footsteps. The night was hushed, the sea calm. He carefully folded the letters away and slipped into sleep. Chapter 6. Lighted Fleers. Grumman from the Berlin Academy, said the black-bearded fur trader. Reckless man. I crossed paths with him 5 years back up near the northern Urals. I'd heard he was dead. Sam Cancino, an old acquaintance and a fellow Texan like Lee Scoresby, sat in the smoky, naphtha-lit bar of the Samirsky Hotel and knocked back a shot of ice-cold vodka. He pushed a plate of pickled fish and dark rye toward Lee, who took a bite and gestured for Sam to continue. He'd walked right into a trap set by that fool Yakovlev, the fur trader went on, and sliced his leg clean open to the bone. Instead of proper medicine, he insisted on using what the bears use, blood moss. It's a lichen, really, not a true moss. Anyway, there he was, laid out on a sledge, howling in pain 1 minute and barking orders at his men the next. They were taking star sightings, and the measurements had to be perfect, or he'd flay them with his tongue. And let me tell you, his tongue was like barbed wire. A lean man, tough as nails, fiercely curious. Did you know he'd been initiated as a Tartar? You don't say, Lee Scoresby replied, refilling Sam's glass. His daemon, Hester, was crouched at his elbow on the bar, her eyes half closed and her ears laid flat along her back. Lee had arrived that afternoon, carried to Nova Zembla by the wind the witches had summoned. After stowing his gear, he'd headed straight for the Samirsky Hotel, near the fish-packing plant. It was a known haunt for Arctic drifters to swap news, seek work, or leave messages, and Lee had whiled away several days there in the past, waiting for a contract, a passenger, or a favourable breeze, so his presence now raised no eyebrows. With the immense shifts everyone sensed in the world, gathering to talk had become second nature. The days brought more unsettling reports. The Yenisei River had thawed far too early for the season. A section of the ocean had receded, revealing bizarre geometric stone structures on the seabed. A colossal squid, 100 feet long, had plucked 3 fishermen from their boat and ripped them apart. All the while, a thick, frigid fog kept rolling in from the north, sometimes pierced by an unearthly glow that hinted at massive, shifting shapes and carried the echo of strange voices. It was a miserable time to be working, which explained why the bar at the Samirsky Hotel was so crowded. Grumman, you said? Asked an old man in seal hunter's gear, seated a few stools down, his lemming daemon peering solemnly from his pocket. He was a Tartar, no question. I was there when that tribe took him in. I watched the skull drilling ceremony. He had a Tartar name, too. It's on the tip of my tongue. You don't say, replied Lee Scoresby, sliding a glass toward the man. "Let me get you a drink. I've been hoping for word of him. Which tribe was it?" "The Yenisei Paktas. Their camp was at the base of the Semyonov Range, near where a river from the hills meets the Yenisei. There's a boulder by the landing stage, big as a house." "Right, I know the spot." Lee nodded. "Flown over it. And you say they drilled his skull? What was the purpose? To make him a shaman," the old hunter explained. "I believe they saw the shaman in him before they ever adopted him. Quite a ritual. It lasts 2 nights and a full day. They use a bow drill like for starting a fire." Sam Cancino chimed in. "That explains the hold he had over his crew. They were the most vicious lot of cutthroats I'd ever laid eyes on, yet they jumped at his command like frightened pups. I figured it was his blistering tongue that did it, but if they believed he was a shaman, well, that makes even more sense. The man's curiosity, though, it had the grip of a wolf trap. He wouldn't rest until I'd told him everything I knew about the local terrain and the ways of wolverines and foxes, and he was in agony from that Yakovlev trap. His leg was laid wide open. Yet there he was, applying blood moss, charting his fever, documenting the scar's progress, taking notes on every single thing. A peculiar man. There was even a local witch who set her heart on him, but he refused her." "Is that right?" said Lee, his thoughts drifting briefly to the elegant Serafina Pekkala. "He was a fool to refuse," the seal hunter grumbled. "When a witch offers her love, you accept. Turn her down, and you're just asking for misfortune. It's a choice between a blessing and a curse. The one option you don't have is to choose neither." "Perhaps he had his reasons," Lee countered. "If he had any sense, they were good ones." "He was stubborn as a mule," Sam insisted. "Maybe he was true to another woman," Lee suggested. He leaned in slightly. "I heard another tale, that he knew the location of some powerful artifact, something that could shield its bearer. Ever come across that story?" "I've heard it," the hunter confirmed. "He didn't possess it himself, but he knew where to find it. Some fellow tried to force the secret from him, and Grumman killed him for the trouble." His daemon was a curious thing, Sam recalled. An eagle black with a white head and breast, a type I'd never seen before. I couldn't put a name to her. The barman, who had been polishing a glass nearby, spoke up. "You're talking about Stanislaus Grumman. His daemon was an osprey, a fish-eagle. What became of him?" Lee asked. "Oh, he got tangled up in those Skraeling wars over in Beringland," the seal hunter said. "Last I heard, he'd been shot, killed clean." "I heard they took his head," Lee offered. "You're both mistaken," the barman said firmly, setting down his glass. "I know for a fact, because an Inuit who was with him told me the story. They were camped out on Sakhalin when an avalanche hit. Grumman was crushed beneath an immense rock slide. An Inuit hunter witnessed the entire event." "What I can't figure out," Lee Scoresby said, passing the bottle, "is what the man was after, searching for oil, perhaps? Or was he a soldier? Something more scholarly? You mentioned measurements, Sam? What sort?" "They were taking readings of the stars and the northern lights. He was obsessed with the aurora. But I believe his true passion lay in ancient ruins, old forgotten things. There are people who could tell you more," the seal hunter offered. "Further up the mountain, there's an observatory run by the Imperial Muscovite Academy. He visited them several times, they'd know." "Why the interest, Lee?" Sam Cancino asked. "The man owes me money," Lee replied. This practical explanation was so perfectly ordinary, it immediately satisfied their curiosity. The talk then drifted to the unsettling changes everyone felt, but couldn't quite see. "The fishermen," the seal hunter said, "claim you can sail directly into that new country." "A new country?" said Lee. "Once this cursed fog lifts, you'll see it plain as day," the seal hunter declared. "When it first happened, I was in my kayak looking north. I'll never forget it. The earth didn't curve away over the horizon. It just continued. I saw an endless landscape, shorelines, mountains, harbors, green forests and golden fields of wheat, stretching up into the heavens. Friends, a sight like that is worth 50 years of labor. I would have paddled right up into that calm sky without a second thought. But then the fog rolled in. Never seen a fog cling like this." Sam Cancino grumbled. "Might be here for a month or longer, but you're out of luck collecting from Stanislaus Grumman, Lee. The man's dead." "Ah, I recall his Tartar name," the seal hunter exclaimed. "Just remembered what they called him during the drilling. Sounded like Jopari, Jopari." "That's no name I've ever heard," said Lee. "Could be Japanese, I suppose." "Well, if I want my money, perhaps I can track down his next of kin, or maybe the Berlin Academy will settle the debt. I'll head up to the observatory, see if they have an address I can use." The observatory lay some miles to the north. Lee hired a dog sled and driver, though it was difficult to find anyone willing to travel in the dense fog. Eventually, an elderly Tartar from the Ob River region agreed after prolonged negotiation. The driver didn't trust a compass, which was just as well, as the Earth's magnetic field was in chaos, something Lee, who always carried one, had already noted. The man navigated by other means, including his Arctic fox demon, who sat at the front of the sled, nose twitching, scenting the path. When they paused to make coffee, the old driver remarked, "This thing happened before, the sky splitting open? That happened before, many thousand generations ago. My people remember, or long time ago." "What do the stories say?" "Sky tears open, spirits move between this world and that, all lands shift. Ice melts, then freezes again. Spirits seal the hole after a time, but witches say the sky is thin there, behind the northern lights." "What's going to happen, Umak? Same as before, make all right again, but only after big trouble, big war, a war of spirits." The driver said no more, and they continued moving slowly over rolling snowfields and past shadowy rock formations looming in the pale mist. Finally, the old man announced, "Observatory up there. You walk now. Path too twisted for sled. You want return. I wait here." "Yeah, I'll need a ride back when I'm done, Umak. Don't wander off." Lee shouldered his pack, the cold biting through his coat, and began the climb, the strange, silent fog swallowing the sound of the departing sled behind him. Lee Scoresby built a fire for his friend and suggested he rest for a few hours. With Hester nestled in his coat, Lee began a steep climb. After 30 minutes, a cluster of buildings emerged from the fog, as if dropped from the sky, only to vanish again as the mist thickened. He had glimpsed the main observatory's dome, a smaller one nearby, and a collection of living and working quarters, all windows darkened to preserve the perfect night for their telescopes. Soon he was surrounded by astronomers starved for news from the outside world. He shared all he had seen, and once their curiosity was satisfied, he turned the conversation to Stanislaus Grumman. The astronomers, who hadn't had a visitor in weeks, were eager to talk. "Grumman, I'll tell you about him," the director began. "He was English, despite the name, I recall." "I don't think so," his deputy countered. "He belonged to the Imperial German Academy. I met him in Berlin." "He was definitely German." "No, you'll find he was English. His command of the language was flawless," the director insisted. "But he was certainly with the Berlin Academy." "He was a geologist." "That's not right," another voice cut in. "He studied the Earth, but not as a geologist. We spoke once. I'd call him a paleoarchaeologist." They were gathered around a table in their multi-purpose common room, a space for dining, drinking, and everything in between. The group comprised 2 Muscovites, a Pole, a Yoruba, and a Skraeling. Lee sensed their relief at a fresh face and a change of topic. After the Pole's comment, the Yoruba interjected, "Paleoarchaeologist. Isn't archaeology already the study of old things? Why add another old to it?" His work went back much further than usual, the Pole explained. He was searching for traces of civilizations from 20 or 30,000 years ago. "Ridiculous," the director scoffed. "Absolute nonsense. He was having you on civilizations that old. Where's the proof?" "Beneath the ice," the Pole replied. That was his point. Grumman believed the Earth's magnetic field shifted dramatically in the past, and the axis moved, turning temperate zones to ice. "How?" asked one of the Muscovites. "Oh, he had a complicated theory. The idea was any evidence of early cultures was buried under glaciers. He claimed to have photographs of unusual rock formations." "Ha, that's all," the director said dismissively. "I'm only reporting what he said, not defending it," the Pole clarified. Lee steered the conversation. How long had you all known Grumman? Let me think, the director said. I first met him 7 years ago. He made a name for himself a year or two before that, with a paper on magnetic pole variations, the Yoruba added. But he seemed to come from nowhere. No one knew him as a student or had seen his earlier work. They continued sharing memories and speculating on Grumman's fate, most assuming he was dead. As the pole went to make more coffee, Hester whispered to Lee from his coat, "Keep an eye on the Skraeling, Lee." The Skraeling had remained mostly silent. Lee had always considered himself a man of few words, but Hester's subtle nudge made him look more closely. During a lull in the conversation, he noticed the man's daemon, a snowy owl, fixing him with a piercing orange stare. Owls did stare, of course, but Hester was right. There was a palpable hostility in that gaze, a suspicion completely absent from the man's own expression. Then Lee spotted it, a ring on the man's finger, engraved with the symbol of the church. The pieces clicked into place. Every research outpost, he'd heard, was required to host a magisterium representative, a censor to suppress any whisper of heresy. Remembering a fragment of conversation from Lyra, a spark of reckless curiosity made him lean forward. "Tell me, gentlemen," he asked, his tone deceptively light, "did Dr. Grumman ever look into the matter of dust?" A thick, sudden silence choked the cramped room. All attention, though no one dared look directly, shifted to the Skraeling. Lee felt Hester go still beside him, her ears flat, her eyes mere slits. He plastered on a look of cheerful ignorance, letting his gaze wander before finally landing on the churchman. "My apologies," he said, the picture of innocence. "Have I stumbled onto a forbidden topic? Where did you hear that term, Mr. Scoresby?" The Skraeling asked, his voice like ice. "Oh, from a passenger I ferried across the ocean some time back," Lee replied easily, as if discussing the weather. "They never explained it, but the way they mentioned it made me think it was the sort of puzzle a man like Grumman might pick at. I figured it for some kind of atmospheric phenomenon, like the Northern Lights. But it nagged at me. I know the skies, and I've never seen hide nor hair of this dust. What exactly is it?" "It is, as you surmised, a celestial occurrence," the Skraeling stated flatly. "It holds no practical importance." Not long after, Lee decided it was time to go. He'd learnt nothing more, and he didn't want to keep Umak waiting. He left the astronomers to their fog-shrouded instruments and started back down the mountain path, relying on Hester's low-to-the-ground vision to guide him through the murk. They hadn't gone 10 minutes when a silent shape tore through the fog, diving straight for Hester. It was the owl, but Hester, sensing the attack, flattened herself just in time, the talons whistling past her fur. She was no easy target. She was tough, brave, and her own claws were sharp. Lee knew the Skraeling had to be nearby, and his hand went to his revolver. "Behind you, Lee!" Hester barked, and he spun and dropped as an arrow hissed over his shoulder. He fired without hesitation. The Skraeling fell with a grunt, the bullet slamming into his leg. A moment later, the owl daemon fluttered down in a clumsy, faltering arc to land beside him, wings dragging in the snow. Lee stepped forward, cocking his pistol and pressing it to the man's temple. "All right, you damn fool," he growled. "What was the point of that? Can't you see we're all stuck in the same mess with whatever's happened to the sky?" "It is too late," the Skraeling gasped. "Too late for what?" "Too late to stop. I sent a messenger bird. The Magisterium will know of your questions. They will be glad to know about Grumman." "What about him?" "That others are searching for him. It confirms our suspicions, and that others know of dust. You are an enemy of the Church, Lee Scoresby. By their fruits shall ye know them, by their questions shall ye see the serpent gnawing at their heart." The owl made soft, pained hoots, its wings twitching. Its brilliant orange eyes were clouding over. A dark red stain was spreading in the snow around the Skraeling. Even in the fog's gloom, Lee could see the man was bleeding out. "Reckon I nicked an artery," Lee said, his anger cooling into something harder. "Let go of my sleeve and I'll try to tie it off." "No," the Skraeling said, his voice harsh and final. "I'm glad to die. I shall have the martyr's palm. You will not take that from me. Then die if you must. But first tell me." He never finished. With a faint, cold shudder, The owl demon vanished. The Skraeling's soul had fled. Lee recalled a church painting he'd seen long ago, depicting a saint under assault. While the attackers beat his mortal form, the saint's demon was lifted by cherubs toward heaven, a martyr's palm branch in hand. The Skraeling now wore that same saintly expression, a blissful, desperate reach toward nothingness. Lee let the body fall, disgusted. Hester made a low sound. "Should have guessed he'd send word," she muttered. "Take his ring." "What for? We're not thieves." "No, we're outlaws," she said flatly. "Not by our choosing, but by his. Once the church hears of this, we're finished anyway. Grab every edge we can get, take the ring and stash it. Might be useful later." Lee saw her point. He worked the ring from the dead man's finger, peering down the shadowy path. He saw it skirted a sharp drop into a rocky ravine. He pushed the body over the edge. It fell for a long moment before a distant final thud echoed up. Lee had never liked violence. He despised killing, though necessity had forced his hand 3 times before. "Stop dwelling on it," said Hester. "He left us no choice, and we didn't aim to kill. Hell, Lee, he wanted to die. These people are fanatics. Suppose you're right," he sighed, holstering his pistol. At the path's end, they found the driver, Umak, with the dog team ready. "Tell me something," Lee said as they started back toward the fish-packing station. "You ever hear of a man named Grumman?" "Oh, sure," Umak replied. "Everyone knows Dr. Grumman." "Did you know he had another name?" "A Tartar name." "Not Tartar. You mean Will Parry? That's not Tartar. What happened to him? Is he dead?" "You ask me that. I must say I don't know, so you never learn the truth from me." "I see. Who should I ask then? Better ask his tribe. Go to the Yenisei. Ask them. His tribe, the people who initiated him, who performed the skull drilling." "Yes. Better ask them. Maybe he is dead, maybe not. Maybe he is neither dead nor alive. How can someone be neither? In the spirit world?" "Perhaps he is in the spirit world. I have said too much already. No more now." And he said no more. Upon returning to the station, Lee went straight to the docks, searching for any ship bound for the Yenisei's mouth. Meanwhile, the witches pressed on with their own search. Queen Ruta Skadi flew alongside Serafina Pekkala's clan for days and nights through clinging fogs and sudden whirlwinds over lands scarred by flood and rockfall. They were certain this was a world unknown to them. Its winds were peculiar. The air carried unfamiliar scents, and enormous hostile birds attacked on sight, requiring swift volleys of arrows to drive them back. When they found land to rest upon, even the plants were alien. Yet some vegetation was edible, and they caught rabbits that made a hearty meal. Water was plentiful. It might have been a welcoming land, save for the spectral shapes that drifted like low fog across the grasslands, gathering near streams and marshes. In certain lights they were barely visible, just a shimmer in the air, a rhythmic fading in and out like transparent veils turning before a glass. The witches had never seen their like and trusted them not at all. "Do you think they are alive, Serafina Pekkala?" Ruta Skadi asked as they circled high above a cluster of the forms, motionless at a forest's edge. "Alive or not," Serafina answered, her voice edged with a newfound biting sarcasm. "They're brimming with ill will. I can feel their spite from here. Charming neighbors, really, just the sort you'd want for a picnic without understanding what could actually hurt them. I wouldn't dare get any closer than this." Fortunately for the witches, the spectres appeared to be bound to the ground, lacking the ability to fly. Their true nature was revealed later that day, at a river crossing. A dusty road met a low stone bridge there, flanked by a small grove of trees. The late afternoon sun cast long shadows, painting the grass a vivid green and filling the air with a hazy golden light. In that dramatic glow, Serafina spotted a group of travelers approaching the bridge, some on foot, others in creaking carts, and 2 on horseback. She caught her breath. These people were clearly alive, yet they had no visible daemons. Just as she considered flying down for a closer look, a shout of alarm cut through the air. The lead rider was pointing frantically toward the trees. Looking down, The witches saw a stream of those pale, spectral forms pouring across the grass, flowing effortlessly toward the people. The travelers scattered in panic. Serafina was appalled to see the first rider immediately wheel his horse around and gallop away, abandoning everyone. The second rider followed suit, fleeing in a different direction as fast as he could. "Fly lower and observe, sisters," Serafina instructed her companions, her voice tight. "But do not intervene until I give the command." The small group included children, some riding in the carts and others walking alongside. It became painfully clear that the children could not see the spectres, and the spectres in turn showed no interest in them. They moved with a singular, chilling purpose toward the adults. One old woman, seated on a cart with two small children on her lap, filled Ruta Skadi with a cold fury. In a despicable act of cowardice, the woman tried to use the children as a shield, actually pushing them toward the approaching spectre as if offering a sacrifice to save herself. The children wriggled free and tumbled from the cart, joining the others who now ran in terrified circles or stood clutching each other, weeping, as the spectres descended upon the grown-ups. The old woman in the cart was soon enveloped in a transparent, shimmering haze that seemed to pulse and work busily at her. Ruta Skadi felt a wave of nausea watching this invisible feeding. The same grim fate befell every adult in the party, except for the two cowards on horseback. Horrified yet compelled, Serafina flew down even closer. Her eyes were drawn to a father and his child who had tried to escape by wading into the river. A spectre had caught them. The child clung to the man's back, sobbing, but the father gradually slowed to a stop, standing waist-deep in the water, as if frozen, a look of vacant helplessness on his face. What was happening to him? Serafina hovered just above the water a few feet away, utterly horrified. She recalled travelers' tales from her own world about vampires, and a similar dread filled her as she watched the spectre apparently gorging on some essential part of the man, his soul, perhaps, or his demon, for here, it seemed, demons lived within. The man's arms went slack. The child lost its grip and fell into the water behind him, gasping and crying, clutching desperately at his father's hand. The man merely turned his head slowly and looked down at his drowning son with an expression of perfect, chilling indifference. That was the final straw for Serafina. She dove down and snatched the child from the water. As she did, Ruta Skadi's warning cry pierced the air. "Be careful, sister! Behind you!" For just a fleeting second, Serafina felt a hideous, dull numbness creep toward the edge of her own heart. She flung a hand upward, and Ruta Skadi's firm grip yanked her back from the danger. They soared higher, the rescued child screaming and digging its sharp fingers into Serafina's waist. Looking back, she saw the spectre, a swirl of mist on the water's surface, casting about for its lost prey. In a futile gesture, Ruta Skadi loosed an arrow directly into its center, to no effect whatsoever. Serafina quickly deposited the trembling child on the riverbank, safe from the spectre's notice, and the witches retreated to the safety of the open sky. The small group of travelers had come to a permanent stop. The horses grazed on the grass or twitched their heads against the flies, while the children, huddled together at a distance, wailed or stared in fearful silence. Every adult had gone motionless. Their eyes were open, a few remained standing, though most had sunk to the ground, and a dreadful quiet had settled over them all. As the final spectre drifted off, satisfied, Serafina descended and landed before a woman seated on the grass, a robust, healthy-looking woman with rosy cheeks and glossy fair hair. "Can you hear me?" Serafina asked. There was no reply. "Look at me. Do you see me?" She shook the woman's shoulder. With a tremendous effort, the woman's gaze lifted. She showed no real awareness. Her eyes were empty, and when Serafina pinched the skin of her arm, she only glanced down slowly before turning away. The other witches moved among the scattered wagons, surveying the victims with horror. Meanwhile, the children had gathered on a small hillock some distance away, watching the witches and whispering to each other in terror. "The rider is watching," one witch said, pointing to where the road cut through a gap in the hills. The man who had fled had reined in his horse and turned back, shielding his eyes to observe the scene. "We will talk to him," Serafina declared, and leapt into the air. Whatever his conduct had been when the spectres struck, the man was no coward. Seeing the witches approach, he unslung his rifle and urged his horse forward onto the open grass where he could wheel about and face them. But Serafina Pekkala landed gently and held out her bow before placing it on the ground. Whether such a gesture was known in this world or not, its meaning was clear. The man lowered his rifle and waited, his eyes moving from Serafina to the other witches and up to their daemons circling overhead. Women, young and fierce, clad in tattered black silk and riding pine branches through the sky, nothing in his experience matched this, yet he faced them with steady caution. As Serafina drew nearer, she saw both sorrow and strength in his face, a complexity that sat uneasily with the memory of him galloping away while his companions were consumed. "Who are you?" he demanded. "I am Serafina Pekkala, Queen of the Witches of Lake Inara, from another world. What is your name?" "Joachim Lorenz, witches, you say. Do you bargain with the devil then? If we did, would that make us your enemies?" He considered this, then rested his rifle across his thighs. "It might have, once," he admitted, "but the world is different now. Why have you come here?" "Because the world is different. What were those creatures that attacked your people?" "The spectres," he said, almost shrugging in disbelief. "You don't know the spectres. We have never seen them in our world. We witnessed your escape and did not know what to make of it." "Now, I understand. There is no defense against them," Joachim Lorenz stated flatly. "Only children are left untouched. By law, every traveling party must include a man and a woman on horseback, and they must do as we did, or the children would have no one. But times are desperate now. The cities swarm with spectres. There used to be only a handful in any one place." Ruta Skadi was scanning the area. She noticed the other rider, a woman, as it turned out, moving back toward the wagons. The children were running to meet her, a small, desperate flock seeking shelter. "But tell me what you are searching for," Joachim Lorenz pressed on, his voice firming. "You did not answer before. You would not have come here without purpose. Answer me now." "We are searching for a child," Serafina said. "A young girl from our world. Her name is Lyra Belacqua, also called Lyra Silvertongue. But where she might be in this entire world we cannot begin to guess. Have you come across a lone child, wandering by herself?" "No, but we did witness angels heading toward the pole just the other night." "Angels? Whole formations of them, glowing and armed, moving through the sky." "They haven't appeared often in recent years, though my grandfather claimed they were a common sight in his day." He raised a hand to block the sun, looking toward the clustered wagons and the stalled travelers. The other rider had gotten down and was soothing some of the children. Serafina watched for a moment before asking, "If we make camp with you tonight and help stand watch against the spectres, would you share more about this world and those angels you saw?" "Of course. Come along." The witches assisted in moving the wagons further down the road, across the bridge, and away from the tree line where the spectres had emerged. The afflicted adults had to be left behind, a heartbreaking sight as small children clung to mothers who no longer reacted or tugged at the sleeves of fathers whose eyes were vacant and distant. The youngest couldn't grasp why they had to abandon their parents. The older ones, some already familiar with this loss, just looked hollow and stayed quiet. Serafina lifted the little boy who had fallen into the river, his small body shaking with sobs as he reached back over her shoulder toward his motionless father, still standing in the water, utterly detached. She felt the child's warm tears on her skin. The horsewoman, dressed in tough canvas pants and riding astride, said nothing to the witches. Her expression was severe. She kept the children moving, speaking with a firmness that disregarded their crying. The low evening sun bathed everything in a rich golden light, making each detail sharp and lovely, so the faces of the children, the man and the woman all seemed timeless, resilient, and beautiful. Much later, as fire embers pulsed within a ring of stones and the vast hills rested peacefully under the moonlight, Joachim Lorenz told Serafina and Ruta Skadi the story of his world. "It was once a joyful place," he explained. "The cities were open and graceful, the farmland rich and productive. Trading ships sailed blue seas, and fishermen pulled in heavy nets full of cod and tuna, bass and mullet. Forests teemed with game, and no child went to bed hungry. In the plazas and courtyards of great cities, ambassadors from Brazil and Benin, from Ireland and Korea, mixed with tobacco sellers, commedia actors from Bergamo, and traders in fortune bonds. After dark, masked lovers would meet beneath rose-covered archways or in lantern-lit gardens, the air alive with the smell of jasmine and the music of wire-strung mandolins. The witches listened, captivated by this account of a world so similar to their own, yet so distinct. But then it all fell apart, he continued, his tone shifting from nostalgic to bitterly sarcastic. 300 years ago, everything went wrong. Some like to blame the Philosophers' Guild of the Torre degli Angeli, the Tower of the Angels in the city we just fled. Others claim it was divine punishment for some grand, unspecified sin. Isn't it always the way? A catastrophe happens, and suddenly everyone's an expert on what we did to deserve it, though no two people can agree on what that actually was. But the result was the spectres, appearing from nowhere, and we've been cursed with them ever since. You've seen what they do. Now try to imagine building a life in a world infested by spectres. How can anything thrive when nothing is certain? A father or mother could be taken at any moment, shattering a family. A merchant could vanish, his business collapsing, leaving all his workers without jobs. How can lovers ever truly trust their promises? All trust, all goodness, drained from our world when the spectres arrived. We even passed through a ghost town yesterday. Empty streets, windows like dead eyes, a stark reminder of what they leave behind. Who are these philosophers? Asked Serafina. And where is this tower? In the city we left, Kitagaze, the city of magpies. You know why it's called that? Because magpies are thieves, and stealing is about all we can manage to do now. For centuries, our hands have built nothing new. We are a people who create nothing, a civilization that has only learned to steal from other realms. Oh, we are aware of other worlds. The philosophers in the Tower of the Angels uncovered the secrets of crossing over. They possess an incantation, or perhaps it is a key that opens where no lock exists, that allows one to step through a non-existent doorway into another place. Whatever its true nature, it was this very power that first let the spectres in. And still, I am told, those philosophers use it. They slip into other worlds and plunder them, bringing back whatever they find. Gold and jewels, naturally, but also ideas, sacks of grain, even simple pencils. They are the source of all our so-called wealth, that guild of thieves. The greatest mystery, however, is why the spectres do not harm children. In a child's innocence lies some force that repels these spectres of indifference. But it is stranger still, children simply do not see them at all, a fact we have never understood. As you might expect, spectre orphans are everywhere. They form wandering bands, sometimes hiring themselves out to adults to scavenge in infested areas, other times just drifting and surviving on what they can find. So that was our existence. We learned to live with this curse. They are perfect parasites, draining life but rarely killing the host, and a rough balance held until the great storm. It was a cataclysm, sounding as if the sky itself was shattering. Then came a fog, thick and unyielding, covering every known land for days, halting all travel. When it finally lifted, the cities swarmed with spectres, hundreds upon thousands of them. We fled to the hills and the sea, but this time there is no escape. You have seen it for yourselves. Now it is your turn. Tell me of your world and why you would leave it to come to this one. Serafina told him everything she knew, honestly and without concealment. He was a truthful man and deserved no less. He listened intently, his face a mask of wonder, and when she finished, he nodded slowly. I spoke of our philosopher's power to open paths to other worlds. Some believe they occasionally leave a doorway ajar through sheer carelessness. It would not surprise me if travelers from other realms sometimes find their way here. We know that angels pass through after all. Angels? Said Serafina. You mentioned them before. They are unknown to us. Can you tell us more? You wish to know of angels? Said Joachim Lorenz. Very well. They call themselves Bene Elim, I am told. Some name them Watchers. They are not beings of flesh as we are. They are beings of spirit. Or perhaps their substance is finer, lighter, and clearer than ours, I cannot say, but they are not like us. Their purpose is to carry messages from heaven. Sometimes we see them in the sky, passing through this world on their way to another, shining like distant fireflies. On a quiet night, you might even hear the beat of their wings. Their concerns are not our own, though in ancient times they came down and dealt with men and women, and some say they even interbred with us. And when the fog came after that great storm, I was beset by spectres in the hills behind the city of St. Elias on my way home. I took shelter in a shepherd's hut by a spring near a birch wood. All through the night, I heard voices above me in the fog, cries of alarm and anger, and the sound of wings closer than I had ever heard. Toward dawn, there came the noise of a skirmish, the hiss of arrows, the clang of swords, and the chaotic rush of a struggle not meant for mortal eyes. I was too scared to step outside, even though my curiosity was eating me alive. The fear had me frozen solid, if I'm being honest. Once the fog lifted enough to let a little light through, I finally gathered the courage to peek out. There by the spring was a massive figure lying there, wounded. It felt wrong to look like I was glimpsing something holy that wasn't meant for my eyes. I had to turn away, and when I dared to glance back, it had vanished. That was the nearest I ever got to an angel. But like I mentioned, we spotted them just the other night, way up there among the stars, heading straight for the pole, moving like a grand fleet under full sail. Something's going on up there, and we're down here in the dark about what it might mean. Could be a war brewing. They say there was a war in heaven once, an eternity ago, but who knows how it ended? Wouldn't surprise me if another one kicked off. The wreckage from that would be unimaginable, and what it would mean for us, I can't even wrap my head around it. He sat up to poke the fire, the embers glowing under his touch. Then again, he mused, maybe the outcome wouldn't be as bad as I dread. A heavenly war might just scour the spectres right off our world, send them screaming back to the pit they crawled from. Now, wouldn't that be a blessing? We could breathe easy again, live without that cursed shadow hanging over us. But Joachim Lorenz didn't look hopeful, staring into the flames. The firelight danced across his face, yet his expression remained stony and severe, etched with a deep, weary sadness. Ruta Skadi leaned forward. "The pole, sir. You said these angels were making for the pole. Any idea why? Is that where heaven is?" "Couldn't tell you. I'm no scholar, that's plain enough, but they say the north of our world is where spirits gather. If angels were rallying, that's where they'd head. And if they were planning to storm heaven itself, well, I reckon that's where they'd build their fortress and launch their attack from." He lifted his gaze, and the witches looked up with him. The stars here were just like the ones they knew. The Milky Way blazed a path across the sky, and countless pinpricks of light dusted the darkness, rivaling the moon's glow. "Sir," Serafina asked, "have you ever heard of dust?" "Dust? I suppose you don't mean the kind on the road?" "No, never heard of it." "But look, there's a band of angels now." He pointed toward the constellation of Ophiuchus, and sure enough, something was moving through it, a small cluster of luminous beings. They didn't meander, they flew with the determined grace of migrating birds. Ruta Skadi rose to her feet. "Sister, it's time I left you," she said to Serafina. "I'm going up to speak with these angels, whatever they are. If they're bound for Lord Asriel, I'll join them. If not, I'll continue my search alone. Thank you for your companionship. Safe travels." They shared a kiss, and then Ruta Skadi grasped her cloudpine branch and launched into the air. Her daemon, Sergi, a bluethroat, darted from the shadows to fly beside her. "We're climbing high?" he asked. "As high as those bright flyers in Ophiuchus. They're moving fast, Sergi. Let's not lose them." Together they raced upward, faster than sparks from a blaze, the wind rushing through the twigs of her branch and streaming through her black hair. She didn't look back at the small fire glowing in the vast darkness, nor at the sleeping children or her fellow witches. That chapter of her journey was closed. Besides, those radiant beings ahead were still just tiny specks, easily lost against the sprawling tapestry of stars if she glanced away. So she flew on, her eyes locked on the angels, and gradually, as she drew nearer, their forms grew distinct. They shone not with any inner fire, but as if sunlight forever fell upon them, regardless of the surrounding night. They were human-like, but winged and towering, and being unclothed, the witch could see that 3 were male and 2 were female. Their wings emerged powerfully from their shoulders, with backs and chests sculpted by deep muscle. Ruta Skadi held back for a time, observing their strength and speed, assessing whether she could match them in a potential conflict. Though they carried no weapons, they moved with an effortless grace that suggested they could easily outpace her if a pursuit began. With her bow prepared, she surged forward to fly beside them, calling out, "Angels, stop and hear me. I am the witch Ruta Skadi, and I demand an audience." They turned as one. Their vast wings beat inward to slow their momentum, their bodies pivoting until they stood upright in the sky, held aloft by the rhythmic pulse of their feathers. They encircled her, 5 immense figures glowing softly in the dark, illuminated by a light unseen. She sat straight upon her pine branch, outwardly proud and fearless, though her heart raced with the sheer strangeness of the encounter. Her daemon, a bluer throat, fluttered close to seek warmth and comfort. Each angel was distinctly individual, yet they shared a profound commonality unlike any human she had known. A shimmering, darting interplay of thought and emotion seemed to sweep across them all at once. They were unclothed, yet under their penetrating gaze, she felt utterly exposed, as if they could see into the deepest corners of her spirit. Still, she felt no shame. She met their eyes with her chin held high. "So you are angels," she said, "or watchers, or Bene Elim. Where is your journey taking you?" "We follow a summons," one replied, or perhaps all of them spoke together. She could not be certain. "Whose summons?" she pressed. A man's voice, Lord Asriel's. "It may be. Why do you answer his call?" "Because we choose to," came the response. "Then you will guide me to him as well," she commanded. Ruta Skadi was 416 years old, a witch queen whose pride and knowledge far exceeded that of any short-lived human. Yet she had no inkling of how childlike she appeared beside these ancient beings. She could not sense how their awareness stretched out like fine filamentary threads to the farthest reaches of universes beyond her imagination. Nor did she realize she saw them in human form only because her mind expected to perceive their true nature would be to witness something more like architecture than living flesh, vast structures woven from pure intelligence and feeling. But they expected nothing more to them. She was very young. At once their wings beat powerfully, and they surged ahead. She darted alongside, riding the turbulent air stirred by their pinions, exhilarated by the speed and strength it lent her flight. They flew through the night. Stars wheeled overhead, then faded as dawn seeped from the east. The world blazed into color as the sun's edge appeared, and soon they were moving through a sky of clear blue, the air fresh and moist and sweet. In daylight, the angels grew less distinct, though their otherworldly nature remained unmistakable. The light that revealed them was not from the climbing sun, but from some other source, somewhere else. On and on they flew tirelessly, and she matched them without strain. A fierce joy filled her, the thrill of commanding these immortal beings. She rejoiced in her own blood and flesh, in the rough texture of pine bark against her skin, in the steady beat of her heart, and the keen life of all her senses. She welcomed the hunger beginning to stir within her, and took comfort in the presence of her sweet-voiced daemon. She felt a connection to the earth below, to every plant and creature living upon it, and delighted in knowing she was made of the same substance, that one day her body would nourish other lives, just as theirs now nourished hers, and with a private thrill, she rejoiced that soon she would see Lord Asriel again. Another night fell, and still the angels flew onward. The very texture of the air shifted around her, not becoming foul or sweet, but undeniably different. Ruta Skadi understood in an instant they had crossed from one realm into another, though the moment of passage remained a mystery. "Angels," she called out, sensing the transition. "How did we leave that world? Where was the line?" "There are unseen passages in the sky," came the reply, "doorways to other realms. We perceive them, but you do not." Though the invisible gateway remained hidden to her sight, Ruta Skadi had no need of it. A witch's sense of place was sharper than any bird's instinct. The moment the angel spoke, she locked her gaze on 3 sharp, broken peaks below, searing their specific arrangement into her memory. She could find this spot again, regardless of what her celestial guides believed. They flew onward, and soon an angelic voice murmured, "Lord Asriel is within this world. Behold the fortress he raises." Their flight had slowed to a wide circling glide. Following the angel's gesture, Ruta Skadi looked. A faint, pearly light was just brushing the eastern horizon, though the stars above still blazed with undimmed ferocity against the deep velvety black of the high heavens. And there, on the very edge of the waking world, a mountain range of impossible scale clawed at the sky, a chaos of shattered black rock, titanic broken slabs, and saw-toothed ridges heaped together as if from the debris of a shattered galaxy. Upon the highest pinnacle, now struck by the first lance of the morning sun and limned in fire, stood a structure of terrifying order, a fortress whose battlements were formed from single basalt monoliths as tall as hills, its sprawl so vast it had to be measured in the time it took to fly across it. Below this monstrous citadel, in the lingering dark of dawn, fires glared and furnaces belched smoke. From miles away she heard the relentless clamour of industry, the clang of monstrous hammers, and the deep pounding rhythm of great mills. And from every point of the compass, more beings converged, flights of angels, yes, but also machines of grim invention. Steel-winged craft glided on albatross-silent wings, glass cabins hung beneath flickering dragonfly mechanisms, and droning zeppelins hummed like enormous industrious bees, all drawn to the fortress Lord Asriel was building at the edge of creation. "And is Lord Asriel himself there?" she demanded. "He is," the angels confirmed. "Then we fly to him directly," she declared, a fierce joy cutting through the awe. "And you shall form my honor guard." With a new, almost sarcastic flourish, she added, "Let's see if the great rebel lord receives unexpected witches as graciously as he commands armies." Obediently, they spread their magnificent wings and set a course for the gold-rimmed fortress, the eager witch flying boldly before them. Lyra awoke early to a morning that was quiet and peculiarly warm, as if the city existed in a perpetual, calm summer. She slipped from her bed and down the stairs. Hearing the sound of children's voices out on the water, she went to investigate. 3 boys and a girl were splashing across the sun-dazzled harbour in a pair of pedal boats, racing madly for the stone steps. They spotted Lyra and hesitated for a second, but the thrill of the contest seized them again. The winners rammed into the steps with a crash that sent one boy tumbling into the water, who then tried to clamber into the other boat and capsized it too. Soon they were all splashing and laughing as if the spectral fears of the night had never been. They seemed younger than the children by the tower, Lyra thought. She waded in to join them, with Pantalaimon, a darting, glittering silver fish, beside her. Talking to other children never posed a difficulty for Lyra, and soon they were clustered around her, sitting in puddles on the sun-warmed stone, their shirts drying quickly. Poor Pan had to retreat into her damp pocket, taking the form of a small, cool frog. "What you gonna do with that cat? Can you truly take the bad luck away? Where'd you come from? Your friend? He ain't scared of spectres. Will's afraid of nothing," Lyra stated with absolute conviction, shaking water from her hair. "And neither am I. What are you so afraid of cats for, anyway?" "You don't know about cats," the oldest boy said, his voice full of disbelief. "Cats carry the devil inside them. It's true, you have to kill every cat you see. They bite you and put the devil in you too. And what were you doing with that big leopard?" She understood. He was talking about Pantalaimon in his leopard form, and shook her head, playing innocent. "You must have been seeing things," she said. "Everything looks strange in the moonlight, but where Will and I come from there aren't any spectres, so we don't know much about them." "If you can't see them, you're safe," one boy offered. "You see them, you know they can get you. That's what my father said right before they took him. And they're here, all around us right now." "Yeah," the girl said. She reached out and snatched at the empty air, laughing. "Got one? They can't hurt you," another boy pointed out. "So we can't hurt them either. See, have spectres always been in this world?" Lyra asked. "Sure," one boy said, but another disagreed. "No, they came a long time back. Hundreds of years they came, because of the guild." A third child chimed in. "The what?" said Lyra. "That's not true," the girl protested. My grandmother said they came because people were wicked and God sent them to punish us. Your grandmother doesn't know anything, a boy scoffed. She's got a beard, your granny. She's practically a goat. What is the guild? Lyra pressed. You know the Tower of the Angels, a boy said. The big stone tower, right? Well, that belongs to the guild, and there's a secret room inside. The guild are men who know all sorts of things. Philosophy, alchemy, all kinds of knowledge. And they were the ones who let the spectres in. That's a lie, another boy argued. They came from the stars. It is true. This is what happened. See, hundreds of years ago, a guild man was taking a piece of metal apart. Lead. He was trying to turn it into gold. And he cut it and cut it, smaller and smaller, until he got to the tiniest piece possible. There's nothing smaller than that, so small you couldn't even see it, but he cut that too, and inside that smallest bit, all the spectres were packed in, twisted and folded up so tight they took up no space at all, but the moment he cut it, bam, they whooshed out, and they've been here ever since. That's what my father said. Are there any guild men in the tower now? Lyra asked. No. They ran away like everyone else, the girl said. There's no one in that tower. That place is haunted, a boy insisted. That's why the cat came from there. We're not going in there. No way. No kids go in there. It's too scary. The guild men aren't afraid to go in there. Another said, they have special magic or something. They're greedy, living off poor folks, the girl added with a scowl. The poor people do all the work, and the guild men just live there for free. But there really isn't anyone in the tower now, Lyra said. No adults. No adults in the whole city. They wouldn't dare, I'm telling you. But she had seen a young man up there. She was sure of it. And there was something in the way these children talked. As an expert liar herself, she recognized when others were lying, and they were hiding something. All at once, she remembered. Little Paolo had mentioned that he and Angelica had an older brother, Tullio, who was also in the city, and Angelica had shushed him. Could the young man she'd glimpsed have been their brother? She left them to salvage their boats and pedal back toward the beach, and went inside to brew some coffee and check if Will was awake. He was still asleep, the cat a warm circle at his feet, and Lyra felt a sudden sharp impatience to see her scholar again. So she scribbled a note and left it on the floor beside his bed, shouldered her pack, and set off to find the window. The path she took wound through the same small square they had stumbled into the night before, the morning light now painting the cracked stones a pale gold. The ancient tower stood empty, the morning sun washing its stone face in a pale gold light. The carvings beside the doorway were worn smooth by ages of wind and rain, yet the figures were still clear, beings with great wings folded against their backs, their faces softened by time but somehow radiating a profound sense of wisdom and gentle strength. Angels, whispered Pantalaimon, who had taken the form of a small brown cricket perched on Lyra's collar. Or maybe they're spectres, Lyra countered, squinting at the stone. No, they told us this was a place for the Angeli, he insisted, his tiny voice firm. I'm sure that means angels. Should we go inside? They both stared at the massive oak door, hanging slightly ajar on its heavy wrought iron hinges. The steps leading up were deeply hollowed by countless footsteps, and nothing physical barred the way, only the cold knot of fear tightening in Lyra's stomach. She crept to the top step and peered into the gloom. A shadowy hall with a flagstone floor was all she could make out. On her shoulder, Pantalaimon trembled, a familiar, anxious flutter that took her straight back to the eerie game they'd played among the skulls in Jordan College's crypt. She was older now, and wiser. This place felt wrong. Without another thought, she turned and fled down the steps, across the empty square, and didn't stop running until she was back under the bright, welcoming sun of the palm-lined avenue. Once certain she was unobserved, she slipped through to Will's Oxford without a backward glance. Less than an hour later, she found herself once more at the entrance to the physics building, engaged in a fresh debate with the porter. This time, however, she held a winning card. Just ask Dr. Malone, she said, her voice dripping with innocent sweetness. Go on, ring her up. She'll tell you it's fine. The porter, with a sigh, turned to his telephone. Lyra watched, feeling a pang of sympathy for the man stuck behind a plain wooden counter, so unlike the proper cosy lodges of the real Oxford colleges she knew. "All right," he said, hanging up. "She says you can go up. Don't you wander off anywhere else?" "Of course not," Lyra replied, the picture of obedient demureness, but her act was nearly broken at the top of the stairs. Just as she passed the door marked with a symbol for women, it opened silently, and there was Dr. Malone, her face tense, urgently beckoning Lyra inside. Puzzled, Lyra stepped into the washroom. "Lyra, there are people in the lab, officials, maybe police," Dr. Malone whispered, her agitation clear. "They know you came to see me yesterday. I don't know what they want, but it doesn't feel right. What is happening? How do they even know I was here?" Lyra asked. "I've no idea. They didn't know your name, but the description was unmistakable." "Oh, well, lying to them is easy enough," Lyra said with a shrug, though a part of her was already calculating the risks. "But why are they here?" Dr. Malone pressed, her voice low. A woman's voice called from the corridor outside. "Dr. Malone, have you found the girl?" "Yes," Dr. Malone called back, her tone suddenly bright and normal. "Just showing her where the facilities are." Lyra almost rolled her eyes at the doctor's nervousness. She clearly wasn't accustomed to the thrill of real deception. The woman waiting outside was young and sharply dressed. She attempted a smile as Lyra emerged, but it never reached her watchful, suspicious eyes. "Hello," she said. "You must be Lyra." "Yeah, who you?" "I'm Sergeant Clifford. Come with me, please." Lyra bristled inwardly at the woman's presumptuous manner, as if she owned the laboratory, but outwardly she merely nodded, playing the meek child. It was in that very moment, stepping toward the doorway, that the first real twinge of doubt struck her. A clear, cold certainty settled in her chest. She shouldn't be here. The alethiometer's silent guidance had been pointing her elsewhere, toward a duty she was now ignoring. She hesitated on the threshold. Inside the lab stood a tall, powerfully built man with striking white eyebrows. Lyra, an expert on the look of real scholars, knew instantly that neither of these visitors belonged in an academic setting. "Come in, Lyra," Sergeant Clifford repeated, her voice losing its false warmth. "This is Inspector Walters." "Hello, Lyra," the man said, offering a smile that seemed practiced. "Dr. Malone's been telling me about you. I'd just like to ask a few simple questions, if that's all right." "What kind of questions?" Lyra asked, her guard fully up. "Nothing too hard," he assured her, the smile still fixed in place. "Come, take a seat." He nudged a chair toward her. Lyra sat down cautiously, hearing the soft click of the door closing behind her. Dr. Malone remained standing nearby, a silent, anxious figure against the humming laboratory equipment. Pantalaimon, now a cricket nestled in Lyra's breast pocket, was trembling with such intensity she worried the movement might be visible. She silently willed him to stay calm. "Where exactly are you from, Lyra?" Inspector Walters asked. Claiming Oxford felt too risky. They could verify that in an instant. Yet she couldn't possibly tell them the truth about her own world. These were dangerous people. The truth would only lead to more perilous questions. Her mind raced to the only other place in this world she knew by name, the one Will had mentioned. "Winchester," she answered. "You look like you've been through a rough time, Lyra," the inspector observed, his gaze sharp. "How did you get those marks? There's one on your cheek and another on your leg. Has someone been hurting you?" "No," Lyra said flatly. "Do you attend school?" "Yeah, sometimes," she added, hedging her bets. "Shouldn't you be in class today?" She stayed silent, a growing knot of dread tightening in her stomach. She glanced at Dr. Malone, whose expression was strained and sorrowful. "I only came here to visit Dr. Malone," Lyra insisted. "Are you living in Oxford? Where are you staying? With some people, just friends? What's their address? I don't know the exact street name. I can find it, but I can't remember." "Who are these friends?" "Just friends of my father," she said, the lie coming a little easier. "I see. And how did you find Dr. Malone?" "Because my father's a physicist. He knows her work." She felt herself settling into the rhythm of the deception, the words flowing more smoothly. A strange, almost giddy confidence began to push back the fear. "And she showed you her project? The engine with the screen? Yeah, all of that. So you're interested in that sort of thing? Science? Yeah, physics mostly. Planning to be a scientist when you're older?" She fixed him with a deliberately blank stare, which he met without flinching. His pale eyes flickered toward the young woman officer before returning to Lyra. "Were you surprised by what Dr. Malone showed you?" "Well, sort of, but I knew what to expect. Because of your father? Yeah. He's doing similar work. Naturally. Do you understand it?" "Some of it." "Your father is researching dark matter then?" "Yes. Has he made as much progress as Dr. Malone?" "Not in the same way. He can do some things better, but that engine with the words on the screen, he doesn't have one of those." "Is Will staying with these friends of yours as well?" "Yes, he—" She froze. The mistake was catastrophic, and she knew it instantly. They knew it too, both officers surging to their feet to block her escape. But somehow, Dr. Malone shifted position, and the sergeant stumbled, tangling with the inspector. That single moment of chaos was all Lyra needed. She bolted, slamming the door shut behind her, and sprinting for the staircase. Two men in white coats emerged from a doorway, and she collided with them. In a flash, Pantalaimon became a crow, his raucous shrieks and frantic wings beating so violently that the men recoiled in shock. She tore herself from their grasping hands and flew down the final flight of stairs into the lobby. The porter, just hanging up a phone, began to bellow, "Hey, stop right there," and moved to intercept her. But the hinged section of his counter was at the far end. Lyra reached the revolving door before he could get out. Behind her, the elevator doors slid open, and the pale-haired man burst out with terrifying speed and strength. The door wouldn't budge. Pantalaimon shrieked a warning. They were pushing the wrong side. A cry of pure fear escaped her as she spun around, throwing her slight weight against the heavy glass with all her might. It finally began to rotate, just as the porter reached her, his bulk accidentally hampering the pale-haired man's pursuit. Lyra dashed through the opening and into the street. She plunged across the road, ignoring the blaring horns, screeching brakes, and smell of burnt rubber into an alley between tall buildings, then out onto another busy road with traffic streaming from both directions. But she was fast, weaving past bicycles, the pale-haired man a relentless, frightening shadow just steps behind her. Lyra darted into a garden, scrambled over a fence, and pushed through a thicket of bushes. Pantalaimon flew swiftly overhead as a swift, calling out directions. She ducked behind a large coal bunker just as rapid footsteps pounded past. The pale man moved with a frightening, silent speed. "Go back to the road now," Pantalaimon urged. She crept from her hiding spot and sprinted back across the lawn, out through the garden gate, and into the open stretch of Banbury Road. Dodging across the asphalt, she heard the screech of tires once more. Then she was running up Norham Gardens, a quiet, tree-lined street of grand Victorian homes near the park. Gasping for breath, she tucked herself into a narrow space beneath a privet hedge, sitting on a low wall at its base. "She helped us," Pantalaimon whispered, now a mouse on her knee. Dr. Malone got in their way. "She's on our side." "Oh, Pan," Lyra murmured, "I shouldn't have said that about Will. I should have been more careful. You shouldn't have come at all," he said sternly. "I know that too." There was no time for self-reproach. Pantalaimon fluttered to her shoulder, then said urgently, "Look out, behind you," and instantly changed into a cricket, diving into her pocket. Lyra sprang up, poised to run. A large, dark blue sedan glided silently to the curb beside her. As she tensed to dart away, the rear window rolled down, revealing a familiar face. "Lizzie," said the old man from the museum, his voice warm. "What a pleasant surprise. May I offer you a ride?" He opened the door and shifted over to make room. Pantalaimon pinched her breast through the thin cotton of her shirt, but Lyra climbed in immediately, clutching her rucksack. The man leaned across her to pull the door shut. "You seem to be in quite a hurry," he observed. "Where would you like to go?" "Up to Summertown, please," she said. The driver wore a peaked cap, The car's interior was all smooth leather and quiet power, and the old man's cologne hung heavily in the enclosed space. They pulled away from the curb without a sound. "So what have you been busy with, Lizzie?" the old man asked congenially. "Did you learn more about those interesting skulls?" "Yeah," Lyra said, twisting to look out the rear window. There was no sign of the pale-haired man. She'd gotten away. A little hiccup of triumph rose in her chest. Safe in this powerful car with a wealthy stranger, she felt a sudden, reckless confidence. "Isn't it funny," she thought, "how a bit of luck can make you forget you're still in a cage?" "I made some inquiries myself," the old man continued. "An anthropologist colleague tells me they have several others in the collection, not just the ones on display. Some are remarkably old. Neanderthal, you know." "Yeah, that's what I heard too," Lyra said, having no real idea what he meant. "And how is your friend?" "What friend?" Lyra asked, suddenly alarmed. Had she mentioned Will? "The friend you're staying with." "Oh, yes. She's very well, thank you. What is her field?" "Archaeology. She's a physicist. She studies dark matter," Lyra said, still struggling to keep her story straight. Lying in this world was harder than she'd imagined. Something else nagged at her. This old man seemed familiar in a distant, almost forgotten way, but she couldn't place it. "Dark matter," he said, his interest clearly piqued. "How fascinating. I read something about that in the Times just this morning. The universe is brimming with this mysterious substance, and no one knows what it is, and your friend is researching it." "Yes, she knows a great deal about it. And what are your own plans, Lizzie? Will you pursue physics as well?" "I might," said Lyra. "It depends." The chauffeur gave a soft cough and began to slow the car. "Well, here we are in Summertown," the old man said. "Where shall we drop you?" "Oh, just past these shops is fine. I can walk from there," Lyra replied. "Thank you." "Turn left into South Parade and pull over on the right, please, Alan," the old man instructed. "Very good, sir," said the chauffeur. The car glided to a quiet stop in front of the public library. The elderly gentleman pushed his door open wide, forcing Lyra to squeeze past his legs to exit. The interior was spacious, yet the maneuver felt clumsy and intrusive. Despite his kind demeanor, she recoiled from any contact. "Don't leave your bag behind," he reminded her, passing the rucksack into her hands. "Thank you," she murmured. "I expect we'll meet again, Lizzie," he said warmly. "Give my best to your companion." "Goodbye," Lyra replied, remaining on the sidewalk until the vehicle had rounded the distant corner and vanished. A nagging suspicion about the silver-haired man clung to her, and she desperately wished to consult the alethiometer. Meanwhile, Will was seated on the terrace, the shouts of children leaping into the harbour a faint backdrop as he reread his father's letters. He traced the neat script on the thin airmail paper, attempting to envision the man behind the words, his eyes repeatedly drawn to the mention of the baby to himself. The sound of running footsteps approached. Will quickly tucked the letters away and stood just as Lyra arrived, her eyes wide with panic, Pantalaimon a bristling, snarling wildcat too upset to maintain a disguise. Lyra, who rarely wept, was now choking on furious sobs. Her chest heaved, her teeth clenched, and she threw herself at Will, gripping his arms. "I want him dead. I wish Irek were here. Will, I've made a terrible mistake. I'm so sorry." "What happened? Tell me," Will urged. "That old man, he's a filthy thief. He stole it. He stole my alethiometer, that rotten old man with his fancy clothes, and his chauffeur. Oh, the things I did this morning were so stupid." Her crying was so violent it seemed her heart might physically shatter. She collapsed onto the pavement, wailing, while Pantalaimon shifted into a wolf and howled a mournful, piercing lament. Across the water, children paused their play, shielding their eyes to look. Will knelt beside her, shaking her shoulder gently. "Lyra, you have to calm down. Start from the beginning. What old man? What exactly happened?" "You'll be furious with me." "I promised I wouldn't reveal you. I swore it, and then—" She wept. Pantalaimon transformed into a cowering, apologetic puppy, ears flat, tail wagging meekly in a display of utter shame. Will understood then that Lyra had done something she was too embarrassed to confess, so he addressed the daemon directly. "Just tell me what happened," he said. Pantalaimon explained. We went to see the scholar, but others were there, a man and a woman, and they deceived us. They asked many questions, then asked about you, and before we could stop ourselves, we let slip that we knew you. We ran away after that." Lyra hid her face in her hands, pressing her forehead against the ground. Pantalaimon, agitated, flickered through forms: bird, cat, a flash of white ermine. "What did the man look like?" Will asked. "Large," came Lyra's muffled voice, incredibly strong, with pale eyes. "Did he see you return through the window?" "No, but then he doesn't know where we are." "But the alethiometer," she cried, sitting up abruptly, her face a mask of raw fury, like something from an ancient tragedy. "Right," said Will, keeping his voice steady. "Tell me about that." Between gritted teeth and heaving sobs, she recounted everything: how the old man had spotted her using the alethiometer in the museum the previous day, how he'd stopped his car today so she could escape the pale man, how the vehicle had pulled up in a way that forced her to climb past him to exit, and how he must have deftly snatched the alethiometer while handing her the rucksack. Will could see her devastation, but he didn't yet grasp her guilt. Then she confessed, her voice breaking, "And Will, I did something truly awful. The alethiometer told me I had to stop searching for dust, or at least that's what I believed it said, and that I had to help you instead. I had to help you find your father. I could have taken you straight to him if I still had it. But I wouldn't listen. I just did what I wanted, and I shouldn't have." He'd watched her use the alethiometer, and he knew it could reveal the truth. He turned his back. She grabbed his wrist, but he pulled free and walked to the water's edge. Across the harbour, children were playing again. Lyra hurried after him. "Will, I'm really sorry." "What good does that do? I don't care if you're sorry. You did it. But we have to help each other, Will. There's no one else." "I don't see how. Neither do I, but—" She stopped suddenly, her eyes lighting up. She spun around and sprinted back to her rucksack, left on the sidewalk, digging through it with frantic energy. "I remember who he is and where he lives. Look," she exclaimed, holding up a small white card. "He gave this to me at the museum. We can go get the alethiometer back." Will took the card and read, "Sir Charles Latrom, CBE, Limefield House, Old Headington, Oxford. He's a knight," Will said flatly. Sir, that means people will take his word over ours without a second thought." "What did you expect me to do? Go to the police?" "The police are looking for me. If they weren't yesterday, they definitely are by now. And if you go, they know who you are now, and that you know me, so that's useless too. We could steal it back. We could go to his house and take it. I know where Headington is. There's a Headington in my Oxford too. It's not far. We could walk there in an hour, easy. You're being ridiculous. Irek Burnison would march right in and tear his head off. I wish he were here. He'd—" She stopped. Will was just staring at her, and she shrank back. She would have reacted the same way if the armored bear had ever looked at her like that, because there was something in Will's young eyes that wasn't so different from Irek. "That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard," he said, his voice low and sharp. "You think we can just waltz into his house and sneak around and steal it? You need to actually think. Use your head. He's a rich man. He'll have burglar alarms, all kinds of security, motion sensors, special locks, lights that turn on automatically." "I've never heard of those things," Lyra protested. "We don't have them in my world. How was I supposed to know?" "Fine. Then think about this. He has a whole house to hide it in. How long would any thief need to search every drawer, every cupboard, every hiding spot? Those men who came to my house had hours to look, and they never found what they wanted. I bet his place is way bigger than mine. He probably has a safe, too, so even if we got inside, we'd never find it in time before the police showed up." She looked down at her feet. It was all true. "What are we going to do then?" she mumbled. He didn't answer, but it was we now, for sure. He was tied to her, whether he liked it or not. He paced to the water's edge, then back to the terrace, then to the water again. He smacked his hands together, searching for an answer that wouldn't come, and finally shook his head in frustration. "We'll just go there," he decided. "Just go and see the place. It's no use asking your scholar friend for help, not if the police have talked to her. She'll believe them over us, At least if we get near his house, we can see the layout. That's a start. Without another word, he went inside and slipped the letters under the pillow in the room where he'd slept. That way, if he were caught, they'd never find them. Lyra was waiting on the terrace, with Pantalaimon perched on her shoulder as a sparrow. She looked more hopeful now. "We're going to get it back," she said firmly. "I can feel it." He said nothing. They set off for the window. It took them an hour and a half to walk to Headington. Lyra led the way, skirting the city centre, while Will kept a silent, watchful eye on their surroundings. The danger Lyra faced now felt deeper and more unsettling than anything she had encountered in the Arctic, even on the treacherous journey to Bolvangar. Back then she had the Gipchians and the armoured bear Iorek Burnison at her side. The threats of the frozen tundra were at least honest and visible. Here, in this city that was both familiar and utterly alien, peril wore a friendly face, and betrayal came with a sweet smile. They might not intend to kill her or tear her from Pantalaimon, but they had stolen her one true guide. Without the alethiometer, she was simply a lost child, adrift in a world of hidden intentions. Limefield House glowed with the rich hue of golden honey, its facade partially draped in the deep crimson leaves of Virginia creeper. It sat within expansive, meticulously kept grounds, flanked by dense shrubbery on one side and a sweeping gravel drive that led to an imposing front door. A Rolls-Royce was parked near a double garage. Everything Will observed radiated a quiet, entrenched wealth and authority, the kind of effortless superiority certain people still assumed was their birthright. It stirred a sharp, familiar resentment in him, though he couldn't pinpoint why until a memory surfaced. He was very small, dressed in his best clothes, holding his mother's hand as they visited a similar grand house. An elderly couple had spoken to her in cold, clipped tones, and she had wept silently all the way home. Lyra noticed his quickened breath and clenched fists, but wisely held her tongue. This was his private storm, not hers. After a moment, he drew a deep, steadying breath. "All right," he said, his voice tight. "No point waiting out here." They walked up the drive, feeling terribly exposed under the open sky. The door featured an old-fashioned bell pull, which Lyra had to point out to him. A distant, jarring ring echoed inside when they tugged it. The man who answered was the same driver from the car, now without his cap. His eyes moved from Will to Lyra, and his expression shifted almost imperceptibly. "We need to speak with Sir Charles Lattram," Will stated, his jaw set with the same stubborn defiance he'd shown the night before. The servant gave a curt nod. "Wait here, I'll inform Sir Charles." The heavy oak door closed, secured by two substantial locks and bolts. A prominent burglar alarm was fixed to the wall, with glaring spotlights at each corner of the house. Getting near it unnoticed, let alone breaking in, seemed impossible. When the door opened again, Will looked up into the composed, unreadable face of the man who possessed what he desperately needed. Sir Charles appeared utterly smooth, calm, and in command, showing not a flicker of guilt. Sensing Lyra's simmering anger beside him, Will spoke quickly. "Excuse us. Lyra believes she may have left something in your car earlier when she accepted a ride." "Lyra? I don't know any Lyra. What an interesting name. I recall a girl named Lizzie, and you are." Will mentally kicked himself for the slip. "I'm her brother, Mark." "I see. Well, hello, Lizzie, or Lyra. You'd better come inside." He stepped aside. The invitation took them both by surprise, and they entered with hesitant steps. The hallway was shadowy, scented with beeswax and cut flowers. Every surface gleamed with polish, and a mahogany cabinet displayed a collection of delicate porcelain figurines. Will spotted the servant lingering in the background, poised and waiting. "Come through to my study," Sir Charles offered, holding open another door. His courtesy was polished, even welcoming, yet it carried a subtle edge that put Will instantly on guard. The study was a spacious, comfortable room, redolent of cigar smoke and aged leather, and appeared to be lined with bookshelves, oil paintings, and the mounted trophies of past hunts. 3 or 4 glass-fronted cabinets stood against the walls, their shelves holding a collection of antique scientific instruments. There were brass microscopes, telescopes sheathed in worn green leather, sextants, and finely crafted compasses. It was immediately clear why Sir Charles had taken such an interest in the alethiometer. "Sit down," Sir Charles instructed, gesturing toward a deep leather sofa. He settled into the high-backed chair behind his imposing desk and fixed them with a steady gaze. "Well, what do you have to say for yourselves? You stole?" Lyra began, her voice hot with anger, but a sharp look from Will cut her off. "Lyra believes she left something in your car," Will repeated calmly. "We're here to retrieve it." "Is this the item you're referring to?" Sir Charles asked. He drew a square of dark velvet from a desk drawer. Lyra sprang to her feet. Ignoring her entirely, he carefully unfolded the cloth, revealing the alethiometer resting in his palm, its golden face gleaming under the lamplight. "Yes!" Lyra cried, lunging forward, but his fingers snapped shut around it. The desk was too wide for her to reach across, and before she could dart around it, he swiveled in his chair and placed the instrument inside one of the glass cabinets. He locked the small door with a definitive click and dropped the key into his waistcoat pocket. "But it isn't yours, Lizzie," he said, a false note of regret in his voice. "Or Lyra, if that's what you're really called. It is mine. It's my alethiometer." He shook his head slowly, with a heavy, theatrical sadness, as if he were a disappointed parent forced to discipline a wayward child. "I'm afraid there's considerable doubt about that claim," he said, "but it is hers," Will insisted. "I've seen it with her. I know it belongs to her. You see, the burden of proof would be on you," Sir Charles replied smoothly. "I don't have to prove a thing as it's currently in my possession. That makes it mine by all reasonable assumption. Just like every other artifact in this room. I must say, Lyra, I'm rather disappointed to find you engaging in such dishonesty." "I am not dishonest," Lyra shouted. "Oh, but you are. You told me your name was Lizzie. Now I discover it's something else entirely. Frankly, you haven't a hope of convincing anyone that a piece this valuable belongs to a child. Let's settle this. We'll call the police." He turned his head slightly as if to summon a servant. "Wait," Will started, but Lyra was already moving. She dashed around the desk, and from seemingly nowhere, Pantalaimon was in her arms, a snarling wildcat, teeth bared, hissing furiously at the old man. Sir Charles merely blinked at the sudden appearance of the daemon, barely flinching. "You don't even understand what you've stolen," Lyra raged, her voice trembling with fury. "You saw me using it and decided to take it for yourself, but you're worse than my mother. She at least knows it matters. You're just going to lock it away in a case and let it gather dust. You deserve to die. If I can, I'll find someone to make sure you do. You're not worth the air you breathe. Words failed her. Consumed by a blinding rage, all she could do was spit directly into his face, which she did with all her strength. Will remained perfectly still, observing, his eyes cataloguing the room's layout and every object within it. Sir Charles, with unnerving calm, shook out a silk handkerchief and dabbed his cheek. "Have you no self-control?" he asked coldly. "Go and sit down, you filthy little brat." Tears of pure frustration were shaken loose by Lyra's trembling as she threw herself back onto the sofa. Pantalaimon, his thick tail erect, stood guard on her lap, his blazing eyes locked on Sir Charles. Will sat in silence, deeply puzzled. The old man could have had them thrown out long before now. What game was he playing? And then Will saw something so strange he almost doubted his own eyes. From the sleeve of Sir Charles's linen jacket, just past the crisp white shirt cuff, emerged the emerald head of a snake. Its black tongue flicked rapidly, and its scaled head with gold-rimmed black eyes moved deliberately from Lyra to Will and back again. Lyra, lost in her anger, noticed nothing. Will caught only a fleeting glimpse before it retreated back up the sleeve, but the sight sent a jolt of shock through him. Sir Charles moved to the window seat and sat down, meticulously adjusting the crease in his trousers. "I think you'd better listen to me rather than continuing this embarrassing display," he said. "You truly have no other option. The instrument is in my possession and will remain there. I am a collector and I want it. You can shout and protest all you want, but by the time you convince anyone to believe you, I'll have a stack of paperwork proving I own it. That's easy enough to arrange. Once that's done, you'll never see it again." A heavy silence fell between them. He wasn't finished. A deep confusion settled over Lyra, slowing her pulse and making the air in the room feel thick and still. "But," he continued, "there is something else I desire more. Since I cannot obtain it myself, I am willing to strike a bargain. You retrieve the item I seek, and I will return your little— What was the word you used?" "A lithiometer," Lyra whispered, her throat tight. "A lithiometer, how curious. Alethea, truth, those symbols, yes, I understand now. What is this thing you want?" Will demanded. "And where is it?" "It is in a place I cannot go, but you can. I know perfectly well you've discovered a doorway. I suspect it's not far from Summertown, where I left Lizzie or Lyra earlier today. And beyond that doorway is another world, one curiously empty of adults. Am I correct? You see, the man who created that doorway possesses a knife. He is hiding in that other world at this very moment, and he is terrified, with good reason. If he is where I believe, he is in an ancient stone tower with angels carved around the entrance. The Tower of the Angels, so that is your destination. I don't care how you manage it, but I want that knife. Bring it to me, and the alethiometer is yours. I shall regret parting with it, but I am a man of honor. Your task is simple. Bring me the knife." Chapter 8. The Tower of the Angels. "Who is this man with the knife?" Will asked. They were in the Rolls-Royce, driving north through Oxford. Sir Charles sat in the front passenger seat, half turned toward them, while Will and Lyra occupied the back. Pantalaimon, now a mouse, was cradled and calmed in Lyra's hands. "Someone who has as little right to the knife as I have to the alethiometer," Sir Charles replied smoothly. "The unfortunate reality for everyone is that the alethiometer is in my possession and the knife is in his." "How do you even know about that other world?" Will pressed. "I know many things you do not. What else would you expect? I am significantly older and far better informed. There are several passages between this world and that one. Those aware of their locations can move back and forth with ease. In Cittàgazze, there is a so-called guild of learned men who once did so regularly." "You're not from this world at all," Lyra exclaimed, a sudden conviction striking her. "You're from there, aren't you?" That strange tug at her memory returned. She was almost sure she had seen his face somewhere before. "No, I am not," he stated flatly. Will pressed on. "If we have to take the knife from this man, we need to know more about him. He's not just going to hand it over, is he?" "Absolutely not. It is the one thing keeping the spectres at bay. This will not be easy. The spectres are afraid of the knife? Terrified of it. Why do they only attack adults?" "You don't need to know that right now. It is irrelevant." Sir Charles then turned his attention to Lyra. "Tell me about your fascinating companion." He meant Pantalaimon. The moment he said it, Will understood. The snake he had glimpsed hidden in the man's sleeve was a demon, too. Sir Charles must be from Lyra's world. He was asking about Pantalaimon to misdirect them. He didn't realize Will had already seen his own demon. Lyra drew Pantalaimon close to her chest. He shifted into a sleek black rat, his tail coiling tightly around her wrist as he fixed Sir Charles with a fierce red glare. "You weren't supposed to see him," Lyra said defiantly. "He's my demon. You think there are no daemons in this world, but there are. Yours would probably be a dung beetle. If the pharaohs of Egypt saw fit to be symbolized by a scarab, I can hardly complain," he said with a thin smile. "So, you are from yet another world. How intriguing. Is that where the alethiometer originates, or did you acquire it during your journeys?" "I was given it," Lyra shot back, her anger flaring. "The master of Jordan College in my Oxford gave it to me. It is rightfully mine." "You wouldn't even know what to do with it, you foolish old man," she shot back, her voice sharp with frustration. "You'd never understand its importance in 100 years to you. It's just a trinket. But Will and I need it. We'll find a way to get it back. You can be sure of that." "We shall see," Sir Charles replied coolly. "This is where I left you previously. Should I let you out here?" "No," Will said quickly, spotting a police cruiser parked farther down the street. "You can't follow us into Cittàgazze because of the spectres, so knowing where the window is won't help you. Drive us closer to the ring road, as you wish. Sir Charles conceded, and the car began to move again. If you manage to retrieve the knife, call my number, Alan will come to collect you. They rode in tense silence until the chauffeur brought the car to a stop. As they stepped onto the pavement, Sir Charles lowered his window and fixed his gaze on Will. "One more thing," he said, his tone icy. "If you fail to bring me the knife, do not return to my home. Come without it, and I will contact the authorities immediately. I expect they will arrive quite promptly once I inform them of your true identity." "It is William Parry, isn't it?" "Yes, I thought as much. There's a rather clear photograph of you in this morning's paper." The car pulled away, leaving Will stunned into silence. Lyra grabbed his arm, shaking it gently. "It's going to be all right," she insisted. "If he was going to tell anyone, he would have done it already. He's keeping it to himself for now. Come on, we have to keep moving." A short while later, they found themselves in the small plaza at the base of the Tower of the Angels. Will had described the snake daemon to her, and the mention of it had stopped Lyra dead in the street, that nagging half-memory clawing at her once more. Who was that old man? Where had she seen him before? It was useless. The memory remained stubbornly blurred. "I didn't want to mention it earlier," Lyra confessed softly. "But I saw a man up there last night. He looked down when all the children were making that racket. What did he look like? Young with curly hair? Not old at all, but I only caught a glimpse of him right at the very top over the battlements. I thought he might be." She paused, thinking of Angelica and Paolo. Remember, Paolo said they had an older brother who had also come into the city, and Angelica made him stop talking, as if it were a secret. Well, I thought it might be him. He might be after the knife, too, and I think all the children know about it. I believe that's the real reason they keep coming back here in the first place. "Maybe," Will murmured, his eyes scanning the tower's height. She recalled the children's chatter from that morning. They had said no child would enter the tower. There were frightening things inside. She remembered her own sense of dread when she and Pantalaimon had peered through the open doorway before leaving the city. Perhaps that was why they needed a grown man to go in there. Her demon was now fluttering anxiously around her head in moth form, whispering worries in the bright sunlight. "Hush," she whispered back to him. "We don't have a choice, Pan. This is our fault. We have to make it right, and this is the only way." Will moved off to the right, tracing the wall of the tower. At the corner, a narrow cobblestone alley squeezed between the tower and the next building. Will headed down it, looking upward, taking the measure of the place. Lyra followed. He stopped beneath a window on the second floor and turned to Pantalaimon. "Can you fly up there? Can you see inside?" Pantalaimon shifted instantly into a sparrow and took flight. He barely reached the sill. Lyra gasped, letting out a small cry as he perched there for a few seconds before swooping back down. She sighed heavily, taking deep breaths as if she had just been pulled from deep water. Will frowned, confused by her reaction. "It's difficult," she explained, her voice strained. "When your daemon goes away from you, it hurts." "Sorry," Will said. "Did you see anything?" "Stairs," Pantalaimon reported. "Stairs and dark rooms. There were swords on the walls, and spears and shields, like a museum. And I saw the young man. He was dancing, moving back and forth, waving his arms. Or as if he were fighting something invisible. I only saw him through an open doorway. It wasn't clear." "Fighting a spectre," Lyra guessed. But they could speculate no further, so they continued on. Behind the tower, a high stone wall topped with jagged glass enclosed a small, formal garden. Neat beds of herbs surrounded a dry fountain, and Pantalaimon took flight once more to survey the area. An alley on the far side led them back to the square. The tower's windows were narrow and deeply recessed, giving the impression of a stern, watchful face. "Looks like the front is our only way in," Will decided. He climbed the steps and pushed the heavy door open, its hinges groaning as sunlight spilled across the worn flagstone floor. The air inside was cool and still. Will ventured in first, with Lyra close behind. He noticed a staircase descending into shadows and went down far enough to see a vast, low-ceilinged room dominated by an enormous coal furnace, its plaster walls stained black with soot. Finding it empty, he returned to the entrance hall, where Lyra stood with a finger to her lips, gazing upward. "I hear him," she whispered. "Talking to himself, I think." Will listened intently and caught the sound, a low, murmuring drone punctuated now and then by a sharp laugh or a frustrated cry. It didn't sound sane. Will took a steadying breath and started up the broad, blackened oak staircase. The steps were worn smooth and solid, offering no betraying creak. Light grew scarce as they climbed, filtered only by the small, deep-set windows on each landing. They paused on the first floor, listening, then ascended to the next. Now the man's voice was mingled with a slow, shuffling rhythm of footsteps. The sound came from a room whose door stood slightly ajar. Will edged forward and nudged it open another inch. The room was large, its ceiling draped in thick cobwebs. Bookshelves lined the walls, filled with volumes warped by damp or crumbling at the spines. Several books lay scattered on the floor and across dusty tables, as if thrown or hastily replaced. In the center of the room, a young man with red, curly hair there was no other word for it, dancing. Pantalaimon had been right. His back was to the door and he shuffled from side to side, his right hand moving before him as though parting an invisible curtain. In that hand was an ordinary-looking knife about 8 inches long, with a dull blade. He thrust it forward, sliced the air, jabbed upward and down, all while moving in that strange, halting rhythm. As he began to turn, Will drew back. He put a finger to his lips, motioned for Lyra to follow, and led her up to the next floor. "What's he doing?" she breathed. Will described the unsettling scene. "He sounds completely mad," Lyra said. "Is he thin, with curly hair?" "Yes, red hair like Angelica's. He definitely seems unhinged. This feels stranger than Sir Charles led us to believe. Let's check the top before we approach him." She didn't argue, following him up the final flight of stairs to the topmost story. It was much brighter here. A white-painted staircase led up to what looked like a small greenhouse structure on the roof. Even from the bottom step, they could feel the trapped heat. Then they heard a pained groan from above. They both jumped, having been certain the tower held only one person. Startled, Pantalaimon shifted instantly from a cat to a bird fluttering to Lyra's shoulder. In the same moment, Will and Lyra found they had instinctively grabbed each other's hand. They let go slowly, a silent acknowledgement of their shared alarm. "Better go see," Will whispered. "I'll go first. I should go first," she whispered back. "Since this is my mess. Since it's your mess, you follow my lead." She gave a slight, frustrated twist of her mouth, but fell in behind him. He climbed up into the blinding sunlight that filled the glass enclosure. The air inside the glass enclosure was thick and stifling, a sweltering greenhouse that made Will's lungs ache and his vision swim. He fumbled for the door handle, twisted it, and stumbled out onto a broad lead roof, throwing up a hand to shield his eyes from the sudden glare. The glass structure rose from the center, and the dull grey lead sloped gently down on all sides toward a gutter hidden behind a stone parapet. Lying motionless in the full, punishing sun was an elderly man with a shock of white hair. His face was a mess of bruises, one eye swollen shut, and his hands were bound tightly behind his back. Hearing their approach, he groaned and tried feebly to roll away. "Easy now," Will said softly, moving closer. "We're not here to hurt you. Was it the man with the knife who did this?" A pained grunt was the only reply. "Let's get this rope off you. He didn't do a very good job with the knots." The bindings were hastily done and fell away as soon as Will found the right loop. Together, he and Lyra helped the old man to his feet and guided him into the narrow strip of shade by the parapet wall. "Who are you?" Will asked. "We only expected to find one person here." "Giacomo Paradisi," the man mumbled through cracked lips and broken teeth. "I am the bearer, the only one. That reckless young fool stole it from me. There are always those who think the risk is worth the prize of the knife. But this one, he is desperate. He intends to finish me. He won't get the chance," Lyra cut in. "What's a bearer? What does that mean? I hold the subtle knife in trust for the guild. Where has he gone?" "He's down below," said Will. "We passed right by him. He was swinging the blade through the air like he was trying to cut a hole in nothing. Trying to force a window. He will not succeed when he— Look out!" Lyra hissed. Will spun around. The young man was hauling himself up into the wooden shelter. He hadn't spotted them yet, but the roof offered no cover, and as they rose to their feet, the movement caught his eye. He whirled to face them. Instantly, Pantalaimon shifted into the form of a massive bear, rising up with a silent roar. Only Lyra knew he was powerless to make physical contact, but the sight still made the intruder blink in shock for a second, though Will could see the madness hadn't left him. His curly red hair was tangled, spittle flecked his chin, and his eyes were wide and wild, showing white all around the pupils, and he held the knife. They had nothing. Will moved up the slope of lead, putting himself between the threat and the old man, his body coiled and ready. The young man lunged, slashing the blade through the air, left, right, left, driving Will backward until he was cornered where two walls of the tower met. Lyra scrambled from behind, the discarded rope in her hands. Will feinted forward, just as he had with the intruder in his own kitchen, and with the same result. His attacker stumbled back, tripping over Lyra and crashing hard onto the lead. Everything was moving too fast for fear to set in. But Will did see the knife fly from the man's grip and plunge, point first, into the soft lid several feet away. It sank to the hilt as easily as if into warm butter and stuck there, quivering. The young man writhed, reaching for it, but Will threw himself onto his back, grabbing a fistful of his matted hair. He'd learned to fight in the schoolyard. There had been plenty of reasons once the other kids sensed something was off about his home. He'd learned that the goal wasn't to score points for technique, but to make your opponent surrender, which meant being willing to hurt them more than they hurt you. He'd discovered that when it came down to it, not many people truly had that willingness. But he knew, with a cold certainty, that he did. This was not an entirely new situation for him, but facing a nearly grown man armed with a knife was a first. The most critical thing now was to keep that blade out of the man's reach after he had dropped it. Will tangled his fingers into the young man's thick, sweat-damp hair and yanked backward with all his strength. A pained grunt escaped the man as he tried to throw himself sideways, but Will only tightened his grip, earning a furious roar in response. With a sudden, violent heave, the man slammed backward, crushing Will against the stone parapet. The impact drove the air from Will's lungs. Stunned, his hands went slack just long enough for his opponent to wrench free. Will dropped to his knees in the roof gutter, gasping, but he couldn't afford to stay down. As he struggled to rise, his foot plunged straight through one of the drainage holes. His fingers clawed desperately at the warm lead sheeting, and for one terrifying heartbeat, he was certain he would slide right off the edge. Instead, only his left leg dangled into empty space. He hauled it back onto the roof and scrambled upright. The man was already lunging for his knife, but before he could pull it free, Lyra launched herself onto his back, a whirlwind of scratching, kicking, and biting. She missed her intended grip on his hair, however, and he threw her off. When he rose, the knife was in his hand. Lyra had tumbled to the side, with Pantalaimon beside her in wildcat form, every hair on end, teeth bared. Will faced the man directly and saw him clearly for the first time. There was no question, this was Angelica's brother, and his eyes held nothing but vicious intent. All his focus was on Will, and the knife was ready, but Will was not unarmed. He had snatched up the rope Lyra dropped and now wrapped it tightly around his left hand as a makeshift guard. He shifted sideways, positioning himself between the man and the glaring sun, forcing his antagonist to squint and blink. Even better, the glass structure behind them threw dazzling reflections into the man's eyes, nearly blinding him. Seizing the moment, Will leapt to the man's left, away from the knife, held his protected hand high, and drove a hard kick into the man's knee. His aim was true. The man went down with a sharp cry, twisting awkwardly. Will pressed the attack, kicking again and again, driving him back toward the fragile glass house. If he could force him to the top of the stairwell. This time the man fell more heavily, and his knife hand slapped down on the lead right at Will's feet. Will stomped on it instantly, crushing the man's fingers between the hilt and the roof. then tightened the rope around his own hand and stamped down a second time. A yell of pain erupted as the knife was released. Will immediately kicked it away, his shoe connecting luckily with the hilt, sending it skittering across the lead to rest in the gutter near a drainage hole. The rope had loosened again around his hand, and he noticed, with a detached sort of surprise, flecks of blood now dotted the lead and his own shoes. The man was already pulling himself up. "Look out!" Lyra shouted, but Will was prepared. The moment the man was off balance, Will threw his whole weight into a tackle, crashing into the man's midsection. The man staggered backward into the glass panels, which exploded into fragments. The flimsy wooden frame gave way completely. He sprawled amid the wreckage, half over the open stairwell, grabbing at the doorframe, but it had nothing left to hold it. It tore loose, down he went, more glass raining after him. Will darted to the gutter, snatched up the knife, and just like that, the fight was over. The young man, cut and battered, clambered up a few steps, saw Will standing above him holding the blade, and after a moment of sick, hate-filled staring, he turned and fled. "Ah," Will said, sinking down onto the lead. "Ah." A strange, detached calm settled over him, almost laughable after such violence. But then he noticed it, something was very wrong, and he had missed it entirely. Will let the knife fall and clutched his left hand against his chest. The rope binding it was soaked through with blood, and as he pulled it free, "Your fingers!" Lyra gasped. "Oh, Will," his little finger and the one beside it came away with the rope. The world tilted. Blood pumped steadily from the raw stumps, his jeans and shoes already saturated. He had to lean back, shutting his eyes. The pain was a deep, persistent throb, not the sharp sting of a shallow cut, and he felt a detached surprise at how manageable it seemed. A profound weakness washed over him, and he must have blacked out for a second. Lyra was working at his arm. When he sat up to see the damage, nausea swept through him. The old man was nearby, but Will's vision couldn't focus on him. Lyra's voice was in his ear. "If we just had some blood moss, like the bears use, I could fix this. Will, I know I could. Here, I'm tying this piece of rope above the wound to slow the bleeding. I can't tie it right at your hand. There's nothing left to hold it. Stay still." He let her work. Then his eyes searched for his lost fingers. They lay on the lead roof, curled together like a crimson comma. A strange laugh escaped him. "Hey," she said sharply, "none of that. Get up. Mr. Paradisi has something, a salve or medicine. You need to come downstairs. That other man ran out, we saw him. He's gone. You won. Come on, Will, please." With a mix of scolding and pleading, she guided him down the steps, through the wreckage of glass and wood, and into a small, cool room off the landing. Shelves lined the walls, crowded with bottles, jars, pots, mortars and pestles, and small scales. By a grimy window stood a stone sink, where the old man, hands trembling, was decanting a liquid from a large bottle into a smaller one. "Sit, drink this," he ordered, filling a small glass with a dark amber liquid. Will sat and took it. The first swallow was liquid fire in his throat. Lyra snatched the glass as he choked. "Drink it all," the old man commanded. "What is it?" "Plum brandy. Drink." Will took more careful sips. Now his hand was truly beginning to scream with pain. "Can you help him?" Lyra asked, her voice tight with fear. "Oh yes, we have remedies for all things. You, girl, open that table drawer and bring me a bandage." Will spotted his knife on the table in the middle of the room. But before he could reach it, the old man was limping over with a bowl of water. "Drink again," the old man said. Will gripped the glass, closed his eyes, and endured as the old man tended to his hand. A horrible sting was followed by the rough touch of a towel on his wrist and something gentler dabbing the wound. Then came a moment of coolness before the pain flared once more. "This is a precious ointment," the old man intoned. "Exceedingly rare. Most efficacious for injuries." It was a dusty, crumpled tube of ordinary antiseptic cream, the kind Will could have picked up at any drugstore back home. The old man handled it as if it was sacred incense. Will looked away. As the man bandaged the wound, Lyra felt Pantalaimmon's silent tug at her attention. He was a kestrel on the window frame, his keen eyes fixed on movement below. She went to him and saw a familiar figure. The girl Angelica was sprinting toward her older brother, Tullio, who stood pressed against the wall across the narrow street. He was waving his arms wildly, as if swatting at a swarm of invisible insects. Then he turned and began running his hands frantically over the stones in the wall, scrutinizing each one, counting under his breath, feeling their edges, hunching his shoulders against some unseen torment, and shaking his head in desperate denial. Angelica was frantic, and little Paolo behind her was just as desperate. They rushed to their brother and grabbed his arms, trying to pull him back from the invisible force that held him. Lyra felt a wave of nausea as she understood spectres were attacking the man. Angelica sensed it, though she couldn't see them, and Paolo wept, swinging his small fists at the empty air to drive the creatures away. It was no use. Tullio was gone. His movements slowed to nothing, and then he was still. Angelica clung to him, shaking his arm again and again. But he did not wake. Paolo cried his brother's name over and over, as if the sound alone could call him back. Then Angelica seemed to feel Lyra's gaze. She looked up. Their eyes met, and Lyra flinched as if struck. The hatred in the girl's stare was so fierce it felt like a blow. Paolo noticed and looked up too, his young voice trembling with rage. "We'll kill you. You did this to Tullio. We're gonna kill you, I swear." The two children turned and fled, abandoning their brother where he lay. Lyra, shaken and filled with guilt, drew back into the room and closed the window. The others hadn't heard. Giacomo Paradisi was carefully applying more ointment to Will's wounds, and Lyra tried to push the scene from her mind, forcing herself to focus. "You have to wrap something tight around his arm," she said, her voice unsteady, "to stop the bleeding. It won't stop on its own." "Yes, yes, I know," the old man replied, but his tone was weary. Will kept his eyes turned away as they fastened a bandage. He sipped the plum brandy slowly, and gradually a numb calm settled over him, even though his hand throbbed terribly. "Now then," said Giacomo Paradisi, "here, take the knife. It belongs to you." "I don't want it," Will said. "I want nothing to do with it." "You don't have a choice," the old man told him. "You are the bearer now." "I thought you said you were," Lyra put in. "My time is finished," he said. "The knife knows when to leave one hand and find another, and I know how to recognize the moment you doubt me. Look." He held up his own left hand. The little finger and the one beside it were missing, exactly like Will's. "Yes," he said. "Me too. I fought and lost the same fingers, the mark of the bearer. And I didn't know beforehand either." Lyra sank into a chair, her eyes wide. Will gripped the dusty table with his good hand, struggling to form words. "But we only came here because a man stole something from Lyra. He wanted the knife, he said. If we brought it to him, then he'd— I know that man. He is a liar, a cheat. He won't give you anything, believe me. He wants the knife, and once he has it, he will turn on you. He will never be the bearer. The knife is yours by right." With deep reluctance, Will turned his attention to the knife. He drew it closer. It looked like an ordinary dagger at first. A double-sided blade of unpolished metal, about 8 inches long, a short crosspiece of the same material, and a handle of smooth rosewood. Looking more carefully, he saw golden wires inlaid into the wood, forming a pattern he didn't recognize until he turned it over. On one side was an angel with folded wings, on the other a different angel with wings upraised. The wires rose slightly from the surface, giving a secure grip. When he lifted it, the knife felt light and perfectly balanced in his hand, and the blade was not dull after all. Beneath the metal surface swam a swirl of cloudy colors, the purple of a bruise, the blue of a deep sea, rich earth browns, the gray of gathering clouds, the dense green beneath forest canopies, the deepening shadows at the mouth of a tomb as dusk settled over an abandoned cemetery. If shadow had a color, it was the blade of the subtle knife, yet the two edges were not the same. One edge gleamed with a cold, brilliant steel, its surface so sharp that Will's eyes instinctively recoiled from its intensity. A short distance back, the metal melted into a spectrum of subtle, shadowy hues, but the cutting edge itself was of an unmatched keenness. The opposite side of the blade held a silvery sheen, equally sharp, and Lyra, peering over Will's shoulder, gasped in recognition. "I've seen that color before. That's just like the blade they were going to use to cut me and Pan apart. It's exactly the same. This edge," explained Giacomo Paradisi, tapping it lightly with the handle of a silver spoon, "will slice through any substance known to man. Watch." He pressed the spoon against the steel. Will, gripping the knife's handle, felt only the faintest whisper of resistance as the tip of the spoon's handle dropped cleanly onto the table. "The other edge," the old man continued, his voice dropping to a grave whisper, "possesses a far more subtle power. With it you can cut an opening straight out of our world. You must try it now. You are the bearer. This knowledge cannot wait, and I have little time left to give it. Stand up and listen." Will pushed back from the table and rose, the knife feeling alien in his hand. A wave of dizziness and nausea washed over him, mixed with a stubborn resistance. "I don't want this," he started to protest, but Giacomo Paradisi cut him off with a sharp shake of his head. "Quiet! What you want is irrelevant. You have no choice in the matter. Listen closely, for time is fleeing. Now, hold the knife out before you. The blade alone is not enough. Your own mind must do the cutting. You must think it into being, so focus. Project your consciousness to the very tip of the knife. Concentrate. Boy, do not think of your injured hand. It will mend. Think only of the knife's point. That is where you must be. Now feel with it delicately. You are searching for a crack in reality itself, a gap so minute no eye could ever perceive it. But the knife will find it if your mind is truly there. Trace the air until you sense the tiniest fracture in the world. Will attempted to obey, but his thoughts were a chaotic swarm. The throbbing agony in his left hand was a relentless drumbeat, and the memory of his severed fingers lying on the rooftop flashed behind his eyes. Then his mind turned to his mother, his poor, fragile mother. What would she say? How could she possibly comfort him? Worse, how could he ever hope to comfort her? The weight of it all crashed down. He set the knife on the table, crouched low, cradling his wounded hand, and wept. Sobs racked his body, tears blinding him. He should be crying for her, for his dear, frightened, beloved mother he had abandoned. He had left her all alone. He was utterly lost in his desolation. Then he felt something strange and soft. Brushing tears from his eyes with his wrist, he found Pantalaimon, in the form of a large wolfhound, resting his head on Will's knee. The daemon gazed up at him with eyes full of profound sorrow, then gently, repeatedly, licked Will's bandaged hand before laying his head down once more. Will, unaware of the deep taboo in Lyra's world against touching another person's daemon, had only ever held back out of instinctive politeness. For Lyra, it was a breathtaking moment. Pan had acted entirely on his own. Having given his comfort, the daemon withdrew, fluttering to her shoulder as a tiny moth. The old man watched, curious but not surprised. He had seen daemons before in his travels to other worlds. Pantalaimon's gesture had broken the spell of despair. Will swallowed hard, wiped his eyes, and stood up again. "All right," he said, his voice steadier. "I'll try again. Tell me what to do." This time, he clenched his teeth and strained, trying to force his mind to obey, his body trembling with the effort. Lyra nearly burst out speaking. She understood this process, as did Dr. Malone and even the poet Keats. They all knew you couldn't seize this knowledge through brute force, but she bit her tongue, clasping her hands tightly. "Stop," said Giacomo Paradisi, his tone softening. "Relax. You must not push. This is a subtle knife, not a clumsy broadsword. You're holding it too tightly. Loosen your grip. Let your mind wander leisurely down your arm into your wrist, through the handle, and out along the blade. There is no hurry. Go gently. Simply wander. Will moved the blade to its very tip, where the edge was at its most keen. He was told to become that point, to inhabit it fully before returning. He tried once more. Lyra observed the tension in his frame, the clenching of his jaw, and then a profound calm settling over him, a clarity that seemed to come from a deep, internal authority. It was his own will, or perhaps the ghost of the daemon he must so desperately miss. The sheer loneliness of that existence struck her anew. No wonder he had wept. She understood now why Pantalaimon had offered that strange comfort. She reached up, and her daemon in his ermine form flowed into her lap. Together they watched as the tremor left Will's body. His focus shifted, no less intense, and the knife itself seemed altered, perhaps by the cloudy hues along its blade, or simply by how naturally it rested in his grip. His small, probing movements with the tip became deliberate. He tested the air, turned the blade, and always sought with that silvery edge until he found a tiny catch in the emptiness. "Is this it?" he asked, his voice rough. "Yes, don't force it. Come back now," came the reply. Lyra fancied she could see his very soul travelling back along the metal, into his hand, and up his arm to settle in his chest. Will stepped back, lowered his hand, and blinked. "I felt something," he told Giacomo Paradisi. "At first it was just air, and then I felt it. Good, now do it again. This time when you find it, slide the knife in and make a cut. No hesitation, no surprise. Do not drop the blade." Will had to crouch, taking several deep breaths, bracing himself with a hand under his arm before he could continue. But his determination was absolute. He rose again quickly, the knife already extended. Finding the peculiar little snag was easier now, having known it once. It was like using a scalpel to find the precise gap between two stitches. He touched, withdrew, touched again to be certain, and then did as instructed, slicing sideways with the edge. Thank goodness for the old man's warning against surprise. Will kept a firm hold on the knife, setting it down on the table before allowing his astonishment to take over. Lyra was already on her feet, struck silent. There, in the center of the dusty tower room, was a window just like the one under the hornbeam trees, a tear in the fabric of the air showing another world. And because they were so high up, they were looking down on a part of North Oxford. It was a view over a graveyard, looking back toward the city. The familiar hornbeam trees were visible a short distance away, alongside houses, roads, and in the distance, the city's towers. If they hadn't already seen the first window, they might have thought it a brilliant illusion. But it was more than visual. Air moved through it, carrying the faint alien scent of car exhaust, something absent from the world of Sitagazi. Pantalaimon, changing into a swallow, darted through the opening, revelled in the breeze, snatched an insect mid-flight, and zipped back to Lyra's shoulder. Giacomo Paradisi watched with a look of wistful sadness. "So much for opening," he said. "Now you must learn to close." Lyra stepped back to give Will space, and the old man moved to stand beside him. "For this you need your fingers," Paradisi explained. "One hand is enough. Feel for the edge as you did with the knife at first. You won't find it unless you put your very soul into your fingertips. Touch lightly, feel again and again until you find it. Then you simply pinch it shut. That is all. Try." But Will was trembling. He couldn't recapture the delicate, balanced state of mind he needed, and his frustration only grew. Lyra could see the struggle unfolding. Lyra rose and gently took Will's arm, guiding him back to a seat. "Listen, just sit for a minute. Your hand is hurting, and it's pulling your focus away. That's bound to happen. The pain will ease up soon, but for now you need to work with it, not against it." The old man, Giacomo Paradisi, started to gesture, but then simply shrugged and settled back into his chair. Will sat, his gaze fixed on Lyra. He was a mess, smeared with blood, his body trembling, eyes wide with a frantic energy. Every part of him was strained, his jaw tight, his foot tapping, his breaths coming in short gasps. "What am I doing wrong?" he demanded. "It's not you," Lyra said softly. "You're doing everything right. It's the wound. Your mind can't settle because it's fighting the pain. I don't know a simple trick, except maybe to stop trying to shut it out completely." "What do you mean? You're asking your mind to do two huge things at once? Ignore the agony and focus on closing that window." "I remember trying to read the alethiometer once when I was terrified. Maybe I was more used to it by then. I can't say, but the fear was still there the whole time. Don't fight the pain. Just let your mind relax and acknowledge it. Say, yes, it hurts, I know." Will closed his eyes for a moment. His breathing began to slow. "All right," he murmured. "I'll try. This time it was different." He reached for the edge of the cut in the air and found it almost at once. Following Paradisi's instructions, he pinched the edges together. It felt effortless, a simple, calm motion, A wave of quiet triumph washed over him, and then the window was gone. The other world was sealed away. Paradisi handed him a leather sheath, reinforced with stiff horn and fitted with secure buckles, necessary because even the slightest sideways touch of the blade could slice through the toughest hide. Will slid the knife into it, fumbling only slightly with his injured hand as he fastened the straps. "This should be a moment of solemnity," Giacomo Paradisi said, his voice heavy. "If we had weeks, I could tell you the full history of the subtle knife, of the guild of the Tower of Angels, and of this entire sorry, decaying world. The spectres are our doing. Ours alone they came because my predecessors, alchemists and philosophers, men of great learning, probed too deeply into the nature of reality itself. They grew curious about the bonds that hold the smallest particles of matter together. You understand a bond? Something that ties things? Well, this was a city of merchants and bankers. We thought we understood bonds, things to be traded, bought, sold, and converted. But about these fundamental bonds, we were profoundly wrong. We unpicked them, and we let the spectres in." Will's questions tumbled out. Where do the spectres actually come from? And why was that first window we came through, under the hornbeam trees, left open? Are there more windows like that in the world? The origin of the spectres is a mystery, another world, the void between stars. Who can say? Paradisi replied. What matters is they are here, and they have been our ruin. Are there other windows into this world? Yes, a few. Sometimes a knife-bearer is careless or rushed, failing to close a cut as they should. As for the window under the hornbeams, I left that open myself, a moment of unforgivable folly. There is a man I fear, and I thought to lure him through it, into the city where the spectres would claim him. But he is too clever for such a clumsy trap. He desires the knife above all. You must never ever let him take it." Will and Lyra exchanged a knowing look. "So," the old man concluded, spreading his hands in a gesture of weary finality, "all I can do now is pass the knife to you, which I have done, show you its use, which I have done, and tell you the old rules of the guild from before it fell into decay. First, never open a window without closing it. Second, never let another soul wield the knife. It is yours alone. Third, never use it for a base or selfish purpose. Fourth, keep it hidden. If there are other rules, they have slipped my mind, and if they are forgotten, it is because they hold no weight now. You hold the knife. You are its bearer. You should not be so young. Yet our world is falling apart, and the mark of the bearer is clear for anyone to see. I do not even know your name. Now you must leave. I will die very soon, for I know where to find deadly substances, and I have no intention of waiting for the spectres to enter, as they surely will once the knife is gone. Go." "But Mr. Paradisi," Lyra started. He only shook his head and continued, "There is no time left. You came here with a purpose, even if you do not yet understand it, but the angels who guided you here know. Go. You are courageous, and your companion is sharp, and you have the knife. Go." "You're not really going to take poison, are you?" Lyra asked, her voice thick with worry. "Let's go," Will urged. "And what did you mean about angels?" she pressed on. Will pulled at her sleeve. "We have to leave," he insisted. "Thank you, Mr. Paradisi." He extended his right hand, stained with blood and dust, and the old man clasped it softly. He shook Lyra's hand as well, and gave a nod to Pantalaimon, who dipped his ermine head in a silent reply. Holding the sheathed knife tightly, Will guided them down the wide, shadowy staircase and out of the tower. The sun beat down hotly in the small square, and a deep quiet hung over everything. Lyra scanned their surroundings with great care, but the street was deserted. She decided it was best not to trouble Will with what she had witnessed. There was already more than enough to weigh on their minds. She steered him away from the lane where she had seen the other children, where the tormented Tullio stood frozen, as lifeless as a statue. "I just wish," Lyra said when they were almost clear of the square, pausing to glance back up at the tower. "It's awful thinking about him." His teeth were all shattered, and he could barely see from his eye. "He's just going to take poison and die now, and I wish." Her voice trembled on the edge of crying. "Quiet," said Will. "It won't cause him pain. He'll simply fall asleep. He said it's better than the spectres. Oh, what are we going to do, Will? She said. What are we going to do? Your hand is hurt so badly, and that poor old man. I despise this place. I truly do. I wish I could burn it all down. What do we do now? Well, he replied, that part is simple. We have to get the alethiometer back, which means we'll have to steal it. That is exactly what we're going to do. Chapter 9. The Heft. Their first move was to return to the cafe, to recuperate and rest and change their clothes. It was obvious Will could not wander around covered in blood, and the days of feeling bad about taking things from stores were behind them. So he collected a full set of new clothes and shoes, and Lyra, insisting on helping and keeping a constant watch for the other children, carried the bundle back to the cafe. Lyra set some water to boil, and Will took it upstairs to the bathroom and stripped to wash from head to toe. The pain was a constant, heavy throb, but at least the cuts were clean, and having seen what the knife could do, he understood no wound could be more sterile, yet the raw ends where his fingers had been kept bleeding steadily. Looking at them made him feel ill, his heart raced, and that only seemed to make the bleeding worse. He sat on the edge of the bathtub, closed his eyes and took several deep breaths. After a moment he felt a bit calmer and set about washing. He did the best he could, drying himself on towels that became more and more stained with blood, and then dressed in the new clothes, trying hard not to get blood on them as well. "You're going to have to tie my bandage again," he told Lyra. "I don't care how tight you make it, as long as it stops the bleeding." She tore a sheet into strips and wound them around and around, pressing down over the wounds as firmly as she could. He clenched his teeth, but he couldn't stop the tears. He wiped them away without speaking, and she said nothing. When she was done, he said, "Thank you." Then he added, "Listen, I need you to carry something in your rucksack for me in case we can't return here. It's only some letters. You can look them over if you'd like." He walked into the bedroom, retrieved the green leather writing case, and passed her the thin sheets of airmail paper. "I won't read a word unless— It's fine, I wouldn't have offered otherwise." She folded the letters away as he stretched out on the bed, nudged the cat aside and drifted into sleep. Much later, under the cover of night, Will and Lyra were huddled in the narrow lane that bordered the tree-lined shrubbery of Sir Charles's estate. On the Cittàgazze side, they had emerged into a grassy park surrounding a classical villa that shone bone-white under the moon. It had taken them a considerable time to reach Sir Charles's house, travelling mostly through the silent city of Cittàgazze, pausing frequently to slice a window into Will's world, confirm their location, and seal it shut again. Not far behind, though not strictly with them, trailed the tabby cat. She had slept soundly since they saved her from the children throwing stones, and now, awake, she seemed unwilling to let them out of her sight, as if their presence alone promised safety. Will wasn't convinced of that, but with everything else weighing on him, he paid the cat little mind. He was growing more accustomed to the knife with each passing hour, his control becoming surer, yet the wound in his hand throbbed with a deep, persistent ache that was worse than before. The fresh bandage Lyra had tied after he woke was already damp with blood. He opened a window not far from the gleaming villa, and they stepped through into the quiet Headington lane to plan their approach to the study where Sir Charles kept the alethiometer. 2 floodlights bathed the garden in a harsh glow, and lights shone from the front windows of the house, though the study remained dark. Only moonlight touched this side, leaving the study window a black rectangle. The lane sloped down through trees to another road at the far end, unlit and still. It would have been simple for any ordinary burglar to slip unseen into the shrubbery, and then the garden, were it not for the formidable iron fence twice Will's height and topped with spikes that ran the length of Sir Charles's property. But it was no obstacle for the subtle knife. "Hold this bar steady while I cut," Will whispered. "Catch it when it falls." Lyra did as instructed, and he severed 4 bars in total, creating an opening wide enough for them to pass through easily. Lyra laid each bar carefully on the grass. Once through, they moved silently among the bushes. When they had a clear view of the side of the house, with the creeper-draped study window facing them across the manicured lawn, Will spoke softly. I'm going to cut through to Sitagazi right here and leave this window open. I'll move in that world to where I think the study is, cut back through, take the alethiometer from the cabinet, close that window, and then return to this one. You stay here in this world and keep watch. The instant you hear me call, come through this window into Kitagaze, and I'll seal it behind us. Got it. Yeah, she whispered back. Pan and I will keep a lookout. Her daemon was a small tawny owl, nearly invisible in the dappled shadows beneath the trees, his wide, pale eyes missing nothing. Will stepped back, extending the knife, probing the air with the lightest touch until he found the precise point. He made a swift cut, opening a window into the moonlit world of Sitagaze. He paused, estimating the number of steps and the direction he would need to take in that silent city to reach the study, committing it to memory. Then, without another word, he stepped through and vanished. Lyra crouched low nearby. Pantalaimon was perched on a branch above her head, turning silently this way and that. She could hear the distant hum of Headington traffic behind her, the quiet footsteps of someone passing on the road at the lane's end, and even the nearly weightless rustle of insects among the leaves at her feet. 1 minute passed, then another. Lyra's thoughts raced to Will. She pressed close to the study window, but the glass was a dark, leaded square, thick with ivy. Just that morning, Sir Charles had lounged on the window seat, fussing with the crease in his trousers. Where exactly was the cabinet from here? Could Will slip inside without waking the whole house? Lyra's own heartbeat thudded in her ears. Then Pantalaimon gave a soft chirp. At the same moment, a new sound drifted from the front of the house to her left. She couldn't see the drive, but a beam of light swept across the trees, followed by the gritty crunch of tires on gravel. She hadn't even heard the engine. She glanced for Pan. He was already ahead, a silent shadow, flitting as far from her as he could go. He wheeled in the dark and swept back to perch on her wrist. Sir Charles is back, he breathed, and he isn't alone. Pan took flight again. Lyra crept after him, stepping lightly over the damp earth, ducking behind shrubs, finally dropping to her hands and knees to peer between the leaves of a laurel hedge. A Rolls-Royce stood gleaming before the entrance. The chauffeur circled to open the passenger door. Sir Charles waited, all smiles, offering his arm to the woman stepping out. When Lyra saw her face, the shock hit like a physical blow, the worst since she'd fled Bolvangar. Sir Charles's guest was her mother, Mrs. Coulter. Meanwhile, in Sitagaze, Will moved cautiously across the moonlit grass, counting his steps. He held a clear picture of the study's layout fixed in his mind, orienting himself by the nearby villa with its pale stucco columns, the formal garden dotted with statues and a murmuring fountain. He felt terribly exposed in this bright, open park. When he judged the spot right, he stopped and raised the subtle knife, probing the air with delicate intent. These invisible gaps between worlds were everywhere, but not just anywhere. A random slash wouldn't open a window. He made a small opening first, no larger than his palm, and peered through. Only darkness greeted him. He sealed it, turned 90 degrees, and tried again. This time he faced heavy green velvet, the study curtains, but where were they relative to the cabinet? He closed that window too, shifted position, and tried once more. Time was slipping away on his third attempt. The whole study lay before him in the faint light from the hall doorway. There was the desk, the sofa, the cabinet. A dull gleam caught the edge of a brass microscope. The room was empty, the house silent. Perfect. He carefully gauged the distance, closed the window, took 4 paces forward, and lifted the knife again. If his calculation was correct, he could reach through, cut the cabinet glass, retrieve the alethiometer, and seal the window behind him. He opened a new window at just the right height. The glass door of the cabinet was only a hand's breadth away. He leaned close, scanning each shelf from top to bottom. The alethiometer was gone. At first, Will thought he'd chosen the wrong cabinet. There were 4 in the room. He'd counted them that morning and memorized their positions. Tall, square cases of dark wood with glass fronts and velvet-lined shelves, meant for displaying precious objects of porcelain, ivory, or gold. Could he have simply opened a window in front of a different one? But on the top shelf sat that bulky instrument with brass rings. He'd made a point of noting it. And on the middle shelf, exactly where Sir Charles had placed the alethiometer, there was now an empty space. This was the right cabinet. The alethiometer wasn't there. Will took a step back, drawing a slow breath. He needed to do this right, to search the place thoroughly. Flipping windows open at random would take forever. He shut the one by the cabinet, opened another to scan the room, and after a careful survey, closed it too. Then he opened a larger window behind the sofa, an easy escape route if things went wrong. His hand pulsed with a deep, insistent pain, the bandage coming undone. He wrapped it clumsily, tucking the loose end under, and slipped fully into Sir Charles's house, crouching low behind the leather sofa, knife gripped tight. He listened. Silence. Rising slowly, he scanned the study. The hall door stood ajar, letting in enough light to see. Everything was just as it had been that morning. Cabinets, bookshelves, paintings, all untouched. He moved soundlessly across the carpet, checking each cabinet. Nothing, not on the tidy desk, not on the mantel among invitations, not on the cushioned window seat, not on the octagonal table behind the door. He turned back toward the desk, ready to rifle the drawers, but already expecting disappointment, and then he heard it. The faint crunch of tires on gravel, so soft he almost doubted it was real. He froze. Listening, the sound stopped. A moment later, the front door opened. Will darted back behind the sofa, crouching beside the window that opened onto the moon-washed grass of Cittàgazze. Almost immediately, he heard footsteps in that other world. Light, quick steps over the grass, and looked through to see Lyra racing toward him. He waved just in time, a finger pressed to his lips. She slowed, understanding he knew Sir Charles was back. "I don't have it," he whispered as she reached him. "It wasn't here. He probably has it on him. I'm going to listen and see if he puts it back. Stay quiet." "No, it's worse," she said, her voice trembling with real fear. "She's with him, Mrs. Coulter, my mother. I don't know how she got here, but if she sees me, I'm finished. Will, I'm lost, and I know who he is now. I remember where I saw him before, Will. He's Lord Boreal. I saw him at my mother's cocktail party, when I ran away. He must have known who I was this whole time." "Shh! You can't stay if you're going to make noise." She took a sharp breath, swallowed hard, and shook her head. "Sorry, I want to stay with you," she whispered. "I want to hear what they say. Quiet now." Voices drifted in from the hall. The two of them were close enough to touch, Will in his world, Lyra in hers. Noticing his loose bandage, she tapped his arm and mimed tying it. He held out his hand, letting her fix it while he tilted his head, straining to listen. A light clicked on in the room. He heard Sir Charles speak to a servant, dismiss him, then enter the study, and close the door. "May I offer you a glass of Tokay?" Sir Charles said. A woman's voice, smooth and low, answered, "How thoughtful, Carlo. It's been years since I've tasted Tokay." "Take the chair by the fireplace." There was the gentle glug of wine being poured, the delicate clink of decanter on glass, a soft murmur of thanks. Then Sir Charles settled onto the sofa, just inches from Will. "To your health, Marisa," he said, taking a sip. "Now why don't you tell me what you're after? I want to know where you obtained the alethiometer." "Why?" "Because Lyra had it, and I intend to find her." "I can't imagine why you would. She's a thoroughly unpleasant child." "I'll remind you she's my daughter." "Then she's even more disagreeable, since she must have deliberately resisted your famously persuasive charm. No one could have managed it by chance." "Where is she?" "I'll tell you, I give you my word. But first you must answer a question for me." "If I am able," she replied, her tone shifting into something Will interpreted as a subtle caution. Her voice was mesmerizing, gentle, melodious, and surprisingly youthful. He found himself aching to see her face, since Lyra had never painted a picture of her. Surely the person behind such a voice would be extraordinary. "What is it you wish to know? What is Lord Asriel planning?" A silence followed, as though the woman was weighing her words. Will glanced back through the window at Lyra, her face pale in the moonlight, eyes wide with alarm. She was biting her lip, holding her breath, listening just as intently as he was. Finally, Mrs. Coulter spoke. "All right, I'll tell you. Lord Asriel is assembling a force with the intention of finishing the ancient war that began in heaven. How positively archaic. Yet he appears to wield remarkably contemporary abilities. What has he done to the magnetic pole? He discovered a method to rupture the divide between our world and others. It created severe disruptions to the planet's magnetic field, and those disturbances must echo into this world as well. But how are you aware of this?" "Carlo, I believe it's time you answered a few of my questions. What is this place? And how exactly did you bring me here?" "It is one among countless worlds. There are passages between them, though they are not simple to locate. I am familiar with a handful, but the destinations have shifted, undoubtedly due to Asriel's actions. It appears we can now move directly from this world into our own, and likely into many others. When I peered through one of the doorways earlier today, you can imagine my astonishment to find it opening into our world, and to find you so close by. Fate, my dear lady. This alteration allowed me to bring you here immediately, avoiding the hazards of passing through Cittàgazze." "Cittàgazze? What is that?" "Previously, every doorway led into a single world which served as a kind of junction. That world is Cittàgazze, but it is too perilous to venture there now. Why is it dangerous?" "Dangerous for grown-ups. Children may move through it without harm." "What?" "I must understand this, Carlo," the woman said, and Will could hear the fervent urgency in her voice. "This distinction between children and adults lies at the core of everything. It holds the entire enigma of dust. This is precisely why I must locate the girl. The witches have a name for her. I almost had it, so very close from a witch herself, but she perished too swiftly. I must find that child. She holds the answer in some way, and I must obtain it. And you will. This device will draw her to me, have no doubt. Once she has provided what I seek, you may have her. But tell me about your unusual guards, Marisa. I've never encountered soldiers like them. Who are they?" "Merely men. However, they have undergone intercision. They possess no daemons, and therefore they have no fear, no imagination, and no will of their own. They will fight until they are utterly destroyed. No daemons. Well, that is fascinating. I wonder if I might propose a small experiment, provided you can spare one of them. I should like to observe whether the spectres take any interest in them." "Spectres? What are those?" "I shall explain in due time, my dear. They are the reason adults cannot enter that world. But if they find your guards as uninteresting as they do children, we might yet journey through Cittàgazze after all. Dust, children, spectres, daemons, intercision. Yes, it could very well prove effective. Have some more wine." "I want to know every detail," she insisted, her voice rising above the sound of wine being poured. "And I will hold you to that promise. Now tell me, what are you doing in this world? Is this where you disappeared to when we believed you were in Brazil or the Indies?" "I found my path here many years ago," Sir Charles said. "It was too valuable a secret to share, even with you, Marisa. I've established a rather agreeable existence, as you can observe. Serving on the Council of State back home made it quite simple to discern where the true influence resided in this place. In truth, I have been operating as a spy for some time, though I never shared everything I learned with my superiors. For years, the security agencies in this world were fixated on the Soviet Union, what we refer to as Muscovy. Even though that particular danger has diminished, surveillance stations and equipment are still aimed in that direction, and I maintain my connections with those who oversee the intelligence networks." Mrs. Coulter took a slow sip of her Tokay wine, her sharp gaze never leaving his face. "Recently," Sir Charles went on, "I learned of a significant disruption in the planet's magnetic field. It has the security services deeply concerned. Every country involved in fundamental physics research, what we term experimental theology, is urgently consulting its scientists to understand what is occurring. They are certain something is happening, and they believe it is connected to other worlds. They do have some leads as it happens. There is active research into dust. Yes, they are aware of it here too. A team right in this city is working on it. Another piece, a man vanished in the northern regions a decade or more ago. The security services believe he possessed critical knowledge they now desperately require, specifically the whereabouts of a gateway between worlds, like the one you used earlier today. The gateway he discovered is the only one they know of. You can be sure I haven't told them what I know. When this new disturbance started, they launched a search for this man. And naturally, Marisa, my own curiosity is piqued. I am always eager to expand my understanding. Will sat perfectly still, his heart hammering so violently he feared the adults might hear it. Sir Charles was speaking about his father, but throughout this, Will was acutely aware of another presence in the room besides the voices. A shadow was sliding across the floorboards, visible past the sofa's end and the legs of a small octagonal table. Neither Sir Charles nor the woman was moving. The shadow shifted in a quick, prowling manner, unsettling Will deeply. The only light came from a floor lamp near the fireplace, casting a crisp, definite shadow, but it never held still long enough for Will to identify its source. Then two events occurred almost at once. First, Sir Charles mentioned the alethiometer. For instance, he said, continuing his train of thought, "I'm quite curious about this device. Perhaps you could explain how it functions." He set the alethiometer down on the octagonal table near the sofa. Will could see it clearly. It was almost within his reach. The second event was that the shadow suddenly went still. The creature casting it must have been perched on the back of Mrs. Coulter's chair as the light streaming over it projected a distinct silhouette onto the wall. The moment it stopped moving, Will recognized it as the woman's daemon, a crouching golden monkey, its head turning slowly, searching for something. He heard a soft gasp from Lyra behind him as she saw it too. He turned silently and whispered, "Go back to the other window and climb through into the garden. Find some stones and throw them at the study to distract them. That will give me a moment to grab the alethiometer, then run back to the other window and wait for me." She gave a quick nod, then turned and vanished silently across the lawn. Will turned back. The woman was saying, "The master of Jordan College is a sentimental old fool. Why he entrusted it to her is beyond me. It requires years of dedicated study to begin to comprehend it. Now, Carlo, you owe me some information. How did you locate it? And where is the girl?" I observed her, using it in a city museum. I recognized her, of course, having seen her at your cocktail party all those years ago, and I deduced she must have found a doorway. It was then I realized the instrument could serve a purpose of my own. The second time our paths crossed, I took it from her. "You're surprisingly direct. Why play games? We're both adults." "Where is she now? What happened when she realized it was gone?" "She came to find me. I have to admit, that took guts. She has plenty of those. So, what's your plan? What's this purpose you mentioned? I offered her a deal. She could have it back, but only if she brought me something I couldn't obtain on my own." "And what would that be?" "I'm not sure if you—" That was when the first rock shattered the study window. Glass exploded inward in a violent cascade, and the monkey's shadow launched from the chair as the adults cried out. Another impact followed, then another. Will felt the sofa shift as Sir Charles rose. In one fluid motion, Will lunged forward, snatched the alethiometer from the side table, shoved it into his pocket, and scrambled back through the open window. The moment his feet touched the grass of Sitagasi, he forced his mind to calm, reaching for those subtle, nearly invisible edges in the air, breathing slowly despite the palpable danger just feet away. Then came a shriek, a sound neither human nor animal, but something far worse. He knew it was that detestable monkey. He had nearly sealed the window, but a narrow gap remained at chest level. He recoiled as a small, fur-covered golden hand with jet-black nails clawed through the opening, followed by a nightmarish face. The golden monkey bared its teeth, eyes blazing with such pure malice that Will felt it like a physical blow. Another instant and it would have been through, and that would have been the end. But Will still held the knife. He swung it up and slashed left, then right across where the creature's face had been, a face that withdrew just in time. Seizing the moment, Will grabbed the edges of the window and forced them shut. His own world was gone. He stood alone in the moonlit parkland of Sitagaz, breathless, trembling, utterly terrified. But Lyra was still in danger. He sprinted back to the first window he'd opened into the shrubbery and peered through. Dense leaves of laurel and holly blocked his view, so he reached through and pushed them aside. The side of the house came into clear view, the shattered study window gleaming under the moonlight. He watched as the monkey darted around the corner of the house, moving across the grass with feline speed. Sir Charles and the woman followed close behind. Sir Charles held a pistol. The woman was strikingly beautiful. Will registered that with a jolt lovely in the silver light, her dark eyes wide and vivid, her figure slender and poised. But then she snapped her fingers, and the monkey halted at once, springing up into her arms. In that moment, Will understood. The sweet-faced woman and the vile monkey were one being. Where was Lyra? The adult scanned the grounds, the woman set the monkey down, and it began darting across the grass, nose to the ground as if tracking a scent. Silence hung heavy over everything. If Lyra was hiding in the shrubbery, the slightest movement would give her away. Sir Charles adjusted his pistol with a soft, precise click, the safety catch. He peered into the shadows, his gaze seeming to lock directly on Will before moving on. Then both adults turned sharply left. The monkey had heard something. In a flash, it lunged toward the bushes where Lyra must have been hiding. Another second and it would have found her. Just then, a tabby cat burst from the shrubbery onto the grass, arching its back and hissing. The monkey twisted in midair, caught off guard. Will could hardly believe it. He was just as stunned as the creature seemed to be. The monkey landed on all fours, squaring off against the cat, which had arched its spine and fluffed its tail, standing sideways as it spat and hissed a challenge. In a flash, the monkey lunged, the cat reared back, swiping with a blur of needle-sharp claws, and then Lyra was suddenly beside Will, both of them tumbling through the window with Pantalaimon close behind. A piercing shriek tore from the cat as its claws raked the monkey's face. The monkey screeched in turn before leaping back into Mrs. Coulter's waiting arms. The cat bolted into the shadowy bushes of its own world and was gone. Will and Lyra were through. Will's fingers found the nearly invisible edges in the air, and he pressed them together swiftly, sealing the window shut, even as the sound of rushing feet and snapping branches grew fainter through the narrowing gap, until it was just a hole the size of his palm, and then nothing at all. Silence washed over the world. Will dropped to his knees on the damp grass, fumbling for the alethiometer. Here, he managed, handing it to Lyra. His hands shook as he slid the knife back into its sheath. Then he lay down, trembling from head to toe, and closed his eyes. The moonlight felt like a cool silver bath. He sensed Lyra beside him, gently unwinding his old bandage and tying a fresh one with careful, tender motions. "Oh, Will," she whispered. "Thank you for everything you did, for all of it. I hope that cat's okay," he mumbled. "Reminded me of my Moxie. She's probably back home now in her own world. She'll be fine." He paused, a faint, tired smile touching his lips. "Funny, isn't it? We bust out of a window to save her, and she turns around and saves us right back. Quite the team." "You know what I thought for a second," Lyra said. "I thought she might be your daemon. She did what a good daemon would have done anyway. We rescued each other. Come on, Will, don't lie there, the grass is soaked. You need a proper bed or you'll catch cold. Let's go to that big house over there, bound to be beds and food inside. I'll make a fresh bandage, put some coffee on, cook up an omelette, whatever you want. Then we'll sleep. We're safe now, we've got the alethiometer back. You'll see. I won't do anything else except help you find your father, I promise." She helped him to his feet, and they moved slowly through the moonlit garden toward the great pale house gleaming in the night. Lee Scoresby stepped off the boat at the port near the mouth of the Yenisei River into a scene of pure bedlam. Fishermen were hawking their pitiful catches, strange, unnameable fish, to skeptical cannery foremen. Shipowners shouted about skyrocketing harbour fees imposed to manage the relentless flooding, while hunters and trappers loitered in town, their work ruined by the rapidly thawing tiger and the erratic behaviour of the animals. Travelling inland by the usual road was clearly impossible. What was normally a firm track over frozen earth had become a sucking quagmire of mud now that even the permafrost was melting. So Lee stored his balloon and gear, and with his shrinking supply of gold, he hired a small boat with a sputtering gas engine. After securing extra fuel tanks and provisions, he set off up the engorged river. Progress was painfully slow. Not only was the current fierce, but the water was choked with debris, logs, brush, the bodies of drowned animals, and once the swollen corpse of a man. He had to navigate carefully, the little engine straining against the flow. His destination was the village of Grumman's people. His only guide was the memory of having flown over this country years before, but that memory was sharp, and even with banks submerged under the thick, muddy floodwaters, he found his way among the racing channels. The unseasonable warmth had stirred up insects, and a haze of midges blurred every outline. Lee smeared jimsonweed ointment over his face and hands and lit one pungent cigar after another, which kept the worst of the swarm at bay. Hester sat quiet in the front of the boat, her long ears pressed flat against her lean back, her gaze narrowed to slits. They were both accustomed to the silence between them, speaking only when necessary. On the third morning, Lee guided the small vessel into a tributary branching off the main river, which wound down from a range of low hills that should have been blanketed in snow, but instead showed bare, brown earth. The waterway soon narrowed, flanked by short pines and spruce, and after several miles they reached a massive rounded boulder, as tall as a two-story house. Lee pulled up to the bank and secured the boat. "There used to be a dock right here," he remarked to Hester. "Recall that old seal hunter we met up near Nova Zembla? He mentioned this spot must be submerged now by a good 6 feet. Let's hope they had the foresight to build their settlement on higher ground," Hester replied, hopping onto the shore. Within half an hour, Lee set his pack down outside the wooden home of the village elder and turned to acknowledge the small crowd that had assembled. He offered the widespread northern gesture of peace and placed his rifle on the ground. An elderly Siberian Tartar, his eyes nearly hidden within a web of wrinkles, set his own bow down beside it. The man's Wolverine daemon sniffed toward Hester, who answered with a slight twitch of her ear. The headman spoke, and Lee responded. They cycled through several languages before settling on one they shared. "My respects to you and your people," Lee said. "I've brought some smokeweed, a humble offering, but I'd be honored if you'd accept it." The headman gave a gracious nod, and one of his wives stepped forward to take the bundle Lee produced from his pack. "I'm looking for a man named Grumman," Lee explained. "Word has it he was adopted into your kinship line. He might go by another name now, but he's a European man." "Ah," the headman said, a note of satisfaction in his voice. "We have been waiting for you." The gathered villagers, standing in the thin, misty sunlight on the muddy ground between the houses, didn't understand the words, but they saw the elder's clear delight, and Lee sensed through Hester a distinct feeling of relief. The headman nodded slowly. "We have been expecting you," he repeated. "You have come to guide Dr. Grumman to the world beyond." Lee's eyebrows lifted slightly, but he kept his tone even. "If you say so, sir. Is he here now?" "Come with me," the headman said. The villagers parted respectfully. Noticing Hester's clear distaste for the thick mud she'd have to cross, Lee scooped her into his arms, hefted his pack, and followed the elder along a forest trail. They walked a considerable distance, about 10 long bowshots, Lee estimated to a hut set in a clearing among larch trees. The structure was framed in wood and covered with hides, adorned with boar tusks and the antlers of elk and reindeer. But these weren't simple trophies. They were draped with dried flowers and carefully woven pine boughs, suggesting some ceremonial purpose. "You must address him with reverence," the headman whispered. "He is a showman, and his heart carries a deep sorrow." Abruptly, a chill traced Lee's spine, and Hester went rigid in his arms. They realized they had been observed the entire time. From within the arrangement of dried flora and pine sprays, a brilliant yellow eye stared out. It was a daemon. As Lee watched, she turned her head and gently took a pine branch in her powerful beak, drawing it aside like a curtain. The headman called out in his own language, addressing the occupant by the name the old seal hunter had provided, Jopari. The door opened a moment later. There in the doorway stood a man clad in furs and skins, gaunt and intense with eyes that seemed to burn. His black hair was streaked with grey, his jaw was set firmly, and an osprey daemon perched glaring on his wrist. The headman bowed 3 times and retreated, leaving Lee alone with the shaman scholar he had travelled so far to find. Dr. Grumman, Lee began, name's Lee Scoresby. I hail from Texas, and I make my living as an aeronaut. If you'd allow me to sit and talk a while, I'll tell you exactly why I've come. I'm right, aren't I? You are Dr. Stanislaus Grumman from the Berlin Academy. Yes, the shaman replied. And you claim to be from Texas. The currents of fate have carried you a great distance from your home, Mr. Scoresby. Strange currents are moving through the world these days, sir. Indeed, the sunlight is pleasant. You'll find a bench inside my shelter. If you assist me in bringing it out, we can sit in this agreeable warmth and converse. I have coffee, if you wish to share some. Most generous of you, sir, said Lee, and hefted the wooden bench himself, while Grumman moved to the stove and poured the steaming brew into 2 tin cups. To Lee's ear, his accent wasn't German, but distinctly English, from England. The observatory director had been correct. Once seated, with Hester watchful and still beside him and the great osprey daemon staring unblinking into the sun, Lee began his tale. He started with the meeting in Trollesund with John Farr, leader of the Gyptians, and explained how they enlisted the Bear Iorek Bernison and travelled to Bolvangar to rescue Lyra and the other children. He then recounted what he had learned from Lyra herself and from the witch Serafina Pekala during their balloon flight toward Svalbard. You see, Dr. Grumman, from the girl's description, it struck me that Lord Asriel simply waved that ice-packed, severed head at the scholars and scared them so thoroughly they never examined it closely. That's what planted the seed in my mind that you might still be walking this earth, and plainly, sir, you possess a deep, specialized knowledge of these matters. All along the Arctic coast, I've heard tales about you, about the piercing of your skull, about how your studies hop from ocean-floor digs to gazing at the aurora, about how you seem to materialize out of thin air a decade or so back. It's all mighty intriguing. But something more than curiosity pulled me here, Dr. Grumman. I'm worried about that child. I believe she's important, and the witches share that belief. If you know anything concerning her and these unfolding events, I'd appreciate you telling me. As I said, a conviction settled in me that you could, which is why I made this journey. He paused, the bright Arctic light feeling suddenly harsh and theatrical. But unless my ears deceived me, sir, I heard the village elder say I had come to take you to another world. Did I misunderstand, or is that truly what he meant? And one more thing, if I may, what was that name he called you?
Was it a tribal title, some kind of magical name?
Grumman offered a brief, knowing smile. The name he used is my true name, John Parry. Yes, you have come to take me to the other world, and as for what guided you here, I believe you'll find it was this. He opened his hand. Resting in his palm was an object Lee could see perfectly, yet could not comprehend. It was a ring of silver and turquoise in a classic Navajo pattern. He recognized it instantly as his mother's. He knew its exact weight, the cool smoothness of the stone, the way the silversmith had carefully folded the metal over at the corner, where the stone was chipped, a flaw worn smooth over time by his own childish fingers, years and years ago in the sagebrush country of his youth. He found himself on his feet. Hester was trembling, standing rigid, her ears pitched forward. The osprey had shifted, unnoticed by Lee, to position herself between him and Grumman, a protective barrier, but Lee held no intention of attack. He felt unraveled, reduced to a boy again, his voice thin and unsteady. Where did you get that? Take it, said Grumman, or Parry. Its task is complete, it called you. I have no further need of it. But how? Lee managed, lifting the cherished object from the man's palm. His mind reeled, a tumbleweed caught in a sudden gale. I don't understand how you could possibly have this. I haven't laid eyes on it for 40 years. I am a shaman. I can do many things that lie beyond your understanding. Sit down, Mr. Scoresby. Be at ease. I'll give you the information you're looking for. Lee settled back into his seat, the ring still in his hand, his thumb tracing its familiar shape over and over. All right, he admitted, his voice steadier now. "You've got my full attention. I'm ready to listen." "Good," Grumman began. "My name is Parry, as I mentioned, and I did not originate in this reality. Lord Asriel's dramatic crossing is not the first of its kind, though his method was certainly the most flamboyant. In my own world, I served as a soldier before becoming an explorer. About 12 years ago, I joined an expedition to a region analogous to your Alaska. While my colleagues had their own objectives, I was pursuing an old legend, a tale of a fissure in reality itself, a gateway between universes. During a brutal snowstorm, some of our party vanished. While searching for them, 2 others and I inadvertently stepped through this invisible portal. We didn't even realize it at first. We simply kept walking until we stumbled upon a settlement, and then the truth was undeniable. We were in an entirely different world. We searched desperately, but that first doorway was lost to us, buried somewhere in that whiteout. You're a seasoned traveler of the North. You understand how final that is. We were stranded. This new world proved to be a perilous place, haunted by predatory phantoms known as spectres. My 2 companions fell victim to them not long after we arrived. I found their world utterly detestable and was desperate to escape. The path home was sealed, but I learned there were other passages to other realities. After some searching, I found the one that led me here, and upon arriving, I witnessed my first true marvel. Worlds vary immensely, Mr. Scoresby, and in this one I saw my daemon for the very first time. I had no knowledge of Cyan Kotor until I entered your universe. People here can scarcely imagine a life where a daemon is merely a quiet thought in the mind. Nothing more can you picture my shock. Then my wonder upon discovering that this essential part of my soul was not only female and avian, but also possessed a fierce, wild beauty. With Cyan Kotor at my side, I journeyed through the northern territories. I learnt a great deal from the Arctic peoples, like my friends in the village below. Their knowledge of this world filled in blanks from my own studies, and many puzzling mysteries began to unravel for me. I eventually made my way to Berlin, adopting the name Grumman. I guarded the secret of my origins closely. I presented a thesis to the Academy and defended it in their traditional debates. My understanding surpassed that of the established academicians, and gaining membership was straightforward. Thus equipped, I could pursue my work in this world, where I found myself, for the most part, deeply satisfied. Of course, I missed elements of my old life. Are you married, Mr. Scoresby? No, I was. I loved my wife deeply, and my son, my only child, was just an infant when I wandered out of my world. I ache for them still. But I could search for a millennium and never find that specific door again. We are parted for good. My work, however, consumed me. I sought other forms of understanding. I was initiated into a skull cult. I became a shaman. I've made practical discoveries, too. I developed a method, for instance, to create a salve from blood moss that retains all the potency of the living plant. I now possess significant knowledge about this world, Mr. Scoresby. I know about dust, for example. Your reaction tells me you've heard the term. It's terrifying, your theologians, though, frankly, they are the ones who frighten me. I understand what Lord Asriel is attempting, and I understand why. That is precisely why I called you here. I intend to help him. The mission he has undertaken is, without exaggeration, the most monumental endeavor in all of human history, the most significant figure in 35 millennia of human history. Mr. Scoresby, my own strength is limited. My heart is afflicted with a malady no healer in any world can mend. I may have one substantial act left within me, however, I possess knowledge Lord Asriel lacks, knowledge essential for his endeavor to prevail. I was profoundly drawn to that tormented realm where the spectres consume human awareness. I sought to understand their nature and origin. As a shaman, my spirit can journey where my body cannot, and I spent considerable time in deep trance exploring that dimension. I learned that, centuries ago, its philosophers had crafted an instrument for their own ruin, a device they named the subtle knife. Its capabilities were vast, far exceeding their initial design and their current understanding. Somehow, through its use, they had torn an opening, allowing the spectres to infest their world. I now comprehend the knife's true potential. I know its location, how to identify the one destined to wield it, and the role that person must play in Asriel's war. I pray they are up to the challenge. This is why I summoned you. Your task is to fly me north, into the world Asriel has breached, where I believe we will find the knife's bearer. Be warned, it is a perilous world. Those spectres are more dreadful than any threat in your world or mine. We will need caution and courage in equal measure. I do not plan to return. If you wish to see your homeland again, you will require every ounce of your skill, bravery, and luck. That is your mission, Mr. Scoresby. This is the purpose behind your search for me. The shaman fell quiet, his face pale and glistening with a thin sweat. Lee stood up, too agitated to remain seated. This has got to be the most insane proposition I have ever heard, he declared, pacing a few steps in one direction, then another. Hester watched, unblinking, from the bench. Grumman's eyes were nearly closed, his daemon perched on his knee, observing Lee with caution. After a moment, Grumman spoke. "Is it money you require?" "I can procure gold." "That is not difficult. Gold," Lee retorted, his temper flaring. "I didn't trek all this way for treasure. I came to see if you were truly alive, which you apparently are, so my curiosity on that front is settled." "Indeed," Grumman replied. "There's another layer to this whole affair," Lee continued. He recounted the witch council at Lake Inara and the oath the witches had sworn. "You see that young girl, Lyra? She's the reason I agreed to aid the witches in the first place. You claim you drew me here with that Navajo ring? Maybe you did, maybe you didn't. What I know is I came because I believed it would help Lyra. I've never met a child like her. If I ever had a daughter, I'd hope she'd possess half that child's courage and goodness I had heard. You knew of an object, I didn't know what, that offers protection to its holder. From your story, I believe it must be this subtle knife. So here's my price for taking you into that other world, Dr. Grumman. Not gold. I want that subtle knife for Lyra. You must swear to me that you will ensure she comes under its protection. Do that, and I'll fly you wherever you need to go." The shaman listened intently. "Very well, Mr. Scoresby, I swear it. Do you trust my oath? What will you swear by?" Lee asked. "Name anything you wish." Lee considered, then said, "Swear by whatever compelled you to refuse the love of that witch." "I reckon that's the most sacred thing you know." A flicker of surprise crossed Grumman's features. "You reckon correctly. I swear it gladly by that. You have my word that I will see to it the child Lyra Belacqua gains the knife's protection. But I must warn you, the one who carries the knife has a destiny of his own to fulfill. In doing so, he may very well place her in greater peril than she has ever known." Lee accepted this with a solemn nod. "Perhaps," he replied, "but whatever slim hope of security exists, I intend for her to claim it. You have my promise. Now I must journey into that new world, and you are the one to carry me. And the weather? I suppose you haven't been too ill to notice the sky? Leave the wind to me." Lee gave a slow nod. He settled back onto the bench, his fingers tracing the smooth surface of the turquoise ring again and again as Grumman collected his scant belongings into a worn deerskin sack. Together, they retraced their path through the forest to the village. The headman spoke for a long while, his voice low and earnest. More villagers emerged, each reaching to touch Grumman's hand, murmuring brief words and receiving what seemed to be a quiet blessing in return. Lee, however, kept his eyes on the heavens. To the south, the sky was a clear, endless blue, and a crisp, pine-scented breeze had begun to stir the highest branches. To the north, a stubborn fog still clung to the broad river, but for the first time in days, the air held a hint of change, a promise of clearing. At the rocky landing, Lee loaded Grumman's pack into the boat, fueled the small engine, which sputtered to life immediately, and cast off. With the shaman seated in the bow, the craft shot downstream, weaving beneath overhanging trees and slicing into the main current so swiftly that Lee felt a pang of fear for Hester, tucked low against the gunwale. But she was a veteran of countless journeys. He should have remembered that. Why was he so on edge lately? They reached the port town at the river's mouth to find every hotel, every boarding house, every spare room seized by soldiers, and not just any soldiers. These were men of the Imperial Guard of Muscovy, the most brutally drilled and extravagantly armed force on Earth, sworn to the authority of the magisterium. Lee had hoped to rest for a night, seeing how weary Grumman appeared, but finding a room was impossible. "What's happening here?" he asked the boatman when returning the hired craft. "We're not sure. The regiment marched in yesterday and took over every bed, every scrap of food, and every vessel in the port. They'd have claimed this boat too if you hadn't had it out. Any idea where they're headed?" "North," the boatman said. "By all reports, a war is coming, the greatest conflict ever known." "North into that new world?" "Exactly, and more troops are on the way. These are just the first wave. In a week, there won't be a crust of bread or a drop of liquor left in town. You did me a favor taking that boat. The price has already doubled. Resting now was pointless, even if they could find a spot." Anxious for his balloon, Lee went straight to the storage warehouse, Grumman keeping pace beside him. The man looked ill, but there was a hardened resilience in his step. The warehouse keeper, busy tallying engine parts for a requisitioning sergeant of the guard, glanced up from his clipboard. "The balloon. Bad timing. It was requisitioned yesterday," he said flatly. "You see how it is. I've got no choice in the matter." Hester twitched her ears, and Lee caught her meaning. "Has it been delivered yet?" he asked. "They're coming for it this afternoon." "No, they are not," Lee stated, "because I possess an authority that overrides the guard." He showed the warehouseman the ring he had taken from the dead Skraeling on Nova Zembla. The sergeant beside him stopped his counting and snapped a salute at the sight of the church's token, though even his discipline couldn't hide a flicker of confusion crossing his features. "So we'll take the balloon now," Lee said, his voice leaving no room for debate, "and you will assign men to inflate it. Immediately. That includes provisions, water, and ballast." The warehouseman looked to the sergeant, who merely shrugged, and then hurried off to attend to the balloon. Lee and Grumman moved out to the wharf near the gas tanks to oversee the filling and speak privately. "Where did you obtain that ring?" Grumman asked quietly. "From a dead man's finger," Lee replied, his gaze fixed on the growing envelope of the balloon. A memory, unbidden, surfaced, a sudden vivid recollection of a cramped tavern in a forgotten town years ago, where a stranger had warned him that such tokens carried as much curse as blessing. He pushed the thought aside, focusing on the practical. "The wind is shifting," he observed, more to himself than to Grumman. "It'll be at our backs. Maybe some luck is finally coming our way. It was a gamble using that authority, but I couldn't think of another way to reclaim my balloon." "Do you think that Sergeant had his doubts?" "Without a doubt. But he's a man who follows orders. He won't challenge the church. Even if he files a report, we'll be long gone before anyone can act." "Well, I promised you a wind, Mr. Scoresby. Let's see how you like it." The sky had cleared to a brilliant blue, sunlight washing over everything. To the north, the fog still clung to the sea like distant peaks, but the fresh breeze was steadily pushing it back. Lee's spirit itched for the open sky. As the envelope swelled, bulging past the warehouse roof, he meticulously secured the basket and every piece of his gear. Who could predict what rough currents awaited them in that other realm? He fastened his instruments to the frame with extra care, even the compass whose needle spun uselessly. Finally, he secured a line of sandbags around the basket rim for ballast. When the gas bag was taut, leaning northward in the gusting wind, the entire craft straining against its mooring lines, Lee handed the warehouseman his last gold coin and helped Grumman aboard. He turned to the men at the ropes, ready to give the release order, but a sudden commotion cut him off, the rapid thud of boots doubling from the alley beside the warehouse, followed by a sharp command, "Halt!" The rope handlers froze, glancing between the soldiers and Lee. "Let go, cast off now." Lee barked. 2 men obeyed immediately, and the balloon jerked upward. The other 2, however, were distracted by the troops rounding the building corner and kept their ropes fastened tight. The balloon lurched sideways with a sickening tilt. Lee and Grumman both grabbed the suspension ring. Grumman's daemon dug her claws into the metal. "Let go, you fools! She's going up!" Lee yelled. The lift was too powerful. One man released his rope, which whipped free from the bollard. The other, feeling the sudden upward pull, instinctively held on tighter, a mistake Lee had witnessed once before and always feared. From the ground, the man's daemon, a sturdy husky, howled in terror and agony as the balloon surged skyward for 5 agonizing seconds. The man clung desperately before his strength gave out. He fell, limp, and splashed into the cold water below. The soldiers, however, already had their rifles raised. A volley of shots whistled past the basket. One sparked off the suspension ring, stinging Lee's hands with the vibration, but none found their mark. By the time they fired a second, futile volley, the balloon was already soaring out of range, racing into the blue and speeding seaward. Lee felt his heart soar with it. He'd once told Serafina Pekkala that flying was just a job, nothing more, but that had been a lie. There was nothing like this. Climbing into the vastness with a good wind at your back and a new horizon ahead. He released the ring and noticed Hester curled in her corner, eyes slitted. Another pointless crackle of rifle fire sounded from far below. The town was shrinking fast, the wide river mouth glittering under them like scattered diamonds. "Well, Dr. Grumman," Lee said, "I can't speak for you, but I always breathe easier up here. I just wish that poor fellow had let go of the rope. It seems so simple, but if you hesitate for even a second, it's over." "Thank you, Mr. Scoresby," the shaman replied. "You handled that exceptionally well. Now we settle in and fly." Will was grateful for the furs. The chill in the air lingered. Chapter 11. The Belvedere, in the vast white villa set within the park. Will's sleep was restless. His dreams were a turbulent mix of dread and fleeting sweetness, leaving him caught between the urge to wake and a desire to sink back under. When he finally managed to open his eyes, a heavy drowsiness pinned him to the bed. He pushed himself up and saw his bandage had come loose, the sheets stained a deep crimson. Moving felt like a tremendous effort. He left the bed and shuffled through the grand, silent house, where thick beams of sunlight cut through the dusty air, all the way down to the kitchen. He and Lyra had chosen to sleep in the small servants' quarters under the attic, the imposing 4-poster beds in the lavish rooms below, feeling too formal and unwelcoming. The walk downstairs was long and unsteady. "Will," Lyra said immediately, her voice tight with worry. She turned from the stove to guide him to a chair. A wave of dizziness washed over him. He had clearly lost a lot of blood. The proof was smeared across his skin and clothes. The cuts on his hand were still seeping. "I was just fixing some coffee," she told him. "What do you need first, the coffee, or should I redo that bandage? It's your call. I found eggs in the icebox, but no baked beans anywhere." "Doesn't seem like a baked beans sort of place," Will murmured. "Bandage first. Is the tap water hot? I need to wash up. I can't stand being covered in this." She ran the water until it steamed, and he stripped down to his underwear. He was too light-headed to feel any shame, but Lyra, flustered on his behalf, stepped out of the room. He did his best to clean himself, drying off with the dish towels hanging near the stove. When she returned, she had scavenged some clothes for him, a simple shirt, a pair of canvas trousers, and a belt. He dressed, and she tore a fresh towel into strips, winding them tightly around his hand. She was deeply concerned about the injury. Not only was it still bleeding freely, but the surrounding skin was puffy and inflamed. Neither of them voiced their fear. Afterward, she prepared the coffee and toasted some old bread, and they carried their simple breakfast into the grand front room overlooking the city. The food and drink helped steady him a little. "You should ask the alethiometer what we do next," he said. "Have you tried it yet?" "No," Lyra replied firmly. "I'm only going to use it when you tell me to from now on. I thought about it last night, but I stopped myself. And I won't unless you ask." "Well, you'd better ask now," Will insisted. "This place is just as dangerous as my world, maybe more. There's Angelica's brother, for starters. And if—" He broke off because Lyra had started to speak at the same moment. She paused, gathered her thoughts, and then continued, her voice softer. "Will, something happened yesterday I didn't tell you. I should have, but everything was so chaotic. I'm sorry." She told him everything, watching from the tower window as Tullio was surrounded by the spectres, catching Angelica's gaze full of pure hatred, and hearing Paolo's threat. "And remember," she added, when she first talked to us. Her little brother started to say something about what they were all doing there. He said, "He's gonna get," and she wouldn't let him finish. She hit him, remember? I bet he was going to say Tullio was after the knife. That's why all those kids came. If they had the knife, they could do anything. They could even grow up without being scared of specters. What did it look like? Will asked, leaning forward intently, his eyes sharp and urgent. When he was attacked, surprised by his intensity, she tried to recall. He started counting the stones in the wall. He was touching them like he was feeling every one, but he couldn't keep it up. He just lost interest and stopped. Then he was completely still, she finished. Seeing the look on Will's face, she asked, "Why? What is it?" "Because," Will said slowly, a new and troubling thought taking shape. "I think maybe the specters come from my world after all. If they can make people act that way, I wouldn't be the least bit surprised if they came from my world. And if the guild's first window opened into my world, that's when the specters could have slipped through." "But you don't have specters where you're from. You've never even heard of them, right?" "Maybe we just call them something different. Maybe they have another name where I live." Lyra wasn't entirely sure what he was getting at, but she didn't push him. His face was flushed, and his eyes burned with intensity. "Anyway," she said, turning slightly away, "what matters is that Angelica saw me at the window. Now she knows we have the knife, and she'll tell everyone. She'll blame us for her brother being attacked by specters." "I'm sorry, Will. I should have told you sooner. There was just so much else happening." "Well," he replied, "I doubt it would have changed anything. He was hurting that old man, and once he figured out how to use the knife, he would have tried to kill us both. We didn't have a choice. I still feel awful about it, Will. He was their brother. And you know, if we were in their place, we'd probably want the knife just as badly." "True," he said, "but we can't undo what's done. We needed the knife to get the alethiometer back. If we could have managed it without a fight, we would have." "Yeah, we would have," she agreed. Like Eirik Bernison, Will was a real fighter. So when he said avoiding a fight was better, she knew it came from strategy, not fear. He had calmed down now, the color fading from his cheeks. He stared into the distance, thinking. Then he said, "We should probably focus more on Sir Charles and what he might do next, or Mrs. Coulter. If she really has that special bodyguard they talked about, those soldiers who had their demons cut away, maybe Sir Charles is right. Maybe they can ignore the specters. You know what I think? I think what specters feed on is people's demons. But children have demons too, and specters don't attack children, so it can't be that." "Then it must be the difference between a child's demon and an adult's," Will said. "There is a difference, isn't there? You told me once that grown-ups' demons don't change shape. It has to be connected to that. And if her soldiers don't have demons at all, maybe the specters won't bother them either, just like Sir Charles suggested." "Yeah," she said, "that could be it. And she wouldn't be scared of specters anyway. She isn't scared of anything. She's so clever, Will, honestly, and so ruthless and cruel, I bet she could boss them around. She could command them like she does people, and they'd have to obey. Lord Boreal is strong and clever, but she'll have him wrapped around her finger in no time. Oh, Will, thinking about what she might do, it's making me scared again. I'm going to ask the alethiometer, like you said. Thank goodness we got it back, at least." She unfolded the velvet bundle and let her fingers trace the cool, heavy gold with affection. "I'm going to ask about your father," she said, "and how we can find him. Look, I'll set the hands to point at." "No, ask about my mother first. I need to know if she's okay." Lyra nodded, adjusted the hands, and then placed the alethiometer in her lap. She tucked her hair behind her ears and bent forward, her focus complete. Will watched the slender needle sweep purposefully around the dial, darting and pausing as quick as a bird snatching insects from the air. He watched Lyra's eyes, so blue, intense, and full of sharp understanding. After a moment, she blinked and looked up. "She's still safe," Lyra said. "That friend who's looking after her is really kind. No one knows where your mother is, and the friend won't betray her." Will hadn't realized just how heavy his worry had been until that moment. With the good news, he felt his shoulders loosen, and as a little of the tension drained away, the ache from his wound suddenly felt sharper and more distinct. "Thank you," he said quietly. Before Lyra could even form the question about his father, a sharp shout from outside cut through the air. Their heads snapped toward the window. Down at the park's edge, where the first city houses began, a line of trees was stirring with movement. Pantalaimon instantly shifted into the form of a lynx, padding to the open doorway with a low growl, his gaze fixed downward. "It's the children," he announced. Both Will and Lyra rose to their feet. From the tree line, a group of 40 or 50 kids emerged, many clutching sticks. At the front was the boy in the striped shirt, but he wasn't holding a stick, he had a pistol. Lyra pointed, whispering, "There's Angelica!" She was right beside the leader, pulling at his sleeve, urging him forward. Her little brother Paolo was shrieking with wild excitement behind them, and the whole mob was yelling, fists shaking in the air. Two of the larger children were struggling under the weight of old rifles. Will had seen angry kids before, but never a crowd like this, armed and screaming. Back in his town, they might throw rocks, not carry guns. Their shouts merged into a furious roar, and Will picked out Angelica's voice, shrill and piercing above the rest. "You murdered my brother! You stole the knife! You called the specters to him! You're killers, and we're gonna kill you! You won't get away! We'll make you pay just like you made him pay!" Lyra grabbed Will's uninjured arm, her voice urgent. "Will, cut a window! We can get out of here now, and end up where?" He shot back, his mind racing. Right in the middle of an Oxford street in broad daylight, maybe in front of a bus. I can't just slice open anywhere and hope for the best. I have to see where it leads first, and that takes time we don't have. Look, there's woods behind this house. If we can make it to those trees, we'll have a chance. Lyra glared out the window, her anger boiling over. They must have spotted us last night, she seethed. Too scared to come at us alone, so they gathered every brat in the city. I should have finished her yesterday. She's no better than her brother. I swear I'll— Stop talking and move, Will interrupted. He checked the knife at his belt. Lyra shouldered her small pack, containing the alethiometer and his father's letters. They sprinted through the hollow-sounding hall, down a corridor, and into the kitchen, then burst through a scullery into a cobbled courtyard. A gate in the wall led to a sun-baked kitchen garden, rows of herbs and vegetables wilting in the morning heat. The tree line was a few hundred yards up a sloping field of grass, a dangerously open stretch. To the left, closer than the woods, stood a small, round temple-like structure with columns and an open upper balcony overlooking the city. "We run?" Will said, though every part of him screamed to lie down and shut his eyes. With Pantalaimon flying ahead as a lookout, they dashed into the grass, but it was thick and uneven, catching at their ankles, and after only a few strides, a wave of dizziness forced Will to slow to a stumbling walk. Lyra glanced back. The children hadn't seen them yet. They were still at the front of the house, probably searching room by room, but Pantalaimon let out a sharp cry of warning. A boy was leaning out a second-story window of the villa, pointing directly at them. A shout echoed across the grounds. "Come on, Will," Lyra urged, tugging at his arm, trying to support him. He wanted to run, but his body wouldn't obey. "It's no good," he gasped. "The trees are too far. We head for that temple. If we can bar the door, maybe we can hold them off long enough to cut a way out after all." Pantalaimon darted ahead, a swift shadow, and Lyra gasped, calling him back breathlessly. Will could almost feel the invisible tether between them, the demon pulling and the girl answering, a connection as vital as a heartbeat. He pushed his way through the dense grass, with Lyra darting ahead to scout, then rushing back to assist before sprinting forward once more. They finally reached the stone walkway encircling the shrine. The door beneath the small porch was unsecured, and they hurried inside to discover a stark, round chamber. Statues of goddesses stood in recesses along the wall, and at the very center, a wrought iron spiral staircase ascended through an opening to the level above. Finding no key to lock the door behind them, they scrambled up the steps, emerging onto the wooden planks of an upper gallery, a lookout point where visitors could enjoy the breeze and gaze over the city. The space was open, with no enclosing walls, only a series of arches all around supporting the roof. Each archway had a broad sill at waist height, perfect for leaning on, and below them the terracotta tiled roof sloped gently down on all sides to the gutters. From this vantage, the forest behind them seemed maddeningly near. They could see the villa below, then the open parkland, and beyond that the sea of reddish-brown city roofs with a tower rising to the left. Carrion crows circled above the grey fortress walls, and a wave of nausea hit Will as he understood what had attracted them. But there was no time to absorb the scenery. The pack of children was already racing toward the temple, their shouts a blend of fury and thrill. The boy in front slowed, raised his pistol, and fired several reckless shots in their direction before the charge resumed, the cries now distinct. "Thieves! Murderers! We're gonna kill you! You took our knife! You don't belong here! You're gonna die!" Will ignored the taunts. He already had the knife in hand and quickly cut a small window to assess their position, only to jerk back immediately. Lyra peered through as well and slumped in dismay. They were suspended about 50 feet in the air, directly above a bustling main road clogged with traffic. "Of course," Will muttered, his voice thick with frustration. "We climbed a slope. Well, we're trapped. We'll just have to hold them off." Within moments, the first of the children were pouring through the doorway below. Their shouts echoed through the hollow temple, amplifying their frenzy. Then a gunshot roared, deafeningly loud, followed by another. The screaming shifted in pitch, and the staircase began to tremble under the weight of the climbers. Lyra was frozen, pressed against the wall, but Will still gripped the knife. He scrambled to the opening in the floor, reached down, and sliced through the top step of the iron staircase as if it were tissue paper. With its support severed, the staircase sagged under the mass of children, then swung loose and crashed down with a thunderous impact. More screams erupted, chaos deepening. The gun fired again, seemingly by accident this time. Someone had been hit, and the cry was now one of genuine pain. Will looked down to see a squirming heap of bodies coated in plaster dust and blood. They weren't separate children anymore, but a single seething entity, a human tide. They surged beneath him, leaping up in rage, grabbing at the air, threatening, screaming, spitting, but they couldn't reach. Then a shout came from the doorway, and those who could move stampeded toward it, leaving several pinned under the twisted staircase or staggering, dazed amid the rubble. Will soon understood their retreat. A scraping, clawing sound came from the roof just outside the arches. He ran to the sill and saw the first hands gripping the edge of the terracotta tiles, pulling up. Others pushed from below, and then another head and another pair of hands appeared as they clambered over the backs of those beneath them, swarming up onto the roof like insects. But the ridged tiles were treacherous to navigate. The first arrivals crawled up on hands and knees, their wild, unblinking eyes fixed on Will's face. Lyra stood beside him, and Pantalaimon had shifted into a snarling leopard, his powerful paws planted on the windowsill, which made the first wave of children pause. Yet they kept coming, their numbers swelling. A chant of "kill, kill, kill" rose from the crowd, growing louder, and those on the roof started stamping their feet in a menacing rhythm, though the sight of the fierce demon kept them at a distance. Suddenly, a tile cracked underfoot, sending one boy tumbling, but another snatched up the broken fragment and hurled it toward Lyra. She dodged, and the tile shattered against a stone column, spraying her with sharp debris. Will had already spotted the railing around the floor opening and severed 2 lengths of it with his knife. He passed one to Lyra, who swung hers with all her might, striking the first boy squarely on the head and dropping him instantly. Another figure scrambled up, Angelica, her red hair wild, face pale, and eyes blazing with madness. Lyra thrust the iron rail forward, forcing her to fall back. Will fought just as fiercely, his knife sheathed at his side as he used his own length of rail to parry and jab. For every child who retreated, 2 more seemed to take their place, clambering onto the roof from below. Then the boy in the striped shirt reappeared. Though he no longer held the pistol, maybe it was empty. Their eyes met, and in that instant both knew what was coming, a brutal, no-holds-barred fight. "Come on!" Will challenged, his voice burning with intensity. "Come on, then!" They were about to clash when something extraordinary happened. A magnificent white snow goose swept down, wings outstretched, calling out with a cry so piercing that even the enraged children on the roof heard it and turned to look. "Kaiser!" Lyra shouted with relief, recognizing Serafina Pekkala's demon. The snow goose called again, a ringing whoop that echoed across the sky, then banked sharply, coming within a hair's breadth of the boy in the striped shirt. Terrified, the boy stumbled back and slid right off the edge. Others began to cry out in alarm too, for now more shapes were emerging against the blue, small, dark figures sweeping downward. Lyra whooped with joy. "Serafina Pekkala over here! Help us! We're in the temple!" With a hiss and a rush of air, a volley of arrows struck the temple roof above the gallery, dozens at a time, loosed so rapidly they seemed to fill the sky, each landing with a sound like thunderous hammer blows. In an instant, the aggression drained from the children on the roof, replaced by raw, paralyzing fear. Who were these women in black, soaring through the air? Were they phantoms? Some new kind of spectre. Whimpering and crying, they scrambled off the roof, some falling awkwardly and limping away, others tumbling down the slope in a frantic dash for safety, no longer a mob, just a scattered bunch of frightened, shame-faced kids. Within a minute of the snow goose's arrival, the last child had fled the temple, and the only sound was the whisper of wind through the wings of the circling witches above. Will stared upward, too stunned to speak, but Lyra was jumping and calling out happily, "Serafina Pekkala! How did you find us? Thank you, thank you. They were going to kill us. Come down and land." But Serafina and the others only shook their heads, rising again to circle high above. The snow goose daemon wheeled around and descended toward the roof, beating his broad wings to slow his approach before landing with a clatter on the pantiles just below the sill. "Greetings, Lyra," he said. "Serafina Pekkala cannot come to the ground, nor can the others. This place is swarming with spectres, 100 or more surrounding the building, and even more drifting up across the grass. Can you see them? No, they're completely invisible to us. We've already lost one of our own. We can't afford to lose another. Can you get down from this building? We could jump from the roof like they did. But how did you find us? And where?" Questions later. "More danger is approaching, and it's greater than this. Get down as carefully as you can and head for the trees." They climbed over the windowsill and edged sideways down the broken tiles to the gutter. The drop wasn't far, and below lay a stretch of grass that sloped gently away from the building. Lyra jumped first, and Will followed, tumbling to the ground and trying to shield his injured hand, which was bleeding heavily and aching with a sharp, persistent throb. His sling had come undone and dragged behind him, and as he fumbled to roll it up, the snow goose landed softly on the grass beside him. "Lyra, who is this?" Kaiser asked. "This is Will. He's coming with us. Why are the spectres keeping their distance from you?" The goose daemon addressed Will directly. By now, little could startle Will, and he replied, "I don't know. We can't even see them. Wait!" He pushed himself up, an idea flashing in his mind. "Where are they right now? Point me to the closest one. About 10 paces down the slope," said the daemon. "They clearly have no desire to come any nearer." Will drew the knife and looked toward the spot, hearing the daemon's sharp intake of breath. But before he could act, a witch descended on her pine branch, landing lightly on the grass beside him. What struck him wasn't just her ability to fly, but her astonishing grace, the fierce, cool clarity in her eyes, and her pale, bare limbs that seemed both youthful and ageless. "Your name is Will?" she asked. "Yes, but why do the spectres fear you? Because of the knife. Where is the nearest one? Tell me, I want to destroy it." But Lyra came running before the witch could reply. "Serafina Pekkala," she cried, throwing her arms around the witch and holding her so tightly that Serafina laughed aloud, kissing the top of Lyra's head. "Serafina, where did you come from? We were trapped. Those children were going to kill us. Did you see them? We thought it was over. Oh, I'm so glad you're here. I never thought I'd see you again." Serafina Pekkala looked past Lyra to where the spectres were gathered a short distance away, then turned her gaze to Will. "Listen carefully," she said. "There's a cave not far into these woods. Go up the slope and follow the ridge to the left. The spectres won't pursue, they can't perceive us in the air, and they're afraid of you. We'll meet you there. It should take about half an hour." With that, she sprang back into the sky. Will shielded his eyes to watch her and the other ragged yet elegant figures wheel above the trees and dart away. "Oh, Will, we're safe now. Everything will be all right with Serafina Pekkala here," Lyra said, her voice bright with relief. "I never imagined I'd see her again. She arrived exactly when we needed her, just like at Bolvangar." Chattering cheerfully, as if the earlier struggle had already faded from her mind, she led the way up the slope toward the forest. Will followed in silence, his hand throbbing painfully with every heartbeat, each pulse sending a fresh trickle of blood down his wrist. He cradled it against his chest and tried to ignore the pain. What was meant to be a half-hour walk stretched into nearly 2 hours, as Will had to stop and rest again and again. When they finally reached the cave, they found a fire crackling, a rabbit roasting on a spit, and Serafina Pekkala stirring something in a small iron pot. "Let me see your injury," she said to Will first, and he wordlessly held out his hand. Pantalaimon, in the form of a cat, watched with keen interest, but Will looked away, uneasy at the sight of his damaged fingers. The witches spoke quietly among themselves, and then Serafina asked, "What kind of weapon caused this wound?" Will reached for the knife and handed it to her without a word. Her companions gathered close, their expressions a mix of awe and wariness, for none had ever seen a blade like it so sharp, so unnaturally keen. "This injury requires more than simple remedies. It will need magic," Serafina Pekkala stated. "We shall prepare an enchantment. It will be complete by moonrise. Until then, you must rest." She handed him a small horn cup filled with a steaming brew, its sharpness softened by honey, and soon he settled back into a deep, healing sleep. The witch gently covered him with fallen leaves before turning to Lyra, who was still finishing her rabbit. "Now, Lyra," she began, her voice low and intent, "explain who this young man is. Tell me what you understand of this realm and of that peculiar blade he carries." Taking a steadying breath, Lyra gathered her thoughts and started to speak, explain it once more. Dr. Oliver Payne said, standing in the compact laboratory that offered a view of the park, "Either I misheard you, or what you're suggesting is impossible. A child from another reality." That is precisely what she claimed. "I understand it sounds absurd, but just listen, Oliver, please," urged Dr. Mary Malone. "She knew of the shadows. She refers to it as dust. But it's the same phenomenon. Our shadow particles, and I assure you when she was connected to the cave via the electrodes, the screen displayed the most astonishing array of images and symbols. She also possessed a device, a kind of golden compass with various markings around its edge. She claimed she could interpret it similarly, and she was intimately familiar with the required state of mind." It was late morning. Lyra's academic guardian, Dr. Malone, had eyes reddened from sleeplessness, while her colleague, freshly returned from Geneva, was a mix of impatient curiosity, deep skepticism, and distraction. The crucial point, Oliver, was that she was communicating with them. They possess awareness, they can reply, and regarding your skull research, she mentioned specific skulls in the Pitt Rivers Museum. Using her compass, she deduced they were far older than the museum records indicated, and they contained shadows. Hold on, provide some coherence here. What is your assertion? Are you saying she merely corroborates our existing knowledge, or that she is revealing something entirely new? Both, perhaps. I cannot be certain. But consider if a significant event occurred 30 or 40 millennia ago. Shadow particles existed prior. Naturally, they've been present since the universe began, but there was no physical mechanism to amplify their influence at our level, the human scale. Then something shifted. I cannot fathom what, but it involved our evolution, hence your skulls. Recall no shadows before that epoch, abundant evidence after? The skulls the girl examined in the museum told her the same story. What I propose is that around that period, the human brain became the perfect instrument for this amplification. Consciousness as we know it ignited. Dr. Payne tilted his plastic cup, draining the last of his coffee. "Why would it manifest specifically then?" he questioned. "Why abruptly, 35,000 years in the past. Who can possibly know? We are not paleontologists. I am merely theorizing, Oliver, but don't you agree it presents a compelling possibility? And this police officer? Tell me about him. Dr. Malone wearily rubbed her eyes. His name is Walters, she said. He claimed to be with Special Branch. I thought that dealt with political matters, terrorism, subversion, intelligence, all of that. Continue. What did he want? Why approach us? Because of the girl. He stated he was searching for a boy of similar age. He wouldn't say why, and this boy had reportedly been seen with the girl who came here. But he had another agenda, Oliver. He knew about our research. He even inquired about. The telephone's ring cut her off. With a resigned shrug, she fell silent as Dr. Payne answered. After a brief exchange, he replaced the receiver. We have a visitor. Who? A name I don't recognize. A Sir Somebody. Listen, Mary, you must understand I'm leaving. They've offered me the position. They made the offer official. Yes, and I must accept it. You have to see this for yourself. Well, that settles it, I suppose. He gave a helpless shrug. Honestly, I can't find any sense in the things you're describing. Kids from another dimension, fossilized shadows. It's all too far-fetched. I can't be a part of it. I have a career to think about, Mary, and the skulls you analyzed. What about the shadows surrounding the ivory figure? He simply shook his head and turned away. Before he could formulate a reply, a light knock sounded at the door, which he opened with visible relief. A distinguished gentleman stood there. Good afternoon, Dr. Payne. Dr. Malone. My name is Charles Lattram. It's very kind of you to see me on such short notice. Please come in, said Dr. Malone, her weariness tinged with confusion. Did you say, Sir Charles? What can we do for you? Perhaps it is what I can do for you, he replied smoothly. I understand you are awaiting a decision on your research funding. How could you possibly know that? Asked Dr. Payne, his tone guarded. I once served in government involved with shaping scientific policy. I retained several contacts in that world, and I heard may I sit down? Of course, said Dr. Malone, pulling out a chair. He sat with an air of someone convening a board meeting. Thank you. A friend whose name I shouldn't divulge, the Official Secrets Act can be remarkably broad, informed me your application was under review. What I heard intrigued me so profoundly that I must confess I requested to see some of your findings. I leveraged my role as an informal advisor as justification, though it was perhaps an overstep, and I must say, your work is utterly fascinating. Does this mean you believe we'll be successful? Dr. Malone asked, leaning forward, a spark of hope in her eyes. Unfortunately, no, I must be blunt. The committee is not inclined to renew your grant. Dr. Malone's posture deflated. Dr. Payne watched the older man with wary interest. Then why are you here? He pressed. Because, Sir Charles continued, while the decision is not yet official, the outlook is not promising. They see no future in funding this line of inquiry. However, having a knowledgeable advocate argue your case could potentially change their perspective. An advocate? You mean yourself? Dr. Malone sat up straighter. I thought these decisions were based on peer review and merit. In principle, absolutely, Sir Charles conceded, but in practice it helps to understand how these committees operate and who sits on them. So here I am. I find your work intensely compelling. I believe it has significant value and deserves to continue. Would you allow me to make informal representations on your behalf? Dr. Malone felt like a castaway spotting a rescue line. Why? Yes, good heavens, of course, thank you. But do you truly think it will make a difference? I don't mean to sound doubtful. I'm just... Yes, please. What would be required of us? Dr. Payne interjected. Dr. Malone looked at him, surprised. Hadn't Oliver just declared he was leaving for a position in Geneva? Yet he seemed to grasp Sir Charles's implication more clearly than she did. A flicker of mutual understanding passed between the two men, and Oliver moved to sit down as well. I'm glad you appreciate the situation, said Sir Charles. You are quite correct. There is a particular direction for this research I would be especially pleased to see you pursue. And if we could reach an agreement, I might even be able to secure additional funding for you from an entirely separate source. Wait, hold on, Dr. Malone said, a sudden chill cutting through her earlier relief. The course of this research is our decision. I'm happy to discuss our results, but not to have our direction dictated. Surely you understand. Sir Charles spread his hands in a gesture of polite regret and began to rise. Oliver Payne stood quickly, anxious. Please, Sir Charles, don't go. I'm certain Dr. Malone will hear you out, Mary. For goodness sake, there's no harm in listening. This could be everything we need. I thought you were going to Geneva, she said, her confusion mounting. Geneva? Said Sir Charles, pausing with genuine curiosity. An excellent opportunity, plenty of potential there, and a great deal of funding, too. Don't let me stand in your way. Not at all. Nothing's been decided, Dr. Payne said quickly. There are many details to consider. Everything is still very much up in the air. Sir Charles, please have a seat. Can I offer you some coffee? That would be most welcome, Sir Charles replied, settling back into his chair with the serene contentment of a well-fed house cat. Dr. Malone studied him properly now. She saw a man in his late 60s, affluent and self-assured, impeccably dressed, a man accustomed to the finest things and to moving through circles of influence, his words carrying weight in confidential conversations. Oliver had been correct. He wanted something. His support would come with a price. She crossed her arms. Dr. Payne handed him a mug, apologizing. I'm afraid it's rather basic. Not at all. Shall I continue? Please do, said Dr. Payne. Very well. I understand your work in consciousness studies has yielded some remarkable findings. Yes, I'm aware nothing has been published, and it may seem a distant leap from your official research focus. Nevertheless, whispers travel. That area holds particular interest for me. I would be most gratified, for instance, if your efforts were directed toward the practical modulation of conscious states. Secondly, the many worlds interpretation, Everett, 1957 or thereabouts. I believe you are nearing a breakthrough that could significantly advance that theory. Pursuing that line could even attract defense funding, which, as you may know, remains substantial and is notably free from the usual bureaucratic application drudgery. He raised a hand to stop Dr. Malone as she leaned forward, poised to interrupt. Don't expect me to reveal my sources. I mentioned the Official Secrets Act, a tiresome law, but we mustn't play fast and loose with it. I have every confidence major progress will be made in the many worlds arena. I believe your team is the one to achieve it. And thirdly, there is a specific matter concerning an individual, a child. He paused to sip his coffee. Dr. Malone felt the blood drain from her face, a wave of lightheadedness washing over her, leaving her momentarily speechless. For various reasons, Sir Charles continued, I maintain liaisons with intelligence services. They are seeking a girl, roughly 12 years old, who is in possession of a unique device, an antique scientific instrument, undoubtedly stolen, which belongs in more secure hands. There is also a boy of similar age wanted for questioning, in connection with a homicide. The legal capacity of a child that age is, of course, debatable, but he is implicated in a death. The two have been seen together. Now, Dr. Malone, it is possible you have encountered one or both of these children. Your instinct may rightly be to inform the police. However, you would render a greater service by contacting me privately. I can ensure the appropriate authorities handle it with efficiency and discretion, avoiding sensational press coverage. I am aware Inspector Walters visited you yesterday, and I know the girl appeared. You see, I am well informed. I would know, for example, if you saw her again. I would also know if you chose not to tell me. It would be wise to reflect on that carefully and to review your memory of what she said and did while here. This touches on national security, you understand. Well, I'll leave it there. Here is my card should you need to reach me. I wouldn't delay too long. The funding committee convenes tomorrow, as you know. You may call that number at any hour. He handed a card to Oliver Payne and, observing Dr. Malone's still folded arms, placed one on the lab bench for her. Dr. Payne held the door. Sir Charles settled his Panama hat atop his head, gave it a gentle tap, offered them both a broad, satisfied smile, and departed. Once the door was shut, Dr. Payne turned to her, his voice tight with frustration. Mary, have you lost your mind? What possible good does that attitude do? You're not actually buying into that old man's act, are you? Mary's voice was sharp with disbelief. Oliver threw his hands up. You can't just walk away from a proposal like this. Do you want this entire project to keep going or not? It wasn't a proposal, she shot back, her temper flaring. It was a demand: comply, or we shut you down. And Oliver, for heaven's sake, all those heavy-handed warnings about national security, can't you see where that road ends? I think I see it more clearly than you do, he countered, leaning against a lab bench. If you refused, they wouldn't close us. They'd seize control. If they're as invested as Sir Charles claims, they'd want the work to continue, just entirely on their conditions. And their conditions mean defense contracts, she said, her voice dropping. They're looking for more efficient ways to harm people. You heard him talk about consciousness. He wants to weaponize thought. I won't be a part of that, Oliver. Not ever. They'll pursue it with or without you, and you'll be unemployed. If you stay, you could maybe steer things in a less destructive direction. You'd still have access to the research. You could remain involved. What does it even matter to you? Mary asked, a new coldness in her tone. I thought your position in Geneva was finalized. He ran a hand through his hair, looking away. It's not finalized, nothing signed, and honestly, it would be a completely different path. I'd hate to walk away now, just as we're starting to make real breakthroughs. What are you trying to say? I'm not saying. You're implying something. Spit it out. Well, he paced the length of the laboratory, gesturing vaguely. Look, if you won't contact him, I will, he stated bluntly. She was quiet for a long moment. Then softly she said, Oh, I understand now. Mary, I have to consider. Of course you do. It's not that simple. No, it's perfectly simple, she said, her earlier heat gone, replaced by a weary clarity. You agree to his terms. The funding gets approved, I resign, and you step in as director. It's not complicated. You'd get a bigger budget, fancy new equipment, a whole team of researchers reporting to you. It's a brilliant career move. You should do it, Oliver. Go ahead, but I'm done. This whole situation reeks. You haven't even. The look on her face stopped him cold. She removed her lab coat, hung it neatly on the door, collected a few files into her bag, and walked out without another word. The moment she was gone, Oliver retrieved Sir Charles's business card and reached for the phone. Several hours later, just before midnight, Dr. Malone parked her car and used her key at the building's side entrance. She had driven back on a sudden, stubborn impulse, needing to retrieve a personal journal she kept in her desk. As she turned toward the stairs, a man emerged from a shadowy corridor, causing her to jump and nearly drop her briefcase. He was dressed in a dark uniform. Where are you headed? He asked, his bulky frame blocking her path. His eyes were hidden under the peak of his cap. I'm going to my laboratory. I work here, she said, a mix of anger and fear tightening her throat. Who are you? Security. Let's see some identification. What security? The usual porter was the only one here when I left at 3 o'clock. I should be asking for your credentials. Who hired you, and why? Here's my ID, the man said, flashing a card too quickly for her to read any details. She noticed a device in a holster on his hip, a radio, or perhaps something else. The thought chilled her, but she dismissed it as paranoia. He hadn't answered her questions, but arguing would only raise suspicion. Her priority was to get to the lab. Just placate him, she thought, like calming a nervous dog. Fumbling in her bag, she found her wallet. Will this work? She asked, showing her campus parking access card. He glanced at it. What's your business here so late? I have a long-term experiment running. I need to check the computer readings periodically. He seemed to be weighing whether to forbid her entry, or perhaps just savoring the minor authority. Finally, he gave a curt nod and stepped aside. She moved past him, attempting a thin smile that he did not return. By the time she reached the laboratory door, her hands were trembling. The building had never been much for security, just a lock on the door and an old porter who dozed in his chair. She understood exactly why that had changed now. It meant she didn't have long. She'd have to get this right on the first try. Once they realized what she was up to, she'd never set foot in this room again. She turned the lock, drew the blinds, and powered up the detector. From her pocket, she pulled a floppy disk and slid it into the computer that ran the cave. In under a minute, she was working the numbers on the screen, guided partly by logic, partly by instinct, and partly by the program she'd stayed up all night refining at her apartment. The whole thing felt like trying to fit three halves into one whole, a puzzle that defied ordinary math. Finally, she pushed her hair back, settled the electrodes on her head, flexed her fingers, and began to type. A wave of self-awareness washed over her. Hello? I'm not sure what I'm doing. Maybe this is completely insane. The words appeared neatly on the left side of the screen, the first surprise. She wasn't running any word processor. In fact, she'd bypassed most of the operating system. Whatever was arranging the text, it wasn't her doing. The hairs on the back of her neck prickled. Suddenly, she was hyper-aware of the entire building around her. The dark hallways, machines humming on standby, automated experiments running their courses, computers logging data, the air system constantly adjusting temperature and humidity. All the ducts, pipes and cables felt like living arteries and nerves, awake, alert, almost conscious. She tried again. I'm trying to do with words what I've done before with a state of mind, but before she could finish, the cursor shot to the right side of the screen and printed "Ask a question." It happened in a flash. She felt like she'd stepped off a ledge that wasn't there. Her whole body jolted with shock. It took her a few shaky breaths to steady herself enough to continue. When she did, the replies snapped onto the screen almost before her questions were complete. Are you shadows? Yes. Are you the same as Lyra's dust? Yes. And is that dark matter? Yes. Dark matter is conscious, evidently. What I said to Oliver this morning, my idea about human evolution, is it? Correct? But you need to ask more questions. She stopped, leaned back in her chair, and took a deep breath. Her heart was hammering. Every rational part of her screamed that this was impossible. All her training, every scientific instinct she possessed, shouted silently, "This can't be real, you must be dreaming." And yet there it was on the monitor, her own questions answered by something else. She steadied herself and typed again. Once more the replies appeared without a hint of delay. The mind that is answering these questions isn't human, is it? No, but humans have always known us. There's more than one of you, uncountable billions. But what are you, angels? Mary Malone's mind reeled. She'd been raised Catholic. More than that, as Lyra had learned, she'd once been a nun. Though no trace of that faith remained, she knew the stories. St. Augustine had written, "Angel is the name of their office, not of their nature. If you seek the name of their nature, it is spirit. If you seek the name of their office, it is angel. From what they are, spirit. From what they do, angel." Dizzy and trembling, she typed again, "And shadow matter is what we have called spirit. From what we are, spirit. From what we do, matter. Matter and spirit are one." A cold shiver ran through her. They had been listening to her private thoughts. She remembered a sudden, vivid image from her childhood, a stained-glass window of falling angels, shattered light on a church floor. She pushed the memory aside and typed, "And did you intervene in human evolution?" "Yes. Vengeance for, rebel angels. After the war in heaven, Satan and the Garden of Eden. But it isn't true, is it? Is that what you find the girl and the boy?" Mary Malone stared at the screen, her fingers frozen above the keyboard. The command blazed back at her, unwavering. "Waste no more time. You must play the serpent." She pulled her hands away, rubbing her eyes until colors bloomed behind her lids. But the message remained stark and undeniable. It directed her to a place called Sunderland Avenue to find a tent, to deceive a guardian and pass through. It promised protection from specters and insisted she destroy her equipment before leaving. A strange electric calm settled over her confusion. Why her? What journey? The screen answered as if reading her thoughts. "You have been preparing for this as long as you have lived. Your work here is finished. The last thing you must do in this world is prevent the enemies from taking control. Destroy the equipment. Do it now." She stood, her chair scraping back, and became aware of the electrodes still clinging to her temples. She peeled them off, her movements automatic. Doubt was a luxury she had left behind in the last 30 minutes. What remained was a galvanizing certainty. Something monumental had happened. With deliberate haste, she powered down the detector and amplifier. Then, bypassing every safety protocol, she formatted the computer's hard drive, watching years of data dissolve into nothing. The specialized interface card came next. She wrenched it free, placed it on the bench, and crushed it under her heel, the plastic cracking with a satisfying finality. She yanked wires from the electromagnetic shield, found the schematic in a filing cabinet drawer, and set it alight with a match from her pocket, watching the flames consume the diagram. Was it enough? She couldn't erase a colleague's knowledge, but the physical apparatus was now a ruin. She stuffed a handful of crucial papers from a drawer into her briefcase and, on a final impulse, took down the poster of I Ching hexagrams from the wall, folding it carefully into her pocket. With the light switched off, she left the room. The security guard at the foot of the stairs was on his phone, but ended the call abruptly as she descended. He wordlessly escorted her to the side entrance, his eyes following her through the glass door as she drove off into the night. An hour and a half later, after consulting a map of Oxford for an unfamiliar district, she parked on a quiet road near Sunderland Avenue. The frantic energy that had propelled her this far suddenly drained away as she stepped into the cool, silent darkness of the early hours. A sharp twist of apprehension gripped her. What if this was all an absurd dream, or some cruel, elaborate prank? The thought was almost laughable now. She was in too deep. Pulling her well-worn camping rucksack from the car, a faithful companion from trips to the Scottish Highlands and the Alps, she felt a grim comfort. At least she knew how to survive outdoors. If everything went wrong, she could always vanish into the wilderness. What a ridiculous backup plan. She hoisted the pack onto her shoulders, left the car, and walked up the Banbury Road toward the Rotary, feeling more foolish with every step. But as she turned onto Sunderland Avenue and saw those peculiar, stunted trees, a thread of truth pulled taut within her. There, on the far side of the road under the dense foliage, was a small square tent of red and white nylon, like those used by utility workers. Parked beside it was a plain white van with tinted windows. Hesitation would betray her. She walked directly toward the tent. When she was almost there, the van's rear door swung open and a policeman stepped out. He looked very young without his helmet, the streetlight filtering through the leaves illuminating his face. "Can I ask where you're headed, ma'am?" he said. "Into that tent," Mary replied, her voice steadier than she felt. "I'm afraid you can't do that, ma'am," he said, moving to block her path. "I have strict orders not to allow anyone near the site," the officer stated. "Excellent," she replied. "I'm pleased to see it's being properly secured. I'm from the Department of Physical Sciences. Sir Charles Lattram requested our team conduct an initial assessment before a full inspection. It's crucial we do this now, while the area is mostly clear. I trust you appreciate the need for discretion." "I suppose so," he said, hesitating. "But do you have any identification?" "Of course," she answered, sliding the backpack from her shoulders to reach her wallet. Among the items she had retrieved from the lab drawer was an old library card belonging to Oliver Payne. With 15 minutes of careful work at her kitchen table, and using the photo from her own passport, she had crafted what she hoped was a convincing fake. The policeman took the laminated card, studying it intently. "Dr. Olive Payne," he read aloud. "You wouldn't happen to know a Dr. Mary Malone, would you?" "Certainly. She's a colleague of mine." "Any idea where she might be now?" "At home asleep, if she's wise." "Why do you ask?" "Well, I've been informed her position with your organization has been terminated, and she is not permitted access here. In fact, we have instructions to detain her if she attempts to enter. Seeing a woman alone, I naturally wondered if you might be her, if you understand." "My apologies, Dr. Payne." "Ah, I see," said Mary Malone. The officer examined the card once more. "This appears to be in order, however," he concluded, handing it back. Anxious and feeling the need to fill the silence, he continued, "Do you have any idea what's actually under that tent?" "Not personally, no," she said. "That's precisely why I'm here." "I suppose that's true." "Very well, Dr. Payne." He stepped aside, allowing her to untie the tent flap. She hoped he wouldn't notice the slight tremor in her hands. Clutching the backpack tightly, she stepped inside. She had managed to deceive the guard, but she had no conception of what awaited her within. She was braced for an archaeological excavation, a corpse, or perhaps a meteorite fragment. Yet nothing in her experience or her imagination could have prepared her for that suspended square yard of empty air, or for the silent, slumbering city by the sea that she discovered when she passed through it. As moonlight washed over the clearing, the witches commenced their ritual to heal Will's injury. They roused him and instructed him to place the knife upon the ground, where its blade captured a glint of starlight. Lyra sat nearby, stirring a mixture of herbs in a pot of boiling water over the fire, while her companions began a rhythmic cadence of clapping, stomping and chanting. Serafina knelt over the knife, her voice rising in a sharp, potent melody. "Little blade!" They tore your iron from the deep heart of the earth, stoked the flames and melted ore, made it weep and bleed and flow, hammered you and tempered you, quenching you in frigid streams, heating you within the forge until your edge burned blood red. Then they bid you cut the water once, and then again, until the steam became a boiling mist, and the very water begged for respite. And when you split a single shadow into countless shades, only then did they deem you ready, only then name you the subtle one. But little knife, what have you wrought? You've swung open gates of blood and left them gaping wide. Little knife, your mother calls you now, from the earth's deepest veins and caverns, from her hidden iron cradle. Listen. Serafina stamped her foot and clapped in time with the other witches, and together they raised a wild, piercing cry that seemed to claw at the night air. Will, seated among them, felt a cold dread settle at the base of his spine. Then Serafina Pekkala turned to Will, taking his wounded hand gently in both of hers. When she sang again, he almost recoiled, so intense was her clear, high voice, so brilliant and piercing her gaze, but he held still, allowing the enchantment to proceed. Blood. Heed me, reverse your course, become a placid lake, not a rushing river. When you meet the open air, halt, construct a thickened dam, build it strong to stem the flow. Your sky is the dome of the skull, your sun the open eye, your wind the breath within the lungs. Blood, your world has its boundaries, remain there. Will sensed every particle of his being stirring to her command, and he added his own silent plea, urging his escaping blood to heed and hold. She lowered his hand and turned to the small iron pot simmering over the fire. A sharp, bitter steam rose from it, and Will heard the liquid churning with a fierce heat. Serafina's voice lifted in a chant. Bark of oak and thread of spider, moss from stone and weed from salt shore, cling fast, bind firm, hold secure, seal shut, bar the door and lock the gate, fortify the wall of blood, stem the tide of gore. Then the witch took her knife and split a young alder sapling from end to end. The pale, wounded wood gleamed under the moonlight. She worked some of the steaming brew into the split, then pressed the wood together, smoothing it from root to tip, until the sapling was whole once more. Will heard Lyra's quick intake of breath, and turned to see another witch holding a frantic, twisting hare. The creature panted, eyes wide with terror, kicking desperately, but the witch's grip was unyielding. She stretched the animal out, belly exposed. Serafina's blade flashed. A wave of dizziness washed over Will. Nearby, Lyra struggled to hold Pantalaimon, who had taken hare form in shared panic, writhing and snapping in her arms. The real hare went still, eyes staring, chest heaving, its inner workings glistening. Yet Serafina took more of the steaming decoction and trickled it into the terrible wound, then sealed the opening with her fingers, smoothing the damp fur until no mark remained. The witch holding the creature loosened her grasp and set it gently on the ground. It shook itself, licked its flank, twitched its ears, and began to nibble a blade of grass as if entirely alone. Abruptly, it seemed to notice the circle of watching figures and shot away like an arrow, whole, swift, vanishing into the shadows. Lyra, calming Pantalaimon, met Will's gaze. They both understood the medicine was ready. He extended his hand. As Serafina applied the hot mixture to the bleeding ends of his fingers, he looked away, drawing sharp breaths, but he did not pull back. Once the open flesh was saturated, She pressed damp herbs against the wounds and bound them tightly with a strip of silk. The spell was complete. Will fell into a deep sleep for the remainder of the cold night. The witches heaped dry leaves over him for warmth, and Lyra slept curled close against his back. Come morning, Serafina dressed his hand again. He searched her calm, impassive face for any sign of how it was healing, but found none. After a quick meal, Serafina explained that the witches, having crossed into this world to find and guard Lyra, had agreed to help her fulfill the task she now understood, to guide Will to his father. And so they set out, moving quietly for the most part. Lyra consulted the alethiometer cautiously at first, learning they must travel toward the distant blue mountains visible across the wide bay. Having never been so high above the city before, they hadn't realized how the coastline curved. Those mountains had lain hidden below the horizon. Now, whenever the trees thinned or the land fell away, they could see the vast empty sea, and beyond it, the high blue peaks that were their goal. The distance seemed immense. They spoke little. Lyra was absorbed by the forest life around them, woodpeckers, squirrels, little green snakes with diamond patterns along their backs, while Will poured all his energy into simply moving forward. Lyra and Pantalaimon, in endless hushed discussion, worried over him constantly. They had paused on the trail, trying to see how near they could creep to a young deer grazing before it noticed them. Pantalaimon broke the quiet. We could always consult the alethiometer, he suggested. We never actually swore not to think of all we could discover for him. It would be for his benefit, not ours. Don't be ridiculous, Lyra retorted. It would be for us, because he'd never request it. You're just being curious and selfish, Pan. Well, that's a switch. Usually you're the curious and selfish one, and I'm the one advising caution. Remember sneaking into the Jordan College retiring room? I never wanted to go in there. If we hadn't, Pan, do you believe any of this would be happening now? Probably not. The Master would have succeeded in poisoning Lord Asriel, and that would have been that. I suppose so. But who do you think Will's father is? And why is he so significant? Exactly my point. We could know in an instant. Lyra's expression grew distant. I might have tried once, she admitted. But I think I'm changing, Pan. No, you're not. You might not be changing. Hey, Pan, when I settle, you'll stop changing too. What do you think you'll become? A flea, ideally. Seriously, though, don't you have any sense of what you might be? No, and I don't want to. You're just sulking because I won't do what you want. He shifted into a pig, grunting and squealing, until she couldn't help but laugh. Then he became a squirrel, darting through the branches beside her. So who could his father be? Pantalaimon pressed. Someone we've already met, you think? Possibly. But he's almost certainly someone important, nearly as important as Lord Asriel. He has to be. We know what we're doing matters after all. We don't know that, Pantalaimon corrected. We believe it does, but we don't know for certain. We only decided to search for dust because of Roger. We know it's important, Lyra insisted, her voice rising as she stamped her foot for emphasis. The witches know it too. They travelled all this way to find us, to guard me and help. And we have to help Will find his father. That's important. You know it is, or you wouldn't have licked his wound. Why did you do that anyway? You didn't even ask. I was completely shocked. I did it because he has no daemon, and he needed one. If you were half as observant as you claimed to be, you'd have understood that. I suppose I did know, deep down, she conceded. They stopped talking then, having caught up to Will, who was seated on a rock beside the path. Pantalaimon transformed into a flycatcher and flitted among the branches as Lyra asked, Will, what do you think those children will do now? They won't follow us. They were too scared of the witches. Maybe they'll just go back to wandering. Probably. They might still want the knife, though. They could come after us for it. Let them try. They're not getting it. Not now. I didn't even want it at first, but if it can stop the spectres. I never trusted Angelica. Not from the start, Lyra declared with a touch of pride. Yes, you did, Will said flatly. Yeah, I did, really. I ended up hating that city. I thought it was paradise when I first found it. I couldn't picture anything better, and the whole time it was infested with spectres, and we had no idea. Well, I won't be quick to trust other kids again, Lyra said. Back at Bolvangar, I thought that whatever adults did, however terrible, children were different. They wouldn't be capable of such cruelty. But I'm not so sure anymore. I've never encountered kids like that before. That's the truth. I have, said Will. When? In your world? Yeah, he replied, his tone uneasy. Lyra waited quietly, and after a moment he continued, It was during one of my mother's difficult periods. It was just the two of us, since my father wasn't around. Every so often she'd start believing things that weren't real. And she'd feel compelled to do things that made no sense, at least not to me. I mean, she had to do them. Or she'd become terribly anxious and frightened, so I would help her. It was like she had to touch every railing in the park or count every leaf on a bush, things like that. She would usually get better after some time. I was terrified of anyone discovering she was like that, convinced they would take her away, so I took care of her and kept it hidden. I never told a soul. There was one time she got scared when I wasn't there to help. I was at school, she went outside, not wearing much, and she didn't even realize it. Some boys from my school found her, and they started in on her. Will's face flushed. He couldn't help it. He stood up and began pacing, turning away from Lyra, because his voice was shaking and his eyes were stinging. He continued, They were tormenting her, just like those kids at the tower with the cat. They thought she was crazy and wanted to hurt her, maybe even kill her, for all I know. She was just different, and they hated her for it. I found her and got her home. The next day at school, I went after the boy who was leading them. I fought him, broke his arm, and I think I knocked out a few of his teeth. I'm not sure. I was ready to take on the rest of them too, but I got into trouble and realized I had to stop. If the teachers and the authorities found out, they'd go to my mother and complain about me, and then they'd discover how she really was and take her away. So I pretended to be sorry, told them I wouldn't do it again, took my punishment and still said nothing. But I kept her safe. No one else ever knew apart from those boys, and they understood what I'd do if they talked. They knew next time I wouldn't just hurt them. A little later, she got better again. No one ever found out. But after that, I stopped trusting kids just as much as I distrusted adults. They're just as eager to do cruel things, so I wasn't surprised at all when those children in Sitagazi acted the way they did. But I was glad when the witches showed up. He sat back down, turning his back to Lyra, and wiped a hand across his eyes without looking at her. She pretended not to notice. Will, she said, what you said about your mother and Tullio when the spectres took him, and when you said yesterday you thought the spectres came from your world, right, because what was happening to her never made sense. She wasn't mad. Those kids might have thought she was crazy and laughed and tried to hurt her, but they were wrong. She wasn't mad, except she was afraid of things I couldn't see. And she had to do things that looked insane. You couldn't see the point, but she obviously could. Like counting all the leaves, or Tullio yesterday touching every stone in the wall. Maybe that was a way of trying to throw the spectres off. If they turned their back on something terrifying behind them and forced themselves to get completely absorbed in the stones and how they fit together, or the leaves on a bush, like if they could only make that seem vitally important, then they'd be safe. I don't know. It seems that way. There were real things for her to fear, like the men who came and robbed us once. But there was something else too, so maybe we do have spectres in my world, only we can't see them and we don't have a name for them. But they're there, and they keep trying to attack my mother. That's why I was so relieved yesterday when the alethiometer said she was all right. He was breathing quickly, his right hand clenched tight around the handle of the knife in its sheath. Lyra stayed quiet, and Pantalaimon didn't move. When did you know you had to look for your father? She asked after a moment. A long time ago, he told her, I used to pretend he was a prisoner and I'd help him escape. I'd play these elaborate games by myself that would go on for days, or else he was on a desert island and I'd sail there to bring him home. I always imagined that if my father were here, he'd know just how to handle everything, especially my mother's condition. She'd get better under his care, and he'd look after both of us. I could simply go to school, make friends, and have a normal life with both a mother and a father. That's why I promised myself that once I was grown, I'd search for him. My mother often told me I would take up my father's mantle. She said it to lift my spirits. I didn't fully understand what it meant, but it sounded significant. Did you have any friends? Lyra asked. How could I? Will replied, genuinely perplexed. Friends come over, they meet your parents, sometimes a classmate might invite me to his house, and I might go, but I could never invite him back. So no, I never really had friends. I would have liked to. I did have my cat, though. I hope she's okay now. I hope someone is taking care of her. What about the man you killed? Lyra said, her heart pounding. Who was he? I don't know, and if I did kill him, I don't feel sorry. He deserved it. There were two of them. They kept coming to our house, harassing my mother until she was terrified and her health got worse. They wanted to know everything about my father and wouldn't leave her alone. I wasn't sure if they were police or something else. At first I thought they might be part of some gang who believed my father had robbed a bank and hidden the money. But they weren't after money. They wanted papers. They were searching for letters my father had sent. They broke into the house one day, and that's when I realized my mother would be safer somewhere else. I couldn't go to the police for help, because they'd probably take her away. I didn't know what to do. Finally, I went to an elderly woman who used to give me piano lessons. She was the only person I could trust. I asked if my mother could stay with her, and I took her there. I believe she'll look after her. Afterward, I returned to the house to find those letters because I knew where my mother kept them. I found them, but the men came back and broke in again. It was late at night, or maybe very early morning. I was hiding at the top of the stairs when Moxie, my cat Moxie, came out of the bedroom. Neither I nor the man saw her, and when I pushed into him, she got under his feet and he tripped, tumbling all the way down. I ran. That's what happened. I didn't mean to kill him, but I don't regret it if I did. I ran away and made it to Oxford, and that's how I found that window, and honestly, I only found it because I saw another cat and stopped to watch her. She discovered it first. If I hadn't noticed her, or if Moxie hadn't come out of the room right then, yeah, Lyra said softly. That was lucky. Pan and I were just thinking, what if I'd never sneaked into the wardrobe in the Jordan College retiring room and seen the master poison the wine? None of this would have happened either. For a moment, both fell silent, sitting on the mossy rock as sunlight slanted through the tall pines. They considered how countless small chances had woven together to bring them here. Each moment could have unfolded differently. Maybe in another world, another Will never saw the window on Sunderland Avenue and wandered on, exhausted and lost toward the Midlands until he was caught. And in another world, another Pantalaimon convinced another Lyra not to linger in the retiring room. Another Lord Asriel was poisoned, and another Roger lived on, playing with that Lyra forever among the rooftops and lanes of an unchanging Oxford. Soon Will felt strong enough to continue, and they moved together along the path. The vast forest hushed around them. They journeyed through the day, walking and resting by turns, as the trees grew sparser and the land more stony. Lyra checked the alethiometer. Keep going, it told her. You're headed the right way. By noon they reached a village undisturbed by spectres. Goats grazed on the sun-warmed hillside, while a lemon grove offered patches of shade on the rocky earth. Children splashing in a nearby stream suddenly fell silent, then scattered, calling for their mothers at the approach of the strangers. The villagers eyed the ragged girl, the pale, intense boy in his bloodied shirt, and the sleek greyhound at their side with a mix of caution and curiosity. They were, however, willing to trade fresh bread, cheese, and fruit for one of Lyra's gold coins. The witches remained unseen, a silent, protective presence the children felt rather than saw. After some spirited negotiation from Lyra, an elderly woman parted with 2 goatskin flasks and a clean linen shirt. Will discarded his grimy t-shirt with a sigh of relief, scrubbing himself in the frigid stream water before stretching out on a sun-baked rock to dry. Feeling renewed, they pressed onward. The landscape grew increasingly severe. Now, shade was found only in the narrow shadows cast by boulders, no longer beneath generous trees. The very ground seemed to radiate heat through their worn shoes, and the relentless sun hammered at their vision. Their pace slowed to a weary trudge as they ascended. When the sinking sun gilded the mountain ridges, revealing a small valley below, they agreed to stop for the night. The descent was treacherous, loose stones skittering underfoot, and they finally had to push through dense thickets of dwarf rhododendrons. The bushes were alive, their dark, waxy leaves and clusters of crimson flowers humming with the industry of countless bees. They emerged at last into the cool evening shade of an untamed meadow beside a chattering stream. The grass stood knee-high, dotted with cornflowers, gentians and cinquefoil. Will drank deeply from the stream before collapsing onto the ground. He was trapped in a wretched limbo, too exhausted to stay alert, yet too unsettled to truly sleep. A fog of dislocation clouded his mind, and the persistent throbbing ache in his hand had sharpened into a fresh, alarming distress. The wound had begun to bleed again. When Serafina Pekkala examined it, her expression was grave. She applied more of her herbs and bound the silk tighter than before, but the concern in her eyes was unmistakable. Will didn't ask for an explanation. The truth was painfully clear. The healing spell had failed, and they both knew it. As full darkness settled, he heard Lyra lie down nearby, and soon after, a soft, rhythmic purring. Her daemon in the form of a cat was dozing with paws tucked, barely an arm's length away. Pantalaimon, Will whispered. The daemon opened his eyes. Lyra did not move. Yes, Pan, am I going to die? The witches won't allow it. Neither will Lyra. But the spell didn't work. I keep losing blood. There can't be much left. And it started again. It won't stop. I'm scared. Lyra doesn't believe you are. Doesn't she? She thinks you're the fiercest fighter she's ever known, as fearless as Eirik Bernison himself. A wry, almost bitter smile touched Will's lips in the dark. It was absurd, being compared to a mighty armored bear while he lay there trembling. Well, I suppose I'd better try to live up to that then, he murmured. After a quiet moment he added, I think Lyra's actually the brave one. She's the best friend I've ever had. She would say exactly the same about you, the demon whispered. Will closed his eyes. Lyra lay perfectly still, but her own eyes were wide open in the blackness, her heart pounding a frantic rhythm against her ribs. The next time Will stirred, the night was absolute, and the pain in his hand had escalated to a fierce, burning pulse. He sat up cautiously. The glow of a small fire illuminated Lyra nearby, attempting to balance a piece of bread on a forked stick. A pair of small birds turned on a makeshift spit above the flames. As Will moved to join her, Serafina Pekkala descended silently. Will, she said, you must eat these before anything else. She offered him a handful of soft, bitter leaves, reminiscent of sage. He chewed them obediently, swallowing with effort. Their astringent taste seemed to cut through his dizziness, leaving him feeling more alert and less chilled. They ate the simply roasted birds, brightening the meat with a squeeze of lemon, and then another witch arrived with an offering of blueberries gathered from below the scree. Finally, the witches drew close to the fire, speaking in low tones. Some had flown on high reconnaissance. One reported sighting a solitary balloon far out over the sea. At this news, Lyra sat bolt upright, her fatigue forgotten. Is that Mr. Scoresby's balloon? She asked. I could make out two figures inside, but they were too distant to identify. A storm was brewing on the horizon behind them. Lyra's face lit up. If it's Mr. Scoresby, she exclaimed to Will, we might get to fly. Oh, I truly hope it's him. I never had the chance to say a proper farewell, and he was always so decent. I'd give anything to see him again. I really would. Nearby, the witch Juta Kamainen listened intently, her red-breasted robin daemon alert on her shoulder. The name Lee Scoresby stirred a memory of the mission he had undertaken. She was the witch whose love for Stanislaus Grumman had been unrequited, the one Serafina Pekkala had brought into this world to stop her from killing him in their own. Serafina might have observed her reaction, but a new distraction arose. She raised a hand and lifted her chin, a gesture mirrored by every witch present. From the north came a faint, distant cry, like that of a night bird. Will and Lyra heard it, but the witches recognized it instantly for what it was. A daemon. Serafina Pekkala rose to her feet, peering into the dark sky. "I believe that is Ruta Skadi," she said. They all fell silent, heads tilted, listening hard. Another cry echoed, closer now, and then a third. In response, the witches snatched up their pine branches and launched into the air, all except two, who remained behind with arrows nocked, guarding Will and Lyra. Somewhere in the blackness above, a battle erupted. Within seconds, they could hear the rush of wings, the whistle of arrows, and the raw shouts of pain, fury, and command. Then, with a sudden heavy thud, a creature crashed to the ground right before them, a leathery, matted fur beast, Lyra recognized as a cliffghast or something akin. Though broken by the fall and pierced by an arrow, it heaved itself up with a grotesque lurch, lunging with clumsy malice toward Lyra. The guarding witches couldn't risk a shot with her in the way, but Will was already moving. With a swift backhand slash of the knife, he severed the creature's head, sending it rolling. The thing expelled a final, gurgling sigh and fell still. Their eyes shot back upward as the fight descended. The firelight, casting its glow into the night, revealed a dizzying swirl of black silk, pale limbs, green pine needles, and scabby grey-brown leather. How the witches maintained their balance in those sudden turns, halts and darts, let alone aimed and shot, was a mystery to Will. Another cliffghast fell, then a third, landing in the stream or on nearby rocks, utterly lifeless. The rest then fled, their skirling cries fading into the northern darkness. Moments later, Serafina Pekkala landed with her own coven and another witch, a fierce-eyed, black-haired beauty whose cheeks were flushed with the heat of battle. The new witch glanced at the headless cliffghast and spat in disgust. "Not from our world," she declared, "nor from this one. Filthy abominations. They breed like flies by the thousands. Who is this? The child Lyra? And the boy?" Lyra met her gaze steadily, though she felt a sudden quickening in her chest. Ruta Skadi carried such a vibrant, electric energy that it seemed to spark a responsive thrill in anyone near her. Then the witch turned to Will, and he felt the same intense tingle, but like Lyra, he kept his expression neutral. He still held the knife, and she noted what he had done with it, offering a brief, approving smile. He drove the blade into the earth to wipe away the foul blood, then rinsed it clean in the stream. Ruta Skadi turned back to Serafina Pekkala. "I am learning so much," she said, her voice urgent. "Everything old is shifting, or dying, or feels hollow. I am starving." She fell upon the remains of the roasted birds like a wild creature, tearing at the meat and stuffing handfuls of bread into her mouth, washing it all down with deep, hurried gulps from the stream. Between bites, her eyes darted around the camp, missing nothing, as if she were already planning the next move in a world that had suddenly become far more dangerous and strange. As she ate, the other witches moved the fallen cliffghast's body, stoked the fire back to life, and posted a guard. The rest gathered close to Ruta Skadi, eager for her story. She began with her flight to meet the winged beings, then described her journey to Lord Asriel's stronghold. "Sisters, you cannot picture a fortress so vast, walls of black stone climbing into the clouds, with wide roads from all corners of the land carrying shipments of weapons, supplies and metal for armor. How did he build this? I believe he has been planning for ages, for epochs. His preparations began before our own births, though he himself is younger than we are. It makes no sense, and yet it must be so. I think he bends time to his will, speeding it up or slowing it down as he pleases. To this fortress come soldiers from every world imaginable, men and women, spirits of battle, and beasts armed for war, lizards and apes, giant birds with venomous claws, things so strange I have no name for them. And there are witches from other worlds. Sisters, did you know? I met witches from a realm much like our own, yet utterly different, for they live no longer than short lives, and among them are men who fly as we do." Her account filled Serafina Pekkala's clan with a mix of wonder, dread, and skepticism. But Serafina trusted her and pressed for more. "Did you see Lord Asriel himself, Ruta Skadi? Did you reach him?" "I did, though it was no simple task. He moves within a whirlwind of activity, directing it all from the core. I made myself unseen and slipped into his private quarters as he was readying for rest. Every witch present knew what followed, a truth hidden from Will and Lyra, so Rutascadi skipped ahead. I asked him why he was gathering such an army, and if the rumors of his defiance against the authority were true. He laughed at that. Do they whisper of it, even in Siberia, he said. I told him yes, and in Svalbard, and across all the northern reaches, our north. I spoke of our pact, and how I had crossed worlds to find him. He asked us to join him sisters, to stand with his forces against the authority. In that moment I ached to pledge myself and all of you then and there. He showed me how rebellion is not just right, but necessary when you witness what is done in the authority's name. I remembered the children of Bolvangar, the horrors in our own southern lands, and he told me of worse how in some worlds they seize witches, sisters like us, and burn them alive. He opened my eyes to cruelties and horrors I had never imagined, all committed under the banner of the authority, all meant to crush life's truth and its joy. Oh, how I wanted to cast my entire clan into his fight. But I knew I must speak with you first, then return to our world and counsel with Eva Cascu, Reina Mitti, and the other queens. So I left his chamber unseen, found my cloud pine, and took to the air. Yet I had not flown far when a furious wind seized me, tossing me high into the peaks. I was forced to shelter on a cliff edge. Knowing what dwells in such places, I kept myself invisible, and in the dark I heard voices. I had blundered upon the nest of the most ancient cliff ghast of all. He was blind, and they were feeding him rancid meat from the valleys below. They were seeking his wisdom. Grandfather, they asked, how far back does your memory stretch? So very far, he whispered, his voice thin and broken, to a time long before humans. Is it true, grandfather, that the greatest battle ever is coming soon? Yes, my children, he said. The coming conflict will be even greater than the last, a true feast for all of us. Every ghast in every world will know days of pleasure and plenty. Who will be victorious, grandfather? Will Lord Asriel overcome the authority? Lord Asriel commands millions, the ancient cliffghast rasped, his voice like grinding stone. They are gathered from countless worlds, a mightier host, and better led than any that ever challenged the authority before. As for the authority's own legions, they outnumber Asriel's 100-fold. Yet the authority is ancient, children far older than even I, and his soldiers are either terrified or complacent. It would be a close struggle, but Lord Asriel's passion, his daring, and his belief in a just cause would see him triumph, except for one detail: he does not possess Asa Hahet. Without Asa Hahet, he and all his forces are doomed to fall, and then, my children, we shall feast for generations. He laughed, a wet choking sound, and gnawed on the rancid bone they had offered. The others shrieked with delight. I strained to hear more about this Asa Haetra, but over the shrieking wind, I only caught a young ghast's question. If Lord Asriel needs Asa Haetra, why does he not summon him? The elder ghast cackled. Lord Asriel knows no more of Asa Haetra than you do, child. That is the glorious joke. Laugh, laugh loud. But as I edged closer to the vile creatures, my strength failed me, sisters. I could no longer hold my invisibility. The younger ones saw me and screamed, and I was forced to flee back through the unseen gateway into this world. A swarm pursued me. Their bodies are the ones lying dead over there. Yet one thing is clear: Lord Asriel needs us, sisters. Whoever or whatever Asa Haetra may be, Lord Asriel requires our aid. How I wish I could fly to him now and say, do not despair, we are coming. We, the witches of the north, will help you secure victory. Let us agree this moment, Serafina Pekkala, to summon a great council of every clan, every witch, and take up this war. Serafina Pekkala's gaze shifted to Will, and he felt she was silently asking his consent for something. He had no answer to give. She looked back at Ruta Skadi. Our path lies elsewhere, she said firmly. Our duty is to aid Lyra, and her task is to guide Will to his father. You should return and rally the clans, but we must remain with Lyra. Ruta Skadi shook her head with impatience. Very well, if you insist, she sighed. Will lay down, a fresh throbbing pain radiating from his wound. It hurt far more now than when it was first inflicted, his entire hand swollen and hot. Lyra also settled, with Pantalaimon nestled as a pine marten at her throat, watching the fire through heavy lids and listening drowsily to the witch's murmured conversation. Ruta Skadi walked a short way upstream, and Serafina Pekkala joined her. "Ah, Serafina, you should see Lord Asriel," the Latvian queen said, her voice low and fervent. "He is the most brilliant commander to ever live. Every aspect of his campaign is etched in his mind. To conceive of making war upon the Creator himself, such breathtaking audacity. But who can this Asahet be? How have we never heard the name? And how can we persuade him to join Lord Asriel's cause?" "Perhaps it is not a him at all, sister. We are as ignorant as the young Cliffgast. Perhaps the old one was merely mocking that ignorance. The word itself, it sounds as if it means God-destroyer. Did you consider that? Then it might signify us after all, Serafina Pekkala. And if it does, imagine how much stronger his army will become when we unite with it. I ache to loose my arrows upon those fiends from Bolvangar, and upon every such place of horror in every world. Sister, why do they do it? In every world the authorities' agents are stealing children, offering them to their cruel god. What drives such madness? They fear dust, Serafina Pekkala replied, though its true nature remains a mystery to me. And this boy you travel with, who is he? From what world does he come? Serafina Pekkala told her all she knew of Will's story. I do not yet understand why he is important, she concluded, but we serve Lyra. That is our compass. Her instrument had made it clear. This was her purpose. Sister, we attempted to mend his injury, yet we could not. The holding spell was cast, but it held no power. Perhaps the herbs of this world lack the strength of our own. The climate here is too harsh. Blood moss cannot take root. He is unusual, Ruta Skadi observed. He shares the nature of Lord Asriel. Have you met his gaze? To be honest, Serafina Pekkala admitted, I have not found the courage. The two queens rested in silence beside the flowing stream. Time drifted, constellations shifted in the heavens, a faint murmur came from the sleepers, only Lyra lost in a dream. The witches noted the distant rumble of a storm, watching lightning dance far over the sea and the shadowed hills. Much later, Ruta Skadi spoke again. The girl, Lyra, what of the role meant for her? Is this all it is? Her importance lies only in guiding the boy to his father. It was meant to be greater, was it not? That is her task for now, but looking ahead, yes, it is far more. What our kind has spoken of this child is that she would bring destiny to its knees. We know the name that would give her meaning to Mrs. Coulter, and we know the woman remains unaware of it. The witch tortured aboard the ship near Svalbard almost revealed it, but Yambeaka reached her in time. Yet now I wonder if Lyra might be what you overheard those ghasts whisper of, this Asahatra. Not the witches, nor those beings of light, but that slumbering child, the ultimate instrument in the war against the authority. Why else would Mrs. Coulter be so desperate to find her? Mrs. Coulter was once Lord Asriel's lover, Ruta Skadi said softly. Naturally, and Lyra is their child, Serafina Pekkala. If I had borne a child of his, what a witch she would have been, a queen above all queens. Quiet, sister, Serafina whispered. Listen, and what is that glow? They rose, alarmed that something had bypassed their watch, and saw a soft gleam from the campsite, not the flicker of fire, but something entirely different. They raced back on silent feet, arrows already fitted to their bows, and halted abruptly. All the witches lay asleep on the grass, as did Will and Lyra, but encircling the two children were a dozen or more angels, looking down upon them with a stillness that felt ancient. In that moment, Serafina grasped a concept for which witches had no word: pilgrimage. She understood why such beings would wait millennia and cross impossible distances just to stand near something of profound significance, and how that brief proximity would forever alter their existence. That was how these luminous pilgrims appeared now, beautiful forms of refined light gathered around the girl with the smudged cheeks and tartan skirt, and the boy whose wounded hand made him frown even in sleep. There was a slight movement at Lyra's throat. Pantalaimon, in the form of a snow-white ermine, opened his dark eyes drowsily and looked about without fear. Later, Lyra would recall it only as a dream. Pantalaimon seemed to regard the attention as Lyra's rightful due, and soon he curled tightly again and closed his eyes. Then one of the beings spread its wings wide, the others followed, their wings passing through one another like beams of light, without resistance, until a circle of radiance enveloped the sleepers on the grass. One by one, the watchers took flight, rising like flames into the sky, and growing vast as they ascended, but already they were distant, streaking like meteors toward the north. Serafina and Ruta Skadi leapt onto their pine branches and soared after them, but they were swiftly left behind. "Were they like the beings you saw before, Ruta Skadi?" Serafina asked, as they slowed in the mid-air winds, watching the bright trails fade toward the horizon. "Larger, I believe, but of the same essence. They have no flesh. Did you notice? They are made of nothing but light." Serafina Pekkala considered how different the perceptions of those celestial beings must be from her own. After their farewell, Ruta Skadi turned and flew swiftly toward the south. Serafina watched her go, then looked to the distance where the last of the shimmering angels had finally vanished. She felt a deep wave of pity for them. Imagine never knowing the solid comfort of the ground underfoot, or the playful tug of the wind through your hair, or the cool electric kiss of starlight on bare skin. On a sudden defiant impulse, she broke a small sprig from the pine branch she carried and held it to her nose, breathing in the crisp, sappy fragrance with a surge of pure, earthy joy. Only then did she descend slowly to rejoin her slumbering companions on the dewy grass. Chapter 14, Alamo Gulch. Lee Scoresby gazed out from the balloon basket, his eyes moving from the calm sea on his left to the verdant coastline on his right. He lifted a hand to shield his eyes, scanning for any sign of human activity. A full day and night had passed since they departed the Yenisei. "And you're telling me this is a brand new world?" he asked. "New only to visitors," corrected Stanislaus Grumman. "Otherwise, it's as ancient as your own. What Lord Asriel has achieved has rattled the very foundations of everything, Mr. Scoresby, more deeply than anything before those openings I mentioned. They're appearing in the most unlikely places now. Navigation is a challenge, but this current is favorable. New or old, it's a mighty peculiar sight down there," Lee remarked, his voice laced with skepticism. "Indeed," Grumman agreed. "A peculiar world, though I'm sure it feels like home to some." "It looks deserted," Lee observed. "Appearances deceive." Just beyond that promontory lies a city that was once immensely powerful and rich. The descendants of the merchants and aristocrats who built it still live there, though it's seen better days these last 3 centuries. Before long, as the balloon drifted onward, the city revealed itself. First came a lighthouse, then a stone breakwater curving into the bay, and then the full panorama unfolded, a harbour ringed by towers, domes, and roofs of russet and brown. There was a lavish opera house-like structure set in lush gardens, broad boulevards lined with elegant hotels, and narrow streets where flowering trees draped over shaded balconies. Grumman was right about the inhabitants, but Lee was stunned to see they were all children, not a single adult in view. His surprise doubled when he realized these children had no daemons. Yet they were everywhere, playing on the beach, darting in and out of cafes, eating and drinking, even hauling sacks of goods from shops and houses. One group of boys was scuffling fiercely, egged on by a red-haired girl, while a smaller boy hurled stones, systematically smashing the windows of a nearby building. It was a playground scaled to a city, utterly lawless. But the children weren't alone. Lee blinked hard, doubting his vision. Drifting through the boulevards, seeping into buildings, gathering in the squares were vague, columnar shapes, less substantial than mist, mere thickenings of the air. The city was teeming with them. The children moved among these forms completely unaware, but they were not unobserved. The further the balloon drifted, the clearer it became that these phantoms were particularly interested in the older children, those on the cusp of adolescence. One tall, thin boy with a wild mop of black hair was so densely surrounded that his very silhouette seemed to waver and shimmer in the air. They clung to him like insects to something spoiled. The boy, utterly oblivious, would occasionally swipe at his eyes or shake his head as if bothered by a blurry spot in his vision. What in the name of all that's holy are those things? Lee breathed out, his voice tight with disbelief. The locals have a name for them, spectres. What exactly is it they do? You know about vampires, I assume. Sure, from stories spectres feed in a similar way, but their sustenance isn't blood. It's attention, a conscious, engaged awareness of the world. The simple, unfocused minds of children hold less appeal for them. So they're the opposite of those devils at Bolvangar, then? Not at all. Both the oblation board and these spectres of indifference are captivated by the same fundamental truth. Innocence is a world apart from experience. The board fears and despises dust, while the spectres consume it, but it's dust that obsesses them both. They're gathering around that boy below. He's on the cusp of adulthood. They'll strike soon, and when they do, his life will drain into a hollow, apathetic shell. He's finished, for heaven's sake. Can't we do something? No. The spectres would take us in an instant. We're safe up here for now. All we can do is watch and keep moving. But where are all the grown-ups? You can't tell me this whole world is run by kids. Those children are orphans of the spectres. Gangs of them roam this world, scavenging to survive when the adults retreat. And as you can see, there's no shortage of things to find. They won't starve. It appears a horde of spectres has descended on this city, and the sensible folk have fled to safety. Notice how empty the harbour is? The little ones will be fine, except for the older ones, like that poor soul down there. Mr. Scoresby, that is the brutal arithmetic of this place. If you wish to confront cruelty on a grander scale, you must take me farther. I have a purpose to fulfill. Seems to me, Lee began, searching for the right words, seems to me the time to fight cruelty is when you see it, and the place to offer help is right where it's needed. Or am I mistaken, Dr. Grumman? I'm just a simple balloonist. So damn simple. I actually believe the tales about shamans who could fly, for instance. Funny. Meeting a shaman who can't. Oh, but I can. How do you figure that? The balloon was sinking, the ground rising to meet it. A square stone tower loomed directly ahead, and Lee gave no sign he'd seen it. I needed to fly, Grumman stated calmly, so I called for you, and here I am flying. He was fully aware of the danger, but chose not to highlight the aeronaut's apparent lapse. At the perfect moment, Lee Scoresby leaned over the basket's edge and tugged a ballast cord. A stream of sand whispered into the air, and the balloon lifted gracefully, clearing the tower by a comfortable margin. A flurry of crows erupted around them, protesting noisily. I guess you are, Lee conceded. You've got a peculiar way about you, Doctor. You ever spend much time with witches? Yes, Grumman replied, and with scholars and with spirits. I found foolishness in every quarter, but also flecks of wisdom in every foolish stream. No doubt I missed a great deal more. Life is a difficult gift, Mr. Scoresby, yet we cling to it with all our might. And this trip we're on, is that foolishness or wisdom? The wisest course I know. Remind me of your goal. You're going to find the one who carries this subtle knife. And then what? I will tell him his destiny, a destiny that includes looking after Lyra, the aeronaut pressed. It will safeguard all of us. They flew on, the city vanishing behind them. Lee checked his instruments. The compass spun uselessly, but the altimeter seemed reliable, showing them drifting about 1,000 feet above a coastline that stretched into the distance. Ahead, a line of verdant hills rose into the hazy sky, and Lee was thankful for the extra ballast, but when he swept his gaze across the horizon, a cold knot tightened in his chest. Hester felt it too. Her ears pricked up, and she turned her head, one gold hazel eye fixing intently on his face. Lee scooped Hester up, nestling her inside his coat before raising the telescope once more. He hadn't been wrong. Far to the south, the direction from which they'd travelled, another balloon hung suspended in the hazy air. Heat distortion and distance blurred any details, but it was clearly larger and flying at a greater altitude. Grumman had spotted it as well. A foe, Mr. Scoresby? He asked, shielding his eyes against the milky light. No question about it. I'm torn between dumping ballast to climb for a faster wind, or staying low to keep out of sight. Thank heaven it's not a Zeppelin. One of those would run us down in a matter of hours. Actually, scratch that, Dr. Grumman. We're going up. If I were in that basket, I'd have already spotted us, and I'd bet my last dollar they've got sharp eyes over there. He placed Hester back down and leaned out to release 3 sandbags. The balloon responded instantly, lifting higher. Lee kept the telescope fixed on the distant shape. A minute later, his suspicions were confirmed. A flicker of motion in the haze resolved into a thin trail of smoke that shot upward at an angle from the other craft. It burst into a brilliant deep red flare before fading to a smudge of grey. The signal was as unmistakable as a warning bell in the dark. "Any chance you can whistle up a stronger wind, Doctor?" Lee called. "I'd dearly love to put those hills between us and them before nightfall." They were leaving the coastline behind, crossing a broad bay that stretched 30 or 40 miles. A line of hills rose on the distant shore, though from this new height Lee could see they were substantial enough to be called mountains. He turned to Grumman, only to find the man deep in a trance. The shaman's eyes were shut, sweat beading on his forehead as he swayed gently. A low, rhythmic hum came from his throat, and his demon clung to the basket's edge, equally entranced. Whether from the gained altitude or the shaman's working, a breeze did begin to stir, brushing Lee's cheek. He glanced up and saw the gas bag tilt a few degrees, leaning toward the hills. But the same wind that sped them along was also aiding their pursuers. The other balloon hadn't closed the gap, but it hadn't fallen behind either. When Lee trained the glass on it again, he saw darker, smaller shapes materializing in the shimmering distance behind it. They moved with clear intention, growing more solid by the minute. "Zeppelins," he muttered. "Well, we're not hiding out here." He tried to judge the distance to the Zeppelins and to the hills they were racing toward. Their speed had definitely increased. Below, the breeze was now clipping whitecaps off the waves. Grumman rested in a corner of the basket, eyes closed but awake, while his daemon preened her feathers. "Here's the situation, Doctor," Lee said. "I don't aim to be caught in the open by those airships. We'd have no defense. They'd swat us out of the sky in a heartbeat. And I don't fancy a water landing, voluntary or otherwise. We might float for a bit, but they could pick us off with grenades like shooting fish in a barrel. So my plan is to reach those hills and set down. I can make out some forest now. We can lose ourselves in the trees for a while, maybe a good long while. Sunset's in about 3 hours, by my reckoning. Hard to say for sure, but I figure those Zeppelins will have cut the distance in half by then, and we ought to be reaching the far shore of this bay. You follow my meaning. I'm taking us into those hills to land because every other option is a death sentence. They've surely connected the ring I showed 'em back in Nova Zembla to the Skraeling I dealt with there. They aren't chasing us this hard because we forgot to return a library book. The flight would end before nightfall, Dr. Grumman. Have you ever touched down in a balloon before?" The shaman shook his head, his expression calm. "I have faith in your abilities. I'll aim for the highest point along that ridge I can manage. It's a delicate calculation. The farther we travel, the narrower their pursuit becomes. Landing too late gives them a clear view of our destination, but setting down too early leaves us exposed, without the cover of the forest. Whichever way this unfolds, I expect gunfire will follow soon enough." Grumman remained still, transferring a talisman of feathers and beads from one palm to the other, in a deliberate, rhythmic motion Lee recognized as part of some deeper ritual. His eagle demon watched the Zeppelins without blinking. Hours slipped by. Lee worked the end of an unlit cigar between his teeth and took a swallow of bitter coffee from a metal flask. The sun sank behind them, stretching the evening shadow across the bay's edge and up the slopes ahead, while the balloon and the peaks above glowed in the last golden light. And there, nearly lost in the sunset's glare, the specks of the pursuing airships grew steadily larger and more distinct. They had already passed the other balloon and now flew in a line of 4, close enough to see clearly. Across the vast, quiet bay came the faint, persistent whine of their engines, like mosquitoes in the stillness. Just before the Zeppelins reached the shoreline, Lee spotted a new threat building behind them. A towering bank of clouds had gathered, a colossal thunderhead punching thousands of feet into the bright upper sky. How had he missed it? A storm meant they needed to land, and quickly. A curtain of dark green rain began to fall from the clouds, sweeping inland from the sea, as if chasing the Zeppelins just as they chased Lee's balloon. As the sun finally disappeared, a brilliant flash erupted from the clouds. Seconds later, a thunderclap so powerful it shook the balloon's very frame echoed off the mountains. Another bolt of lightning followed, this one a jagged fork that lanced down from the thunderhead and struck a Zeppelin squarely. In an instant, the craft was engulfed in flame. A bright flower of fire bloomed against the bruised clouds, and the airship drifted down slowly, burning like a beacon before settling ablaze on the water. Lee released a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. Grumman stood beside him, one hand gripping the suspension ring, deep lines of weariness etched into his face. "Did you summon that storm?" Lee asked. Grumman gave a single nod. The sky now looked like a tiger's hide, bands of fading gold streaked with deep brown black, the pattern shifting minute by minute as the darkness swallowed the light. The sea behind them was a patchwork of black water and glowing foam, and the last flames of the burning Zeppelin guttered out as it sank. The three remaining airships pressed on, battered by the wind but holding their course. As lightning flashed around them, Lee began to worry for his own balloon's flammable gas. One direct strike would send them tumbling to earth in a fireball, and he doubted even the shaman could control a storm with that much precision. "All right, Dr. Grumman," he said, his tone shifting from grim focus to a weary, almost sarcastic resolve. "I'm going to stop worrying about those flying tin cans and focus on getting us safely into the mountains and on solid ground. What you need to do is stay put, hold on tight, and be ready to jump when I give the word. I'll warn you, and I'll try to make it a soft landing. But in conditions like this, getting down is as much about luck as it is about skill. I trust you, Mr. Scoresby," the shaman replied. He settled into a corner of the basket, while his demon dug her claws into the leather binding of the suspension ring, her gaze still fixed on the storm. The wind tore at them with relentless force, the enormous gas bag swelling and shuddering in the violent gusts. The ropes groaned under the strain, but Lee trusted their strength. He released more ballast, his eyes fixed on the altimeter. In a storm like this, with air pressure plummeting, you had to compensate for the drop in the reading, often relying on rough, instinctive math. Lee ran the numbers, checked them twice, then let the last of the ballast go. Now his only control was the gas valve. Going higher was impossible. Descent was the only option. He squinted through the turbulent air, barely making out the massive silhouette of the hills against the storm-blackened sky. From below rose a roaring, rushing noise, like ocean waves hammering a rocky shore, but he knew it was the wind ripping through the forest canopy. They had already come so far, moving faster than he'd anticipated. He couldn't wait much longer to bring them down. Lee's nature was too calm for raging against fate. His style was to lift an eyebrow and greet it with a dry remark. Yet a flicker of despair touched him now, because the one sensible action flying ahead of the storm to let it blow itself out was precisely what would guarantee they'd be shot down. He scooped up Hester and tucked her securely inside his coat, buttoning the canvas close to keep her safe. Grumman remained steady and silent. His daemon, battered by the wind, clung fiercely to the basket rim with her talons, feathers blown straight up. "I'm taking us down, Dr. Grumman," Lee shouted over the gale. "Stand ready to jump clear. Hold the ring and swing yourself out when I give the word." Grumman did as instructed. Lee peered down, then ahead, down again, matching each blurred glimpse to the next, blinking away the rain that now struck them like handfuls of gravel. The drumming on the gas bag joined the wind's howl and the lash of leaves below until Lee could scarcely hear the thunder. "Here we go," he yelled. "You certainly brewed up one heck of a storm, Mr. Shaman." He yanked the gas valve line and lashed it tight to a cleat, holding it open. As the gas streamed out high above, the lower curve of the envelope began to collapse inward, folds appearing where a taut sphere had been just moments before. The basket tossed and lurched so wildly, it was hard to tell if they were descending, and the gusts were so erratic they might have been hurled upward without realizing it. But after a minute, Lee felt a sudden jerk. The grapnel had snagged a branch. It was only a brief check before the branch broke, but it showed how close they were. he shouted, 50 feet above the trees. The shaman gave a curt nod. Then came another, more violent snag, throwing both men hard against the basket rim. Lee, accustomed to such jolts, regained his balance instantly, but the force caught Grumman off guard. Still, he kept his grip on the suspension ring, poised and ready to swing free. A moment later, the most jarring shock yet hit as the grapnel caught a branch that held fast. The basket tilted sharply, and an instant later was crashing through the treetops. Amid the thrash of wet leaves, the snap of twigs, and the groan of straining branches, it jolted to a precarious stop. "Still with us, Doctor." "Grumman?" Lee called out. It was too dark to see anything. "Still here, Mr. Scoresby." "Best keep still a minute till we know what we're dealing with," said Lee, for they were swinging wildly in the wind, and he could feel the basket settling in little jerks against whatever held them aloft. A strong sideways pull still came from the nearly empty gas bag, which now caught the wind like a wayward sail. The thought of cutting the balloon free flickered through Lee's mind, but he dismissed it. If it didn't drift off entirely, it would snag in the high branches like a glaring advertisement, broadcasting their location. Securing it was the only real option. Another bolt of lightning split the sky, followed almost instantly by a deafening crack of thunder. The storm was right on top of them. In the stark, blue-white flash, Lee saw the massive oak clearly, a great white scar marking where a limb had been ripped away, but not completely. The basket was wedged against that very spot, where the torn branch still clung to the trunk. "I'm tossing a rope down and climbing," he yelled over the wind. "Once we're on solid ground, we'll figure out our next move." "I'll be right behind you, Mr. Scoresby," Grumman answered. His eagle daemon had settled back on the basket's rim, and Lee felt the strong beat of her wings. "She says it's about 40 feet to the forest floor. She can manage that distance," Lee asked, surprised, but he pushed the question aside and focused on securing the line first to the balloon's suspension ring, and then to the sturdy oak branch. That way, even if the basket gave way, it wouldn't plunge far. With Hester tucked safely inside his coat, he threw the coiled rope over the side and climbed down, hand over hand, until his boots met the blessedly solid earth. The branches were dense around the trunk. This was a true giant of an oak. Lee gave a silent word of thanks to the old tree as he gave the rope a sharp tug, signaling Grumman to descend. Was there another sound woven into the storm's roar? He strained to listen. Yes, the distinct drone of a Zeppelin engine, perhaps more than one, somewhere high above. It was impossible to gauge its height or direction, but the sound lingered for a minute before fading away. Soon, the shaman joined him on the ground. "You catch that?" Lee asked. "I did," Grumman replied. "Climbing higher, heading into the mountains, I'd say. My congratulations on the landing, Mr. Scoresby." "Landing's the easy part. We ain't in the clear yet. I need to get that gas bag under the tree cover before sunrise, or it'll stick out like a sore thumb for miles. You feel up for some hard work, Dr. Grumman. Just point me in the right direction." "Right, I'm heading back up. I'll lower some gear down to you. There's a tent in there. Get it set up while I see what I can do about hiding this balloon." They worked for what felt like hours. The task turned perilous when the damaged branch finally gave way with a sickening crack, pitching Lee and the basket downward. Thankfully, the fall was short. The gas bag, still tangled in the upper canopy, kept them suspended. Ironically, the accident made the job easier as it pulled a lower section of the balloon down through the branches. Working by the sporadic lightning flashes, Lee wrestled and hacked at the fabric, gradually dragging the bulk of the deflating envelope down into the thicker lower limbs until it was mostly concealed. The wind still thrashed the treetops, but the heaviest rain had moved on by the time he decided he'd done all he could. He climbed down, stiff and soaked to the bone, to find that Grumman had not only pitched the tent, but had somehow conjured a small, crackling fire and was brewing coffee. "This some kind of magic," Lee grunted, easing his aching body into the tent's shelter and accepting the offered mug. "Nothing so mystical," Grumman said with a faint smile. "Thank the Boy Scouts. Do they have them in your world? Be prepared of all the methods for starting a fire. Dry matches are still the best. I never leave home without them. All things considered, Mr. Scoresby, we could have done far worse for a campsite. You hear those zeppelins again." Grumman held up a hand for silence. Lee listened, and sure enough, there it was, the engine drone, clearer, now that the rain had slackened. "They've passed over twice," Grumman said quietly. "They don't know our exact position, but they know we're in the area." A minute later, a flickering, unnatural glow illuminated the sky in the direction the airship had traveled. It was less intense than lightning, but stubbornly persistent. Lee recognized it immediately. A flare. "Best douse the fire, Doctor," he said, a note of real regret in his voice. "Much as I hate to lose it, I think this canopy is thick enough, but you can never be too sure." "I'm getting some sleep now, soaked or not," Lee declared. "You'll be dry by sunrise," the shaman assured him. Scooping a handful of damp soil, he smothered the fire's last embers. Lee wrestled himself into a lying position inside the cramped tent and shut his eyes, plunging into a night of vivid and unsettling dreams. At one moment he was certain he had woken to see the shaman seated cross-legged, his body engulfed in flames that consumed flesh with terrifying speed, leaving behind only a pale skeleton resting in a heap of shimmering ash. Alarmed, Lee searched for Hester and found her deep in sleep, a sight so unusual it chilled him, for his sharp-tongued, ever-watchful demon was never asleep when he was awake. Seeing her so peaceful and defenseless stirred a profound unease in him. He lay back down, trapped in a dream where he was awake, yet truly asleep, and he dreamed he remained that way for hours, another vision centered on Grumman. Lee watched as the shaman shook a rattle adorned with feathers, issuing a command to some unseen force. To Lee's horror, the entity that obeyed was a spectre identical to the wraiths they had glimpsed from the balloon. It stood tall and nearly transparent, emanating a wave of visceral disgust, so potent Lee nearly jolted awake in fear. Yet Grumman faced it without flinching, unharmed as the spectre listened intently before drifting upward like a bubble, vanishing into the dense forest canopy. His exhausting night then shifted abruptly. He found himself in the co-pilot's seat of a Zeppelin, cruising over a forest that churned below like a tempestuous sea of leaves and branches. Then, the spectre was inside the cabin with them, paralyzed in the dream. Lee could neither move nor scream as he witnessed the pilot's dawning terror. The spectre leaned in, pressing its faceless form against the man's face. The pilot's daemon, a frantic Finch, fluttered and shrieked, trying to pull away before collapsing, half-conscious, onto the instrument panel. The pilot turned a desperate gaze to Lee, hand outstretched, but Lee was powerless to help. The raw anguish in the man's eyes was unbearable as something vital was siphoned from him. His daemon gave one last weak cry before vanishing entirely. Yet the pilot lived on, his eyes glazing over with vacant indifference, his hand dropping limply to the throttle. He was alive, but utterly empty. Helpless, Lee watched as the Zeppelin flew on, heading straight for a looming mountainside. The pilot observed the cliff face fill the window with complete apathy. Lee braced himself in horror, but nothing could avert the crash, and at the moment of impact he screamed, "Hester!" He woke with a start, drenched in sweat, safe in the tent, as Hester gently nibbled his chin. A shiver ran through him when he noticed the shaman sitting cross-legged nearby, but the man's eagle daemon was conspicuously absent. This forest was clearly a cursed place, teeming with phantoms. Then he registered the faint light by which he could see the shaman, for the fire was long dead and the woods were pitch black. A distant flickering glow illuminated the tree trunks and the wet undersides of leaves, and Lee knew instantly his dream had been real. A Zeppelin had indeed crashed into the hillside. "For heaven's sake, Lee, you're shaking like a leaf. What's gotten into you?" Hester grumbled, flicking her long ears. "Aren't you dreaming too, Hester?" he mumbled. "You ain't dreaming, Lee. You're seeing. If I'd known you were a seer, I'd have fixed you long ago. Now quit it, you hear?" He rubbed her head with his thumb, and she shook her ears. Then, without any transition, he was suddenly floating in the air beside the shaman's daemon, Sayankota the osprey, being in the presence of another man's daemon, separated from his own, sent a powerful pulse of guilt and peculiar delight through Lee. They were soaring, as if he too had wings riding the turbulent air currents above the forest. Lee gazed through the dark atmosphere, now illuminated by the pale wash of a full moon that would occasionally break through a tear in the clouds, casting the treetops in a ring of silver light. The eagle demon let out a piercing cry, and from below came the answering calls of 1,000 birds in a chaotic chorus, the solemn hoot of owls, the frantic alarm of sparrows, the rich, flowing melody of nightingales. Sayan Kota was summoning them, and they answered, every bird in the woodland, whether silently hunting on the wing or nestled in sleep. They rose in their thousands, fluttering upward through the churning air. Lee felt the avian nature he was borrowing respond with pure joy to the command of the Eagle Queen, while the fragment of his own humanity felt the strangest pleasure, that of willingly submitting to a greater power that was utterly and completely right. He wheeled and turned with the mighty flock, 100 different species moving as one under the magnetic will of the eagle, and saw etched against the silvery cloudscape the hateful, dark, regular shape of a zeppelin. Every creature knew its purpose. They streamed toward the airship, the swiftest arriving first, though none matched the speed of Sayan Kota, tiny wrens and finches, darting swifts, silent winged owls. Within moments the craft was swarmed, their claws scrabbling for grip on the oiled silk, or puncturing it to find a hold. They avoided the engines, though a few were tragically sucked into the slicing propellers. Most simply perched on the Zeppelin's body, and those that followed latched onto them, until they covered not just the entire craft, now leaking hydrogen from countless tiny punctures, but the cabin windows, the struts, the cables. Every available inch held 1, 2, 3 birds or more, clinging desperately. The pilot was utterly helpless. Under the immense weight of the birds, the craft began to sink lower and lower, and then another of those sudden, cruel cliffs materialized, shouldering up out of the night, completely invisible to the men inside the Zeppelin, who were wildly swinging their guns and firing at random. At the final moment, Sayan Kotor screamed, and a thunderous roar of wing beats drowned out the engine as every bird took flight and vanished. The men in the cabin were granted 4 or 5 seconds of pure, horrified understanding before the Zeppelin crashed and erupted into a fireball. Fire, heat, flames. Lee woke again, his body burning as if he'd been lying in the desert sun. Outside the tent, the endless drip-drip of water from wet leaves onto the canvas persisted, but the storm had passed. A pale grey light seeped in, and Lee pushed himself up to find Hester blinking beside him, and the shaman wrapped so deeply in a blanket he might have been dead, were it not for Sayan Kotor perched asleep on a fallen branch outside. The only sound besides the dripping water was the ordinary morning birdsong of the forest. No engine noise in the sky, no enemy voices. Lee figured it might be safe to light a fire, and after some struggle he got one going and brewed a pot of strong coffee. "What's the play now, Hester?" he asked. "That depends. There were 4 of those airships and he took out 3. I mean, have we done our part? Is our duty finished?" She flicked her ears dismissively. "Don't recall signing any contract. It ain't about a contract. It's a matter of what's right. We've got 1 more Zeppelin to worry about before you start your moral philosophizing, Lee. There are 30 or 40 armed men headed our way, Imperial soldiers no less. Survival comes first. Morality can wait." She was correct, naturally. As he drank the steaming coffee and puffed on his cigar, the dawn light steadily brightening, he considered what he would command if he were the captain of that last remaining airship. Retreat and wait for full daylight, certainly, then climb to a high altitude to survey the forest's perimeter across a broad sweep, watching for the moment Lee and Grumman emerged from cover. The osprey daemon, Sayan Kotor, stirred awake and stretched her vast wings above where Lee was resting. Hester glanced upward, turning her head from side to side, studying the magnificent daemon with each of her golden eyes in turn. A moment later, the shaman himself stepped out from the tent. "Quite a night," Lee observed, "and a busy day ahead. We must leave this forest immediately, Mr. Scoresby. They intend to burn it all." Lee scanned the drenched foliage around them in disbelief. "How? Everything's soaked. They have a device that sprays a mixture akin to naphtha blended with potash. It ignites upon contact with water." The Imperial Navy created it for their war against Nippon. If the forest is saturated, it will catch even faster. You can see that. As clearly as you witnessed what befell the Zeppelins last night, gather what you wish to carry, and let us go now. Lee ran a hand along his jaw. His most valuable possessions were also his most portable, the instruments from his balloon. He retrieved them from the gondola, packed them carefully into a knapsack, and checked that his rifle was loaded and dry. He left the basket, the rigging, and the gas bag where they lay, snarled in the branches. From this point on, he was an aeronaut no longer, unless by some wild stroke of luck he escaped with his life and scrounged up enough cash for another balloon. Now he had to crawl like a bug across the face of the earth. They smelled the smoke before they heard the flames, a sea breeze carrying the scent inland. By the time they neared the tree line, they could hear the fire, a deep, insatiable roar. Why didn't they do this last night? Lee grumbled. They could have roasted us in our sleep. I suspect they want to take us alive, Grumman answered, stripping leaves from a branch to use as a walking staff, and they're waiting to see where we exit the woods. Sure enough, the drone of the Zeppelin soon cut through the roar of the flames and their own ragged breathing, for they were moving fast now, scrambling upward over roots, rocks, and fallen trunks, pausing only to gasp for air. Sayan Kotor, soaring high above, swept down to report their progress and the distance of the pursuing fire. Before long, they could see smoke towering above the trees behind them, then a streaming banner of raw flame. Forest creatures, squirrels, birds, wild boar fled alongside them, and a cacophony of squeals, shrieks, and alarm calls rose on all sides. The two men pushed on toward the edge of the trees, which was now close ahead. Then they broke through, as wave after wave of heat rolled up from the roaring billows of flame, soaring 50 feet into the air. It was almost theatrical, the way the trees became torches, the sap in their veins boiling until they split apart, the pine resin catching like naphtha, the twigs erupting into ferocious orange blossoms in an instant. Gasping, Lee and Grumman hauled themselves up the steep slope of loose rocks and scree. Half the sky was blotted out by smoke and heat haze, but high above hung the bloated shape of the lone Zeppelin too distant. Lee hoped to spot them even with field glasses. The mountainside ahead rose sheer and impassable. Only one route offered escape from the trap, a narrow defile just ahead, where a dry riverbed emerged from a fold in the cliffs. Lee gestured toward the ravine, and Grumman gave a slow nod. You read my mind, Mr. Scoresby. High above, Grumman's eagle daemon banked sharply on a rising thermal, then shot forward toward the narrow cut in the rock. The two men scrambled upward without stopping, but Lee, breath coming hard, couldn't hold back his curiosity. Begging your pardon if it's out of line, he panted, but I've only ever seen a daemon travel that far from its person with witches. You're no witch. Did you have to learn that trick, or was it just in you? Nothing is just in a man, Grumman replied, his voice strained. We are creatures of learning, not instinct. Sayan Kurt reports the ravine leads to a pass. If we reach it unseen, we might still slip away. The eagle swept down once more, and the climb grew steeper. Hester, preferring her own path, picked a route over the stone, and Lee followed her lead, dodging loose scree and hauling himself over larger outcrops, all while angling toward the gulch ahead. A sharp worry gnawed at Lee. Grumman was ghostly pale, breathing in ragged gulps. The night's exertions had hollowed him out. How much longer the man could push on was a question Lee dared not answer. They were nearly at the mouth of the ravine, boots scuffing the dry riverbed, when the Zeppelin's engine note shifted. They've spotted us, Lee said flatly. The words felt like a death warrant. Even steady, unflappable Hester missed her footing for a heartbeat. Grumman leaned heavily on his walking stick, shielding his eyes to look back, and Lee turned as well. The airship was dropping fast, aiming for the slope just beneath them. It was plain they meant to take prisoners, not corpses. A quick volley could have ended things right then. Instead, the pilot held the craft in a skilled hover just above the ground, and from its cabin door spilled a stream of soldiers in blue, their wolf daemons leaping down beside them. The climb began immediately. Lee and Grumman had a 600-yard lead, and the ravine's entrance was close. Once inside, they could hold the soldiers off as long as their bullets lasted, but they had only one rifle between them. "They want me, Mr. Scoresby," Grumman said, his voice thin. "Not you. Hand me the rifle and surrender. You'll live. These are disciplined troops. You'll be a prisoner of war." Lee brushed the offer aside. "Keep moving. Get into that gulch. I'll hold the mouth while you find the far end." "I didn't haul you all this way just to watch 'em grab you now." The soldiers below were climbing fast, fresh and determined. Grumman only nodded. "I lacked the strength to bring down the fourth one," he murmured, almost to himself. Then they ducked into the relative shelter of the gulch. "Just tell me one thing before you go," Lee said, his voice low and urgent. "I ain't been clear what side I'm on, and truth is, I don't much care. But you tell me plain, what I'm about to do here, will it help that little girl Lyra, or will it hurt her?" "It will help her," Grumman said firmly. "And that oath, you recall what you swore to me?" "I recall. Listen here, Dr. Grumman, or John Parry, or whatever name you end up wearing in whatever corner of creation you land in. You understand this. I love that child as if she were my own. If I'd ever had a daughter, I couldn't have loved her more. You break that oath, and whatever's left of me will hunt whatever's left of you through all the worlds there are. You'll spend forever wishing you'd never been born. That's the weight of it. I understand. You have my word then. That's all I need. Go on, get going." The shaman extended his hand. Lee took it in a brief, hard grip. Then Grumman turned and began to pick his way up the shadowy gulch. Lee scanned the rocks, looking for the best spot to make his stand. "Not that big boulder, Lee," Hester said, her ears twitching. "Your view's blocked to the right. They could flank us easy from there." "Grab the lighter one." A roar filled Lee's ears, but it wasn't from the wildfire devouring the forest below or the straining groan of the Zeppelin struggling to lift. This noise was from his past, from the Alamo. He remembered endless afternoons playing that legendary siege in the old fort's ruins with his friends, trading off roles as Danes and French. His boyhood was rushing back now, fierce and unbidden. He pulled out his mother's Navajo ring and set it carefully on the stone beside him. In those long-ago games, Hester had often been a cougar or a wolf, sometimes a rattlesnake, but most often a mockingbird. "Now, snap out of it and line up a shot," she muttered. "This ain't a game, Lee." The soldiers scaling the slope had spread out and slowed, seeing the tactical challenge as clearly as he did. They knew securing the gulch was crucial, and that one determined rifleman could stall them for a long time. To Lee's surprise, the Zeppelin behind them was still fighting to gain altitude. Perhaps its lift was failing, or fuel was nearly gone, but its grounded state sparked a plan. He shifted, sighting down the worn Winchester until the port engine mount filled his view, and squeezed the trigger. The shot's crack made the advancing soldiers duck, but a moment later the engine roared wildly, then seized into silence. The airship listed heavily to one side. The remaining engines screamed, but the craft was going nowhere. The soldiers halted, scrambling for whatever cover the rocky slope offered. Lee counted them. 25. He had 30 rounds. Hester crept close to his left shoulder, her ears flattened. "I'll watch this side," she said. Crouched on the grey boulder, she looked like part of the stone itself, plain, scrawny, and nearly invisible save for her eyes. Hester was no beauty, as plain as a desert hare, but her eyes were a marvel, a gold hazel starburst flecked with deep peat, brown and forest green. And now those eyes were fixed on what was likely the last landscape they'd ever see, a brutal barren slope of shattered rock, and beyond it, a wall of fire. Not a single blade of grass, not one speck of living green for comfort. Her ears twitched. "They're talking," she said. "I can hear 'em, but I can't make out the words." "Russian," Lee answered. "They'll rush us all at once. That's the toughest for us to handle, so that's what they'll do." "Make your shots count," she said. "I will. But damn, Hester, I never liked this part. It's them or us." "No," he said, wiping grit from his cheek. "It's them or Lyra's. Don't ask me how, but we're tied to that girl now, and I'm grateful for it." "Man on the left is fixin' to fire," Hester said coolly. The instant she spoke, a rifle cracked, and stone chips exploded from the boulder a foot from her. The bullet whined away into the gully, but she never flinched. "Well, that settles my conscience right quick," Lee said, and took a steady aim. He fired. Only a sliver of blue uniform was visible, but he found it. The man cried out, fell back, and was still. Then the fight was truly on. For a solid minute, the mountain echoed with rifle cracks, the shriek of ricochets, and the smash of bullets pulverizing stone. The scents of cordite and scorched rock mixed with the distant smoke until the whole world seemed to be burning. Lee's boulder was soon scarred and pitted. He felt the heavy thud of impacts against it. Once, he saw the fur on Hester's back stir in the wind of a passing bullet, but she held her ground. He never stopped firing. That first minute was a fury. When a brief lull came, Lee found he was hit. Blood stained the rock beneath his cheek, and his right hand, working the rifle bolt, was slick and red. Hester shifted her position to get a better view. "It's not too bad," she told him. "Just a graze across the top of your head. Did you keep track of how many went down, Hester?" "Couldn't too busy keeping my own head down." "Get that rifle loaded again while you have the chance." He slid back behind the cover of the stone and worked the bolt. The metal was searing hot, and the blood from his head wound had begun to cake over the mechanism, making it stubborn and slow. He spat carefully onto the joint, and it finally gave way. Pulling himself back up, he barely had time to settle before a searing impact tore through his left shoulder. For a moment the world went white and silent. When his senses returned, his left arm hung limp and unresponsive. A deep, throbbing agony was gathering just out of reach, not yet brave enough to fully claim him, and that strange delay gave him the clarity to lift the rifle once more. He braced the stock against the very arm that had been so vital minutes before, sighted with grim determination, and fired. One shot, then another, and a third, each finding its mark. "How are we holding up?" He grumbled. "Fine shooting," came her whisper, right beside his ear. "Keep at it, near that dark slab of rock." He looked, aimed, and fired. The target dropped. "Hell, these are just men," he said, a bitter taste in his mouth. "Same as me." "Doesn't matter now," Hester replied. "Do what you have to. You believe what Grumman said. Absolutely. Straight ahead, Lee." The crack of the rifle echoed, and another soldier fell, his daemon vanishing like a snuffed flame. Then an eerie quiet settled over the slope. Lee groped in his pocket for more cartridges. As he fed them into the magazine, he felt something so extraordinary it nearly stopped his heart. Hester's face pressed against his own, damp with tears. "Lee, I got us into this," she whispered. "How do you figure? The Skraeling. I told you to take that ring. If not for that, we wouldn't be here. You think I listened to you? I took it because the witch." He didn't finish. Another bullet struck, this time shattering into his left leg. Before he could even gasp, a third seared along his skull like a branding iron. "Won't be much longer now, Hester," he mumbled, fighting to stay still. "The witch, Lee. You mentioned the witch. Think." Poor Hester. She was lying flat now, not poised and alert as she had been for all his grown years. The brilliant gold brown of her eyes was clouding over. "Still the prettiest," he said softly. "Oh, Hester, right, the witch. She gave me. Of course she did. The flower. It's in my breast pocket. Get it for me, Hester. I can't move my arm." It was a struggle, but she managed to tug the small crimson blossom free with her teeth and place it by his working hand. With immense effort, he closed his fingers around it. "Serafina Pekkala, I'm begging you, help us." A flicker of movement below, he released the flower, aimed and fired. The movement ceased. Hester was fading fast. "Hester, don't you dare leave before I do," Lee whispered. "Lee, I wouldn't know where to go if you weren't there," she whispered back. "Do you think the witch will come? She'll come. We should have called on her sooner. We should have done a lot of things differently." Maybe so. Another crack. This bullet drove deep, hunting for the very core of him. He thought, "It's looking in the wrong place. Hester is my center." Then he glimpsed a flash of blue down below and fought to swing the barrel toward it. "That's the one," Hester breathed. Lee found it difficult to squeeze the trigger. Everything was an immense effort. He tried twice, failed, and on the third attempt succeeded. The blue uniformed figure tumbled down the incline. Another prolonged silence followed. The pain that had been circling him like a pack of coyotes was losing its caution, creeping closer, and he knew it wouldn't leave until it had consumed him entirely. "One man left," Hester murmured. "He's trying for the airship." Lee's vision was blurry, but he made out the shape of a single Imperial Guard soldier slinking away from his fallen comrades. "I can't shoot a fella in the back," Lee said it. Was ashamed to die with a single round still in the chamber, so he raised his rifle one last time, aiming not at the men below but at the wounded Zeppelin itself, its remaining engine howling as it fought to lift the crippled craft. Perhaps the bullet was glowing hot from the barrel, or maybe a floating ember from the burning woods below caught the hydrogen in a lucky draught. Whatever the cause, the gas inside bloomed instantly into a vast roaring sphere of orange flame. The envelope and its metal frame lifted slightly, almost gracefully, before beginning a slow, dreadful descent, a beautiful and terrible cascade of fire. The man who had been crawling away, along with the handful of guardsmen who were all that remained, and who hadn't dared approach the ravine's fierce defender, was swallowed by the raining inferno. Through the ringing in his ears, Lee saw the fireball and heard Hester's ragged whisper, "That's the last of 'em, Lee," he thought. Or maybe said aloud, "None of those men chose this end, and neither did we. We held 'em off," she murmured, her voice fierce with pride. "We held the line. We're helping Lyra." Then she pressed her small, battered, proud body as close to his face as she could, and together they were gone. Chapter 15, Blood Moss. On instructed the alethiometer. Farther, higher. And so they climbed. The witches scouted ahead from the air, finding paths through terrain that grew ever more severe, the gentle hills soon surrendering to steep, rocky slopes. By midday, the travelers were deep in a desolate maze of dry washes, sheer cliffs, and valleys choked with boulders, a place where nothing grew, and the only sound was the relentless churring of insects. They pressed forward in near silence, pausing only for brief sips of warm water from their goatskins. Pantalaimon soared above Lyra for a time before tiring of the empty sky. He then became a nimble mountain sheep, preening over his curved horns, leaping effortlessly from rock to rock, while Lyra trudged and scrambled in his wake. Will marched on with a grim determination, squinting against the harsh glare, trying to ignore the worsening, persistent throb from his wounded hand. He reached a point where motion itself was a relief, and stopping only made the pain more acute, so he suffered more during their brief rests than during the grueling climb. Since the witch's magic had failed to stem his bleeding, he sensed a new wariness in their glances, as if he were touched by a curse beyond their power to mend. At one stage, they found a small, startlingly blue lake, no wider than a house, nestled among the rust-colored stones. They stopped to drink, refill their flasks, and soak their sore feet in the bitingly cold water. After a few minutes, they moved on. Not long after, with the sun at its most punishing, Serafina Pekkala swept down to them, her expression urgent. "I must leave you," she said. "Lee Scoresby is calling for me. I don't know why, but he wouldn't reach out unless the need was grave. Keep moving. I will find you again." "Mr. Scoresby," Lyra said, a mix of excitement and dread tightening her chest. "But where is he?" But Serafina was already a blur against the sky, gone before Lyra could finish. Instinctively, Lyra's hand went to the alethiometer at her breast to ask what had befallen the aeronaut. She stopped herself, remembering her promise to use it only to guide Will. She looked over at him. He was sitting on a nearby rock, his injured hand resting limply on his knee, a slow, steady drip of blood falling into the dust. His face was sun-scorched yet strangely pale beneath the burn. "Will," she began, "do you even know why you have to find your father?" "It's just something I've always known," he said, wiping sweat from his brow with his good hand. "My mother told me I'd take up my father's mantle. That's all I have. What does that mean? Take up his mantle? What is a mantle? A duty, I guess. Whatever he was doing, I have to continue it. It makes about as much sense as anything else right now." What he couldn't bring himself to say was that his longing for his father was a deep, wordless ache, like a child desperate for a home he's never known. That analogy wouldn't have come to him anyway, in his life, Home was the place he struggled to maintain for his mother, not a shelter someone else provided for him. 5 years had passed since that ordinary Saturday morning in the grocery store, when a childhood game of hide-and-seek from imaginary foes had turned into a terrifying reality. It felt like a lifetime ago. Deep in his heart, Will ached to hear a voice say, "You did well, my child. No one could have done more. I am proud of you. You can rest now." He wanted it so desperately that the longing had become a part of him, woven into the fabric of his every feeling. He couldn't find the words to tell Lyra, but she saw it in his eyes, a new depth of understanding she hadn't possessed before. With Will, her perception was changing, sharpening, as if he stood in clearer light than anyone she had ever known. Every detail of him felt vivid and close, almost tangible. She might have tried to say something, but just then, a witch descended from above. "I see movement behind us," the witch reported. "They're still far back, but they're coming fast. Should I go nearer for a better look?" "Yes," Lyra answered quickly. "But stay low, keep hidden, don't let them spot you." Will and Lyra pushed themselves up, their bodies sore, and continued their slow climb. "I've been cold more times than I can count," Lyra said, trying to distract herself from the thought of pursuers. "But I've never been this hot. Is it always like this where you come from? Not where I lived. Not usually, but things are changing. Summers keep getting hotter. They say people have been messing with the air, putting chemicals into it, and now the weather's going wild." "Yeah," Lyra muttered. "They have, and it is, and here we are, stuck right in the middle of it." Will was too overheated and thirsty to answer. They pressed on, breathing hard in the heavy, pulsing air. Pantalaimon had taken the form of a cricket and rested on Lyra's shoulder, too weary to hop or fly. Every so often the witches would spot a spring trickling from the rocks high above, too high for the children to reach, and fly up to refill their water flasks. Without that water, they would have perished quickly. The ground where they walked was parched and dry, and any moisture that seeped to the surface was soon swallowed by the stone. On they went as evening began to settle. The witch who flew back to scout was named Lena Feld. She moved carefully from outcrop to outcrop, staying low. As the sun dipped toward the horizon, painting the rocks in shades of deep crimson, she reached a small, blue-tinged lake. There, a company of soldiers was setting up camp. But her first glance told her more than she wished to know. These soldiers had no demons. They weren't from Will's world, or even from Sitagazi, where people held their demons inside and still looked fully alive. These men were from her own world, and to see them without demons was a violation, a sight that turned her stomach. Then, from a tent near the water's edge, the explanation emerged. Lena Feld watched as a woman stepped out, a short life, moving with a hunter's grace in her khaki clothing, as vibrant as the golden monkey who danced along the shore beside her. Lena hid among the rocks above and observed as Mrs. Coulter spoke with the commanding officer, while his men raised tents, built fires, and boiled water. This witch had been among Serafina Pekala's group, who rescued the children at Bolvangar, and in that moment she burned with the desire to loose an arrow straight into Mrs. Coulter's heart. But luck, it seemed, was on the woman's side. The distance was just too great for a clean shot, and Lena could not get closer without making herself unseen, so she began the spell. It demanded 10 minutes of absolute focus. When she was finally confident, Lena Felt started down the stony slope toward the lakeside camp. As she walked among the tents, a soldier or two looked up with empty eyes, but what they saw seemed too strange to hold in mind, and they glanced away again. The witch stopped outside the tent Mrs. Coulter had entered and fitted an arrow to her bowstring. She listened to the low murmur of voices from within, then edged carefully toward the open flap that faced the water. Inside the tent, Mrs. Coulter was speaking. Coulter was speaking with a man Lena Felt did not recognize, older, with silver hair and a commanding presence, a serpent demon coiled around his forearm. He occupied a canvas chair next to hers, and she leaned in, her voice a low murmur. "Naturally, Carlo," she said. "Ask me anything. What would you like to know? How do you control the spectres?" the man inquired. "I believed it impossible, yet they trail behind you like obedient hounds. Is it fear of your God? What is your secret?" It's straightforward, she replied. They understand. I can provide more sustenance by letting me live than by devouring me. I can guide them to endless prey. The moment you described them, I knew I could master them, and so I have. An entire realm now shivers before these pale phantoms. But Carlo, she whispered, leaning closer still, I can bring you pleasure as well. Would you like that? Marisa, he breathed. Merely being near you is delight enough. That isn't true, Carlo, and you know it. You know I can offer you far more. Her daemon's small dark hands were stroking the serpent, which gradually relaxed and began to glide along the man's arm toward the golden monkey. Both held glasses of amber wine. She took a sip and closed the distance between them. Ah! The man sighed as his daemon slid from his wrist into the monkey's grasp. The monkey lifted her gently, brushing his cheek along her shimmering green scales. Her tongue flicked out, and the man trembled. Carlo, tell me why you're chasing the boy, Mrs. Coulter whispered, her voice as smooth as her daemon's touch. Why must you find him? He possesses something I desire. Oh, Marisa, what is it, Carlo? What does he have? He shook his head, but resistance was crumbling. His daemon now wound softly around the monkey's torso, nuzzling into the thick fur, as his hands traced her sinuous form. Lena Feld watched, invisible, and just steps away. Her bow was drawn, an arrow notched and ready. She could have released it in an instant, and Mrs. Coulter would have fallen before taking another breath. Yet curiosity held the witch in place. She remained still, silent, her gaze fixed, but while Lena watched Mrs. Coulter, she failed to glance behind her across the small, icy lake. On the opposite shore, a cluster of pale, shivering shapes stood like a grove of spectral trees, a gathering that trembled now and then with deliberate intent. They were not trees, of course. And as every bit of Lena's attention remained fixed on the conversation, one of those pallid forms drifted soundlessly over the water's glassy surface, leaving not a single ripple, until it hovered just a foot from the rock where Lena's own daemon was perched. You could tell me so easily, Carlo, Mrs. Coulter murmured. Just a whisper. You could pretend to speak in your sleep. Who would fault you for that? Simply tell me what the boy carries and why you want it. I could retrieve it for you. Wouldn't you like that? I don't desire it for myself. I want the girl. What is this object? Tell me, Carlo, and it will be yours. He gave a soft shudder, eyes closed. Then he said, It's a blade, the subtle knife from Sitagazi. Have you never heard of it, Marisa? Some name it Teleutaya Makaira, the final knife. Others call it a Sahetra. What does it do, Carlo? What makes it so unique? Ah, it is the knife that cuts through anything. Even its creators did not grasp its full power. Nothing is safe, not matter, nor spirit, nor angel, nor air itself. Nothing can withstand the subtle knife. Marisa, it belongs to me, do you understand? Of course, Carlo, I give you my word. Allow me to refresh your drink. While the golden monkey's hands traced the emerald serpent's form, applying a gentle pressure, lifting and stroking as Sir Charles sighed in contentment, Lena Feld witnessed the deception unfold. With the man's eyes shut, Mrs. Coulter discreetly tipped a few drops from a hidden vial into his glass before topping it with wine. For you, my dear, she murmured, a toast to us. He was already in a stupor. He grasped the glass and drank deeply, once, twice, a third time. Then, abruptly, Mrs. Coulter rose and fixed her gaze directly upon Lena Feld. Well, witch, she stated coolly, did you truly believe I was unaware of your little invisibility trick? Lena Feld was frozen in shock. Behind her, the man began to choke, his chest laboring, his face flushing a deep crimson. His daemon went limp in the monkey's grasp before being tossed aside with disdain. Lena tried to raise her bow, but a sudden crippling stiffness seized her shoulder. She had never experienced such a failure of will and let out a small, desperate sound. Oh, it's far too late for that, Mrs. Coulter remarked. Look toward the lake. Turning, Lena saw her snow-bunting daemon fluttering wildly, shrieking as if trapped in a vacuum. Its movements grew frantic, then weak, its beak gaping in a silent, panicked gasp. A spectre had consumed it. No, she screamed, attempting to rush forward only to be doubled over by a wave of sickness. Even through her agony, Lena recognized the immense, terrifying will that radiated from Mrs. Coulter. It was no shock that a spectre obeyed her command. That authority was absolute. Lena turned back, her voice breaking. "Release him. I beg you, let him go. Perhaps is the girl Lyra with you? Yes. And a boy? The one who carries a knife? Yes, please. How many of your sisters are here? 20. Please, let him go. Are they all airborne, or do some remain on the ground with the children? Most are above, 3 or 4 always below. This is torture. End this or kill me now. How far up the mountain have they traveled? Are they still climbing, or have they paused to rest?" Lena Feld told her everything. She could have withstood any physical pain, but not the violation happening to her daemon. Once Mrs. Coulter had learned all she wished about the witches' positions and how they protected Lyra and Will, she pressed further. "Now tell me this. Your kind knows a secret about the child Lyra. I almost had it from one of your sisters, but she expired before I could finish. There is no one to intervene for you now. Tell me the truth about my daughter." Lena gasped. "She is to be the mother of all life. She will defy. She will. Name her. You speak around it. Give her the name." Mrs. Coulter demanded. "Eve, the mother of everything. A second Eve. Mother Eve." Lena stammered through her sobs. "Ah," said Mrs. Coulter. She released a long, shuddering breath, as if the ultimate aim of her existence had finally snapped into focus. Through a gathering darkness, the witch vaguely understood the consequence of her words and cried out, "What will you do to her? What do you intend?" "Why, I must eliminate her," Mrs. Coulter replied, her tone almost conversational, to avert another fall. How ironic that the truth was too vast to perceive before. She brought her hands together in a soft, childish clap, her eyes wide with a terrible clarity. As Lena whimpered, Mrs. Coulter continued, "Naturally, Asriel will wage his war against the authority, and then history repeats. And Lyra is Eve, but this time there will be no fall from grace. I will ensure it." Drawing herself up to her full height, Mrs. Coulter snapped her fingers toward the spectre feasting on the witch's soul. The small snow-bunting demon shuddered on the stone as the spectre advanced toward the witch, and the torment Lena Feld had previously endured intensified 100-fold. A profound sickness of spirit washed over her, a despair so deep and nauseating, it felt like a physical weight. She was consumed by a weariness so absolute that death seemed the only release. Her final coherent thought was one of utter disgust for existence itself. All her senses had deceived her. The universe was not a place of energy and joy, but of decay, treachery, and a crushing emptiness. Life was loathsome, death offered no solace, and this bitter revelation felt like the sole eternal truth spanning all creation. Standing there, bow in hand, she became a hollow shell, alive yet utterly dead inside. Consequently, Lena Felt neither saw nor cared about Mrs. Coulter's next actions. Ignoring the unconscious grey-haired man in his canvas chair and his listless demon in the dirt, Mrs. Coulter summoned the soldier captain and commanded preparations for a night ascent up the mountain. She then approached the water's edge and called to the spectres. They obeyed, sliding over the surface like columns of fog. With a gesture, she severed their connection to the ground, and one by one they lifted into the air, drifting upward like poisonous seeds on the breeze, carried by the night currents toward Will, Lyra, and the other witches. Lena Feld witnessed none of this. The cold descended swiftly after sunset. Having finished their last scraps of dry bread, Will and Lyra huddled beneath a rocky ledge for warmth, hoping to sleep. Lyra succeeded almost instantly, falling into a deep slumber with Pantalaimon curled against her. Will, however, found sleep impossible. The throbbing pain in his swollen hand radiated to his elbow, the ground was unyielding, the cold bit deep, and a bone-deep exhaustion warred with a sharp, aching longing for his mother. He feared for her safety, knowing he should be there to protect her, but a more childish part of him desperately wished for her care, for her to bandage his wounds, tuck him into bed, and sing away all the trouble with that unique warmth only a mother could provide. That comfort was lost to him forever. A fragment of his heart remained that of a very small, frightened boy. Silent tears wet his cheeks as he lay perfectly still, unwilling to disturb Lyra. Sleep refused to come. If anything, he felt more painfully alert. Finally, he uncurled his stiff body and rose quietly, shivering in the dark. With the knife at his belt, he began to climb higher up the mountain, driven by a restless energy that needed motion to be quelled. Behind him, the sentry witch's robin daemon tilted its head. Noticing Will's ascent, the witch silently grasped her pine branch and took to the air, not to interrupt him, but to ensure he came to no harm from the shadows. Will was oblivious. The compulsion to move, to just keep walking, had momentarily overridden the pain in his hand. He felt as if he needed to walk through the night, through the next day forever, as if only perpetual motion could cool the restless fever in his chest. As if in answer to his turmoil, a fierce wind began to rise. In this barren place there were no leaves to rustle, but the air itself pushed against him, whipping his hair back from his face. The wildness outside mirrored the tempest within. He climbed higher and higher, scarcely considering how he would find his way back to Lyra, until he emerged onto a small, flat expanse that felt like the very roof of the world. In every direction, the peaks reached no higher. Under the moon's brutal glare, the landscape was rendered in stark monochrome, pitiless black and absolute white, all edges sharp, all surfaces bare. Then, as if the wild wind had herded them, thick clouds swept across the sky, swallowing the moon whole. Darkness plunged over the entire mountainside, profound and complete, with not a single gleam of light breaking through. In under 60 seconds, Will was plunged into near-total blackness. At that exact instant, a hand clamped onto his right arm. He shouted in alarm and tried to wrench free, but the grip was unyielding. A raw, desperate fury surged through Will. He felt cornered, as if this was the final edge of everything. If it meant the end of his life, he would fight until he dropped. He twisted, kicked, and thrashed, but the hand held firm. With his right arm pinned, he couldn't reach his knife. His left hand, swollen and throbbing with pain, was useless in the frantic struggle. He was just a boy with one wounded hand against a full-grown man. In a final, savage move, Will bit down hard on the hand gripping his forearm. The only response was a stunning blow to the back of his skull that made his vision swim. He kept kicking. Some blows landed, others missed, all while pulling, jerking, and shoving with every ounce of strength. Yet the grip never faltered. In the chaos, he could hear his own ragged panting and the man's rough grunts. By sheer luck, Will hooked his leg behind the man's and threw his weight forward. They crashed down together onto the stony ground, Will landing heavily on top, but still, that iron hold did not loosen. As Will rolled violently across the sharp stones, a heavy dread closed around his heart. This man would never let go. Even in death, his corpse would probably keep holding on. But Will was tiring fast, and now tears of frustration mixed with his sobs as he uselessly kicked and beat at the man with his knees and head. He knew his strength was nearly gone. Then, oddly, he noticed the man had gone still. The grip was as tight as ever, but he was just lying there, passively enduring Will's feeble assault. The moment Will realized this, the last of his energy drained away. He collapsed beside his opponent, every nerve ringing, dizzy and throbbing. After a moment, Will hauled himself up painfully, peering into the profound dark. Beside the man, he could just make out a blur of white on the ground, the white breast and head of a great bird, an osprey. A daemon. It lay utterly still. Will gave a weak tug, trying to pull free, and the man stirred. His hand hadn't loosened, but he was moving. With his free hand, he began to carefully feel Will's right hand. A chill ran up Will's spine. Then the man spoke, his voice resonant but strained and breathless. "Give me your other hand. Be careful," Will managed. The man's fingers moved gently down Will's left arm over his wrist, and with exquisite delicacy traced the swollen palm and the raw stumps of his two lost fingers. Immediately, the other hand released its grip. The man sat up. "You have the knife," he said. "You're the knife bearer." Will sensed the man was badly injured. Had he caused this during their struggle? Will lay exhausted on the stones, able to see only the dark shape crouched above him. The man reached for something nearby, and soon a wonderful, soothing coolness spread from Will's wounded fingers as the man massaged a salve into the skin. "What are you doing?" Will asked. "Curing your wound." "Keep still." "Who are you?" "I'm the only man who knows what the knife is for." "Hold your hand up. Don't move." The wind howled more wildly now, and a few cold raindrops struck Will's face. He was trembling uncontrollably, but he propped up his left hand with his right, while the man applied more ointment and bound the hand tightly with a strip of linen. The blessed numbness spread, easing the agony. As soon as the bandage was secure, the man slumped sideways and lay down himself. Will, still dazed by the relief in his hand, tried to sit up and look at him. But the darkness had grown absolute. His right hand reached out and brushed against the man's chest, where the heart thrummed wildly, a frantic bird trapped behind ribs. "Go on then," the man rasped. "See if you can fix that. Are you sick?" "I'll mend you have the blade." "I do. And you know its use." "Yes." "But how do you know of it?" "You're not from here." "Listen," the man grunted, pushing himself up with visible effort. "No interruptions. If you carry that knife, your purpose is larger than you can fathom. A child that they allowed this, it had to be. A war is coming, the greatest ever fought. Something similar occurred ages ago, and now the just side must prevail. For thousands of years, humanity has been fed lies, drowned in propaganda, subjected to nothing but cruelty and deception. It's time to begin anew, to do it right this time." He paused, drawing ragged, wheezing breaths. "That knife," he continued after a moment, "those ancient scholars never understood what they had forged. They crafted a tool capable of splitting the tiniest fragments of reality, and they used it for petty theft. They didn't realize they'd created the one weapon across all existence that could overthrow the tyrant, the authority, God himself. The rebel angels fell because they lacked such a blade, but now I never asked for this." "I don't want it," Will shouted, his voice cracking. "Take it if you want it. I despise it. I hate what it does. It's too late for that. You have no choice. The knife has chosen you, and they know you possess it. If you don't turn it against them, they'll rip it from your grasp and wield it against all of us for eternity." "Why should I fight them? I'm tired of fighting. I can't keep doing this. I just want to. Have you won your battles so far?" Will fell silent. "Yes," he admitted quietly. "Did you fight for the knife?" "Yes, but that's not. Then you are a warrior. That is your nature. You can dispute anything else, but don't argue with what you are." Will felt the truth of those words settle over him, unwelcome and burdensome. The man seemed to sense his struggle, allowing the boy a moment to bow his head before speaking again. "Two great powers have been at war since the dawn of time," he said. "Every human advance, every shred of knowledge, every act of decency has been wrested by one side from the jaws of the other. Each tiny expansion of human freedom has been bitterly contested between those who want us to grow wiser and stronger and those who demand obedience, humility, and submission. Now those powers are gathering for the final battle, and both crave that knife of yours above all else. You must choose, boy. We were both guided here, you with the blade, and me to tell you of its purpose. No, you're wrong." Will cried out. "I wasn't searching for any of this. That's not what I wanted." "You may not have sought it, but it is what you found," the man replied from the shadows. "Then what must I do?" And there, Stanislaus Grumman, John Parry, hesitated. The oath he'd sworn to Lee Scoresby weighed heavily on him, and he faltered before breaking it. But break it he did. "You must go to Lord Asriel," he said. "Tell him Stanislaus Grumman sent you, and that you carry the one weapon he needs above all others. Like it or not, boy, you have a duty. Set aside everything else, no matter how urgent it seems, and see this through. A guide will come to you. The night is alive with angels. Your wound will heal now. Wait. Before you leave, let me see you clearly." He fumbled for his pack, drew something out, and carefully unfolded layers of oilskin. Striking a match, he lit a small tin lantern. In its flickering glow through the rain-streaked, gusty air, the two finally saw each other's faces. Will saw a man with fierce blue eyes in a weary face, a jaw shadowed by days of stubble, hair streaked with grey, and features tight with pain. The man's thin frame was curled inside a heavy feather-trimmed cloak. The shaman, in turn, saw a boy younger than he'd imagined, slender, trembling in a ripped linen shirt, his face a mix of exhaustion, fierceness, and wariness, yet lit by a raw, insatiable curiosity. His eyes were wide beneath dark, straight brows, so reminiscent of his mother's, in that flickering lantern light. As John Parry's face was illuminated, a shared, unspoken recognition began to stir between them. But in the very next heartbeat, something streaked down from the stormy sky. John Parry fell backward, an arrow buried in his heart, dead before a sound could escape him. His osprey demon vanished instantly. Will sat frozen, stunned. A flutter caught the edge of his sight, his right hand shot up on instinct, and he found himself clutching a panicked, red-breasted robin, a demon. "No, no," screamed the witch Juta Kamainen. She collapsed, clutching her own chest, then stumbled heavily onto the rocky ground before struggling to rise. But Will was already there, the subtle knife pressed to her throat. "Why?" he shouted, his voice raw. "Why did you kill him?" "Because I loved him, and he spurned me. I am a witch. I do not forgive." A witch would normally feel no fear of a boy, but she was afraid of Will. This wounded youth radiated a power and danger she had never encountered in any human, and she recoiled. She fell back. He followed, gripping her hair with his free hand, feeling no physical pain, only a vast, crushing despair. "You have no idea who he was," he cried out. "He was my father." She shook her head, whispering, "No, it cannot be. Impossible." "Since when must things be possible? They only need to be true. He was my father, and neither of us knew it until the moment you murdered him. I've waited my whole life, come all this way, found him at last, and you took him from me." He shook her violently, then flung her back to the ground, leaving her dazed. Her shock now rivaled her fear. She pulled herself up, bewildered, and clutched at his shirt in a desperate plea. He knocked her hand away. "What did he ever do to deserve this?" he demanded. "Tell me that if you can." She looked at the dead man, then back at Will, and shook her head with a sorrow that seemed to age her. "No, I cannot explain," she said softly. "You are too young. It would make no sense to you. I loved him. That is all. That is enough." Before Will could react, she slumped softly to the side, her hand on the hilt of a knife she had drawn from her own belt and driven between her ribs. Will felt no horror, only a hollow, bewildering desolation. He rose slowly and looked down at the dead witch. Her lush black hair, her flushed cheeks, her rain-drenched pale limbs, her lips parted as if in a lover's sigh. "I don't understand," he said aloud. "It's all too strange." Will turned back to his father's body. A torrent of unsaid words choked him. Only the slashing rain cooled the heat behind his eyes. The small lantern still flickered in the draught from the ill-fitted window, its flame dancing. By that unsteady light, Will knelt. He placed his hands on his father's body, touching his face, his shoulders, his chest. He closed the man's eyes, brushed the wet grey hair from his forehead, pressed his palms to the rough cheeks, and gently closed his father's mouth, clasping his cold hands. "Father," he whispered. Daddy, I don't understand why she did it. It's too strange for me, but whatever you wanted me to do, I promise you, I swear I'll do it. I'll fight. I'll be the warrior you needed. I will. This knife, I'll take it to Lord Asriel, wherever he is, and I'll help him defeat that enemy. I'll do it. You can rest now. It's all right. You can rest now." The deerskin pack lay beside his father's body, containing the oilskin, the lantern, and the small horn box of blood moss salve. Will gathered these items, his gaze then falling upon the feather-trimmed cloak pooled heavily on the ground behind his father. It was soaked, but retained a lingering warmth. His father had no further need for it, and a violent chill was shuddering through Will's own frame. With numb fingers, he worked the bronze clasp at the man's throat, slung the canvas pack over his shoulder, and drew the thick cloak tightly around himself. After extinguishing the lantern, He allowed himself one final look at the shadowy forms on the mountaintop, his father, the witch, his father once more before turning to begin the treacherous descent. The storm-ridden air seemed alive, crackling with indistinct murmurs. Within the wind's fierce howl, he could discern other noises, fragmented echoes of distant shouts and rhythmic chants, the faint metallic ring of clashing weapons, and the rhythmic pounding of vast wings. One moment, the sound was so immediate it vibrated inside his skull. The next, it felt impossibly distant, as if echoing from another world entirely. The path down was far more perilous than the climb, the rocks slick and unstable beneath his boots. Yet his steps did not waver. As he navigated the final narrow gully above the sheltered spot where he had left Lyra sleeping, he froze. Two figures stood motionless in the darkness, clearly waiting for him. Will's hand instinctively went to the knife at his belt. "Are you the boy who carries the knife?" One figure inquired. Its voice held that same otherworldly, resonant quality as the wing beats. This was no human. "Who are you?" Will demanded. "Are you men or not men? We are watchers. Beni Elim in your tongue you would call us angels." Will fell silent, his mind reeling. The speaker continued. "Our purpose is singular. We require your assistance. We have tracked the shaman's every step, hoping he would deliver you to us, and he has succeeded. Now, we are here to guide you to Lord Asriel." "You were with my father the whole time, without cease?" Did he know? He remained unaware. A hot, sudden anger flared in Will's chest. "Then why didn't you stop the witch? Why did you let her kill him? We would have intervened earlier," the angel replied, its tone devoid of emotion. "But his function concluded the moment he led us to you." Will said nothing, his thoughts a tumultuous storm. This revelation was no easier to grasp than anything else he had endured. "Fine," he said at last, his voice tight. "I'll go with you, but first I need to wake Lyra." They shifted silently, allowing him to pass. He felt a strange electric prickle in the air as he moved between them, but forced himself to focus on scrambling down the slope toward the rocky overhang. Yet a deep unease halted him halfway. In the gloom, he could make out the witches who had been stationed as Lyra's guards. They were utterly still, posed like statues, their shallow breaths the only sign they yet lived. Several more lay on the ground, their black silk garments stark against the stone. A cold dread settled in Will's stomach as he understood they had been assaulted in flight by spectres and had fallen discarded to their deaths. "But, Lyra," he shouted, the name tearing from his throat. The hollow beneath the rock was empty. She was gone. Only her small canvas rucksack remained where she had lain. He lifted it. From its weight, he knew without looking that the alethiometer was still inside. Will shook his head, a denial rising within him. It was impossible, yet it was true. Lyra was gone, taken, lost. The two dark forms of the Beni Elim had not stirred. Their voices wove through the wind. "You must accompany us now. Lord Asriel's need is urgent. The adversary's strength grows by the minute. The shaman revealed your role to you. Follow us, aid us in securing victory. This way now." Will's eyes moved from the angels to Lyra's abandoned pack and back again. Their words washed over him, unheard. He was already somewhere else, his mind racing down a different, desperate path.